As a fully fledged celestial master, Muji has found herself transmigrated into a narrative, becoming the malicious fake heiress who occupies the place of another. In the story, the duplicitous white-lotus character, a false heiress, exploits her parents' favoritism to ensnare the true heiress, only to be met with relentless retribution, ultimately suffering a wretched fate. Muji asserts, "It was not my sister who pushed me. I merely lost my footing and fell." She believes there still exists a chance for redemption. Father Mu declares, "Gigi is our true child. The inheritance of the Mu family will rightfully belong to her." Mother Mu states, "I have only one daughter, Gigi, and I shall make amends to you." The eldest brother remarks, "Gigi is innocent. I hope you can understand." The younger brother warns, "Do not even think of bullying my sister. Otherwise, I shall not let you off lightly." Muji feels exhausted and pleads for an end to the theatrics, for the protagonist is an individual of considerable stature with numerous hidden identities. She desperately tries to rein in the self-destructive antagonists, urging them to behave. Yet, the esteemed figures regard her with increasingly unsettling glances. Mu Mian says, "Sweet sister, play a melody for me. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you." The male lead inquires, "Sister, do you harbor an interest in making a remarkable contribution to humanity?" Even a reclusive second master, known for his cold demeanor, becomes fervent for her. "Gigi, you have made me wait too long. I shall forever be at your service." She merely wishes to lead a languid existence, yet unexpectedly becomes the cherished darling of the powerful. Chapter 1. Transmigrated as the malevolent sister of a hidden identity. Muji's eyelashes flutter slightly as she opens her heavy-lidded eyes, her head throbbing with excruciating pain. Gazing at the white ceiling above, her consciousness gradually returns. She recalls that, while attempting to break through in her practice, she inadvertently attracted a bolt of heavenly lightning, which struck her, leading to her demise. She inspects her hands, which are as fair as warm jade, with slender fingers that reveal her upbringing as a pampered young lady. Although she too is an heiress of vast wealth, she has been frail since childhood, raised within the confines of the mystical realm, her hands bearing only the faintest calluses. This is not her body. A ludicrous thought surges through her mind. Has she perhaps borrowed another soul? Before she can ponder further, memories flood her consciousness like a tidal wave. Heart-wrenching pain engulfs her as memories that do not belong to her flash incessantly before her mind's eye. She has transmigrated into a story. She, the esteemed disciple of the mystical sect, has been well-versed in metaphysics since childhood, rarely indulging in novels unless they pertain to her craft. A few months prior, her junior disciple had thrust a book into her hands, claiming that the vile female antagonist shared her name, urging her to read in case she were to find herself within its pages. Coincidentally, those were the days of her stagnation, and out of boredom, she opened the book. Titled "The Full-Level Boss's Identity Has Dropped Again," it narrates the tale of a formidable figure collaborating to vanquish the despicable. Within its pages, the White Lotus antagonist, named Muji, is cherished by the Mu family as a false heiress. Muji, a usurper of another's place, presents herself as pitiful and delicate, yet harbors malicious intentions and intense jealousy. Relying on her parents' affection, she repeatedly plots against the esteemed figure, only to be met with fierce backlash, ultimately suffering the consequences as her beauty is marred by thugs who tarnish her reputation. Upon reading this, she feels discomfort, as sharing a name with this character renders her unable to immerse herself in the narrative, finding it distinctly unsettling. The plot is exhilarating, yet she does not finish it. The entire tome spans 200,000 words, with the protagonist's identities peeling away like layers of an onion. After digesting this reality in her mind, she resolves to accept her circumstances, for she has always been one to adapt. "My dear daughter, are you well? You have frightened your mother to death." A young and beautiful woman enters, clad in exquisite attire with a white shawl and pearl earrings, her face etched with concern as she gazes at Muji. Muji pinches her forehead, recognizing the voice as that of her original mother's, who dotes excessively on the false heiress while exhibiting disdain for the genuine child who has come from humble beginnings. The woman scolds the girl leaning against the wall with palpable ire. "Mu Mian, your intentions are exceedingly wicked. Do you believe that by eliminating Gigi, you can usurp the position of the Mu family's eldest daughter? In my heart, my daughter is solely Gigi. The Mu family kindly brought you from the orphanage, and yet you remain unsatisfied. Do not covet what is not yours. If anything were to happen to Gigi, I shall not spare you." The woman's cutting words send a jolt through Muji's mind, causing her head to throb painfully, likely due to the original owner's fragile disposition. Such a minor injury evokes significant discomfort. Muji shifts her gaze to the girl, Mu Mian, who stands aloof with her hands in her pockets, exuding an air of icy detachment. This is the ethereal protagonist described in the narrative, noble and aloof, looking down upon all, disregarding everyone in her path, the esteemed figure. She toys with a small jar in her hands, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding drama. Mu Mian, come here and apologize to Gigi. You have pushed her into the water, causing her to lose consciousness and strike her head. The Mu family did not take you in to have you harm Gigi. Do you understand how precious her hands and face are? They are worth far more than your mere fingertip. Mother Mu's expression is one of fury, as if she wishes to devour Mu Mian whole. Such audacity, such boldness, to speak to the esteemed figure in such a manner. Muji hurriedly clarifies, Mother, it was not my sister who pushed me. I accidentally twisted my ankle and fell into the water. Having initiated the plot against the esteemed figure, she now wonders if it is still possible to rectify the situation. Gigi, I know you are kind-hearted. You need not defend her. Dr. Jiang, please attend to Gigi's injuries without delay. Mother Mu is resolute in her belief that this is all Mu Mian's doing. Muji cast a glance back at Jiang Fan, the man clad in a white lab coat and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Every domineering figure has a doctor by their side, and regrettably, Jiang Fan is the brother of the male protagonist. The wound is not severe, a few days of medication will suffice, and rest assured, there shall be no scarring. His voice was gentle, his gaze inquisitive. I recall that Dr. Jiang specializes in psychiatry. Muji inquired nonchalantly, for the original owner merely sustained a bruise, yet Jiang Fan was summoned, indeed a testament to the indulgence bestowed upon her. Jiang Fan adjusted his spectacles, a smirk playing upon his lips. There's no other choice. Your family has provided far too much. It was a jest, as if he were there to administer treatment. No, he was merely a spectator. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Given your busy schedule, I shall not impose further. Muji replied with a coy smile, her voice soft and delicate. Jiang Fan, effectively given the dismissal, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was merely a bystander, yet with the host's words, he found no reason to linger. Tell your mother, she will advocate for you, Lin Shui soothed as she gently caressed Muji's back. Muji felt a pang of headache. Although that area was a blind spot for surveillance, it was nonetheless a powerful figure. A brooch-like ornament adorned her chest, a sophisticated technological device recording every action of the original owner. Just before the formidable figure could strike, she managed to salvage the situation. If she confessed swiftly, the backlash would not catch up with her. Muji sighed inwardly. Is it truly my own carelessness? Mother, do you not believe in your daughter? Tears shimmered in her eyes, and her innocent expression evoked sympathy. In the narrative, Muji embodied the archetype of a delicate white lotus, born frail and pampered since childhood, her coquettish demeanor and portrayal of innocence serving as her means of manipulation. Lin Shui observed her daughter's earnest visage, her clear eyes glistening with tears, and felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. Of course, I believe in you, my dear. It was my misunderstanding. Let us consider this matter settled. Mu Mian, remember, the Mu family can provide for you, but it cannot acknowledge your identity. Out in the world, Gigi remains the legitimate heiress of the Mu family. Lin Shui's gaze shifted to Mu Mian, her tone turning frosty, laced with a hint of warning. They had nurtured Gigi for so many years, forging deep connections, especially since she had never taken a liking to her biological daughter from the very beginning. Her eyes were frigid, exuding an expression of utter rejection, especially considering the girl's orphaned background. She had researched and found that the girl had received little education. Having such an unrefined individual as her daughter would render her the laughingstock of the entire aristocracy. Mother, sister is your biological daughter. Blood runs thicker than water. She has done nothing wrong. I am merely an impostor, and this identity rightfully belongs to her. The powerful figure looked down upon the Mu family, let alone the status of a young lady, yet she could not cling to that title. Mu Mian paused momentarily in her phone manipulation, a smirk curling her lips. The video resided on her device, and with a mere touch of her finger, she could unlock it. Gigi, did she say anything to you?
Did she threaten you?
With your mother here, you are the Mu family's heiress. Mu Mian, I hope you can coexist harmoniously with Gigi. We will do our utmost to make amends. Lin Shui's gaze fixed on Mu Mian, aware that her daughter was soft-hearted and sensible, and she must not be exploited. Muji felt a sudden shock. The original plot had inflicted substantial psychological damage, and the poison ran deep. She needed to gradually alter this stubborn mindset. There was still hope. In the original storyline, the protagonist sowed discord, employing her White Lotus green tea tactics to deceive the Mu family into believing that Mu Mion intended to harm her. Mother, rest assured, I will get along well with my sister. Right, sister? Muji playfully winked at Mu Mion, embodying the original owner's charming and delicate demeanor, her sparkling eyes eliciting an instinctual urge to protect her. Such features were precisely what men adored. Mu Mion scoffed softly, remaining silent as she turned and exited the room. Lin Shui watched her daughter's actions, seething with indignation. Truly lacking in manners, devoid of any decorum, it infuriates me. Barbie cutie, Muji harbored no worldly desires. Wealth and power were but fleeting illusions to her. In her previous life, she too was a young lady of privilege, yet she had followed her master to cultivate and traverse the world. Now that she had traversed into a narrative, could she ever return? Chapter 2. Counteraction. Once Mother Mu departed, Muji descended from the bed. The room was grand and dreamlike, reminiscent of a princess's chamber. With flowing purple-pink drapes and a custom-made, intricately carved bed. The chandelier above was simply breathtaking, and the room's decor spoke volumes of the original owner's favored status. Approaching the dressing mirror, she beheld a visage entirely distinct from her own, chestnut, thick, long hair with slightly curled ends, skin as smooth as cream, and lips tinted a luscious crimson, seemingly beckoning a kiss. Her eyes, enchanting and spirited, bore an alluring charm. Her brows and features were like a finely crafted painting, every smile and frown capable of evoking affection. The original owner favored white attire, enhancing her perceived innocence, albeit a mere facade. Unlike her previous life, where she had exuded a striking and bold beauty that captivated hearts with every glance, Muji now saw a faint red line on her wrist, an indication of her presence in this narrative. The curse lingered. Why was that? A frown creased her brow. It felt so real, as though enveloped in a fog of uncertainty. Nevertheless, she resolved to accept her situation. Her previous existence had been tiresome, and she had grown indifferent to life and death. Even if she were to live for merely 2 decades, it would not render her life in vain, though a hint of regret lingered, the cause of which eluded her grasp. Though she had spent years in seclusion, she was cherished as the jewel of her family. Her relatives, master, and fellow disciples doted on her, showering her with affection to the core, apart from matters of cultivation, where they were more disciplined. She had devoted herself to her practice, relishing in aiding others, only to attract divine retribution in the form of a thunderbolt. Oh heavens, did you strike the wrong person? She lamented, reflecting on her transformation into a white lotus, the malevolent supporting character. A sigh escaped her lips. Playing the villain was out of the question. Being a quiet observer, a mere idle fish, would suffice. She resolved to avoid antagonizing the enigmatic overlord and to remain harmonious with her family, who had treated her well. Unlike the original, who had ultimately betrayed them, Muji was determined to protect her family, guiding them to avoid provoking the powerful. As she exited her room, she encountered a servant approaching with a bowl of soup. Paying little mind, she noted the servant's obsequious smile upon seeing her. "Miss, this is the soup I just prepared. Please enjoy it while it's hot." "Thank you. Is there any extra soup?"
Muji inquired politely.
"Of course, Mississippi. If you wish for more, I shall bring it to you immediately." After sampling the soup, she found it quite palatable, infused with nourishing herbs. "Please serve some to my sister as well. Remember, Mu Mion is the eldest daughter of the Mu family, and you should prioritize her in all matters." Muji's tone was earnest, a gentle reminder for the servants to recognize their roles and avoid confusion. Understood, the servant pondered, uncertain of the young lady's intentions. The miss was truly too kind. After all, it was the malicious and barbaric girl who had pushed her into the water, yet the miss bore no grudge, even wishing to offer her soup. She felt a surge of resolve to teach the miss a lesson. After all, she was a brilliant heiress, while she, a mere country bumpkin, was unworthy of comparison. Unbeknownst to Muji, her kindness was misinterpreted. Just as she wished to close her eyes in slumber, a noise startled her. Irritated, she removed her eye mask and ventured outside. The sound emanated from Mu Mion's room, their chambers being in close proximity. Upon opening the door, Muji beheld shattered pieces of a bowl, soup splattered across the floor, with Mu Mion leaning against the door, her expression cold and mocking. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Muji. This servant had not unwittingly provoked the enigmatic overlord, had she? Maintaining her composure, she cast a sharp glance at the servant. "What transpired here? Miss, you must advocate for me. I kindly brought her the soup, yet she not only overturned the bowl but also scalded my hand. The servant displayed her reddened hand as she spoke. Mu Mian, who regarded everyone with disdain, would never stoop to targeting a mere servant. Such an act was beneath her pride. What is the meaning of this? I have previously advised you, Mu Ji, this is the Mu family, with its own traditions. Do not unleash your temper upon a servant. How would that reflect on the family's honor? Madame Mu descended the stairs, her expression livid upon witnessing the scene. The servant, sensing her opportunity, began to embellish her tale with tears. Mu Mian remained silent, appearing utterly detached, her gaze fixed on Mu Ji, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Tinged with mockery. Mu Mian, do you have anything to say? Lin Shui, her mother, demanded, intent on instilling discipline in her daughter. Nothing worthy of discussion. Mu Mian retorted coolly, her tone laced with provocation. Mother, you cannot simply take the servant's word and condemn my sister. I believe she would never engage in such trivial matters. The corridor is under surveillance. We can ascertain the truth through the footage, Mu Ji interjected unexpectedly, catching Lin Shui off guard. Deep down, she acknowledged her daughter's logic, yet her subconscious had already labeled Mu Mian as the instigator. A crude and envious girl from the countryside, while the servant had served the family for years, thus her instinct was to trust the latter. The servant, upon hearing the suggestion of reviewing the footage, trembled in fear. Madam, you must believe me. I've been diligent for the Mu family for years. Trust my loyalty. Then confess the truth to mother and restore my sister's honor. Otherwise, I shall retrieve the footage and expose how you slandered her reputation. Should it be discovered that your intentions were malicious, would you not be liable for intentional harm? Mu Ji's innocent face bore no trace of malice. Yet her words instilled panic. The servant, now completely flustered, confessed, it was my fault. I intended to spill the soup on Mu Mian, but she reacted swiftly. And it ended up on me instead. Miss, I thought you wanted me to teach her a lesson. I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. With tears streaming down her face, the servant looked to Mu Ji, her last hope resting upon her. Mu Ji was bewildered, thinking, are you all right? No injuries? Just have some soothing plums. She had merely asked for soup. How had it turned into a lesson in discipline? Was the servant's reasoning truly flawed? Do you truly believe I intended for you to deliver soup to punish my sister? Mu Ji's gaze met the servant's, her innocent countenance now radiating an air of authority. I misinterpreted your intentions, Mississippi. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold it against me, the servant pleaded, hoping that Mu Ji's kindness would prevail. Mu Ji raised her wrist, asserting, mistakes must be acknowledged. As a servant, you disregarded my instructions and acted on your own whims, using bullying to satisfy your selfish desires. You have not sincerely repented. Thus, the Mu family will not retain you. The servant glanced at Madame Mu, now petrified. Lin Shui shot a glare at the servant.
Jangma.
Have her pack her belongings and leave. To tarnish my daughter's reputation is unforgivable. Sister, do you find this punishment acceptable? Mu Ji's sparkling eyes turned toward the quietly observing Mu Mian. A faint smile graced Mu Mian's lips, her expression inscrutable as she replied, it will suffice. What sort of attitude is that? Lin Shui felt displeased, yet restrained herself from uttering harsh words, considering the servant's earlier transgressions. With a light laugh, Mu Ji added, please remember to clean up the broken bowl. It would be unfortunate if someone were to get hurt. Chapter 3. Mu Ji's defense. Mother, please take some rest. Mu Ji gently urged Lin Shui as she guided her upstairs. Upon reaching the corner of the second floor, she was startled by Mu Mian. Why did you do that? Mu Mian inquired directly. Sister, I do not comprehend what you mean. Mu Ji's doe-like eyes were filled with confusion, her petite face reflecting a lack of understanding. It seemed that her unusual behavior had aroused Mu Mian's suspicions. Before Mu Mian arrived at the Mu family, she had access to the profiles of all its members. And the original owner's little schemes were laid bare before her. From the moment the original owner fell into the water, the intent was to frame Mu Mian and lead the Mu family to misunderstand her. By sheer coincidence, she found herself in this situation. She was not the original owner and harbored no attachment to the Mu family's wealth or even the identity of a Mu family young lady. She had refrained from placing the blame for the drowning incident on Mu Mian, yet this alone was enough to stir Mu Mian's doubts. You understand my meaning?
Mu Mian pondered.
Sister, rest assured, I am merely a false young lady and will not compete with you. Our parents hold deep misconceptions about you. Once they accept you, they will no longer need me. At that point, I shall leave the Mu family, and you being blood-related, will be blissful together. Their coldness and even harsh words towards her were merely products of the narrative. That was simply how it was set up. If she could not correct this plot, she might as well transform into a benevolent deity, chanting scriptures to redeem them daily. Mu Mian licked her chin. Why not keep a servant? If you plead on her behalf, she will be utterly devoted to you. This opportunity to win over hearts was laid right before her, and she was certainly not oblivious to it. Mu Ji, taken aback, covered her mouth. Sister, what do you think of me? Am I someone who cannot discern right from wrong? Children understand that doing wrong comes with punishment. Mu Mian gazed at Mu Ji, who resembled a frightened fawn, her pure eyes devoid of any impurities. Mu Mian's expression darkened, and she turned to leave, for she had no intention of bullying a child. Suppressing a laugh, Mu Ji found teasing the formidable figure quite amusing. She could almost envision the expression of a split bean. The original owner's character was that of a kind-hearted innocent flower in the early stages, a role she was well-versed in and could handle with ease. In her past life, she had been a prodigious talent in the mystical arts, praised even by her master for her unparalleled gifts, a genius not seen for a century. Unfortunately, heaven was jealous of such talents. Had it not been for the curse she bore, she was uncertain whether the thunderbolt truly signified the curse's fulfillment.
Now,
having transmigrated into this story, she knew not what would transpire. After a night of sweet dreams, Mu Ji drew back the curtains. Dressed in a white silk nightgown, her long hair cascading freely, she stretched languidly as the warm sunlight enveloped her. It was time to descend for breakfast. She would soon be a senior in high school, attending an elite institution, allowing herself a brief respite. The dining table was adorned with exquisite Chinese and Western dishes. Seated beside Lin Shui was the original owner's father, Mu Xiaotian, his name sounding formidable, yet in reality, he was a man governed by his wife, lacking significant achievements in business, and devoted to his passion for painting. Having established an art gallery, upon noticing Mu Ji descending the stairs, Mu Xiaotian looked up, unable to suppress his concern. Darling daughter, your mother mentioned you fell into the water. Is your head still aching? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Mu Ji was somewhat taken aback by the affection. While she understood the original owner was doted upon by her parents, such an overwhelming display of love made her feel slightly uncomfortable.
I'm fine, Dad.
Where's sister? We should all have breakfast together. Not seeing Mu Mian at the table, Mu Ji felt the chill of neglect and exclusion. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would be unable to withstand such treatment, yet Mu Mian appeared indifferent. Lin Shui's expression darkened. I sent a servant to call her, yet she was not in her room. Upon inquiry, I learned she had gone out. Where could she possibly be? She lacks any sense of decorum, not even informing the adults when she leaves. Mu Xiaotian agreed. This child is lacking in manners. We should hire a tutor to teach her properly, lest she embarrass the Mu family in public. The lack of decorum was becoming painfully evident to Mu Ji, and she felt a pulse of anxiety in her brow. Sister has been estranged for over a decade. Surely, she has endured great hardship. Her cold demeanor is not her fault. Had she not been lost, she would be the jewel of the Mu family, cherished by her kin. Mother, you harbor prejudice against her. Mu Ji's heartfelt words struck a chord with Lin Shui, who gazed at her daughter, whom she had cherished for over a decade. How could she not be her own flesh and blood? How could there have been a mix-up? Lin Shui's heart was tumultuous, mother knows, and I regret that you have suffered unjustly. Unjustly? The original owner had enjoyed 17 years of a princess's life. Accustomed to the finest luxuries, her needs met with nothing short of envy. She had never tasted true hardship. What was there to feel wronged about?
Mozve's lips twitched.
Mom, I am not wronged at all. She had no right to feel wronged. The identity swap was not the original owner's fault. Yet the pampered life she had lived could not be erased. The original owner had relentlessly targeted Mu Mian to safeguard her identity as a Mu family heiress, believing everything she possessed was hers alone. Yet she was merely a usurper, a false young lady. She could have continued living as the beloved daughter of the Mu family. But, tragically, she had brought about her own demise. Lin Shui's heart ached for Mu Ji, and recalling the elder's words, she felt a pang of worry. Your grandfather wants us to take Mu Mian to the old residence tomorrow. No matter what the old man says, you must not concern yourself. Mother will stand up for you. Mu Xiaotian echoed her sentiment. Rest assured, I will support you as well. You are the Mu family's young lady, and that status is unshakable. This news will remain confidential. I will announce that Mu Mian is an adopted daughter of the Mu family, and she will still be regarded as a young lady of the Mu family. We shall not treat her poorly. The distinction between an adopted daughter and a biological one was vast, even lesser than that of a legitimate child, as illegitimate children could inherit assets, whereas adopted daughters possessed no such rights. Moreover, the status of an adopted daughter in noble circles was often awkward, a target for mockery. Mu Ji remained outwardly silent, yet she had formed a resolution within. She recalled a scene from the original narrative. She would attend the so-called reunion banquet with the intent to reveal to all that Mu Mian was indeed the true daughter of the Mu family. Mu Ji was not concerned for Mu Mian's safety. She contemplated the plot. The male lead, Rong Hanyue, was in search of the female lead, a detail that bore little significance to her and could be overlooked. She merely needed to navigate her own subplot effectively. After finishing breakfast, Mu Ji returned to her room. The original owner was to begin her senior year, and the workload was substantial. Although she was also an academic star, she had already graduated and felt somewhat out of touch with high school knowledge, necessitating a thorough review to avoid revealing any flaws that might raise suspicion. As Mu Mian climbed through the window from the balcony, she spotted a figure lounging on the bay window. The girl held an open book in her hands, her seaweed-like hair concealing her petite face, exposing only her fair chin. The setting sun bathed her in a halo of light, bestowing an ethereal glow. For a fleeting moment, Mu Mian felt as though she were gazing upon an old acquaintance. However, that thought vanished as quickly as it came. How could it possibly be her? With one hand, Mu Mian retrieved her phone from her pocket, pressing the button to capture the picturesque scene. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Mu Ji, a moment in time had been forever frozen. Chapter 4. Am I Beautiful? The next day, Mu Xiaotian took the family of 4 to the old residence, nestled within a villa district. The elder Mu had 3 sons and 2 daughters, with Mu Xiaotian being the second child. The elder preferred tranquility, resulting in a sparsely populated old residence. The patriarch of the Mu Corporation remained the elder, although due to his advanced age, he had transferred part of his authority to the original owner's elder brother, Mu Weiyun, who now served as the president of the Mu Corporation. However, the elder still retained the majority of the shares. The direct descendants of the Mu family were secretly vying for supremacy, and it remained to be seen who would ultimately claim control over the Mu Corporation. As Mu Ji observed the slumbering figure, a sense of confusion washed over her. She recalled that the female lead did not ride in the Mu family's vehicle in the original plot. How had this change come about? Mu Jian sat quietly beside her, stealing glances at Mu Mian, the quintessential heroine whose beauty captivated even another woman like herself. Surely, a mere glance would not be inappropriate. Such allure is meant to be admired. However, the dark circles beneath the esteemed one's eyes were rather pronounced. She recalled that in the original narrative, Mu Mian suffered from severe insomnia, and despite being a renowned ghost doctor, she was unable to cure her own affliction. It remained uncertain whether she ever found relief in the end. As Mu Mian inhaled the faint fragrance wafting from her vicinity, a drowsiness began to envelop her. Albeit the scrutinizing gaze was rather bothersome. With her eyelashes fluttering slightly, Mu Ji quickly averted her gaze, realizing with alarm that Mu Mian might awaken. A husky voice broke the silence. Am I beautiful? Mu Mian pressed her lips together, the sleepiness dissipating entirely, her mood slightly irritable.
Yet,
the innocent look in Mu Ji's eyes quelled her ire. It was akin to a beloved kitten gazing up at you, yearning for a treat. Even the aloof Mu Mian found herself momentarily softened. Mu Ji turned her head and whispered, You look quite lovely. If you weren't, I wouldn't have looked twice. Mu Mian found herself amused by the compliment, which she had grown accustomed to hearing since her rebirth into this world. It seemed that those around her were imbued with an inexplicable adoration, allowing her to effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of power. Those who crossed her path either hurled vitriol or resorted to insidious schemes against her, or, alternatively, succumbed to her undeniable charm. Yet, Mu Ji's praise struck a chord within her, eliciting a flicker of joy, an endearing quality. What are you two whispering about? Lin Shui interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. Mu Ji smiled mysteriously. It's a secret between my sister and me. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Mu family's ancestral home, with Mu Ji dutifully following Lin Shui. Oblivious to the fleeting displeasure that crossed Mu Mian's features, Lin Shui regarded Mu Mian intently, offering a stern reminder. When you meet your grandfather, do not appear as though you've never encountered the world. Refrain from unnecessary chatter. Mu Mian shot a cold glance at her, remaining silent, while Mu Ji linked her arm with Lin Shui's, reassuringly stating, Sister is truly remarkable. Grandfather will surely appreciate her. Don't worry, Mom. The old patriarch awaited them inside. And the butler sighed internally, lamenting how the Mu family's cherished daughter was, in truth, an impostor. What a scandal it would be if word got out. The genuine heiress had come from the countryside, bringing shame upon the family. The four of them followed the butler into the parlor, where a kindly elder, Grandfather Mu, sat on the sofa, seemingly engaged in business discussions with Mu Weiyun. Mu Ji greeted them warmly, Grandfather, big brother. Upon seeing Mu Ji, Mu Weiyun's composed demeanor softened into a smile. How have you been? If anyone has wronged you, do not hesitate to confide in your brother. Grandfather Mu shot a disapproving glance at Mu Ji, to which she blinked innocently. Brother, I am quite well. All present understood that the old man's intention in gathering them was to address the matter of the genuine and false heiresses. Lin Shui patted Mu Ji's hand to soothe her, while Mu Xiaotian braced himself for a confrontation with his father. Contemplating how best to plead for leniency on behalf of Mu Mian. The two parties involved, however, remained indifferent. Mu Mian idly played on her phone, while Mu Ji counted the pleats of her skirt. You must be Mu Mian. Come here, and let your grandfather have a look. The elder's heart, softened by age, ached for his granddaughter, who had endured so much suffering over the years. Mu Mian put away her phone, meeting Grandfather Mu's gaze. Upon seeing her photograph, he was certain she was indeed his granddaughter, sharing a resemblance with his late wife. Second brother, I apologize for my untimely arrival. What winds have blown everyone here today? And who is this unfamiliar face? I heard you brought back a child from the countryside. It wouldn't happen to be an illegitimate child, would it? A woman, stylishly dressed and adorned with pearl earrings, approached, escorting a young girl. Mu Ji's attention lingered on Mu Ling, the original's malicious cousin, who had conspired with the original to harm Mu Mian, engaging in a covert rivalry that exemplified their disingenuous sisterhood. Just as their father brought Mu Mian home, this family rushed in to stir up trouble, revealing the unsavory dynamics within the household. Lin Shui and Chen Fian had always been at odds, trading barbs whenever they crossed paths. Lin Shui disdainfully remarked, My husband loves me dearly. Infidelity is simply out of the question. Perhaps you should worry about yourself instead, as I hear your eldest brother's mistress has caused quite a stir at home. It wouldn't do to end up with an illegitimate child. The Mu family cannot afford such disgrace. Chen Fian gritted her teeth in anger, suppressing her fury to maintain her composure. She elegantly motioned for her daughter to sit, casting a haughty gaze at Mu Mian. Aren't you going to introduce this beautiful girl? She looks like she could belong to the entertainment industry. That realm can be quite murky, with affluent men favoring young and attractive girls like you. I wonder which school you attend. Chen Fian feigned ignorance while belittling Mu Mian's academic background, subtly insinuating that Mu Ji was a starlet in a disreputable industry. Mu Mian's cold stare met Chen Fian's. What business is it of yours? The response was rather crude, yet Mu Ji reveled in the moment. Had it not been for her desire to maintain her persona, she would have retaliated fiercely. Mu Ji activated her White Lotus act, feigning distress as she addressed Chen Fian. What a thing to say, Aunt. What's wrong with the entertainment industry? No profession is beneath another. As long as one shines in their role, they deserve respect. It's far better than those idle layabouts who merely beg for money. Am I right, Aunt? In the realm of grand family feuds, she had never been at a loss for words. One was crude and disrespectful, while the other was eloquent and cunning, revealing the depths of her character. Lin Shui felt a sense of vindication. Her daughter was indeed sensible, grasping the nuances of the situation, leaving her opponents speechless. Enough. Do you not find this chaos sufficient? Xiaotian, you were summoned today to discuss the matters concerning Mian and Mu Ji. Mu Ji is the one you raised. I know your bond is profound. What are your opinions? The elder declared. Chen Fian and Mu Ling sat aside, observing the spectacle with interest, confirming the truth that Mu Ji was not the genuine heiress of the Mu family. Chapter 5. My sister and I are both great beauties. Lin Shui furrowed her brows slightly but continued, Father, Xiaotian and I believe it is best to inform everyone that Mu Mian is an adopted child of the Mu family. Although this may cause her some distress, Xiaotian and I will ensure she is well compensated. Grandfather Mu slammed his hand on the table in fury, his face a mask of indignation. To declare a biological child as an adopted one is utterly disgraceful. Mu Ji cannot suffer while Mu Mian does. You are being excessively biased. Lin Shui and Mu Xiaotian's partiality was laid bare, yet Lin Shui remained unruffled, calmly retorting, Father, Mu Ji's excellence has brought the Mu family immense prestige. In the circles of the imperial capital, she is a model heiress, a renowned talent. Now that she has entered the entertainment industry, she is generating traffic and economic benefits for the Mu family. Are we to erase everything for the sake of a talentless Mu Mian? Do you not understand that losing her status as the Mu family's heiress would make Mu Ji a laughingstock? Though she may not be my biological daughter. We have raised her for so many years. Even if she were a mere stone, she would have warmed under our care. I have long regarded her as my own. Lin Shui argued her case, determined to conceal the truth of Mu Ji's imposture, motivated by her own interests as well as those of the Mu family. Hearing this, Grandfather Mu's heart softened somewhat. He harbored no fondness for Mu Ji. He had a sharp eye for character and perceived her to be cunning. Adept at sweet-talking his son and daughter-in-law, Master Mu cast his gaze toward the obedient Mu Ji, who sat quietly to the side. It was rather unusual for her to be so taciturn today, especially with two individuals advocating fiercely on her behalf. May I have your attention? I have an idea. If you, dear sister, agree, then let us put an end to the disputes, Mu Ji suddenly interjected, breaking the silence. Old Master Mu raised an eyebrow. Go on. With her enchanting, crystalline eyes fixed on old Master Mu, Mu Ji spoke softly. Let us declare that my sister and I are twins, and that she was accidentally lost but has now been found. She continued, revealing that she is a false heiress would not be accepted by our parents, who would insist that Mu Mian is adopted. Likewise, our grandfather would not agree, which would only serve to alienate our parents from him, thereby falling into the trap set by others. Watching the unfolding drama, Chen Fian covered her mouth. You two look nothing alike. Who would believe such a tale? She fanned the flames, hoping for a confrontation with old Master Mu. The thought of the Mu family falling into their hands was gratifying, and she relished the idea of a fierce rift. Mu Ji chuckled lightly, who says twins must resemble each other. Where do we differ? We are both stunning beauties. Are we not, sister? Her doe-like eyes sparkled with mischief. Indeed, Mu Mian responded, her tone indifferent. Was the esteemed individual truly so easy to sway? If this proposition were made public, she would be considered Mu Mian's true sister, the topic of gossip among others. The original, emotionally detached Mu Mian would never consent to such a revelation. Had the powerful figure been overtaken by another's will, or did she perhaps harbor some fondness for Mu Ji? It appeared that the affection she had cultivated was indeed bearing fruit. Mu Ling seethed with jealousy, having been overshadowed by Mu Ji since childhood. When speaking of the elite ladies of the capital, the first name that came to mind was always Mu Ji. The titles of talented woman and beauty belonged solely to her, and even the man she adored favored Mu Ji. She never anticipated that Mu Ji's status as a heiress was fabricated, which ignited a sense of superiority within her, a phoenix reduced to a sparrow. As if she could easily trample Mu Ji into the mud. Yet, she was taken aback by the affection showered upon Mu Ji by their uncle and aunt, who dared to confront their grandfather for her sake. Mu Ling's heart burned with envy. The affection she received from her parents was tainted with ulterior motives, as their true affection lay with her brother. Why should Mu Ji, a false heiress, be any different? Clenching her fists, she thought, I am sure cousin Mu Mian has endured much hardship, while Sister Ji has lived a life of luxury. If she hears that you want her to be sisters with Sister Ji, how painful that must be for her. Cousin Mu Mian is human too. She desires her parents' love just as much, which makes her situation all the more tragic. With a semblance of tears brimming in her eyes, Mu Ling appeared fragile, like a flower buffeted by the cold wind. Help! I can barely contain myself. Why do some people feign such innocence? Their tears seem poised to fall at any moment. In the original story, Mu Ling had often imitated Mu Ji, emulating her understanding, her fragility, and even her fashion sense. Mu Ji nodded in agreement with Mu Ling's argument. Yet she thought to herself, could you speak more normally next time? It seems as though you are the one wronged, when in fact, you have done nothing. The atmosphere grew tense as the Mu parents exchanged awkward glances, while Mu Weiyun shot a cold glare at Mu Ling. It seemed that the investment in that variety show would no longer be reserved for her, even if Mu Ji was not a true heiress. She was not someone you could belittle. Suddenly Mu Mian scoffed, do not speak so affectionately. Who is your sister? Her phone flipped repeatedly in her hands. Her eyes filled with disdain, as if she had encountered something unsavory. Mu Ling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Yet she maintained her composure. What do you mean, cousin? I am merely speaking on your behalf. The rustic outsiders were truly devoid of intellect. If Mu Ji were to continue masquerading as the true heiress, who among the Mu family would pay her any mind? In the end, she would gain nothing, proving her utter foolishness. The words rang true. Mu Mian observed Mu Ji's amused expression, relishing the unfolding drama while remaining blissfully ignorant of the impending danger. The lines sounded familiar. Oh, they were meant to slap her in the face. No matter, her countenance remained intact. Have you concluded your discussions? I have no objections to this proposal. Whether or not I am a Mu family heiress is of no concern to me, Mu Mian declared, leaving the gathered company in astonishment, save for Mu Ji, who maintained her calm demeanor. With her wealth, Mu Mian was already part of the elite. Naturally, she held no interest in the Mu family's fortune. She could strive to become part of the upper echelons, a formidable figure in her own right, and would not covet anything from the Mu family. Thus, today, some would inevitably be left disappointed. Old Master Mu sighed, scrutinizing Mu Mian. Are you certain? Once this news is released, there will be no turning back. Mu Mian looked toward Mu Ji, her expression inscrutable, like a starry sky that concealed its mysteries. Though she appeared gentle and fragile, she exuded an undercurrent of unwavering strength. That familiar sensation returned, prompting Mu Mian to rub her temples. Perhaps she was simply fatigued. If it were up to me, I would not mind. She responded, her tone infused with a rare emotional depth. Mu Ji appeared puzzled. It seemed that refraining from mischief could alter the course of events. In the original narrative, Mu Ji had feigned vulnerability to protect her false status, while at the same time, Lin Shui had held no positive impression of Mu Mian and had no qualms about confronting old Master Mu, adamantly denying Mu Mian's identity, which had incited a considerable rage from him. At the recognition banquet, the original protagonist had orchestrated a scheme against Mu Mian, only to be met with a resounding backlash. As the truth of her false heiress status became widely known, she was not the original protagonist and would not make the same choices. Chapter 6. I am now a false heiress. Please do not cue me. Old Master Mu, rarely one to exhibit praise, cast a look of approval toward Mu Ji, hoping she genuinely cared for Mu Mian rather than harboring ill intentions. This couple was indeed muddled. Even if they had not raised her, she was still their flesh and blood. Blood runs thicker than water. How could they be so biased as to allow her to return as an adopted daughter? Truly foolish. Very well, this matter is settled. On the day of the recognition banquet, I shall announce that Mu Mian is the true heiress of the Mu family. Xiao Tian, please ensure that Mu Mian's education and upbringing are given due attention. If necessary, I shall personally instruct her. After all, as a Mu family heiress, there are certain lessons that must be imparted. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui immediately objected. But, Dad, our parents are still alive. How can we allow grandfather to take charge of her upbringing? If this news spreads, people will think I am mistreating my daughter. Rest assured, I will hire excellent teachers for Mu Mian, Lin Shui quickly assured, having been a prominent daughter of the gentry myself. If she can teach so proficiently, then Mu Mian should pose no issue. A sigh of relief washed over Mu Ji. Her plan was temporarily secure. She simply needed to await the day of the recognition banquet to reclaim her identity without a hitch. Left to question old Master Mu, Mu Ji stood to the side, waiting. In truth, her mother was not the unreasonable villain she appeared to be. With patience and guidance, she would not overstep Mu Mian's boundaries, and they would surely reconcile. Cousin, I truly did not expect you to be outside the Mu family. However, rest assured, in my heart, you will always be my cousin. Mu Mian is merely a stranger to me. Mu Ling attempted to wrap her arm around Mu Ji's. Unfazed, Mu Ji subtly evaded her grasp, leaving Mu Ling to clutch at air. Her expression stiffened slightly, revealing her discomfort. How pretentious. A false heiress daring to reject her? Sooner or later, she would crush her pride into the dirt. If Brother Jingshan discovers you are not a Mu heiress, I cannot believe he would remain devoted to you. A mere usurper like you does not deserve him. Mu Ji arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing at her lips. I assure you, I am not your cousin. And it is rather regrettable that I cannot fulfill that role. In truth, I quite like you as a cousin. Just moments ago, she had called Mu Mian affectionately. Yet now she sought to sow discord between them. Clearly, she was no fool. Is that so? I hold a deep affection for my cousin. By the way, dear cousin, I have heard that you're set to participate in a variety show. Might you convey my desire to join as a guest for a few episodes to our cousin? At the mere mention of the variety show, Mu Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Noticing Mu Ji's silence, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Mu Ling's mind. Cousin. I genuinely envy you. I have heard that our cousin is personally investing in your show, featuring the renowned director Liang and a mysterious guest. It would be a stroke of fortune for me to share the stage with you. The insincere flattery from Bai Lian Baiyu made Muji feel extremely uncomfortable. Muji is a rising star in the entertainment industry, while Mu Ling is a well-known designer. Their familial connection has been unearthed online, with Muji occasionally bringing her to events and introducing her to resources. They have even made it to trending topics together. To the fans, they appear as affectionate sisters from a wealthy family, yet in reality, they are akin to plastic flowers, each utilizing their personas to bask in the spotlight. Muji is acutely aware that the original owner relished showcasing her superiority, and by giving Mu Ling a taste of the limelight, she sought to display her own graciousness. With a nonchalant nod, Muji remarked, "Aren't you a designer? What makes you want to venture into variety shows? Cousin, you may not understand, but the design industry is fiercely competitive. Unlike you, I do not have the Mu family backing me. You have already attained stardom at a young age. While I do not know how many years I must toil, if you could grant me an opportunity, I could present myself to the online community and the public, allowing more people to recognize me." The praise from Mu Ling was laced with bitterness. Muji's indifference was palpable, her gaze devoid of any additional emotion. Is this all? What does this mean? After expending so much effort in flattering words, should she not be handing the show over to her? Every profession is rife with competition, and no one earns effortlessly. As for the show, it is ultimately up to my brother to decide, and I cannot say much. Let us consider my cousin's position. She is currently masquerading as a wealthy heiress. The distant smile in Muji's eyes hinted at a playful disdain, the curve of her lips suggesting a mix of nonchalance and a hint of grievance. Mu Ling was visibly taken aback, surprised that Muji would use her status as a false heiress to deflect her. What has gotten into Muji today? She seems to have changed her demeanor. Speaking without barbs, does she perceive herself as superior? But even if you are a fake, uncle and aunt dote on you, how could that rustic Mu Mian compete with you? Just as Mu Ling was about to continue, she was jostled, causing her to sway slightly.
Mu Mian.
Why are you bullying me? Why did you bump into me? My hand is insured for 50 million. Can you afford to pay for it? Mu Ling glared at Mu Mian, the uncouth country girl, and at Muji, the little schemer, vowing that one day they would pay for their actions. Dear cousin, please refrain from causing a scene. I understand your hand is precious, but do not act unreasonably, Muji lazily interjected. Let us go home. I have waited for you long enough, Muji said, addressing Mu Mian. Do not provoke the big shots, otherwise you may end up with a swollen face. Hearing Muji waiting specifically for her, Mu Mian's lips curled into a slight smile. Let us go. Mu Ling stomped her foot in frustration, glaring at the retreating figures of the two. How could the false heiress possibly coexist amicably with the true heiress? What is Muji thinking? Shouldn't she be joining forces with Mu Ling to devise ways to expel Mu Mian from the Mu family? What is going on? Has Muji agreed to participate in the variety show? Chen Fian, observing her daughter's ire, inquired with confusion. Mu Ling, biting her lip in anger, replied, I don't know if Muji has taken leave of her senses, always siding with Mu Mian. My attempts to sow discord have proven futile. As for the variety show, she admonished me that every industry is competitive, showing no willingness to relent. She had previously granted me many resources. Why is she suddenly so stingy? Chen Fian's mind was racing with thoughts, yet she remained composed as she remarked, You should learn from Muji. Her thoughts run far deeper than yours. She is adopting a strategy of retreating to advance. Consider this. She is on the verge of losing her identity and status. If both are deemed genuine heiresses, comparisons will inevitably arise. In the end, people will regard Muji as gracious and gentle, while Mu Mian poses no threat to her position, only garnering more sympathy from the Mu family. Chen Fian felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. Why is her daughter, who is not even Lin Shui's biological child, seemingly inferior? Yet, reflecting on her own biological daughter Mu Mian, it is truly ironic. Her own flesh and blood is a disappointment. In this light, Muji emerges victorious. I always knew that Muji, the White Lotus, was not sincere. What should I do now? Should I simply watch as good fortune falls into her lap? Do not fret. At the recognition banquet, we shall stage a fine performance. A fake is still a fake, Chen Fian said with a confident smile. The mother and daughter duo devised a plan, both eager to expose Muji's false identity as a heiress. Chapter 7. I Can Teach Sister. As Mu Ji and Mu Mian entered the car, Mu Mian, lost in thought, glanced at Mu Ji. "What did she say to you?" Mu Ji, feeling relaxed and content, replied, "Nothing much. She merely asked me to bring her onto the show and offered some words of comfort."
Mu Mian frowned.
She said not to pay attention to her and not to believe her.
Mu Ji obediently nodded.
Having undergone a transformation, she certainly would not conspire with Mu Ling against Mu Mian. As for resources, whether to share them would depend on her mood. Mu Mian cast a sidelong glance at Mu Ji, a smirk playing on her lips. "How generous of you to share your title as the Mu family's heiress."
Mu Ji blinked innocently.
"After all, it was always yours. You are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to you. You still dislike when others know we are sisters." She understood that Mu Mian detested being associated with others, particularly in the context of family ties. Mu Mian raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. She did not place any value on the title of heiress. It was intriguing to consider what kind of person Mu Ji truly was. She awaited the unveiling of that mysterious facade. The Mu parents were quite pleased with this decision, suddenly finding themselves with two biological daughters. If Mu Mian were as exceptional and endearing as Mu Ji, that would be ideal, Lin Shui thought. Returning home, Lin Shui contemplated the recognition banquet and looked at Mu Mian. "I will hire a tutor tomorrow to teach you the etiquette of high society. You are now the young lady of the Mu family. Your every action reflects the family's reputation. You must also learn the waltz to avoid embarrassment later." Mu Mian smirked slightly. "No need. If you want to learn, you can do so yourself." Lin Shui's eyes widened in anger, her hands trembling as she gripped the sofa. "What did you say?"
Repeat that.
"Do not think that just because I acknowledge your identity, you can relax. You must learn this etiquette. Are you waiting for high society to make a fool of you? I cannot afford to lose face." Mu Ji face-bombed, exasperated by the renewed argument. She wrapped her arms around Lin Shui's, saying, "Mom, let me handle this. I can teach sister. Do not be upset. Have you not noticed how well sister carries herself? That must be your influence."
Musves cantel reassurance camblin xues ere.
She glanced at Mu Mian, who indeed bore a resemblance to her, making her slightly more agreeable. "Well, it is true that I am naturally beautiful. My daughter must also possess both beauty and grace. You are quite the smooth talker, Gigi. As for Mu Mian's education in etiquette, I leave that to you. Ensure she takes it seriously, no slacking off. The recognition banquet is fast approaching, and time is pressing. We can only have a crash course, as she cannot transform into a socialite overnight." After Lin Shui finished speaking, she and Mu Xiaotian retreated to their room to change. Both had business matters to attend to and soon departed the villa. Mu Ji glanced at Mu Mian with a knowing smile. "Whether you wish to learn is your own decision. I will not interfere. If mother inquires, I will help you keep it under wraps. Does the big shot truly need to learn this? Probably not, as she already knows it all." Her actions resembled that of elementary school students covertly sneaking snacks in the classroom, an inexplicable thrill coursing through her. Mu Ji chuckled softly before ascending the stairs. Once upstairs, she removed her little leather shoes and luxuriated on the soft, expansive bed, rolling about in sheer comfort, before retrieving her phone. Her agent, Sister Lan, had sent several messages. The recording dates for the Pastoral Scenery variety show have been confirmed. Filming commences on the 16th. The director is Liang Qingping, known for his blockbuster productions. Numerous celebrities will be involved, though the final roster has yet to be finalized. You'll be informed once it is. To be frank, I do not recommend your participation in such lifestyle shows. Your persona is that of a fairy, while pastoral programs require a more grounded presence, which conflicts with your established image. The company has also invested in other projects. Please reconsider. Remember to go live and interact with your fans. And occasionally engage on Weibo. Be sure to think carefully before posting." After reading Sister Lan's messages, Mu Ji reflected that although the original owner had yet to graduate, she was already a star with 40 million followers, having skyrocketed to fame by portraying a pure school beauty in a campus drama greatly adored by netizens. Her ethereal beauty earned her the nickname Little Fairy, but she felt no need for the fairy persona. Mu Ji was simply Mu Ji, unique and unparalleled. "I am quite fond of this variety show, and as for the fairy persona, there is no need for marketing it anymore. I do not require any persona," she succinctly replied to Sister Lan. Sister Lan was a forceful and ambitious agent, possessing a degree of cunning within the entertainment industry. However, her philosophy clashed with that of the original owner, who found Sister Lan's methods overly intrusive and ultimately dismissed her. Subsequently, Sister Lan joined Mu Mian's side, where she propelled several stars to fame. Muji admired such tenacity. As she was part of the team, there was no reason to sever ties. Sister Lan raised an eyebrow at Muji's message, perplexed. What had come over this young lady today? The fairy persona was something she staunchly advocated for marketing. Having previously advised against the little fairy branding, those who had attempted to market such a persona in the domestic entertainment industry had all met with failure. Is this truly you? Sister Lan inquired weakly, utterly incredulous. Need a video? Smiled JPG. No need, I understand now. I will inform the team. Remember to go live. Sister Lan sighed in relief, sensing that this young lady had come to a realization. Muji recalled that the original owner had not gone live in quite some time. Whenever she did, she would play the piano in the music room, maintaining the mystique of her ethereal persona by rarely speaking. Although the original owner engaged in live broadcasts, it was not out of a fondness for her fans, but rather to maintain her popularity. In truth, she looked down upon her followers, believing her noble birth granted her superiority. And playing the piano for them was a privilege bestowed upon them. Deep down, she felt that they could not comprehend her musical skill. Muji inwardly scoffed at this hypocrisy. Her fame was indeed derived from those very fans who genuinely adored her, each one a delightful little angel. Your fans. I shall inherit. Muji made her way to the music room. The original owner had been pampered by the Mu family from a young age, receiving training in calligraphy, painting, etiquette, dance, and musical instruments, all mandatory subjects. The Mu family had even transformed a room specifically for her, filled with instruments worth millions. Just one could fetch a high price. Muji opened the live streaming software and crafted a straightforward title, Casual Chat Online. As she began her broadcast, a flood of fans surged in. Gigi has finally gone live. I've missed her so much. Gigi, long time no see. What have you been up to? Any upcoming works? I will definitely support you. OMG. Gigi, what else with today as title?
Casual Chat Online.
Is this for real? After adjusting her equipment, Muji was taken aback by the rapid-fire barrage of comments. She had never experienced such fervent enthusiasm from fans. Chapter 8. A dramatic shift in the live stream. Hello everyone, let us chat casually. Feel free to relax. Please slow down the comments if they come too fast. I want to be able to read them. Muji adjusted her microphone, revealing a face of ethereal beauty on the screen. The fans were immediately enraptured by her stunning visage. Help! How can my darling be so beautiful? A 360-degree view with no flaws. Come over and give mommy a kiss. My Gigi, my goddess, I am infatuated, crazy for you, crashing into walls for you. The West Lake flows not with water, but with my profound love for you. What will Gigi be doing today? No piano this time? She's not that impressive. These fans are exaggerating. Is she really that stunning? She pales in comparison to our Mumu. Haters, just keep quiet. The moderators can mute you. The original owner preferred to play the piano without showing her face, preserving an air of mystery and allure, typically avoiding revealing herself during broadcasts. The only exception was during her birthday live stream, where she subtly showcased her grand villa, emphasizing her status as a privileged heiress. Muji, accustomed to her leisurely demeanor, found it uncomfortable to sit upright, feeling as if she were on pins and needles. She lounged casually, her delicate fingers propping up her chin, her flowing hair cascading like seaweed, her lips a rosy hue, and her features breathtakingly gentle, exuding an extraordinary aura, akin to a regal Persian cat surveying its domain. Wow, my wife, I can marry you. For you, I would transform into a werewolf. For you, I would shed my disguise. For you, I would become utterly passionate. Goodness, I just called her my wife. She is my destined partner. Screaming, twisting, howling, calling out wife. Wife, look at me. Please ravage me without mercy. I am willing to be your loyal wolf. Are the people upstairs going mad? Did I wander into the wrong live stream? This was supposed to be the serene live stream of their beloved Gigi. What had caused such a dramatic change in tone? Muji observed the frenetic comments and, having merely adjusted her posture, found the situation amusing. She placed her finger to her lips and gently shushed. Everyone, please remain calm. I wouldn't want the moderators to issue a warning. Let us avoid having the live stream shut down. Okay, Gigi is so charming. I want to have her babies. Watching the comments flood in with such fervent enthusiasm, Muji felt a slight headache. She did not recall the original owner's fans being quite this fervent. Perhaps they had been repressed for too long. Given that the original owner rarely engaged in conversation with them, it was likely they were simply releasing their pent-up emotions. Addressing the questions in the comments, Mu Ji replied leisurely, "Work, of course. There will be a variety show coming up, but I cannot disclose which one due to a confidentiality agreement. Will there be any dramas premiering? I have rewatched the previous ones multiple times. Please share." Mu Ji's bright brown eyes glimmered as she pondered. The final review for the new drama hasn't been completed yet. I need to discuss the airing schedule with the platform, so I'm uncertain about the timeline. I will accept roles that I find appealing moving forward. With a gentle smile, Mu Ji added, "However, academics must come first. I will chat when I have time. What type does Gigi prefer? Would you consider someone from the entertainment industry?" "Oh, my ideal type is myself. Studying comes first. As a minor, I cannot engage in romantic relationships. As a star idol, I must be responsible for my actions. Romance is out of the question, especially since I have lived over 20 years without encountering anyone who made my heart flutter." The thought brought a tinge of sadness. She wrapped her arms around herself, lamenting that she had never even held a man's hand. Will Gigi be broadcasting like this in the future? Mu Ji toyed with her hair, responding earnestly, "Perhaps I will host a live stream for fortune-telling, play the Eru, engage in mini-games, and offer emotional guidance, striving for a rich and diverse array of content to keep you entertained." Fortune-telling on live stream? Is Gigi serious? Has she gone to study at the mystical sect? Piano. Am I just to be abandoned? All these years of love were ultimately misplaced. Doge meme. I'm dying of laughter. If you have something to say, just send money through Alipay JPG. I want to play mini-games with Gigi, feeling shy. Something's off with the person upstairs. Sisters in the same pants, blushing furiously. Why are there so many bitter comments in the comment section? I nearly tripped over them, hissing, "I love mini-games too." Mu Ji gazed at the dramatically altered comment section, sighing inwardly at how difficult this generation of fans was to manage. It seemed she had inadvertently flipped some bizarre switch. After streaming for an hour, her throat felt slightly parched, having engaged in lively conversation with her chatty fans for quite some time. She stretched, revealing her fair waist, only to quickly retreat back into her clothing. Sister's allure is like a deadly blade, and snare me. Oh, this waist is truly slender. Is she a reincarnated waist fairy? Gigi, do not pity me. Come on, I can handle it. Mu Ji observed the barrage of comments and, maintaining her composure, stated, "That concludes today's stream. Everyone take a rest. I will announce the next live stream on Weibo. Sending love." She made a heart gesture, prompting a flurry of excited reactions in the comments. After ending the stream, feeling a bit thirsty, she decided to head downstairs to the kitchen for some water. As she stepped out, she nearly jumped in surprise upon seeing Mu Mian open the door. Mu Mian stared at Mu Ji for a moment before turning and, leaping out of the hallway window. Mu Ji rubbed her face, questioning whether it was merely her imagination. Why did Mu Mian's gaze seem so peculiar? Surely, her streaming voice had not been overheard. Shaking her head gently, she reassured herself that the room had excellent soundproofing, and they likely couldn't hear her. After a sip of water to soothe her throat, Mu Ji ascended the stairs. Back in her room, she opened the material sent by Sister Lan, titled Pastoral Scenery. This was the second season, following the first, which had garnered significant attention and discussion online. One former star had revived their career thanks to this show, and naturally, many were clamoring for a spot in the second season. Mu Ling would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. With investment from Chengwang Entertainment, the production of the second season was more refined, and the subsequent marketing would surely be robust, presenting a prime opportunity for explosive fame. Even if she didn't achieve stardom, it would still enhance her visibility and, in the future, could lead to valuable resources and assured profit. Mu Ji skimmed through the director and cast's information, preparing herself to interact with them, ensuring she was well informed for any eventualities. She could also catch up on the first season of the show when time permitted. Having committed to participate, she resolved to invest her energy and time fully, aiming to satisfy both her brother and her fans. With her slender fingers scrolling through her iPad, she was engrossed in her reading when her phone suddenly rang. Noticing it was Sister Lan calling, she assumed it was work-related and spoke up. "Sister Lan, is there something you need? You mentioned something during your live stream, and now you're trending. Quickly check it out. I'm already contacting the company SPR team and heading to the office," Sister Lan replied, driving with her assistant toward the company, her expression calm. Chapter 9. The live stream flop, the big shot strikes. Mu Ji felt perplexed. She had merely chatted with her fans, so how could she have trended? From Sister Lan's tone, it seemed the team was not engaged in marketing. Her first instinct was to suspect someone had orchestrated a smear campaign against her. Upon opening Weibo, she found multiple trending topics featuring her.
Muzvis persona crumbles.
Muji's live stream flops. The accompanying images were screenshots from her live stream. How could those marketing accounts have captured her beauty in such a distorted manner? It felt deliberate. Pure jealousy. Venturing into the comment section, she was met with a cacophony of noise, a parade of trolls. Has the fairy persona finally faltered? Always acting so superior, it's nauseating. Finally a flop, laughing so hard. She's only average, always marketing herself as a fairy. She's always come off as pretentious in her previous streams. Can she just leave the entertainment industry? Her devoted fans, upon witnessing their idol being attacked, sprang into action. Is Gigi ugly? Open your eyes and see. This is my Gigi, JPG. What persona is crumbling? What has my Gigi done? Who bought this trending topic? Isn't it embarrassing? Did her live stream provoke you? Some marketing accounts are truly skilled at stirring the pot. Can't we file a complaint? Chengwang Entertainment is driving me insane. It's absurd that a mere live stream can incite such envy. Retreat. 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 This is even worthy of trending? Such trivial matters. Report real issues like tax evasion or illegal activities instead. You all munch on gossip. But I'm just here to admire her beauty. After not seeing her for a few days, Muji seems even more stunning. After seeing the screenshots, I'm ready to declare her my wife. Wife, hey, look at me, drooling JPG. Thanks to the supportive comments from fans and bystanders, the trolls were quickly drowned out. Moreover, many passers-by were drawn in by the live stream, charmed by Muji's personality and looks, resulting in a surge of tens of thousands of new followers within half an hour. Before long, the comment section had transformed dramatically. Wife, come closer. Let me take a bite. She resembles the Persian cat I own, such a proud kitty. I want to take a bite. I had no feelings for Muji before, but after watching the live stream, I'm head over heels. Is it too late to become a fan? In a corner of a high-end restaurant, a boy with chestnut curls suddenly let out a loud laugh. The man across from him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, frowned in confusion. That laugh is quite unpleasant. Refrain from creating noise pollution for my ears, or be careful of the boss's wrath. The curly-haired boy straightened his back. I'm happy. Can I laugh? I just saw that Muji, the little white lotus, is trending. Her persona has crumbled. Her live stream flopped. It's hilarious. The boss didn't have a pleasant time when he returned to the Mu family, constantly facing her veiled jabs. Her white lotus act makes me want to retch. The boy was caught up in his excitement, but suddenly met the boss's gaze, who was staring at him with deep, inscrutable eyes, causing him to shiver. Had he said something wrong? Previously, the boss showed no reaction when he spoke like this, and he gulped nervously. What's wrong, boss? She is my sister. Those 5 short words were laden with warning, striking fear as they were uttered. What had that little white lotus done? The boss actually claimed her as his sister? How could that white lotus be worthy? The man with glasses shrugged, intrigued. He too was eager to uncover what had transpired at the Mu family that led the boss to acknowledge Muji as his sister. At the computer, Mu Mian tapped on the table. The curly-haired boy respectfully handed over the tablet. Surely the boss wasn't considering blackening the trending topic. Mu Mian opened the trending section, where fans and onlookers had taken over, flooding the space with beautiful images of Muji, her sitting posture strikingly reminiscent of someone else's. Despite bearing a different face, Mu Mian found herself momentarily entranced. The curly-haired boy, observing the boss's distraction, wondered if the boss was also captivated by the little white lotus's appearance. The boss never lost focus even when facing adversaries. What charm did this little white lotus possess? He was eager to find out if she was indeed a fairy. Boss, do you require my assistance? Perhaps to suppress the trending topic? The curly-haired boy whispered. My dear leader, that is but a false heiress who has usurped your identity. Although you, esteemed leader, are indifferent to the status of the Mu family, should this not provoke a bitter enmity? Please investigate who has orchestrated the trending search and financed her scandalous revelations. Send it to me. If she revels in the limelight, let her remain there. Mu Mian handed the tablet to Curly Hair, who was taken aback, exclaiming, Wow! What charm does this white lotus possess that has compelled our leader to personally intervene in her trending topic? Our leader is none other than the illustrious hacker ranked first, known as Red Heart K, who has had billion-dollar offers to lure him before. It was unfathomable that our leader would demean himself for a mere celebrity using hacking prowess. Curly Hair felt a pang of jealousy, pondering the worth of Muji. He resolved to seize an opportunity to unveil the true nature of that white lotus to our leader. Meanwhile, Muji concluded that there was no need to suppress the trending topic. This incident was a stroke of reverse marketing. It not only failed to undermine her, but also left a distinct impression on the public. Truly, she had stumbled upon a windfall effortlessly, needing no marketing of an ethereal persona, as this trending topic would introduce a new facet of herself to the audience. Sister Lawn. There's no need to suppress the trending topic. Instead, investigate who purchased it. You all have worked hard. Have Xiaowei bring you takeout and milk tea. And submit the bill to the finance department for reimbursement. Just keep an eye on the subsequent developments. Understood. I will arrange that immediately, Sister Lawn replied. She felt a wave of warmth as she read Muji's message. Of late, Muji had exhibited a gentle magnanimity, embodying a newfound respect for her partners. Sister Lan's heart warmed further as she began to delegate tasks, ensuring a smooth and organized approach to monitoring the situation and uncovering who had purchased the trending topic. 10 minutes later, Muji received a message from Sister Lan. The trending topic was bought by Chi Mo, who once played the second female lead in your show Meeting Youth. What should we do? Sister Lan was uncertain. Muji now had her own ideas and complete decision-making authority. Simply find any dirt on her and pay to keep her trending. If she seeks to tarnish my reputation, I shall grant her the heat she so desires. Muji was no pushover. Her lineage and principles of conduct forbade her from being bullied in such a manner. You see the trending topic? It's unclear who bought her scandalous revelations. Photographs of her being the director's mistress have surfaced. Muji was perplexed. If it were not the company's team purchasing the trending topic, then who could it possibly be? She clicked on the trending topic. The headline read, Innocent Starlet Caught in Hotel Kiss.
Key Montag interferes.
Director Chen's infidelity. Gazing at the sensational trending topic, Muji noted the ruthlessness of the purchaser, as it deftly piqued the public's curiosity. Chapter 10: A Master Hacker? The vast network of netizens clamored to consume the gossip, flocking to the trending topic in droves. Sister Lawn, equally bewildered, noted that their team had yet to initiate any purchase of a trending topic, which entity had done so. If this escalated poorly, Chimo's career could very well be jeopardized. Even if public relations intervened, she would forever bear the stigma of a mistress. Muji frowned in confusion, observing the topic's viewership only increasing. Although she was puzzled about who had pulled the strings, she recognized that it had inadvertently aided her cause. There's no need to buy a trending topic anymore. You all should prepare to dine, she instructed. Okay, Sister Lawn replied, buoyed by the news. Just as the assistant and team members arrived with takeout, they proceeded to enjoy their meal. On the other side, Chimo's assistant sensed the winds shifting unfavorably, flitting around the conference room like a headless chicken. What shall we do? The trending topic has suddenly exposed your scandal, and now the netizens are calling you the mistress. She murmured, her voice dwindling to a whisper by the end. What is happening? Wasn't I clear in instructing you to deploy smear tactics against that white-lotus, Muji? Chi Mo halted her nail painting, snatching the phone to read the unflattering comments on the trending topic. Her face flushed with anger as her carefully crafted facade was ruthlessly shattered. The shame and fury twisted her features. It must be that little vixen Muji's doing. Hurry. Procure smear tactics, and inform them this is merely a misframed image. No, she couldn't panic. In the entertainment industry, such matters often blurred reality. Once the frenzy passed, she would emerge unscathed. Did she truly believe a few images could topple her? She was sorely underestimated. This matter might require the company's intervention, if it escalates. We cannot bear the wrath of Mei Jie, she fretted. As a mere assistant, if trouble arose, she would undoubtedly be the first to face repercussions. Who is the true master here? Who do you serve? Do as you're told. The assistant steeled herself and commenced the procurement of smear tactics. How shocking! Chi Mo has always maintained a good reputation. How could she stoop to such actions? Poor Mo Jie must be a pawn for some. Cease the slander against her. She has done nothing to deserve it. A few images mean nothing. It's clearly a misrepresentation. Director Chen and Mo Jie have collaborated. Some people harbor truly vile intentions. Fans can be so deluded. Can one truly feign intimacy and still claim innocence? Have they lost their sight? A third-party homewrecker, a mistress should at least have some self-respect. Let us denounce immoral artists. If guilty, they should swiftly exit the entertainment industry. Do not wait for Momo's response. I trust in her innocence. And what of Director Chen? At his age, he still engages in infidelity. It's utterly revolting. Can we not have him banned? Before long, Chi Mo's studio issued a statement. The images circulating online are fabricated. Our artist, GMO has never interfered in anyone's family. We have gathered evidence through our lawyers and will pursue legal action against those spreading malicious rumors. Beneath this, fans rushed to defend her, leaving a stream of supportive comments. Muji, intrigued, observed the unfolding drama. The destruction of another's family was deplorable, and director Chen was clearly no saint. However, the brunt of the public's ire was directed at GMO. As GMO's team scrambled in disarray, the situation spiraled further out of control, leaving the agent visibly pale with rage. "This is your doing. GMO, do you realize I am negotiating a variety show with director Liang? The biggest investor is Mu Wei-yun, Muji's brother. Do you think you can afford to contend with Chen Guang Entertainment by purchasing her smear campaign?" The woman known as Mei Jia was seething, unleashing her fury upon the assistant, and GMO, realizing the gravity of her blunder, retorted defiantly. "I've covered my tracks well. There's no way they can trace this back to me." Despite her meticulous efforts, she remained baffled as to why she had suddenly become a trending topic. Her scandals had been thoroughly buried. Who was the paparazzo that betrayed her? She vowed to make them pay dearly once she discovered their identity. Fans attempted to suppress the trending topic, flooding other keywords, but to no avail. GMO's team invested heavily in lowering the trend, only to find it swiftly returning to prominence. After several attempts, they realized they had been outmaneuvered. Muji observed the startling scene, sensing an unseen hand orchestrating the chaos, and it bore the hallmark of a master hacker. Her brother remained unaware of her plight, and none of the original acquaintances skilled in computing were as adept. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could it be Mu Mian who was assisting her from behind the scenes? Muji found it hard to believe, yet besides her, she could think of no one with the capability to aid her. She recalled that Mu Mian had a hacker alias known as Red Heart K. Perhaps she should send a message to inquire, but after a moment's hesitation, she dismissed the thought. It would be foolish to assume that a master hacker would intervene over such trivial matters. She resolved to refrain from overestimating her importance. In the restaurant, Cully Hare observed the tumultuous trending topics, the three entries stubbornly clinging to their positions, impervious to any attempts at suppression. Amusingly, it is quite laughable how these individuals are so readily offering money to the boss. When the boss takes action, the trending topics can merely hang in the air, as no amount of money can alter the outcome. Gradually, insiders have begun to divulge that director Chen has been unfaithful with GMO. Upon discovering this, the original spouse was utterly devastated and is now preparing to file for divorce, thereby thrusting GMO into the eye of the storm. Some of GMO's fans steadfastly believe in her integrity. However, a video surfaced, clearly depicting a passionate kiss, shattering the resolve of the fans who had been defending her, leading them to unfollow her and express their disdain. Surely, the fans can no longer claim the video is maliciously edited. It is utterly disgusting. These two wretched individuals deserve to be condemned, and the original spouse should hasten to divorce. Is the sister a victim of coercion? The director is truly despicable. Coercion? It doesn't seem so. The woman appears to be enjoying herself. Wouldn't it be better to have someone else? One shouldn't take emotions too seriously. With the release of the video, the situation was irrevocably cemented. GMO's team abandoned all hope, while GMO, with reddened eyes and a heart full of resentment, blamed that wretched Muji for employing such despicable tactics against her. She vowed not to let her off easily. Muji, having deactivated her Weibo, deemed the ensuing events irrelevant to her. She knocked on the door of the adjacent room, but there was no response. Mu Mian had yet to return. Just as Muji turned away, she was startled by the ghostly presence of Mu Mian, who moved soundlessly. "Is there something on your mind?"
Mu Mian inquired.
Observing Muji's unperturbed demeanor amidst the public uproar, it's best not to engage with the comments of netizens. They can be quite foolish. Surprised, Muji realized that Mu Mian was indeed the one orchestrating her retribution. A slight smile curved her lips as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, sister. I understand. I want to take those negative comments to heart." Mu Mian gazed thoughtfully, while Muji discreetly shifted her posture. Muji couldn't help but feel a flutter of emotion. The way the esteemed one demonstrated concern was indeed unique. Knowing that Mu Mian had intervened on her behalf, even if it was merely in response to the trending topic, instilled a sense of pride in her. Being the sister of a powerful figure certainly had its perks. Chapter 11. The harmony of family rests upon her shoulders. That evening, Mu Weiyan called. Muji was not surprised to receive her brother's call. Given the recent events, even if Sister Lan remained silent, his assistant would surely inform him. "Brother, I'm fine. Someone has already avenged me. I wish to manage Chunguang Entertainment myself moving forward. Is that alright with you? Her clear and trusting gaze reflected her reliance on him. In her past life, as an only child, she had taken on the responsibility of managing the family business since turning 18 and had dabbled in the entertainment industry. Upon hearing his sister's affectionate tone,
Villainous anger dissipated.
he had established this company to safeguard her, ensuring that no one could bully her with the Mu family's backing. The entertainment industry was fraught with hidden dangers, and a girl as beautiful as his sister was particularly vulnerable. Concerned, Mu Wei-yun spoke gently. You need only focus on becoming a star. I will pave the way for you. Just do what you love. However, this was not what Muji desired. She was capable and wished to rely on her own strength. Her brother should not bear such burdens alone. She would remember the kindness of the Mu family and strive to repay their affection, yet it was not something she took for granted. With a soft sigh and her gaze slightly lowered, she replied, Brother, I have grown up. There are responsibilities I must shoulder. I refuse to be a sheltered flower. Now that sister has returned home, you should direct more of your attention towards her. You ought to care about her habits and her schedule. She is your biological sister. I know you cherish me, but that affection should also extend to Mu Mian. Listening to Mu Ji's words, Mu Wei-yun felt a stirring in his heart. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Since discovering that Ji was not a biological child of the Mu family, acceptance had been difficult for everyone, including himself. Their parents had been incredulous, and he too had harbored quiet rejection. Had the truth remained hidden, Ji would have forever been regarded as their own. Yet, the moment Mu Mian entered their lives, she shattered that illusion. He feared the day her biological parents might come seeking her, for it would mean losing Ji. Uncertain of how to confront the enigmatic Mu Mian, who seemed like an outsider with her perpetual cold demeanor, he could never forget the day he went to fetch her. Her eyes, devoid of emotion, held no surprise or delight, as if she were a stone cast into a deep well, producing not a single ripple.
Ji, I understand.
I will strive to be a good brother. However, what approach should I take to gradually earn her acceptance? Mu Wei-yun felt somewhat helpless. Ji had been doted upon since childhood, making it impossible for her to accept Mu Mian. Mu Ji thought of the cold yet tender-hearted girl from the original narrative. Deep down, Mu Mian's heart was likely soft, concealed beneath layers of indifference. Hesitantly, she suggested, Brother, treat us both equally. Start by addressing her properly. A warm name can bridge distances. Show her more concern, and when she faces challenges or bullying, stand in front of her to protect her. As Mu Wei-yun listened attentively, he diligently jotted down notes, titling them, A Guide to Being a Good Brother. Once their conversation concluded, Mu Ji hung up, optimistic that her brother had grasped her intentions. The responsibility for fostering mutual affection and family harmony now rested upon her shoulders. The following day, as Mu Ji exited her room, she unexpectedly encountered Mu Mian, whose expression was less than favorable. Had she not slept well the previous night? Shall we go down for breakfast together? Mu Ji inquired, observing her retreating figure. Mu Mian replied with a faint acknowledgement and descended the stairs first. Mu Ji was taken aback. Mu Mian, typically so independent, had surprisingly accepted her suggestion. A good beginning is indeed half the battle won. Upon reaching the dining table, Mu Ji noticed only 2 sets of cutlery, causing her displeasure. The servants were evidently negligent. Zhang Ma, please prepare an additional set of cutlery. I hope such oversights do not occur in the future, she stated firmly. Zhang Ma nodded, immediately understanding, as Mu Mian had no habit of dining at home for breakfast. And thus, she had not prepared for her. Respectfully, she turned to Mu Mian, asking Miss Mian, what would you prefer for breakfast? Western or Chinese cuisine? Do you have any dietary restrictions? Chinese, the rest is up to you, Mu Mian replied, taking a seat beside Mu Ji. Her eyes narrowing as she sought a moment of rest. For reasons unknown, her presence seemed to instill a measure of tranquility in Mu Mian's otherwise restless heart. When Lin Shui descended the stairs, she was taken aback to find her beloved daughter seated next to Mu Mian, who had taken her usual spot. Just as she was about to express her displeasure, Mu Ji intervened, shaking her head. Lin Shui quietly took a seat. Mu Mian raised her eyes, briefly revealing a flicker of irritation before it vanished. As Lin Shui munched on a sandwich, she cast a disapproving glance at Mu Mian, exclaiming, You spend all night on your phone, only to stay up late. Can you not learn from Ji? What kind of behavior is it to doze off at the table? Mu Ji's hand paused midair, nearly dropping her chopsticks. This remark was like a reckless dance on the boss's sensitive nerves. Others might be oblivious, But she knew all too well that Mu Mian became exceedingly volatile during her sleepless hours. It was crucial not to provoke her wrath, lest they face dire consequences. Swallowing hard, Mu Ji quickly interjected, "Mom, sister is tired because she practiced dance with me late into the night. All to bring you glory at the banquet and dazzle everyone." She hurriedly attempted to mediate, silently pleading with her mother to recognize the tension in the air.
Indeed.
As a villain, she would always be lurking in the shadows of the protagonists. Upon hearing Mu Ji's words, Lin Shui realized she had unjustly accused Mu Mian. Her voice finally carried a hint of tenderness. "In the future, refrain from staying out so late. Take good care of yourself and do not venture out in a manner that might lead others to believe we are mistreating you. Let's have breakfast together from now on. You appear so thin, your wrists resembling mere twigs. And you, Gigi, must not emulate the unhealthy dieting habits prevalent in the entertainment industry. You must eat well. Do you understand?" Mu Ji obediently nodded. After all, she was a true foodie, incapable of adhering to any dieting regimen. Moreover, the original owner of her body had a constitution that permitted indulgence without weight gain, a true blessing for a gourmet. Mu Mian, on the other hand, had a lackluster appetite. Leaving her plate untouched after finishing her meal, Mu Ji observed her meager intake, noting that even a sparrow would have a larger appetite. If this continued, she feared Mu Mian might develop gastric issues. Mu Ji pondered whether she should offer her assistance. Insomnia often affected one's appetite, and she needed to find a way to cure her sleeplessness. The original text had mentioned that Mu Mian suffered from insomnia, but the reasons behind it remained a mystery. After all, Mu Mian was a ghostly physician. Although a healer cannot treat themselves, surely the medical prodigies surrounding her could provide some aid? In Chapter 12, she inquired, "What is the cause of your insomnia? Is there a remedy?" Mu Mian looked at Mu Ji with mild surprise. She had discerned her sleeplessness, something even her subordinates had failed to notice. Mu Mian's immediate reaction was, "She cares for me." Who exactly was this person before her? Did they also traverse realms and experience rebirth? Regardless, they could not possibly be the wicked, foolish little white lotus she had once known. With a calm demeanor, Mu Mian replied, "It is psychological insomnia. Prolonged psychological distress has led my body to develop muscle memory, resulting in physiological insomnia. Currently, there is no cure. However, you may possess the ability to induce sleep in me." Mu Ji found this predicament somewhat challenging. Even the eminent figures could not assist. She had believed that in this fictional realm, such great minds were omnipotent. Biting her lip, she gently drummed her fingers on the table, deep in thought. Mu Mian observed her gestures, momentarily lost in nostalgia. The movement was too familiar to be mere coincidence. Many could perform such actions, yet she could never replicate the carefree, nonchalant demeanor that accompanied it. Mu Ji halted her actions, her bright eyes focused intently on Mu Mian. "Sister, do you believe in metaphysics? Some ailments may elude medical treatment, but those of the metaphysical realm could provide assistance. I know a friend who practices such arts. Shall I have her draw a talisman for you?" Mu Ji tentatively suggested, recognizing that a person of such stature might not hold faith in the supernatural. Yet, what if? She could not guarantee her talisman would completely cure Mu Mian's affliction, but she was confident it would alleviate her mental anguish. Mu Mian scoffed lightly, "Child, the metaphysical arts have waned. Even the remaining orthodox practitioners are of mediocre skill. Many outside are mere charlatans. Your naive spirit must be cautious not to be deceived. Some practices within are indeed quite distasteful and sinister. Unless that individual were alive, which is regrettably impossible." A sharp pain struck her heart as endless sorrow surged within. Was the metaphysical realm in this world truly so dismal? However, just because others faltered did not imply she would. She was a once-in-a-millennium genius of the metaphysical arts, unmatched at 18. Had the heavens conspired against her strength, forcing her into this predicament? Foolish heavens. Mu Ji nodded fervently, playfully clinging to Mu Mian's arm, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Sister, please allow me to try. The person I know possesses some skill. Even if it proves ineffective, there is little to lose. Wouldn't you agree?" Her sweet, melodic voice paired with her pure, enchanting face was as inviting as a kitten presenting its belly for a rub. Who could refuse such an appeal? Even the aloof Mu Mian found it difficult to decline. Pressing her fingers against Mu Ji's forehead, her normally cold gaze softened with warmth. "Very well. Considering your concern for my well-being, I shall reluctantly entertain your suggestion. But be mindful not to harm yourself, understood?" Mu Ji beamed with delight. The aloof figure before her was even more tsundere than herself. She quickly released Mu Mian's arm, feeling the warmth dissipate, leaving Mu Mian with an inexplicable sense of loss. Seemingly occupied, Mu Mian was as elusive as a dragon, rarely seen in full. Yet Mu Ji understood. As the protagonist, she was undoubtedly busy. To draw a talisman, one must gather materials. The items purchased online were inadequate. The paper was mere printing stock, which would greatly diminish the effectiveness. Mu Mian had discovered an old shop selling talisman paper through various online forums and planned to visit today. To ensure satisfaction, she had saved several shops as alternatives. As Mu Ji prepared to leave, Zhang Ma, the housekeeper, anxiously interjected, "Miss, shall I send a bodyguard to accompany you?" "No, it's unnecessary. I can manage alone. If mother inquires about my whereabouts, simply say I went shopping." Mu Ji declined the offer for a bodyguard, finding it rather cumbersome. Some matters were better kept private. Driving according to the navigation, Mu Ji reached her first destination and parked. The shop was nestled deep within an alley, making it inconvenient for driving. She left her car at the roadside and walked into the narrow passage. This was an old district, contrasting sharply with the bustling, vibrant city filled with noise and lights. Here, the air was rich with the scent of life, featuring snack streets and ancient architecture, occasionally punctuated by the cawing of crows, a testament to the tranquility of its residents. Dressed in an elegant white qipao adorned with magnolia flowers, some in full bloom, others just budding, her long hair styled into a bun secured by a wooden hairpin and a veil obscuring her face. Even without seeing her features, she exuded an alluring charm. Her graceful silhouette sparked curiosity about the exquisite visage hidden beneath the veil. The locals seldom encountered such a breathtaking beauty. Her exquisite attire suggested an extraordinary lineage. Consulting the navigation on her device, Mu Ji confirmed she had arrived. She marveled at the shop's discreet nature. The establishment was modest, with a counter displaying various talisman papers, candle holders, and brushes. The deep red counter appeared aged, and the young attendant behind it was dozing off, his head bobbing. Mu Ji lightly tapped the counter, rousing the sleepy youth. He blinked rapidly, stammering, "Fairy? Is that you?" After rubbing his eyes vigorously, he finally came to his senses. "What can I do for you, esteemed guest?" "We have everything here. Authentic talisman paper, including talismans for healing, fortune, and romance. Whatever you desire, just ask." The young man energetically introduced the wares. His earlier drowsiness forgotten, Mu Ji shook her head, speaking slowly. "I am here to purchase materials for making talismans. I would like to see your finest offerings." Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, light and melodious. The young man felt his head spinning. He had never encountered such an ethereal maiden, akin to a rare orchid blooming in a valley, untouched by the mundane world. However, her request puzzled him. Was she truly here to buy paper and not a talisman? Did she possess the ability to draw talismans herself? He shook his head, deeming it improbable. Perhaps she was merely indulging in a whimsical notion. He decided to persuade her. "Miss, rest assured, this talisman paper was crafted by our young master. Feel free to use it. This is no mere plaything. If you intend to draw for fun, it would be wiser to purchase a ready-made one." "Who is the fairy here? Qing'an, are you daydreaming again?" A figure clad in a long robe descended from the upper floor, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth. Stretching lazily, he was taken aback by the sight of the veiled girl, utterly captivated. Could it be that a fairy had indeed descended to the mortal realm? Mu Ji nodded in greeting, feeling a sense of affinity towards this individual, as the metaphysical realm often emphasizes the importance of connection. The young man, upon encountering his esteemed master, scratched his head and wore a foolish grin. "Master, this young lady wishes to purchase the finest paper and talisman-making tools from our store." He knew he had no authority in this matter, as those treasures were solely under the master's jurisdiction, treasures he had never dared to touch. Yi Jin chuckled softly. "My dear lady, will you be using these to kindle a fire or as a tablecloth?" The man exuded an air of casual indifference. Chapter 13. Yi Jin, the young master. This young lady radiated an extraordinary grace, making it impossible for him to associate her with the charlatans of the supernatural arts. The talisman paper he possessed was of the highest quality, too precious even for his own use, and his skills in crafting talismans felt almost wasted. Naturally, to craft talismans. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in my purchase? Mu Ji, in her previous life at the Xianmen, had access to everything one could desire. Not only talisman paper, but also magical artifacts and treasures presented to her with great reverence. Yi Jin sighed, shaking his head. Could the Xianmen never rise again? Even young girls were now masquerading as practitioners of the arcane arts. Truly, the morals of society were in decline. When would the glory of the Xianmen be restored? With one hand resting behind his back, his peach blossom eyes shimmered with a hint of despondence as he scrutinized Muji. She emanated a fresh scent of fur. Quite delightful. He gazed at her seriously. Those items I cannot sell to you. Should fate deem it so, I would offer them willingly. If not, even for a sky-high price, I would refuse. Yi Jin was a man of stubborn principles, despite hailing from a prominent family. He devoted himself entirely to the study of the metaphysical, showcasing his obsession and fervor for the craft. Mu Ji, however, understood him well. With a swift motion, she flicked a brush from the table, catching it deftly with one hand while the other lifted 3 sheets of yellow talisman paper. Using a cinnabar brush to paint with grace and fluidity, her movements seamless, without interruption. Qing stood agape, his mouth agog, while even Yi Jin, who prided himself on his extensive knowledge of the arcane, looked on in shock. To outsiders, it was a spectacle. To those in the know, it was a rare skill. Her technique and talent were unparalleled, a level he could not hope to achieve. The enchanting glimmer in Yi Jin's peach blossom eyes blazed with fervent admiration. This girl must be a reclusive sage, and he longed to engage with her on the subject of the metaphysical arts. Muji caught the 3 completed talismans in her right hand, waving it to summon a powerful gust of wind within the shop. Qing shielded his eyes. The talismans could summon the wind. Truly impressive. Bravo, splendid indeed. May I inquire as to your title, esteemed master? From whom did you study?
You've been uploaded.
Marveling at such an ethereal being, likely a high practitioner of reclusive arts, he had nearly offended someone of great stature. Muji replied, "It is merely a talisman. There is no need for such excitement. This is merely a fundamental skill. Is it truly that remarkable? My master is Qingling Zhenren, though you likely have not heard of him. As for myself, I am but an unknown practitioner, unworthy of mention. Does this not prove that our fates are intertwined?" She picked up the talisman paper from the ground and placed it on the table. Qingling Zhenren? Yi Jin racked his memory, having never encountered the name before. It seemed he was indeed a person of reclusive stature. Possessing such a talented disciple, his status must be extraordinary. Yi Jin maintained an air of nonchalance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is fate. I believe our meeting is ordained by the heavens. Qing, go fetch my treasured collection to present to the lady. A true hero rewards those who deserve it. Right away. Qing dashed upstairs to retrieve the treasures from the master's loft. The higher the quality of the talisman paper and cinnabar, the more powerful the practitioner, and the better the talismans produced. Qing emerged carrying a black box, and Yi Jin gazed at his collection with a mixture of reluctance and excitement. Finally, allowing it to see the light of day, he opened the box, gesturing for Muji to inspect its contents. What do you think, my lady? These are my cherished items. If they please you, they are yours. Yi Jin was confident in his collection, deemed top-notch within the Xianmen. Muji examined the assorted talisman papers, cinnabar, and other charms within. Though this young man appeared to be a dashing noble, he was deeply engrossed in the metaphysical arts. She then spoke, "You likely do not lack for wealth. Offering me money would tarnish your goodwill. However, I will not take your treasures without recompense. How about this? I shall teach you to craft a few talismans, and I will only take 2 of the items. The rest you may keep." Muji held firm to her principles, not being a greedy person. While these items were treasures to him, they were merely familiar tools to her. Yi Jin admired her integrity even more. Most would be consumed by greed, eager to seize such valuable items. Upon hearing the opportunity to learn talisman crafting, Yi Jin was not about to let it slip away. He wished to ascend the stairs for a thorough discussion, eager to converse with someone of such high caliber. Longing for an all-night dialogue. I shall draw 3 times. How much you learn depends on your own efforts. After stating this, Muji took the talisman paper from the table and began to draw with her cinnabar brush. If the order of the symbols was incorrect, the result could be a wasted talisman or even the malevolent one, potentially inviting disaster. Thus, crafting talismans required great caution, and she deliberately slowed her pace, drawing 3 different types of talismans. Pausing, she looked at Yi Jin with a smile. "Have you memorized it?" As the senior sister of the Xianmen, her master would occasionally delegate a group of younger disciples to her care, leading them to fish and hunt rabbits. When they had played enough, she would guide them back to practice talisman drawing. Reflecting on these memories, she felt a twinge of regret for a time she could not return to. In this unfamiliar world, she felt a lack of belonging, yet she was determined to carve out her own path. Qingnan, with a playful smile, pulled out his phone. "Don't worry, fairy sister. I recorded everything." Muji replied, "That is quite acceptable." Yi Jin smirked, with such a masterful demonstration. If I failed to learn, I would be as foolish as a pig. What he had learned were the fragmented teachings from ancient texts. He had attempted various methods without success, and today, he had finally grasped it. As Muji gathered her things and turned to leave, Yi Jin's voice called from behind, "May I ask for your address so that I may visit another day? Though we are strangers, if fate permits, we shall meet again." Muji's sweet voice carried a playful tone, carefree and lively. Qingnan nudged his master's arm, teasingly. "Master, the fairy sister has already walked far away. Don't linger." A hint of regret flickered in Yi Jin's heart. He knew he could not force her to stay. If it were meant to be, they would cross paths again. Suddenly, he turned his gaze sharply to Qingnan. "Send me the video you just recorded." Qingnan complied, looking pitifully at him. "Why be so fierce? If you bring the fairy sister home, she would be our young mistress." Chapter 14. Sending her talisman and fragrant pouch. Upon returning home, Muji secluded herself in her room, instructing not to be disturbed. She intended to draw a calming talisman, one that would soothe the mind, instill tranquility, and dispel anxiety. Though she was unclear about Mu Mian's specific symptoms, she was confident in her ability to aid in achieving restful sleep. With unwavering focus, Muji completed the talisman, folded it, and placed it inside a fragrant pouch, hoping it would assist Mu Mian. When she returned, she planned to gift this pouch to her. Given the perceptive nature of her esteemed acquaintance, he would undoubtedly question the origin of the talisman, requiring her to devise an excuse. Mu Mian climbed over to the balcony, where the lights of the adjacent balcony illuminated the night. Muji had just finished her shower, humming a tune as she paced around her room. What could have brought her such joy? As Mu Mian took a step forward, Muji, with a wary glance, called out, "Who is there?" Silently, Mu Mian drew back the curtains, astonished that her presence could be discerned. Her concealment methods were so adept that even the most skilled assassin would have failed to detect her. "Muji, who are you really?" The information she possessed depicted a Muji entirely different from the one before her. Within this body, someone entirely new had emerged. As for who that was, Mu Mian was certain she would eventually uncover the truth. After all, time was on her side. "That scared me to death," Muji feigned fright, patting her chest. Her clear eyes filled with a hint of reproach. "It's quite terrifying at this hour, you know?" Without a hint of politeness, Mu Mian seated herself on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Muji. With one arm draped casually over the couch, she spoke in a languid tone. "Why haven't you practiced the piano these past few days? You used to be relentless." Mu Mian's inquiry was aimed at the former Muji. She was probing, and Muji had caught on, recognizing that Mu Mian would not concern herself with the original's activities.
Muji pouted,
already crafting her response in her mind. "I just suddenly found it lacking in meaning. I was once the cherished daughter of the Mu family, my mother's pride. As a socialite, I had to learn countless courses and etiquette. But now, I've grown weary of it all. Ever since I discovered I'm not truly a Mu heiress, I've been living in torment. After that incident in the water, I intended to frame you. But then I had an epiphany. You don't hold grudges, do you?" She blinked, her bright eyes radiating warmth like the gentle sun of spring, subtle yet impossible to ignore. Did she, or didn't she resemble the original? Mu Mian felt ensnared in a quagmire, perhaps due to her yearning for Muji, mistaking this somewhat similar figure for a substitute. No, she was irreplaceable. No one could ever take her place. She was herself, Muji was Muji, and they were not one and the same. "Observe my mood," Mu Mian said languidly, her eyes closed, her expression one of anguish. Suddenly, she sprang from the sofa, coldly fixing her gaze on Muji. The air was thick with tension, and Muji sensed a shift in emotion. Had she misspoken? "Are you all right?" Muji inquired with a hint of concern, recalling that in the original story, Muji had no ailments apart from insomnia. Had she overlooked something? "Apologies. It's not directed at you. Did I frighten you?" Mu Mian chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing she had lost her composure. "By the way, I have something for you. I hope it proves useful." Muji approached the vanity, retrieving a fragrant sachet from the drawer. "You can wear this sachet or place it under your pillow while you sleep. It will help improve your slumber." As Mu Mian observed the delicate sachet in Muji's hand, a warmth surged within her. She hadn't anticipated Muji would truly follow through, securing this charm for her so promptly. To be held in someone else's thoughts like this stirred something within the normally indifferent Mumian. "Thank you," Mumian softly replied as she accepted the sachet, understanding it might hold little value, yet it was the sentiment that mattered, and wearing it daily wouldn't hurt. "But don't open it, otherwise it won't be effective." Mumian had extensive connections, with a network dedicated to gathering intelligence. If she were to investigate the talisman, it might lead her back to Muji. She trusted Mumian would uphold her promise and refrain from unsealing the sachet. Inside, she had dripped her blood into the red cinnabar. Should she face life-threatening danger, the talisman would ignite to save her life. This was the second purpose of the charm, and she hoped she would never need to rely on it. Mumian nodded slightly, shaking the sachet in her hand, her voice laced with tenderness. "Good night." The following morning, Muji awoke with sleepy eyes, kicking aside her blanket as she rose. The gauzy window curtains fluttered gently. After stretching, Muji drew back the floor-to-ceiling drapes, the bright sunlight flooding her space. The camphor tree outside flourished abundantly, its gnarled branches exuding a subtle, refreshing fragrance. With a rustle, Mumian pulled back the curtains, her indifferent face dappled with light as the two sisters, clad in their pajamas, exchanged glances.
A smile graced Mumane's lips.
To her surprise, she had indeed fallen asleep last night. The sachet had truly aided her in finding rest. She wondered where Muji had obtained it. "Miss, the madam requests that you wash up and come down for breakfast," a servant's voice called from outside. "I understand," they both replied in unison, retreating to their respective rooms to freshen up. Breakfast that day was unusually quiet, an oppressive atmosphere looming as if a storm were imminent. Lin Shui gazed at her two daughters and said, "Gigi, take Mumian shopping for a few outfits. Select a fitting gown. The Mu family is hosting a recognition banquet tonight, and we must not allow any mistakes." Lin Shui felt a twinge of unease, constantly fretting over potential mishaps. Were it not for the insistence of the old master and Gigi, Mumian would not have been allowed into the Mu family genealogy.
Muji nodded. "Don't worry, Mom.
I'll make sure to dress my sister to perfection. After all, she has inherited your beauty and wisdom." Muji didn't hesitate to flatter Lin Shui, hoping to bridge the gap between her and Mumian. Lin Shui was pleased by Muji's words. Casting a glance at Mumian, she noticed a resemblance that made her feel less disdainful. Recently, Mumian had been behaving more obediently, which swelled Lin Shui's pride. Softening, she placed a piece of rib into Mumian's bowl, only to realize her action afterward, feeling slightly awkward as she turned her face away. Mumian caught a glimpse of Muji's eager eyes, looking toward Lin Shui with a dry tone of thanks. Lin Shui felt a mix of emotions. There was sweetness entwined with a prickling guilt. She forced a smile. "Eat more, you're too thin." Apart from such trivial expressions of concern, Lin Shui was at a loss for words regarding this child who had suddenly entered their world. She felt an unshakable aversion, as if Mumian were an intruder. Aside from their shared bloodline, no emotional bond existed between them. "Indeed, eat more. Otherwise, one might think the Mu family is mistreating you," Mu Xiaotian remarked, sipping his tea. What an utterly thoughtless comment. Thankfully, Mumian was unfazed. Had she been in another situation, she would have jotted it down in her little notebook of grievances. Chapter 15. The founder of St. is my sister. Muji was a star and the eldest daughter of the Mu family, with all her clothing being haute couture, either high-end luxury or the latest high-fashion creations. The most fashionable brand in the capital was St., with 4 stores, each showcasing a different style. This time, Muji was headed to the store specializing in luxury items. Coincidentally, this store belonged to Mumian. The elusive president of St. was none other than Mumian herself, one of her many aliases. "Do you like the clothes here?" Mumian asked casually as she noticed Muji directing the driver to stop at St's entrance.
Muji nodded.
This is the most sought-after brand among the elite in the capital. Unfortunately, acquiring the latest designs is like climbing a mountain, especially pieces crafted by the designer Moon. Only St's high-tier VIP members can purchase them. Others, regardless of wealth, lack the qualification. In short, I have plenty of money. I'll sell to whomever I choose. The thought of it filled Muji with an exhilarating sense of grandeur. Most importantly, this Moon was also one of Mumian's personas. The original had once been publicly humiliated, but the clever Mumian held the script. As Mumian observed the sparkle in her eyes and the eagerness on her face, a swell of pride and satisfaction arose within her. "Then let us take a look." St was her enterprise. However, she only occasionally participated as a designer. without engaging in management. The outward president was merely her subordinate who would report to her at the end of the year with the necessary accounts. The decor of St exuded opulence, with every category of clothing distinctly partitioned. As Mu Ji and Mu Mian entered, they were warmly greeted by a sales associate. The sales assistant, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, gazed at Mu Ji and Mu Mian, exclaiming in awe, "Oh my, I can't believe I've encountered the real Gigi. You are even more breathtaking than your edited photos. Your porcelain skin, rosy lips, and radiant smile, coupled with a delicate waist that one can grasp with ease." The assistant was utterly entranced. "Gigi, I'm your fan. May I have your autograph?" she asked timidly, her face still aglow. Mu Ji was taken aback by the presence of a fan. However, she recalled that the assistant's boss was right beside her. In most workplaces, idolizing stars could lead to salary deductions, but a quick glance at Mu Mian, who wore an expression devoid of emotion, reassured her that it was of no concern. "Of course. But where shall I sign?" "Right here. Here. Here SA pen. I adore you." The assistant was captivated since she had watched the live stream that day and was enchanted by such a stunning beauty. Her gentle demeanor and the proud poise of a young lady were utterly irresistible. Unlike the icy demeanor of the girl next to her, who seemed to radiate a menacing aura, making the assistant apprehensive. Was she here to cause trouble? Should she call security? Mu Ji signed her name on the name tag, and the assistant received it with reverence, planning to cherish the tag as a family heirloom. She would return home claiming she lost it and would get a new one, as this was a name tag signed by Gigi. It must be preserved with utmost care. "I need to help my sister pick a few dresses. Could you assist me?" Mu Ji winked, her smile captivating the assistant's heart. "Absolutely, no problem." The assistant thought it curious that this ice queen was Gigi's sister. The Mu family only had one young lady. So she must be a cousin or something. "I'm her sister, you understand?" Mu Mian tilted her head, her cold gaze radiating an icy chill. The assistant was taken aback, perplexed by the contradiction of Mu Mian's detached tone and the underlying pride. "I know, Gigi just introduced you. I'm still her fan. Well, I suppose I can't compare. You're quite impressive as a sister." At that moment, Mu Ji's mind was racing with one thought. Is this a competition for affection? The elder sister was so peculiar. Under the guidance of the assistant, Mu Ji began selecting dresses, while the assistant regained her professional composure, earnestly making introductions. Suddenly, an ill-timed voice broke the atmosphere. "Sister Ling, isn't that your cousin? Who's that next to her? She looks unfamiliar." Mu Ji's heart raced. That exaggerated, brash tone could only belong to Jiang Shui, a minion of Mu Ling. The girl linked arms with Mu Ling, her nose tilted in disdain, scrutinizing Mu Mian, who wore casual attire that failed to showcase any brand. Clearly a sign of impoverishment, and she wondered how this girl had managed to associate with the Mu family's elite. Mu Ling smiled knowingly, choosing not to respond to Jiang Shui's remark. She was curious to see how long Mu Ji could maintain her facade until the family banquet revealed her true origins. She doubted Mu Ji would not harbor jealousy towards Mu Mian. When the two clashed, she would be the one to benefit. Both were shopping for dresses to attend the banquet, yet Mu Ling had access to the exclusive St brand, and her gown had to be unique, outshining all others. She was determined to trample Mu Ji underfoot, ensuring that all eyes would be on her, as she was the foremost socialite of the capital.
"Oh.
So you're here to buy a dress too? But I doubt Mu Mian can afford the St brand. After all, she hails from the countryside. It would be a waste of such fine fabric on someone so beneath it, like a mountain chicken trying to pair with a phoenix. It just doesn't fit." "Of course. I'm here to buy clothes. Are you suggesting I came here to eat hot pot? What concern is it of yours that I'm from the countryside? I'm not wearing your family's clothes. Are you the Pacific Police? TSK, do you even know who you're mocking? This is the founder of St. Is a founder not worthy? No one in this world is worthy. Dresses are meant to be worn, not to flaunt wealth. Even a beggar has the right to wear them if they can afford it. There's no distinction of class. You don't really think St caters exclusively to you, do you? How arrogant of you." Mu Ji's words were sharp and incisive, leaving Mu Ling seething in silence, utterly speechless by Mu Ji's newfound eloquence. "Well said, dear cousin. I wish you a delightful shopping experience," Mu Ling retorted with a cold snort, turning away, seething with rage.
"Kerst Mu Ji.
Let us see how long you can revel in your moment of glory." With a light heart, Mu Ji joyfully linked arms with Mu Mian. "Sister, do you have a style preference? Choose freely. Tonight, you shall be the most stunning debutante at the banquet. I want them to witness your elegance and thwart their expectations." Mu Mian typically despised physical contact, yet when Muji slipped her arm around her, she could have easily evaded it but chose not to resist. Whatever. I'm fine with anything. Mu Mian was rather indifferent to such matters. Accustomed to casual wear, she found dresses cumbersome for practical tasks. She only donned gowns for missions. So she relied on her subordinates to prepare her attire. As Mu Ji selected dresses for her, Mu Mian felt an unexpected sense of intrigue, a subtle yet pleasant sensation she did not dismiss. Come now, you must have your own tastes regarding styles and colors. Find one that pleases you, all right? The earlier firmness in her tone softened into a playful plead. The juxtaposition was endearing, rendering the assistant nearly breathless. Grateful she had not succumbed to a nosebleed. What an embarrassment that would have been. Mu Mian stiffly acknowledged her sister, pondering why girls' whims were so difficult to resist. If she were speaking to someone else, she might have swiftly retaliated. It appeared she only appreciated Mu Ji's charming antics. Chapter 16. I have a Supreme membership card. Very well. Under Mu Ji's sparkling gaze, Mu Mian selected a black lace gown. The bodice was simply tailored, adorned with lace at the hem, evoking a dark fairy tale ambience, which Mu Ji believed suited Mu Mian's aura perfectly. All right, we'll take this one. Mu Ji handed the dress to the assistant. Mu Mian lifted her chin, saying, Now, it's your turn to choose. Mu Ji's eyes caught a glimpse of a white dress, an elegant strapless gown with a pale pink belt, its bodice embellished with delicate pearl flowers. She instantly fell in love. I want that one. Who wouldn't he be enamored with such a beautiful little dress? Mu Mian raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as one of her designs, the only one available in the store. Amidst all the dresses, Mu Ji had chosen her creation. The little girl has great taste. This is a new style from our shop, and it complements your essence splendidly. Plus, it's a limited edition. So you won't have to worry about matching outfits, the assistant exclaimed with delight. Go try it on. I'm eager to see how it looks on you. She was excited to see her design come to life on Mu Mian. Wait, I want that dress. Bring it here. I need to try it on now. The sound of high heels and an imperious tone echoed from behind, exuding an air of arrogance that could be sensed from afar. Mu Ling was accompanied by a sales assistant, a team leader from ST's sales department who had collaborated with Mu Ling in the past, earning commissions from each dress sold to her, a mere sycophant. Team leader, Miss Mu Ji, was here first and has already reserved this dress. The team leader shot a glare at her subordinate. After all, both were daughters of the Mu family. But Miss Mu Ling was a VIP of ST and deserved preferential treatment. Miss Mu Ling is our diamond member at ST, and our policy grants priority purchasing rights to diamond level members. Naturally, this dress belongs to Miss Mu Ling, the team leader declared smugly. Envisioning her future as the leading salesperson at ST, with promotions and raises on the horizon, Mu Ling, filled with pride, took out her diamond membership card from her bag. The diamond card from ST is a prestigious tier, exceedingly difficult to obtain, and she deliberately flaunted it in front of everyone, having skillfully coaxed it from her brother Jingshen. Mu Ji, engaged to Jingshen, felt a twinge of indignation as she clutched the card that rightfully belonged to her, secretly reveling in the satisfaction that, despite being the socialite, Jingshen favored her instead. Observing the diamond card in Mu Ling's hand, which even the Mu family did not possess, Mu Ji remained unfazed. After all, she had the owner of ST by her side, rendering the mere diamond membership insignificant in her presence. With a feigned look of regret, Mu Ling addressed Mu Ji. I'm truly sorry, cousin, but I adore this outfit and simply cannot part with it. How about I gift you one as an apology? Her expression radiated arrogance, as if she had successfully trampled Mu Ji into the dirt. Mu Ji tugged at Mu Mian's sleeve, her small face tinged with grievance, softly calling out sister. Mu Mian cast a cold gaze at the haughty Mu Ling, contemplating the audacity of someone daring to bully them on their own turf. This woman had provoked them more than once, and today would not be an exception. She would not stand idly by while her sister was mistreated, especially given her foul mood. It's just a membership card. I possess one too, and it's even more distinguished. Mu Mian revealed a transparent card, taking Mu Ji's arm and placing the card in her palm. The crystalline card, crafted using nanotechnology, bore only a vine insignia. She recalled that in the original story, ST's supreme membership was represented by a black card with gold embossing. The precise level of this card eluded her, but if the big shot deemed it superior, then it must be so. My apologies, but I will be keeping the outfit, Mu Ji stated with an elevated chin, bolstered by the backing of a powerful figure. She waved her card dramatically and cleared her throat, asserting her dominance. Mu Ling sneered internally. Even at this point, Muji still sought to project an image of grandeur. Hadn't she seen the Supreme membership? Surely she couldn't be so naive as to think Muji was easily deceived. Cousin, are you certain that card isn't counterfeit? I've never heard of such membership cards that saying impersonating an ST member can lead to being blacklisted. Mu Mian shot a disdainful glance. Your ignorance is showing. Fetch your supervisor to meet me. The group leader, equally condescending, scoffed at Mu Ji and Mu Ling. Our ST memberships are not something just anyone can impersonate. Surely you're not holding a supermarket discount card? While we could overlook the impersonation, this outfit rightfully belongs to Miss Mu Ling. Do you think our manager is someone you can just meet? I, as a group leader, can handle this matter myself. Taking advantage of Mu Ling and ST's reputation, the group leader displayed an air of superiority, disregarding the customers entirely.
Muzei furovet herbrov.
Astonished that ST would employ such individuals. However, it was hardly surprising that they were unaware of the card's significance. There was only one in the world, held exclusively by someone behind the scenes at Saint. What gives you the right to assume this is fake? As an ST employee, do you not remember our mission? Is this the service attitude expected of you? Having someone like you tarnishes ST's reputation. The group leader turned beet red at the reprimand. What's all this commotion? What happened? The manager approached, having overheard the exchange. Someone is attempting to impersonate an ST member, the group leader declared, emboldened by the manager's presence. The manager, recognizing the gravity of the situation, noticed the solitary girl beside Muji. He was familiar with the two misses of the Mu family. Had a dispute arisen? As Muji flipped the card in her hand, the manager nearly bowed in reverence upon seeing it. Miss Mu, you possess that card? His gaze shifted to Mu Mian, realizing it must belong to her. Upon sighting this card, every ST employee was compelled to treat the holder with utmost respect, regardless of their requests. They would fulfill any demand, even if it meant relinquishing the entire ST to them. As the upper echelons were well aware that the card's possessor was someone to whom even their president would bow, the manager dared not inquire about the card's origins. Its mere presence demanded compliance. Feeling his own hair thinning in stress, he acknowledged, "It is our fault for confronting a distinguished guest. Miss Muji, please state your request, and we at ST will fulfill it."
What?
Why is the manager treating that little wretch Muji with such deference? Mu Ling's confusion deepened, her doubts intensifying. For she knew Muji did not possess such power. The group leader, looking at the manager's respectful demeanor, felt a wave of disdain. It was utterly disgraceful for a ST manager to bow to them. If she were in charge, she would ensure they faced consequences. Oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, she provocatively shot a glance at Muji, akin to a proud peacock, intent on shattering the young lady's dignity. Manager, within ST. Even the misses of the Mu family should not enjoy privileges, especially when wielding a counterfeit membership card. As the group leader, I cannot allow such behavior. Her self-righteousness was laughable, having forgotten she was merely a subordinate. The manager wished he could knock her unconscious for her insolence. Do you realize who you are speaking to? Mu Ling watched with glee, her gaze flickering toward Muji, believing that this fake heiress would soon face disgrace, for this ST gown was not meant for pretenders. Silence. If your eyes are defective, consider donating them. Yet, it's not entirely your fault. After all, you've likely never seen this before. This is ST's membership card. And the highest tier at that. The assistant took a deep breath, recognizing that even as a manager, this was his first encounter with such a card. To his astonishment, it was in the hands of a mere girl. The group leader, momentarily stunned, widened her eyes in disbelief, her lips quivering. This was a membership card she had never encountered, indicating that the bearer held an extraordinary status. Muji winked at Mu Mian, impressed by her formidable presence. Manager, I was the one who initially chose it. They attempted to steal my thunder. ST is an exceptional establishment, yet encountering such employees has truly opened my eyes. Muji remarked lightly, her tone gentle yet impossible to ignore. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging, it is our training that has failed, leading to this misunderstanding. We sincerely hope you can forgive us, Miss Muji. Such an incident will undoubtedly not repeat itself. Muji decided to be magnanimous. After all, the unseen boss of ST was beside her, and she had just received support in reprimanding Mu Ling and her ilk. She wasn't one to be overly aggressive. Very well, please wrap the outfit for me. I hold a grudge. Of course. The assistant glanced nervously at Mu Mian, noting the chill emanating from her. If Miss Muji appeared as a gentle yet formidable blade, Mu Mian resembled a specter of death lurking in the night. And that black one as well. It belongs to my sister. Muji pointed to the item chosen by Mu Mian, insisting that not a single piece of her desired items should be overlooked. The assistant nodded vigorously, his gaze landing on Mu Mian, who, despite her previously icy demeanor, now bore a faint smile. Yet, when he looked again, he was met with her frosty eyes, filled with an unmistakable warning. The sales assistant swiftly packaged the two gowns, presenting them in an exquisitely designed ST gift box. "Thank you for your patronage, and enjoy your shopping," she exclaimed with a bright smile. She expressed her intention to become a devoted admirer of Gigi in the future. Exuding an air of sophistication befitting a lady of high standing, Muji handed the card to the manager, who reverently accepted the warm card with both hands and gently swiped it, filled with a sense of awe. Such a rarity was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime encounter for him. As Muji took the gift box, her gaze lightly drifted to Mu Ling, and she elegantly approached her, whispering, "It is wise to refrain from coveting that which does not belong to you. Be cautious not to ignite your own destruction." In this world, Mu Mian was the protagonist, and those who opposed her seldom met with favorable outcomes. The antagonists, akin to mindless beings, repeatedly courted their own demise, ultimately facing a dismal fate. She merely offered a simple reminder, hoping Mu Ling could amend her ways and avoid antagonizing Mu Mian. On the surface, Mu Ling appeared composed, yet her eyes brimmed with jealousy and resentment. Why must she covet what Muji had chosen? Once the esteemed daughter of the Mu family, she now found herself overshadowed. How had this card come into her possession? A mere pretender dared to provoke her? A country bumpkin, a substitute daughter. All the future prestige of the Mu family was rightfully hers, and she would ensure her grandfather recognized her as the most exceptional girl in the family. With a pained expression, Mu Ling departed with her entourage. "Just wait, Muji. On the day of the recognition banquet, I shall present you with a surprise. Everything you currently possess will be stripped away." The assistant shot a glare at the team leader, urging, "Hurry and apologize to Miss Muji. Customers deserve equal treatment. Have you forgotten the principle of first come, first served?" Such a service attitude at ST is utterly unacceptable, especially in the presence of such an individual. The team leader hesitated, visibly impatient. "It's just a membership card. What's the big deal?" Yet, out of respect for the manager, he apologized. "Miss Mu, I apologize for my lack of discernment regarding this membership card. It was my oversight." Mu Mian shot a cold glance, her expression devoid of warmth. "If your vision is lacking, perhaps you should consider donating it." The manager chuckled awkwardly, while the team leader simmered in frustration, reluctant to retaliate. Muji inwardly applauded, thinking, "Truly impressive." With the gown selected, Muji and Mu Mian got into the car to head home. Observing Mu Mian engrossed in her phone, Muji chose not to disturb her. She still held the card, feeling its warmth. It surpassed even the black gold card in prestige, surely a token reserved for the true owner of ST, a card exclusively belonging to Mu Mian. Later, the manager received a message that altered his expression, though he quickly regained his composure and beckoned to the team leader. "You are terminated. You may collect your salary and severance for this month and proceed with your departure." The Mu family's Muji and her companion were not to be trifled with at St. Not only was it imperative to avoid offending them, but they also deserved to be treated with the utmost courtesy befitting esteemed guests. "Manager, how could this be? I've dedicated myself to ST. Must I be dismissed for mere oversight? Do you fear that my performance might eventually surpass yours?" The team leader could not fathom it. Her record had always been outstanding, and she expected to ascend to greater heights. The manager, exasperated, retorted, "This is the president's directive. If you doubt it, go speak with the president. However, I advise against digging your own grave. Leaving ST with dignity allows you to find opportunities elsewhere. Offending the president will render you unwelcome in the entire industry." The team leader's face turned ashen, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, abruptly awakening her to reality. "Muji, this is all your fault. You caused me to lose my job and the opportunity to work at St. Does having power grant one the right to trample upon ordinary people? No, she could not accept this defeat. After all her efforts to enter ST, Muji would pay for this. Chapter 18. Not Muji at all. Once Muji noticed Mu Mian had finished with her phone, she leisurely spoke. "Here's your card back." She extended the card toward Mu Mian. Looking into Muji's eyes, Mu Mian saw no trace of greed, despite the card's significance. She remained untempted.
A smile graced Mumane's lips.
Do you understand what this represents? With this card, you can purchase any item from ST free of charge. It is not merely a symbol of wealth. Even the president of ST would show deference. This is no ordinary membership card.
Muji shrugged.
Her expression placid. And so what? This belongs to you. Regardless of its immense value, it is not mine. I merely borrowed it. Thank you, sister, for supporting me. She placed the card firmly into Mu Mion's hand, devoid of any desire to covet. I can give you the card. It rightfully belongs to you. Mu Mion's fingers pinched the card, her tone laced with temptation as she leaned closer to Mu Ji, her eyes inquisitive. Was the powerful figure testing her? She would not fall for it. She truly wished to remain uninvolved. Entering the world of this novel was surreal enough, and with a curse upon her. She had no choice but to accept her fate. Living as a carefree individual seemed a fine choice. Avoiding conflict with Mu Mion, she also sought to steer clear of the forces behind her. The unfolding plot of the novel remained unknown to her, but it promised intrigue and peril. She would eventually leave this place for broader horizons. Until then, coexisting harmoniously as sisters would suffice. I cannot accept this. One should not receive rewards without effort. You should keep the card. Mu Ji declined, her heart racing. Are you not curious about how I acquired an ST card? Mu Mion twirled the transparent card on her fingers as if it were dancing, while Mu Ji's gaze followed her movements, her thoughts elsewhere. Before arriving at the Mu family, Mu Mion had already gathered all relevant information about the original owner. Their first encounter had revealed much. Despite her attempts to mimic the original, she could not deceive the perceptive Mu Mion. This was not the first time Mu Mion had tested her.
Muji smirked.
Her demeanor calm. Everyone has their secrets. I am not curious about how you obtained the card. All I know is that you are a child of the Mu family and my sister. That is sufficient.
Mu Mion halted her movements, intrigued.
It was the first time since her rebirth that someone had piqued her interest. She was certain that the individual before her was not the original Mu Ji. It was not reincarnation but rather a borrowing of a body. She was eager to see what surprises she might reveal. When you come to terms with things, you can reclaim this card at any time. Mu Mion accepted the card without coercion. I will uncover your secret in due time. Mu Ji sighed with relief internally. Even if Mu Mion suspected, she had no evidence to expose her. She likely remained oblivious to her transmigration. Soon, the Mu family's recognition banquet was scheduled. Announcing a significant revelation, the long-lost eldest daughter, Mu Mion, had returned. The Mu family would publicly declare that they had given birth to twins, tragically abducted by malefactors, and had recently been reunited. The banquet would host influential figures from high society, with most expected to attend, taking place at the luxurious Catherxy Hotel. Mu Ji was pulled from her room early by Lin Shui for makeup and preparation, still groggy from a slight bout of insomnia the previous night. Is it that you haven't rested well? If you have second thoughts, now is still the time. I could say she is the adopted child of the Mu family, ensuring you retain your position as the true lady of the house. As Lin Shui contemplated the distress her beloved daughter, whom she had raised since childhood, would endure, a sense of unease settled in her heart. To make matters worse, her father had invited numerous guests, placing great emphasis on this gathering, which would undoubtedly bring embarrassment to Gigi. This banquet had been meticulously arranged for Mu Mion. Upon hearing this, Mu Ji felt a jolt of energy surge through her, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. Mother, this idea was mine. How could I possibly regret it? Sister has undoubtedly suffered greatly while wandering alone. She is your biological daughter, and I understand it may take time for you to accept her and develop feelings. However, you can still treat her kindly. Once your relationship warms, you will see that she is a person of deep emotions, despite her outward aloofness. Mu Ji endeavored to instill in Lin Shui the ideals of maternal affection, aiming to transform her perception of being a cruel mother and prevent her from continuing down a path that could lead to a tragic end. Lin Shui felt a flicker of emotion at Mu Ji's words, but it quickly dissipated. I will go up and call her. I will help her with her makeup shortly. Lin Shui said gently. No need. She tends to be grumpy in the morning, but she will come down when the time is right. If you wake her, it may provoke Mu Mion, and all your efforts could be in vain, Mu Ji replied. You know her quite well, Lin Shui huffed, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. It had only been a short time since this girl arrived, yet she had already endeared herself to Lin Shui as precious daughter and shown such thoughtful care. After finishing Mu Ji's makeup, Lin Shui examined the reflection in the mirror. Truly, she was her daughter, exquisite. With her makeup, Muji appeared pure and charming, her rosy cheeks and well-defined eyeliner accentuating the liveliness of her eyes, exuding an enchanting aura. My daughter is indeed a natural beauty. You will undoubtedly be the most stunning one tonight, Lin Shui praised sincerely. Hearing a commotion, Muji and Lin Shui turned to see Mu Mian at the top of the stairs, dressed in her usual attire, appearing rather pleased. Lin Shui felt a surge of irritation upon noticing that Mu Mian had not changed her clothes after sleeping in until now. If it weren't for Gigi's sake, she would have certainly taken the opportunity to teach her some manners. Muji stood up and approached her. Quickly change into your gown. I will do your makeup. Tonight, you shall be the center of attention at the banquet. She playfully nudged Mu Mian's arm. The black dress will suit you perfectly. I am truly excited to see you in it. Observing the eager sparkle in Muji's eyes, Mu Mian ascended the stairs to her room. Gigi, do you really think she can carry off the gown? I hope she doesn't embarrass the Mu family. Lin Shui expressed her doubts. The elegance of a gown relies on one's grace. No matter how beautiful the dress, it would be wasted on someone lacking poise. And it would be utterly humiliating should she become the subject of ridicule. With a confident smirk, Muji reassured, rest assured, mother, sister will look stunning in it. Mu Mian's beauty had a striking, assertive quality, unlike Muji's gentle charm. She typically wore a stoic expression, perpetually observing from the sidelines. But she was undeniably a beauty, perhaps a cold beauty. Before long, Mu Mian gracefully descended the stairs in a black gown, her long, straight hair complementing the elegant dress, softening the edge of her demeanor. Muji smiled, acknowledging her beauty, which matched her expectations, though it seemed Mu Mian was not accustomed to wearing such attire, creating a slight dissonance. You look exquisite. I will do your makeup to ensure you are even more breathtaking, Muji exclaimed, eagerly pulling Mu Mian along, determined to create a stunning appearance that would captivate the entire gathering. Lin Shui looked on at her elegant and proud daughter, feeling a swell of pride. Indeed, this was her child. As the recognition banquet commenced, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Mu Mian had always been averse to being touched by others. Yet when Muji held her hand, she felt no resistance, allowing Muji to apply makeup to her face. Makeup was an essential skill for socialites. And with Muji's experience in the entertainment industry, her deft hands and exceptional aesthetic sense shone through. Muji gently tilted Mu Mian's chin, scrutinizing her features, causing Mu Mian to frown, as no one had ever dared to touch her in such a way. Close your eyes. I will finish shortly, Muji instructed, and obediently,
Mu Mian complied.
All done. You may open your eyes now, Muji announced, admiring her handiwork with satisfaction. Mu Mian gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity wash over her. Even she, typically indifferent to beauty, was taken aback by the transformation. Her fair complexion, elegantly arched eyebrows, and a soft hue of lipstick brightened her appearance, diminishing the sharpness in her gaze. Madam, the car has arrived. We must depart, the attendant announced. At Kaiseki Grand Hotel, guests were aplenty, many engaging in conversation surrounding the two daughters of the Mu family. Whispers circulated about the girl brought from the countryside, deemed unrefined and foolish, suggesting that even with elite education, she would remain a mere imposter in the role of a Mu family heiress. What a pity. What pity is there in that? Muji has been the heiress for so many years. Now someone has suddenly usurped her position. The ensuing rivalry is bound to be entertaining, remarked another. Several ladies turned their attention to Muji and Mu Mian, observing Mu Mian's reluctant demeanor while Muji affectionately whispered something to her. Mu Mian remained expressionless, though her demeanor softened considerably. Their relationship appeared amicable, contrary to the expected animosity, and perhaps they had formed a bond that would be the talk of the capital. Such pretense. Everyone wishes to outshine the other. How could flowers bloom together? This is merely a facade, and the girl from the countryside is blissfully unaware. Muji will easily deceive her into believing they are close sisters, a woman scoffed. In the world of high society, even sisters often found themselves in fierce competition, let alone those with no emotional ties. If they weren't at each other's throats, it would be a surprise. Muji's hair cascaded down her back like seaweed, with playful wisps framing her delicate face and slightly upturned lips resembling a docile Persian cat, endearing to all. In the distance, Jiang Yuxing scanned the hall for his boss. Spotting her standing demurely in a black gown beside the seemingly innocent Muji, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, convinced he must be imagining things. That was indeed his boss. Surely, this little white lotus had employed some trickery to compel his boss into wearing a dress. She hated skirts, finding them an inconvenience.
Tang Lu.
How can you remain here leisurely sipping drinks while our boss is being tormented by that little white lotus? I must intervene and rescue her from this predicament. Jiang Yuxing fumed, recalling how his boss had acted out in the restaurant for her sake. Tang Lu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuxing, as if regarding a fool. Who in this world could force our boss to feel compromised? If she didn't wish to wear it, no one could impose such a thing upon her. I advise you to refrain from rash actions. Otherwise, you may be the first to face her wrath, he cautioned. Tang Lu's gaze shifted subtly towards the direction of Mu Mian. Not only did she not repel the woman as closeness, but she also appeared quite indulgent towards her. The recent trending incident had left him puzzled. Mu Mian held little regard for blood ties. It seemed she possessed everything, yet there was something about Mu Ji that uniquely captivated her. He was curious to understand how she had achieved that. Meanwhile, Mu Ji was scanning her surroundings, recalling that the initial encounter between the protagonists had taken place here. The original character had intentionally provoked Mu Mian, challenging her to a dance-off, thinking no one would be willing to partner with her. To her surprise, the young master of the Rong family, Rong Hanyue, had graciously agreed, and their duet had left the audience in awe, while the original character was relegated to mere background. What are you looking at? Mu Mian's cool voice broke through her thoughts. Oh, nothing much. Just observing how many distinguished guests have arrived today. Sister, you might just encounter your fated partner. Mu Ji mused, adding with a hint of excitement, I must say, watching two prominent figures perform in disguise must be quite exhilarating. Mu Mian lifted an eyebrow. Don't get lost in fantasies about romance. You might end up foraging for wild vegetables instead. How could she possibly be infatuated? Is she referring to her cheap fiancé? The scoundrel Jing Shin, who had long since clandestinely entangled with Mu Ling in the original story. She would never harbor any affection for such a cad, and would certainly devise a means to dissolve the engagement in the future. I have long sealed my heart, and have no intention of falling for anyone, burdened by a curse that prevents me from living long. Romance is not part of my plans. Not to be swayed by emotions. Do you find yourself attracted to other species? Mu Mian stated earnestly.
Dear.
That joke is rather cold. As if to fulfill her own prophecy, Mu Mian ultimately fell for someone who is indeed not human. But that is a tale for another time. Mu Ling arrived with her close friends, and as she beheld the radiant Mu Ji, many around were in awe, discussing her beauty and attire. Listening to their praises filled her with resentment. That dress should have been hers. However, after today, all these accolades and the adoration in men's eyes would rightfully belong to Mu Ling. The foolish Mu Mian, who easily fell for a few sweet-talking tactics, dared to stand on equal footing with a false heiress. It was time for her to set things right. The Mu family's lineage should not be muddled by an unknown bastard. Just wait, a spectacle is about to unfold. On the second floor, Jiang Fan observed the man beside him, his wineglass trembling slightly as he watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Today's banquet was far from ordinary. It appeared that the illustrious Mu Ji was a false heiress. During my last visit to the Mu residence to check on injuries, it seemed this impostor had intentionally injured herself to frame the true heiress. Regrettably, I missed the subsequent developments. But I have heard that the Mu family intends to keep both parties in the dark, indicating that Mu Ji possesses considerable cunning. Jiang Fan glanced at the gentleman beside him, feeling a pang of regret. Had he not forcibly dragged the man to this tedious gathering, he would not have attended. Not necessarily. Rong Hanyue's fox-like eyes shimmered with inscrutable amusement as they fixated on Mu Mian. A mere empty vessel, how could she exude such an aura? Do you believe the sisters would turn against each other? Rong Hanyue did not share such a belief. Their intimacy suggested sincerity rather than pretense. Unless the true heiress of the Mu family were a fool, the acting skills of the false heiress had reached a remarkable level, capable of deceiving even him. Chapter 20. Mu Ji deceives the little curly hair. Of course, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. It is evident that the Mu family favors the false. How could Mu Ji tolerate anyone usurping her possessions? Rong Hanyue was too lazy to explain. He curled his lips slightly, appraising Mu Mian with a gaze full of intrigue. Mu Mian had long sensed a predatory gaze upon her, akin to a wolf stalking its prey, silently observing from the periphery, devoid of malice, yet firmly placing her within its sights. Her keen eyes met the sly, smiling gaze of Rong Hanyue, the eldest son of the Rong family, whose influence was not to be underestimated. What brought him to this place? Following Mu Mian's line of sight, Mu Ji exclaimed, "It's young Master Rong." The spark of instant attraction was palpable, yet sadly, their duet would be lost, given that this venomous supporting character had seemingly turned over a new leaf. However, this ambiguous eye contact could not be easily dismissed. In the original work, Rong Hanyue was a scheming and alluring figure, a veritable peacock, often displaying his plumage before the female lead, relentlessly pursuing her until he thawed her icy heart and won her affection. He was quite pleased with this brother-in-law. To use modern vernacular, she would bear the banner of the male and female leads pairing. Mu Mian regarded Rong Hanyue coldly. He was exceedingly dangerous, and she could not uncover his background. He was indeed a formidable opponent. Young Master Rong was quite commendable, maintaining a clean reputation devoid of scandal. And he was the legitimate heir of the Rong family, destined to become its patriarch. Thus, it was reassuring that this man was worthy of lifelong commitment. Mu Mian shot a glare at Rong Hanyue, a notorious playboy known for charming naive young women. Rong Hanyue was confused. What had he done to deserve her glare? You are still young and unaware of the treachery of human hearts. Handsome men are the least reliable, understand? Mu Mian raised an eyebrow. Rong Hanyue, is it? This is the first time I have heard you praise a man. Mu Ji nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity, but asserting that Rong Hanyue was an exemplary gentleman. A perfect match for her. Are you smitten with Mu Mian? That shouldn't be the case. Your taste is surely better than that. It must be Mu Ji, though she seems to be engaged. However, a mere engagement cannot bind you. You have 1,000 ways to dismantle their union. Is your palate that heavy? Jiang Fan mused. Forceful acquisition can be quite exhilarating. Is there much to say? Have you found any leads on the miraculous doctor? Or do you wish to venture to Africa to mine coal? Rong Hanyue shot Jiang Fan a cold glance, wishing he could drain the water from his brain. Upon mentioning the miraculous doctor, Jiang Fan fell silent, a look of despondency crossing his face. His whereabouts are elusive. We don't even know if he is male or female. It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Our team traced him to the capital, but suddenly the IP vanished abroad, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. Unable to find him, yet still in the mood for entertainment. Jiang Fan shrugged, feeling helpless. After all, that elusive doctor was as intangible as a ghost. Mu Ji concluded her socializing with Mu Mian and finally felt free, leaving the remaining engagements to Lin Shui. Mother has finally released us. I know you dislike this. Would you like something to eat? The desserts here are exquisite, with a variety of flavors. Mu Ji sighed in relief. Being a socialite was indeed exhausting. Why accompany her if you dislike socializing? Because I do not wish to embarrass Mother. Nor do I want others to misconstrue and malign our relationship. High society is rife with gossip. While they appear harmonious towards Mother, behind her back, they weave narratives about us and mock her. Lin Shui, though sharp-tongued towards Mu Mian, genuinely cared for herself. She aimed to save the Mu family. Boring. I would never act like that. Dear, I know you find it tedious, but try viewing them with a detached mindset, as if you were an onlooker. It can be rather amusing. Please, I am not a child. It's irritating. I'll step out to the balcony for some fresh air. Mu Mian, in her high heels, departed. Mu Ji observed the awkward Mu Mian and found her somewhat adorable. She wasn't entirely cold. Little white lotus. Jiang Yusheng watched as the boss stormed off, feeling indignant. He had known this little white lotus harbored ill intentions, and now her true colors were revealed. Tang LV, exasperated, looked at Jiang Yusheng, questioning how someone with such low intelligence could become a hacker. All his wit seemed to be confined to the computer. Little white lotus? Is that directed at me? Mu Ji regarded the approaching curly-haired boy, whose vibrant curls stood out, accompanied by a bespectacled, refined man. The chestnut curls revealed hostility. He was undoubtedly the protagonist's subordinate. A professional hacker skilled in computers. In a bid for fame, he had once hacked into Mu Mian's computer, only to be tracked down and left in ruins by her countermeasures. After a series of failed attempts, he finally became her loyal underling. Curly hair, do you need something? Mu Ji blinked, wondering what had provoked him to approach in such a huff. Curly hair? This little white lotus dares to call me that. Jiang Yusheng seethed, utterly infuriated. Who are you calling curly hair? My name is Jiang Yusheng. The boy erupted, clearly incensed. He despised being addressed as curly hair. Yet his natural curls were unmanageable due to various reasons. Why can't I call you that? Your chestnut curls are lovely. They must be natural, right? Even a stylist like Tony might struggle to replicate such beauty. Mu Ji genuinely admired them, as her own hair was slightly wavy. Jiang Yusheng's complexion flushed with warmth as he stammered. Is it truly beautiful? It's the first time someone has praised my curly hair. Indeed. There would be no benefit in deceiving you, would there? It was merely a way to curry favor in front of the female lead as subordinates, ideally shedding the label of the innocent White Lotus. Jiang Yuxing studied Mu Ji once more. The white gown she donned made her appear as an angel descended to the mortal realm, pure and charming. Although she embodied the essence of a white lotus, she had just complimented my curls. Jiang Yuxing's inner conflict deepened. No, he was there to confront her. How could he be misled by the delicate exterior of a white lotus? One of the traits of a white lotus is deception. Who knows what she might be plotting within? You are a lady of the Mu family. Do not covet what does not belong to you. Do not harbor any ill intentions, or else I shall teach you a lesson. The petite curly-haired girl delivered her venomous words with a seemingly innocent facade. Mu Ji feigned interest, nodding without concern. With such intellect, even without effort, she posed no threat to her. Merely hacking into her computer would be the extent of her capabilities. My apologies, Miss Mu. My friend tends to be a bit slow-witted. Please do not take offense.
Tang Lu interjet.
They had reviewed Mu Ji's profile and were surprised to find her on par with their leader, equally radiant and intelligent.
Tang Lu.
You are the one lacking in intellect. Mu Ji observed their banter with amusement. Indeed, they made a delightful pair. Listen to the charming Jiang Xiao. It is evident he is quite clever. The petite curly-haired girl blushed shyly as she gazed at Mu Ji, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the flattery. Considering her perceptiveness, he decided to share a piece of news with her. Be cautious. Your cousin is secretly plotting against you. Jiang Yuxing whispered. Humph, I am not so easily swayed. What are you discussing? Mu Mian's voice emerged from behind, startling the petite curly-haired girl into a shiver as she hastily shook her head. Chapter 21. Come on. How do you wish to play this? Oh, nothing. I was just having a casual chat with Miss Mu, Jiang Yuxing replied, feeling as if he were facing a formidable adversary. It was over. If the leader discovered he was there to trouble the White Lotus, he would meet a dire fate. Mu Mian raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her subordinate. Did she appear so easily deceived? Jiang Yuxing turned to Mu Ji, silently pleading, save me.
Indeed.
We were enjoying a pleasant conversation. Jiang Xiao is quite amusing and adorable, Mu Ji generously praised. Mu Mian warned her dim-witted subordinate, pulling Mu Ji's wrist as they departed, leaving the disheveled petite curly-haired girl in their wake. I believe the White Lotus is genuinely kind-hearted. She is beautiful and benevolent, and she didn't complain just now. Jiang Yuxing scratched the back of his head, noting how closely the leader had been associating with her lately, seemingly without any ulterior motives. Perhaps she truly embodied the image of a good sister. Tang Lu refrained from responding to Jiang Yuxing's foolish remarks. Mu Ji was not as simple as she appeared. Whether she was merely playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger or possessed deep cunning, having such a person close to the leader might indeed pose a danger. What did he say? Mu Mian was not a naive little rabbit. Her subordinate understood well. He said nothing much. I merely found him quite endearing and offered him a compliment. I am unsure why he seems to harbor some hostility towards me. But in the face of your unmatched beauty, he was utterly captivated, Mu Ji replied proudly, her lips curling into a gentle smile that was utterly charming. Mu Mian chose not to inquire further. She was still unaware that he was her subordinate, and it was perhaps best that she remained oblivious. She resolved to limit contact with those who did not seem earnest, wishing to keep Mu Ji out of danger. Boss, your remarks about your subordinate are rather cutting. The petite curly-haired girl will likely be heartbroken upon discovering this. Thank you, for you have warmed the seasons, Mu Ji replied obediently, sharing a corner with Mu Mian as they indulged in desserts. She held a delicate plate adorned with black forest cake, offering a piece to Mu Mian. Take a bite. I present this first piece to you. It's not overly sweet, quite delectable. Mu Ji's sparkling eyes locked onto Mu Mian's, radiant and inviting, reminiscent of a proud Persian cat gently swaying its tail. Leaning against the stone wall with arms crossed and a cool demeanor, Mu Mian found herself inexplicably drawn forward by Mu Ji's charm. The rich aroma of cream and cherry liqueur filled her mouth, and the taste was indeed rather delightful. Mu Ji savored the cake in small bites, her expression one of contentment. From a distance, Mu Ling observed the sisterly affection with disdain.
Mu Ji.
What a pretentious white lotus you are. Do not think this will win over Mu Mian. Chun Yanfei approached her daughter, placing a finger on her wrist. Patience, my dear. Mu Ji is not of the Mu lineage. Mu Mian is merely a useless girl from the slums. The Mu family will inevitably belong to you. You are the proud daughter of the Mu family. Do not rush. One cannot eat hot tofu in haste. Mu Mian has been bewitched by that little harlot. So maintain your composure. The Mu family's daughter must possess both beauty and intellect. Mu Ling stomped her foot in frustration. Ever since Mu Ji had fallen and hit her head, she seemed to have gained an impenetrable fortitude, rendering Mu Ling's schemes utterly ineffectual. Her plots crumbled before Mu Ji, who was indeed cunning and, at such a young age, filled with schemes typical of the entertainment industry. Chun Yanfei whispered something into her daughter's ear, and a glint of malice flickered in Mu Ling's eyes. A brilliant idea. She would ensure Mu Mian suffers humiliation, making it known throughout high society that she was unworthy of competing for the title of the most esteemed socialite. In the calm before the storm, Mu Ling would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Today was the Mu family's recognition banquet, and once grandfather made his announcement, the media would immediately declare both Mu Mian and herself to be genuine daughters of the Mu family. Once the dust settled, any attempts to expose her as a false daughter would lack credibility. Although Mu Ling pretended to be close to the original character, they were cut from the same cloth. Yet, she harbored jealousy towards Mu Ji, and now she had the chance to trample her underfoot. She would surely find a way to unveil Mu Ji's false identity. And Jiang Yuxing's earlier warning likely tied into this scheme. With her eyelids lowered, Mu Ji found the unfolding events to be fortuitous. She was even hoping Mu Ling would act. I hear Miss Mu is accompanied by an unfamiliar face. Shall we not be introduced? Jiang Shueishue's voice was sweet yet feigned innocence, causing Mu Ji to feel a wave of discomfort. Mu Ling's minion was indeed commencing her schemes. As Jiang Shueishue spoke, she instantly captured the crowd's attention, and those around her wore expressions of anticipation. Well aware that this gathering had been organized for the sake of Mu Ji's companions, rumored to be a peasant girl from the countryside. Even though Mu Mian possessed an aloof grace, to them, she was merely branded as impoverished and common, eliciting disdain. To associate with her was an affront to their status. Mu Mian, my sister, the eldest daughter of the Mu family, is simply that way. There is no common ground for conversation, Mu Ji stated boldly. While her words were true, they were indeed infuriating. The other young ladies were pampered, and Mu Ji's subtext implied that they were unworthy of her company. A girl from the countryside, even a mere word from her, was an elevation. Was Mu Ji not meant to be like them? Why was she now defending herself? Such a display of kindness was laughable. Mu Ji must be acting magnanimous to project the image of a refined daughter. Since she is Mu Ji's sister, she must certainly be exceptional. The banquet is rather dull. Shall we not engage in something entertaining? Jiang Shueishue suggested with ill intent. Indeed, indeed. Miss Mu Mian must be quite remarkable. We would love to see what talent she possesses, to find common ground for conversation, wouldn't we? The crowd echoed, dismissing her as a talentless bumpkin, naturally assuming she would have nothing of substance to discuss. The protagonist, Mu Mian, merely gazed coldly without uttering a word, her eyes fixated on Mu Ji, as if anticipating the unfolding events. Surely, nothing will come of this? A derisive laugh echoed from the crowd, casting unfriendly glances at Mu Mian. Mu Ji took a step back and whispered in Mu Mian's ear. Do you wish to partake? If not, I shall handle it.
They are no match for me.
The long-awaited slap-in-the-face moment was indeed approaching, though this time, the blow would not be hers. These individuals mistakenly believed Mu Mian, hailing from the countryside, to be an easy target, unaware of the extraordinary depth of her character. Are you curious to see? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Mu Mian's icy gaze. Isn't this a provocation? In the original narrative, Mu Mian was known for her vengeful spirit, unwilling to suffer in silence, yet many remained blissfully ignorant of the consequences. Such is the nature of the plot. Malicious side characters serve merely as tools to propel the storyline. Mu Mian, shaking off her languid demeanor, looked down upon them with disdain. Come, let us see how you wish to play. Chapter 22. She approached her. Mu Ling observed Mu Mian fall easily into their trap, confirming her suspicions of her being a dim-witted fool. How about this? You two shall perform a duet and see who dances the best. Do not feel pressured. It's just a casual dance. We are all wearing high heels and skirts, so it's fair enough. As for partners, that depends on your ability to find one. What do you think? Surely you have no objections. If you wish to concede, we won't make it difficult for you. Mu Ling stepped forward to outline the rules of the competition, feigning consideration for conceding. Not just Mu Mian. Even Mu Ji felt a surge of anger. The pressure lay on them. When the time came for their faces to be slapped, they would understand just how dire it was to provoke a formidable opponent. Jiang Shueishue smiled at Mu Ling. I'll team up with sister Mu Ling, Miss Mu Mian. Do choose your partner wisely. If the coordination falters, it could be troublesome. With no rehearsals or fixed steps, this was a spontaneous contest, demanding quick thinking and adaptability. Each aspect was formidable. Most crucially, it hinged on how well the two could synchronize their dance. Jiang Shueishui and Mu Ling, being close friends, often practiced together, and a casual routine they concocted would suffice. How unfair this was. Their aim was to bully, yet they were about to encounter an insurmountable obstacle in Mu Mian. Lin Shui, sensing the tension, feared a debacle. She knew well Mu Ling's intentions to humiliate Mu Mian, and she would not allow it. Today's gathering was meant for relaxation, not competition. Moreover, Mu Mian's ankle had been injured. Dancing in heels could exacerbate her condition. Lin Shui interjected, asserting her authority. Do you think you can bully Mu Mian as if she were invisible? Mu Ling stiffened, realizing the wisdom of experience, facing Lin Shui's formidable presence. She felt a twinge of trepidation. Chen Yanfei was taken aback by Lin Shui's intervention. How could someone who despised Mu Mian suddenly defend her? With a smile, she remarked, "They are merely engaging in a friendly exchange. Everyone has practiced dance from a young age and knows their capabilities. I see no issue with Mu Mian's feat. At her age, it's vital to forge friendships." Madame Chen's reasoning was sound. The children were simply playing, and taking it too seriously would be unwarranted. Mu Ling, feeling assured, smugly glanced at Mu Ji, anticipating how their sisterly bond would falter. She envisioned herself triumphing over both Mu Ji and Mu Mian. Lin Shui was about to speak again but was calmed by Mu Ji, who gently took her arm, whispering, "Mother, do not worry. It's fine to let my sister try. If we back out, we would lose face and become the subject of ridicule." Lin Shui sighed inwardly. What Mu Ji said made sense, yet Mu Mian knew nothing of dance. Not only was she unversed in choreography, but even her etiquette was recently acquired. A poor performance would surely lead to mockery. Who would wish to be Mu Mian's partner and risk embarrassment? Mu Ling scanned the crowd. Convinced no one would choose Mu Mian, for dancing with her would be self-sabotage. Even the young ladies present, eager to curry favor with the Mu family, hesitated to approach. Fully aware that partnering with Mu Mian, a country girl, would invite scorn. Mu Ji awaited the male lead's entrance, ready to bask in the astonishment of the onlookers. Jiang Fan watched as Rong Hanyue rose, a ludicrous thought swirling in his mind. Surely, Master Rong did not intend to dance with that little girl? That would be utterly absurd. You're not thinking of meddling in Mu family affairs, are you? Why would you involve yourself in a girl's business? Jiang Fan grumbled, relieved to find the day was not wasted. The excitement was upon them. Mu Ji continued to scan for the male lead when she noticed Mu Mian approaching her. Her black dress swaying gently, her gaze inscrutable. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Ji's eyes. Was Mu Mian truly about to invite her to dance? The onlookers, filled with disdain, speculated whether Mu Mian, who could not dance, sought to drag Mu Ji down with her. Did she believe Mu Ji's prowess could save her from embarrassment as a clumsy country girl? What do you think? Will Mu Ji accept? Her dance skills were renowned in the capital, having once dazzled the ballroom with her performance of startling beauty. She would have to be insane to tarnish her reputation. She would undoubtedly find an excuse to decline. In the Mu family, there could only be one firstborn daughter. If Mu Mian's reputation was sullied, Mu Ji's position would remain unscathed. Jiang Shueishui and Mu Ling exchanged smug glances, reveling in the spectacle. Did Mu Mian truly believe Mu Ji would extend a helping hand? Jiang Shueishui, feigning kindness, approached Mu Mian, blocking her path. How about this? I'll teach you the basics first, then you can dance with Mu Ji. You might struggle to keep up with her level. Mu Mian shot a frosty glare at Jiang Shueishui, causing her to recoil in fright. With a dismissive brush, Mu Mian sidestepped her and strode directly to Mu Ji. Jiang Shueishui, feeling overshadowed, had never been treated with such disregard.
Mu
Mian's ability to provoke was impeccable. Mu Ji halted as she spotted Rong Hanyue, who had arrived late, and blinked at him eagerly, as if urging him to join her in a dance, envisioning a heroic rescue to unite them in a perfect duet. Mu Mian frowned, glancing at Rong Hanyue, her displeasure palpable. Did she have an interest in Rong Hanyue? No, he was far too dangerous. Rong Hanyue, perplexed by the sudden animosity directed at him, found his invitation to dance stuck in his throat. Here he was, a dashing figure, the dream of countless debutantes, yet he was being spurned by a mere girl. Could it be that the Mu family's eldest daughter has taken a fancy to you? She was just flirting. Jiang Fan chuckled, sensing something amiss. Rong Hanyue, irritated by Jiang Fan's remarks, wished to silence him, how bothersome. The crowd's attention was drawn to them, while Lin Shui felt her heart race, silently cursing Jiang Shui and Mu Ling, whom she believed incited their friends to bully Mu Mian, now threatening to involve her daughter, Gigi. However, recalling her daughter's assurance, she chose to endure. Perhaps Gigi had privately taught Mu Mian, and with Gigi's capabilities, there was a chance they could succeed together. After all, Gigi was her most accomplished daughter. Jiang Yuxing and Tang Lv also watched the unfolding drama with amusement. Jiang Yuxing regarded the clowns with disdain. Could their dancing even compare to that of his leader? Soon, they would witness something astonishing. However, he was slightly surprised that his leader had chosen such an innocent girl. Should she refuse, the thought was daunting. Mu Mian bent slightly, extending a gentlemanly invitation. Miss Mu Ji, may I ask you to be my dance partner? The attention of the crowd converged upon Mu Ji, every gesture of hers eliciting a palpable tension among the onlookers. Chapter 23. The Duet of Dark Storm. Was Mu Ji merely protecting herself? Or was she about to share in the humiliation alongside Mu Ji? The unfolding drama was indeed highly anticipated. Mu Ji, glancing down at the prominent figure, felt a twinge of surprise. She was set to assume the male lead's role. Although the storyline had unraveled since her arrival, this particular twist felt exceedingly outrageous, as it seemed the male lead had been entirely sidelined. Nevertheless, Mu Ji boldly placed her hand into Mu Mian's palm amidst the collective gaze, and Mu Mian held her hand as if they were the graceful black and white swans, their elegance and charisma rendering everything around them dim in comparison. Mu Ling watched the captivated expressions of the surrounding men, an indescribable jealousy swelling within her. She harbored a desire to see Mu Ji disfigured. If they were to discover that Mu Ji was but a counterfeit heiress, would they still hold her in such esteem? Surely, they would shun her, and the Jing family would annul their engagement, allowing her to fulfill her wish of marrying her brother Jing Shen. The title of heiress, which rightfully belonged to her, would be reclaimed, along with the men. Mu Ji beckoned to a nearby individual, who approached her with utmost respect. She leaned slightly forward to whisper something. As the banquet was organized by the Mu family, and most of the responsible parties were their own kin, Mu Mian, with her keen hearing, caught the words from Mu Ji's lips and couldn't help but smile. It appeared she was not merely a naive little goose, but rather a glutinous rice ball with a white exterior concealing a dark filling. As Mu Ji followed Mu Mian into the dance floor, she took a small breath, feeling a flutter of nerves at the prospect of dancing with the esteemed figure. Can you keep up with the rhythm of Dark Storm?
Mu Ji teased,
her lips curving into a sly smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Underestimate me? Fear not. Since they wish to play, I shall engage them in an intriguing manner. What is the point of a soft, gentle melody? Mu Ling and Jiang Shui also made their way onto the dance floor, the dancers momentarily halting to observe the four of them. The evening's main event had yet to commence, but the opening act proved to be sufficiently captivating. Mu Ling cast a provocative glance at Mu Ji, who did not return the gaze, leaving Mu Ling feeling like a jester. Humph. Let us see how long you can bask in your triumph, she mused. The two pairs exchanged nods, the gentle, comforting waltz swiftly transforming into an electrifying dance number. A voice from the crowd soon exclaimed, "This is Dark Storm, an exhilarating, fast-paced dance piece of exceptional difficulty. No group has yet managed to match its tempo." Who selected this track? What was initially thought to be a simple dance had escalated to an entirely new level. As the prelude began, Mu Ji quickly found her rhythm. The initial pace of Dark Storm was not swift, but gradually built up. Mu Ji danced jazz, blending it with her previous style, while Mu Mian seamlessly synchronized with Mu Ji's movements. Their steps were exploratory and tugging, the black and white skirts flowing like a living ink wash painting, enchanting all who beheld them. In contrast, Mu Ling and Jiang Shui struggled. This piece diverged entirely from their expectations. No one anticipated the formidable challenge of Dark Storm. Their initial rhythm barely aligned, but as the tempo quickened, Mu Ling gradually found herself outmatched. She could not halt. The astonished gasps of the crowd filled her with jealousy and anger. In a moment of distraction, she twisted her ankle, but Jiang Shui steadied her, and they continued to dance. All eyes remained fixated on Mu Ji and Mu Mian as the music reached its crescendo. The two spun and shifted positions, their black and white silhouettes intertwining like the dualities of yin and yang, leaving the audience entranced, their minds consumed by the word art. This was no mere duet. It was an elevation of artistry, exhibiting ultimate fluidity and harmony. No one dared to break the enchanting atmosphere with sound, as the tempo surged. Mu Mian subtly nodded at Mu Ji, supporting her wrist, and Mu Ji, as light as a feather, soared into the air, her white dress trailing like a fleeting shadow. As Mu Ji descended, Mu Mian's hand found its way to her waist. Their eyes met, sharing a tacit smile, both aware of the immense difficulty of their performance. Achieving perfection on their first collaboration demanded not only profound dance skills, but also mutual trust. A single misstep could lead to calamity. Meanwhile, Mu Ling and Jiang Shueishui faltered repeatedly. They could not keep pace with the rapid tempo, and with a resounding thud, Mu Ling fell gracelessly to the floor. The audience, drawn by the sound, turned to witness her mishap, but their focus quickly returned to the captivating performance of the Mu sisters. In the final segment, Mu Ji led Mu Mian in a twirl, and they concluded hand in hand, perfectly synchronized. As Mu Ling fled, her dress in hand, the applause that erupted left her utterly humiliated. She could not bear to see the mockery in others' eyes, nor the triumphant glint in Mu Ji's gaze. Madame Mu truly had birthed two remarkable daughters, inciting envy from many. Women whispered, filled with both envy and admiration, lamenting their own unremarkable progeny. How had Madame Mu managed to cultivate such excellence in her daughters? They clamored for her to share her secrets. Mu Ji had only grown more exceptional. Who was the dance instructor she had engaged? Do not keep it to yourself. I shall hire one for my own maidservants. Lin Shui, listening to the adulation and envy surrounding her, felt as if she were in a dream. Could the girl who had danced so brilliantly truly be her daughter? The one who had come from the countryside? She could hardly believe that it was Mu Mian capable of mastering Dark Storm. Lin Shui was utterly astonished. Yet, Lin Shui quickly regained her composure, her face glowing with pride. Oh no, just an ordinary dance teacher. It is all through hard work that such a performance was achieved. Excellence stems not only from effort but also from good genes, she implied, suggesting that having such an outstanding daughter was a testament to her own genetic superiority. The other ladies maintained cheerful facades, while secretly they scoffed. As Mu Ji absorbed the discussions around her, she realized she had skillfully navigated this challenge. Turning, she spotted the male lead, glass in hand, raising it towards her with an intense gaze. Did she inadvertently steal the male lead's spotlight, now drawing his attention? Mu Ji smirked slightly. It was not entirely her fault. He had merely lagged behind. Nevertheless, she nodded subtly, acknowledging him. When it came to pursuing a partner, one must act decisively. One should never miss an opportunity, lest they find themselves regretting their inaction after countless chapters. The interaction between Mu Ji and Rong Hanyue did not escape Mu Mian's watchful eye. Her expression turned dangerous as she regarded Rong Hanyue with the intensity reserved for an adversary. Rong Hanyue, confronted with Mu Mian's glare, was bewildered. He had done nothing to provoke her ire. What had he done to be regarded as a foe by this icy beauty? He felt a sense of grievance. He was intrigued by this enigmatic lady, yet she was like a thorny black rose, dangerous and beautiful, leaving him wounded before he could even approach. As Rong Hanyue withdrew his gaze, he met Jiang Fan's teasing eyes. Jiang Fan, stroking his chin, remarked, Rong, you're not actually interested in the Mu sisters. Are you? Wishing to indulge in a delightful trio? To which he replied, a playful tone lacing his words, I never would have guessed. Your tastes are quite exquisite. Jiang Fan was quick to surrender. I was merely joking. Please don't mention it to my father. Rong Hanyue took a gentle sip of his drink. Did you glean anything from the dance just now? Chapter 24. I have something to say. Jiang Fan paused, unsure of his intent, and cautiously replied, the dance was beautiful. Even someone like him, who possesses little understanding of dance, could discern that the recent performance was truly remarkable, utterly breathtaking. Mu Ling's dance was simply a small spell compared to a grand sorcery, entirely incomparable. Rong Hanyue cast a disdainful glance and remarked, I perceive the shadow of ancient martial arts within Mu Ji. Ancient martial arts? How could that be? Surely, you must be mistaken. Ancient martial arts are but a myth, never witnessed in reality. Jiang Fan asserted without a second thought, such ancient martial arts exist solely in literature. How could they possibly manifest in reality? I have witnessed someone wielding ancient martial arts before, Rong Hanyue replied, recalling an unforgettable scene, a figure with flowing white hair, adorned with a mask, exuding a chilling aura that commanded reverence, an entity that felt surreal. You have seen this? Where? Jiang Fan thought in disbelief. So, Rong Yi had indeed encountered someone who practiced ancient martial arts. The Lung family, He continued, I have never relinquished my research on them over the years. I suspect they are the sole family in this world capable of ancient martial arts. However, the most enigmatic aspect of this family lies in its shadowy ruler. Although the patriarch appears to hold power, the one wielding true authority is second master Lung Che. Unfortunately, his influence is vast, and it remains unclear what manner of person he truly is. Jiang Fan fell silent. The Lung family was indeed peculiar, shunning the world and seldom interacting with others.
Yet,
The members of the Lung clan seemed formidable. Even so, it was improbable that Mu Ji, the young girl, possessed ancient martial arts. She likely excelled merely in dance, appearing impressive. Nevertheless, both girls were extraordinary, particularly Mu Mian, whose background undoubtedly held significance. Investigate Mu Mian, he instructed. Had he truly misjudged? Perhaps. As it had only been a fleeting moment, Mu Ji watched as Rong Hanya departed, wondering if their first interaction had concluded so abruptly. Would her pairing not end in tragedy? Oh well. She resolved to let fate unfold, for they would soon meet again. Rong Hanya was not a suitable match. He was perilous. Do not be deceived by his handsome facade, a chilling voice echoed behind her. Mu Mian crossed her arms, regarding him as a mere peacock, flaunting his charms before Mu Ji, while the multitude of men present seemed to captivate her attention. I harbor no affection for him, she retorted. Yet he appears to be quite taken with you, stealing glances on multiple occasions. The Rong family's lineage surpasses that of the Mu family. His presence at this gathering is a notable concession. Such a family would never have graced these events in the past. She recalled the initial encounter between the male and female leads occurring on Mu Mian's journey to the capital, where Rong Hanya had first noticed her from a distance, prompting his attendance at the Mu family's banquet. Uninteresting, Mu Mian declared, turning to leave. As long as she held no affection for Rong Hanya, all was well. But what did this disinterest truly signify? At times, one could not help but marvel at the profound depth of Chinese culture. Mu Ji intended to defend Rong Hanya, sensing that Mu Mian's attitude towards him was somewhat peculiar, yet she was drawn away by Lin Shui to mingle with the matrons, forcing her to abandon her thoughts. Mu Mian approached Jiang Yuxing, who observed his leader with admiration. The synergy between his leader and the delicate flower had been nothing short of exquisite. He had not anticipated that the delicate flower possessed such impressive dancing skills, perhaps only slightly inferior to his leader's. Investigate Rong Hanya discreetly, he commanded. Even if Mu Ji does not favor him, she will not permit him to harbor intentions toward her.
Rong Hanya?
Understood. But he has been searching for you, not specifically for you, but for the renowned physician, Ghost Hand. Rest assured, your whereabouts remain undiscovered. Does he suspect you? Jiang Yuxing's mouth fell agape. Has my leader crossed paths with him? Why the sudden inquiry? He observed that Rong Hanya did not seem ill, brimming with energy. He is not unwell. Rather, it appears his mother is somewhat troubled mentally, though specifics remain unclear. However, given Rong Hanya's capabilities, it is only a matter of time before he locates you. Ultimately, it hinges on your wishes. If you wish to remain hidden, you possess ample means. That is of no concern to me. Focus on your duties and do not trouble Mu Ji. Mu Mian's voice was icy. If he wished to play, she would indulge him. Jiang Yuxing acquiesced, yet after Mu Mian's departure, he felt a tinge of melancholy, wondering why he felt neglected.
Now,
This delicate flower had become irreplaceable in his leader's heart. Tang Lu shook his head slightly, exclaiming in resignation, "Wake up, you have never been favored. To feel neglected? Over the years, my leader has never indulged anyone like this. Mu Ji is the sole exception. Surely, my leader does not genuinely regard her as a sister." All present maintained an elegant demeanor, discussing topics befitting high society. Mu Ji glanced at the time. Her grandfather should arrive soon, heralding the evening's theme. The ultimate purpose of this gathering. She took a sip of her drink, mentally preparing for her own turn. Mu Ling, having changed into another gown, approached with Chen Fian, her gaze directed at Mu Ji, filled with venomous disdain, blaming her for bringing Mu Mian along and causing her embarrassment. "Just wait, I will ensure your downfall." Mu Ji perceived the hatred in her eyes but remained unfazed. She too belonged to a prominent family, and in terms of schemes and stratagems, she was no one less inferior. Moreover, she held the script, and those who provoked her would face retaliation. After a brief interlude, the elder of the Mu family and her father, Mu Xiaotian, made their entrance, instantly invigorating the atmosphere. Media representatives followed, and post-performance, discussions erupted among the guests, their gazes towards Mu Ji filled with sympathy or derision. The The elder has arrived. It appears the matter is indeed true. Mu Mian is truly the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Will Mu Ji feel imbalanced? Will the family compensate for past grievances by granting shares to Mu Mian? Compensate? I doubt it. Mu Ji is the apple of Madame Mu's eye. I believe Mu Mian is the one truly wronged. Consider this. Mu Ji has been the eldest daughter for over a decade, and now someone stands above her. While she may feign indifference, who knows what lies within? Listen to yourselves, as if these events have already unfolded. I perceive a harmonious relationship between the two sisters. Perhaps it will blossom into a beautiful tale. Who cannot feign? This is merely restraint. The intrigues of high society are not without their complexities. After exchanging pleasantries, the elder of the Mu family addressed the gathering, stating, "It is indeed an honor for the Mu family to host you all this evening. Beyond this banquet, there is a significant matter I wish to announce." The crowd hushed. Mu Ling entwined her arm with Chen Fian's, both wearing expressions of smug satisfaction as they awaited the grand reveal. When the truth came to light, it would be the moment Mu Ji fell from grace, trampled into the mud. "Wait, I have something to say," Mu Ji interjected, stepping forth towards the elder of the Mu family. Chapter 25, A Shocking Revelation. Mu Ji's white gown accentuated her slender waist. Her silver-studded crystal shoes gliding across the floor. Her silhouette stood tall and regal, resembling a proud princess, the ribbon at her back swaying gently. Her small face serene yet radiating an undeniable aura of authority. What could the second young lady of the Mu family be intending? Would she dare to disrupt the proceedings? Had Mu Ji finally reached her breaking point? I had thought her to be composed, yet it seems she harbors ulterior motives. This recognition banquet of the Mu family may very well be at risk of failure. How I relish the spectacle, eager to see her methods unfold. This is truly enthralling. The ensuing conflict promises to be spectacular. The elder Mu regarded Mu Ji's sudden outburst with a frown, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. He would not permit this girl to sabotage the recognition banquet. It was a tremendous privilege for one not of Mu blood to remain within the family. Serving as the second young lady, what more could she possibly desire? Greed breeds folly. Once the banquet concludes, he would instruct his son to expel her from the Mu family. Lin Shui, too, wore a face of worry. What is Branch truly planning? Why did her eyelids flutter so rapidly, as if foretelling an impending calamity? Mu Ling smirked with satisfaction. Mu Ji, the scheming vixen, had finally dropped her facade. However, it was too late. Soon, the truth would be laid bare for all to see, and everything she possessed would be stripped away. I shall relish watching her attempt to maintain her pretense then. Old Master Mu cast a stern glance at Mu Ji, signaling her to hold her tongue. The media was present today, and with so many witnesses, any rumors could tarnish the Mu family's reputation irreparably. Mu Ji turned gracefully to face the crowd. Her voice calm as she began, "In truth, I am not the Mu family's legitimate daughter. I share no blood ties with the Mu parents. The true heiress of the Mu family is Mu Mian. For over a decade, I have basked in the affection of the Mu family, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Today, I wish to clarify the truth, driven by guilt and a desire to vindicate Mu Mian. Although unintentional, I have occupied the position of the Mu family's eldest daughter, enjoying the privileges that rightfully belong to her, and I am truly sorry for that." Her words sent shockwaves through the assembly. All were rendered speechless. What a sensational revelation. The tale of mistaken identities and usurpation was astonishing, leaving the audience agape. Shouldn't the truth about a false heiress be concealed? Why would she confess? This was indeed an eye-opener. Undeterred by the murmurs around her, Mu Ji continued, "The Mu family has raised me for over a decade, and they will always remain my family in my heart. However, the position of the second Miss Mu does not belong to me. In the past, I had no choice. The mix-up was not my fault, but I refuse to perpetuate this deception. From now on, I shall conduct myself with integrity and a clear conscience." Thank you all for listening to my words. Mom and Dad, I hope you can understand. In my heart, you will forever be my parents and my family. Upon finishing, Mu Ji bowed respectfully to them, touched by their nurturing love and even their willingness to confront the old master for her identity. Yet, what was not hers would never truly be hers. This matter could not remain concealed indefinitely. Mu Ling had already prepared to expose her as a false heiress at the banquet. Once that happened, the Mu family's deception would be revealed, and even if they managed to evade scrutiny today, others would later leverage this against the Mu family. A falsehood is still a falsehood. She could not invert right and wrong. Lin Shui felt a pang in her heart. When she first learned this news, it felt like a bolt from the blue. She never imagined encountering such a scenario. Hearing Mu Ji's declaration only deepened her disquiet. She wiped away her tears. This child was resolute. If she claimed the truth, then let it be so. What harm could come from doubt? Old Master Mu's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that the very Mu Ji he despised would acknowledge her status as a false heiress. Had it not been for his sons and daughter-in-law's insistence, he would have revealed the truth long ago. It had been Mu Ji's idea to claim they were twins, both children of the Mu family, and he had begrudgingly acquiesced. But now, Mu Ji had brazenly declared it to the public. Observing the throng of media, old Master Mu recognized the situation had escalated beyond his control, and his carefully prepared statements had become redundant. He had no choice but to follow Mu Ji's lead. Indeed, although Ji shares no blood ties with the Mu family, we still regard her as one of our own. Blood relations are not the sole bonds that connect us. Like Mu Mian, she is my granddaughter. Upon hearing this, the media swarmed him with questions. Mu Ling watched in disbelief as events unfolded beyond her expectations. Despite their meticulous planning, including arranging reporters and sharp questions, and even preparing DNA test reports to deliver a fatal blow to Mu Ji, she had unexpectedly confessed. What was her game? With a relaxed smile, Mu Ji felt the situation was still under her control. She turned to meet the approaching Mu Mian, their eyes locking. Mu Mian's dark, inscrutable gaze was profound and enigmatic. She approached Mu Ji. The contrast of their appearances stark, one cloaked in shadow, the other in light, like the purest dichotomy of existence. They should have been adversaries. But Mu Ji's arrival had altered the dynamic, blending the yin and yang, demonstrating that black and white could coexist harmoniously.
Why? Mu Ji inquired.
Her lips curling into a smile. As I have stated, I do not desire what does not belong to me, even if it is laid before me. I care not for the title of the second Miss Mu. I am merely Mu Ji. In my heart, they remain my family, and I shall protect them. This does not contradict my principles. Grandfather is correct. Blood ties are not the only connections we share. Those who are bound by blood can still turn on one another. Since she had arrived, she would abide by her own convictions.
Afflitim smelegrest mumanes et civisat, ver curiosity piqued bimus ves extraordinary nature.
You are the sister I acknowledge. No one can usurp your place. I accept your apology, and I am pleased to meet you again. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mu Mian. She extended her hand toward Mu Ji, feeling an inexplicable sense of recognition. Mu Ji, her emotions complex, grasped Mu Mian's hand gently. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Mu Ji. They exchanged smiles, free from the burdens of legitimacy or illegitimacy, both disregarding wealth and status. Who said that a true and false heiress must be at odds? Mu Ji chose harmony over conflict. She understood the repercussions of this revelation. The former exalted heiress was but an illusion, and this explosive news would undoubtedly leave the world in shock. People revel in witnessing the fall of the mighty, and those eager to mock her would flock in droves, some even seeking to trample her further. Old Master Mu addressed the reporters with calm composure, but the journalists Mu Ling had employed were not easily deterred. How does the Mu family plan to handle the matter of the true and false heiresses? Is it not unfair to retain Mu Ji, given the existence of the true heiress, Mu Mian? Will you expel Mu Ji from the Mu family, or will you seek her biological parents to return her to them? What is the truth behind this swapped identity saga? Does it involve the Mu family? Chapter 26. The trending topic explodes. The barrage of pointed inquiries made old Master Mu acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. These reporters were those he had instructed Xiao Tian to recruit, all prepped and primed, yet sharp questions that could potentially harm the Mu family's reputation had emerged, indicating someone had bribed the press. Naturally, Mu Ji shall remain within the Mu family. While not by blood, the bonds we share are profound. The Mu family is not one to betray its own. As for the truth, we shall investigate thoroughly. We will not tolerate any identity swaps. And when the truth is uncovered, we will hand it over to the authorities. Having weathered many storms, old Master Mu faced the reporters with ease. Meanwhile, Lin Shui seethed with anger. How dare these reporters question her daughter? Mu Ji belonged to them, and without any leads to uncover her biological family, she was theirs to keep. Had Mu Ji deprived the true daughter of her happiness and identity, wouldn't it be a source of shame for her? To put it bluntly, wasn't this akin to theft? How could the Mu family be so cruel to their own flesh and blood? The reporters pressed on relentlessly, targeting Mu Ji and the Mu family. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, captivated by the unfolding drama. Mu Ling and Chen Fian observed with smug satisfaction, believing victory was within their grasp, compelling the Mu family to take a stand. As Mu Ji and Mu Mian approached, Mu Mian's cold gaze fixated on the audacious reporter who dared to pose such questions. The reporter, faced with her fierce demeanor, felt a chill run down their spine. How could such a young girl possess such an intimidating glare? Was she truly content with her swapped life? She had no say in this matter. If Mu Ji chose to remain in the Mu family, that was her decision. What right did the reporter have to protest? Perhaps they should focus their energies on societal issues rather than engage in such disgraceful journalism. Mu Mian gazed at the reporters, unable to suppress her scornful remarks. The journalists were left speechless, mouths agape, unsure of how to respond. Mu Mian then took Mu Ji's hand, and the two stood side by side. A breathtaking sight that elicited nothing but envy from the onlookers. It was no surprise that beautiful girls garnered admiration. Mu Ji was truly a rare beauty, deserving of affection, even receiving protection from the legitimate heiress. This was a private matter for the Mu family, and they would handle it themselves, so everyone else need not concern themselves.
Mu Mian asserted.
After her statement, the reporters refrained from pressing further. They could not afford to offend the Mu family, and to continue questioning would be impolite. With that, the banquet came to an end, and she urged everyone to report truthfully, avoiding any misinterpretation. Whether it was Mu Ji or Mu Mian, they were both children of the Mu family, and should any unfavorable rumors reach her ears, the Mu family would not hesitate to take action. The authoritative voice of the elder Mr. Mu resonated among the crowd, prompting the reporters to nod in agreement. Congratulations, Mr. Mu, for having two outstanding granddaughters. One remarked. Indeed. The performances by the two young ladies were simply captivating, truly impossible to look away from, another added. Mu Ling, her nails digging into her palm, seethed with resentment. That wretched Mu Mian, and that little vixen Mu Ji, how could their fortune be so great? That fool Mu Mian even assisted Mu Ji. It's infuriating. My meticulously laid plans have been utterly wrecked. As the Mu family's banquet concluded and guests dispersed, the elder Mr. Mu cast a glance at Mu Ji before leaving with a discontented huff, his frail body weary from the event. Lin Shui looked at Mu Ji with concern, pondering why she would so readily acknowledge her identity. Did Mu Ji not wish to remain in the Mu family, yearning instead to seek her biological parents? The thought twisted Lin Shui's heart. How could she relinquish her beloved daughter, whom she had raised for over a decade? Upon returning home, the atmosphere was heavy. Mu Mian sat idly on her phone, saying nothing. Mu Ji covertly observed Lin Shui and Mu Xiaotian, her glistening eyes fixed on the couple. Their presence softened her heart, dissipating the pent-up frustration within her. With her delicate lips pressed tightly, she resembled an innocent child. Well, I haven't even scolded you yet. Yet you're already feeling wronged. Do you not wish to be my daughter? Lin Shui's heart ached as she recalled the taunts of women who mocked Mu Ji's lack of blood relation. Indeed, Ji, even grandfather has agreed to acknowledge your identity. Being the true heiress of the Mu family is nothing to be ashamed of, Mu Xiaotian chimed in, his voice echoing Lin Shui's sentiments. You and Dad are my family, which is why I don't want to hurt you. Several reporters came targeting the Mu family today. Even if I do not personally admit it, they would eventually expose the truth about me being a false heiress. Then, the hidden matters of the Mu family would come to light. With my brother managing public opinion, it will only reflect well on the Mu family's loyalty. You will always be my mother, Mu Ji gently reassured Lin Shui, her soothing words bringing a smile to Lin Shui's face. Lin Shui patted Mu Ji's hand, conceding, very well, it is what it is. You and Mu Mian should get along well from now on. In my heart, you are my own. The past is the past. You will receive the same treatment moving forward. I will ensure that Mu Mian is compensated. She will now be the young lady of the Mu family and must be guided accordingly. Mother, I'm going to my room to remove my makeup, Mu Ji announced as she ascended the stairs, casting a glance at the aloof Mu Mian seated on the sofa. A flood of words welled up within her, yet none escaped her lips. Why was I not informed that someone was plotting against Mu Ji at the banquet? Invincible hacker. I warned her about the potential threat. Did something happen to her? Jiang Yuxing and Tang LV had left early, unaware of the subsequent events. Go mine in Africa. Invincible hacker. Boss, are you joking? Guess for yourself. As Mu Ji finished removing her makeup, she received a call from her elder brother. Upon answering, she heard his voice, Ji. Your and Mian's matter is trending. Furrowing her brow, Mu Ji replied, I know, brother. I will discuss it with Mom and Dad. After hanging up, She quickly opened Weibo, where she found herself at the top of the trending topics. Fake heiress Muji occupies the nest of the real daughter for over a decade. Where will the fake heiress of the Mu family go from here?
Shock.
The popular flower of the entertainment industry, Muji, is revealed to be a cat swapping the prince. It is reported that the real heiress has lived in an orphanage since childhood, enduring hardship and sorrow. Muji glanced at the trending topics, noting that nearly all posts were about her. As a star with a considerable fanbase, her previous status as a wealthy heiress propelled her to immediate fame. It was undoubtedly Mu Ling's doing. Her obsession with Muji was indeed profound. After failing at the banquet, she now sought to manipulate public opinion through Weibo, making her intentions to oust Muji from the Mu family all too clear. Yet, even if Muji left the Mu family, she could never become a princess. Her influence in the aristocratic circle was far too limited. Chapter 27. Account frozen. Descending the stairs, Muji found the gaze of the three upon her. Lin Shui's face flushed with anger. These marketing accounts are truly trash. What nonsense are they spouting? Don't worry, Gigi. Mom will resolve this. For the next few days, avoid the internet to spare yourself the distress. When did the family matters of the Mu family become fodder for a bunch of netizens?
I've fine, Mom.
Brother just called. The PR team will handle it soon. Don't let the online comments upset you. Dad, please help calm Mom down, Muji said, casting a meaningful glance at Mu Xiaotian, who understood her silent plea. He wrapped his arm around his beloved wife's shoulders, leading her upstairs. Dear, rest assured, our son will handle it. Gigi is our daughter, and we will not let her suffer any injustice. With Lin Shui huffing in frustration, they went upstairs. Muji exhaled. She was unconcerned about the online comments, only anxious about the potential impact on the Mu family's reputation and stock prices. Opening Weibo, she saw the posts beneath the trending topic flooded with thousands of comments and shares, with likes soaring into the millions. Clearly, the netizens were highly engaged in the gossip. No way. Is this for real? What a sensational scandal. The Mu family is a prominent household in the capital. Can they respond quickly? I've long been unable to stand Muji's arrogant demeanor. Did she really think herself a princess? Now she's face-planted. Just a swan turned ugly. Muji recognized the familiar usernames. These were her haters. Has Muji enjoyed her princess life enough? Can she just roll away? The real heiress is so innocent. This was rightfully hers. How can she still cling to the identity of the Mu family's daughter after this revelation? What's with all the hostility upstairs? Everyone mocks Muji, yet they all wish to be her. The Mu family hasn't even spoken yet you're making decisions on their behalf? Can Muji's fans just leave? The real heiress might be in a terrible situation, having taken her identity. What more do you want? For her to apologize and announce her departure from the Mu family, forfeiting any claim to their wealth? The comments on Weibo were chaotic, with the orchestrated narratives of the haters drowning out Muji's supporters. Little Curly Hair, witnessing the trending topic, was dumbfounded. Is the pure White Lotus being bullied? He thought to inform the boss immediately. Just as he opened WeChat, a message from the boss popped up. Handle the haters and those insulting Muji. If you fail, you can join Ling Yi in digging canals. Little Curly Hair's heart sank. Ling Yi was currently overseeing canal construction, and he absolutely did not want to be associated with that icy demeanor. No, I will not be with that block of ice. I would rather die. Boss, don't worry. I promise no one will utter a word. Daring to bully the innocent Bai Lian, the acknowledged younger sister of the boss, is akin to courting death. Little Curly Hair huffed and puffed as she powered on her computer to get to work. Those who brazenly insulted Muji and resorted to personal attacks suddenly found their accounts frozen, unable to log in, let alone voice their opinions. Even when they tried to switch to alternate accounts, they faced the same fate. Frustrated by the login issues, they could only rage infinitely. Just as Muji clicked on one of the accounts that had insulted her, it vanished after a mere moment. What on earth? She continued clicking, and that account too disappeared. Impressive. Stealing a glance at Mu Mian, seated nearby, she wondered if the big shot had intervened. Mu Mian cast a fleeting glance at Muji before rising to head upstairs. A smile crept upon Muji's lips as their eyes met upon her turning back, leaving her uncertain about the big shot's intentions. I will handle this. The online discourse is of no concern. They lack the qualifications to speak on my behalf. Though Mu Mian's emotions remained inscrutable, her cold demeanor stirred something within. Muji replied, touched by the uncharacteristic display of protection. After all, a big shot is indeed a big shot. In the Mu Ling household, Mu Ling reveled in the revelation of Mu Ji's true identity, relishing the thought of everyone knowing she was an imposter. She aimed to leverage public opinion to force the Mu family into submission, ideally expelling Mu Ji from the family, thus alleviating her deep-seated resentment. Would her fans still adore her if she lost her status as the Mu family heiress? As she observed the torrent of online condemnation, a peculiar sense of vanity welled within her. While applying a face mask, she planned to hire more internet trolls to thoroughly tarnish Mu Ji's reputation, instigating a verbal war between fans and netizens that would leave her popularity in ruins. "I'll hire another 100,000 trolls to lead the charge against Mu Ji's fans." Mu Ling sent this from her alternate account. Juicy Entertainment replied, "We regret to inform you that we will not be taking on this business. Please seek someone more capable." Mu Ling was taken aback. Why had they suddenly backed out? An ominous feeling took hold of her. Could it be that the Mu family had sent a cease and desist letter? However, marketing accounts typically scoffed at such threats. Even celebrities' legal notices piled up without consequence. She removed her mask and clicked back into trending topics. To her shock, the first item was a statement from the Mu Group. Breaking news. The Mu Group was suing the slanderers. Not only did the Mu Group release a public relations statement, but they also directly sued the marketing accounts that had instigated the rumors. Their words were sharp, their stance unwavering, asserting the harmonious relationship between the two young ladies of the Mu family. They had already held a family recognition banquet, warning that any further unfounded rumors would be met with accountability. The Mu Group's supporters and Mu Ji's fans quickly flooded the online space, silencing the detractors who could only seethe in frustration. Without the trolls to incite them, many neutral bystanders regained their composure. Why meddle so deeply? This is a family matter. With such fervor, you'd think Mu Ji had committed murder. Have you seen? The sisters share a strong bond. Mind your own business. And don't stir the pot. Weren't those marketing accounts so bold earlier? How quickly they crumbled. These accounts that thrive on celebrity feuds deserve to be dealt with. They are the refuse of the entertainment industry. The Mu Group stands firm. Mu Ji is a victim too. Why direct your ire at her for living a privileged life? Perhaps her biological family is affluent as well. Shouldn't the true villains be those who swapped identities? The previous commenter makes a valid point. Could there be more to this shocking family swap? Have Mu Ji's relatives been located? If not, wouldn't it be reasonable for her to remain with the Mu family? It would be truly heartless to cast her out now. The previous comment is quite astute. I hope Ji can find her biological parents. In an instant, public sentiment shifted dramatically. With the absence of inciting trolls, the Mu Group's public relations swiftly regained control of the narrative. Mu Ji observed as the online tempest calmed, the earlier upheaval seemingly erased. Yet, she knew that this seamless resolution was thanks to Mu Mion's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. After all, the hacker's tactics were a delightful form of retribution against those deranged detractors. Chapter 28. The Call from Sherlon. She glanced at the composed Mu Mion, who turned to meet her gaze, a hint of pride reflected in her eyes. Her brows raised, and a subtle smile gracing her otherwise stern face. Was she fishing for compliments? Through their interactions, Mu Ji had honed her ability to read between the lines. But she could only express her admiration indirectly. Your company never had such formidable talent capable of silencing accounts before. Surely, none of my fans possess such hacking prowess. It's thanks to her that the situation was resolved so swiftly, silencing those foul-mouthed individuals.
Muzeei subli flatteret mumian, her sikin feir, her simile revealing delicate dimples.
The original owner usually maintained a polite but awkward smile, leaving others unaware of her true feelings. However, Mu Ji was sincere, and Mu Mion noticed the charming dimples. The girl's sparkling eyes were impossible to overlook, reminiscent of a young doe wandering through a forest, innocent yet wise. She was simply endearing. Listening to Mu Ji's praises, Mu Mion felt a wave of contentment. Although she had heard countless accolades both overt and covert, they rarely stirred her emotions, often leaving her feeling numb and annoyed. Mu Mion smirked slightly. Admiring a hacker? That's hardly a challenge. For a top-tier hacker, such actions require merely a flick of the finger. It's decent. But I'm not particularly interested. I've never pursued learning it. With Mu Mion as a top hacker in the family, there was no need for her to study. Each has their own expertise, and she was skilled in many areas. If you wish to learn in the future, you can seek me out. The number of things I can teach you is quite limited. Yes, I'll definitely learn when the opportunity arises, Mu Ji replied dismissively. Knowing she had already acquired ample knowledge and wouldn't seek additional burdens. She was a slacker, not a workaholic. Mu Mian chuckled lightly, then ascended the stairs. Having her own matters to attend to, Mu Ji returned to her room, massaging her ankle before lying on her bed, scrolling through her phone. WeChat notifications were overwhelming. The gossip group concerning the affluent circles was abuzz with discussions about her. Most of these individuals were young ladies from the capital, typically sharing their latest purchases and cosmetics, occasionally indulging in anonymous gossip. Today's explosive rumor was that Mu Ji was not a genuine Mu family heiress. Wang Zhaojun. Isn't Mu Ji no longer a wealthy heiress? Shouldn't she be kicked out of the group chat? Yuji. She always seemed rather pretentious. Who would have thought she was just a fraud? I can't believe the Mu family went to such lengths for her. By the way, does anyone have the contact information for the genuine heiress, Mu Mian? Let us add her to the group. Wu Zetian. Mu Ji's future will be quite awkward, considering she isn't a biological child. Xiao Qiao. Don't say that. Mu Ji is innocent, and she's in the group. Seeing such comments would hurt her. Did Xiao. I'm just here for the gossip. But you make a good point. Since she's not a biological child, it wouldn't matter if she were removed, right? Mu Ji glanced at the messages. Recognizing Xiao Qiao as undoubtedly Mu Ling, the scent of jealousy was overwhelming. Group owner has disabled anonymous chatting. The entire group chat fell silent. Mu Ji watched as Sherlon muted them, feeling a rush of satisfaction. They dared not confront her openly and could only vent their frustrations anonymously. Their harsh words stemmed from jealousy, evident in their sharp tongues. Xiao Xiong Qiao Qiao. Mu Ji is my good sister. Anyone who dares to speak ill of her in this group should beware. I'll kick you out in a heartbeat. She is still acknowledged as a Mu family heiress. Your opinions on her status are irrelevant. Even if she is not of blood relation, she surpasses you all by 100-fold. Instead of belittling others, it would be far more prudent to elevate the capabilities of your entire group. Mu Ji gazed at Sherlon, unable to suppress a smile. Sherlon shared a profound sisterly bond with the original protagonist, wholeheartedly devoted and genuine. However, the original protagonist merely exploited Sherlon, using her to deal with Mu Mian, and manipulating Sherlon's affections to deceive her. In the original narrative, Sherlon's fate was tragically dismal, although she married the one she loved. His heart belonged solely to Mu Ji. After becoming pregnant, she fell into deep melancholy, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. Mu Ji was determined to alter Sherlon's destiny. The original protagonist did not deserve friendship, while Sherlon was worthy of a beautiful love and fulfilling life. Sherlon lifted her ban on speaking, yet the group chat remained eerily silent. No one dared to utter a word, especially after Sherlon's last remark, which struck a painful truth. Rather than demeaning oneself, it is far better to elevate oneself. This particularly resonated during the recent recognition banquet, where Mu Ji's astonishing dance captivated the entire audience, overshadowing past glories and swiftly earning her immense acclaim within the elite circle of young gentlemen. With her alluring looks and cunning skills, it was fortunate that she was not of the Mu family by blood. Otherwise, she would have been their fiercest rival.
Mu Ling.
Witnessing Sherlon's expression, furiously through her phone, seething with envy. What extraordinary fortune did Mu Ji possess? Being a false heiress yet surrounded by so many who protect her? The Mu family had invested heavily, only to see their money squandered. Despite her lavish expenditure, Mu Ji's reputation remained untarnished, and the Mu family publicly acknowledged her as the second young lady. Even her detractors and keyboard warriors fell silent. The Mu family was indeed willing to spend lavishly for her sake. The thought of Mu Ji emerging unscathed while she humiliated herself at the banquet was unbearable. After enduring such a concerted attack from public opinion, she had hoped to finally trample Mu Ji beneath her feet, only to find it utterly futile. As it only garnered Mu Ji more exposure, it was a disastrous loss, akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers. Damned little wretch. When Mu Ji noticed Sherlon's incoming call, she anticipated her boisterous nature and held the phone slightly away before answering. As expected, Sherlon's loud and carefree voice came through. Gigi, how could you not tell me about such a significant event? If it weren't for the trending news, I would still be in the dark. Her irate tone was oddly endearing. Mu Ji, now on speaker, replied, You're on vacation. I didn't want to distract you. Just bask in the Mediterranean sun and enjoy your journey. I'll handle things here. Sherlon frowned, sensing something unusual about Mu Ji, who seemed more approachable than before and was even considering her feelings. Sporting sunglasses and a bikini, Sherlon strolled to her beach chair, juice in hand. Is everything truly all right? This is no trivial matter. It's utterly shocking. How does the Mu family view you? That true heiress hasn't he bullied you, has she? Sherlon was bewildered by the news. How could her dear sister not be the Mu family's true daughter? Yet the news was rampant. And even the Mu family had acknowledged it. No, she's very kind. The Mu family treats me well. Just enjoy your trip and don't worry about me. In the original plot, the protagonist's identity was exposed, and she played the victim, successfully manipulating Sherlon and the others to defend her against Mu Mian. Is that true? Gigi, don't suffer in silence. If anything happens, tell us. As your sisters, we can't just stand by. Really? I have no need to deceive you. Just enjoy yourself, and we'll talk when you return.
Muzeiri susuret her.
Explaining that Mu Mian not only did not bully her, but actually spoiled her. Although the affection bordered on narcissism, it was indeed genuine. Who would have imagined that the true heiress would treat the false one so well? All right, let us not discuss it further. We can talk when you return. Sherlon ended the call, musing that this was not quite in line with Gigi's previous demeanor. Chapter 29. The arrival to annul the engagement. Mu Ji slept soundly, devoid of dreams throughout the night. The cheerful ringtone roused her from slumber, and without a second thought, she silenced the alarm. Believing that those who disturb peaceful dreams should meet a grim fate, she turned over, intent on returning to sleep. Before Mu Ji could once again drift into slumber, her phone rang anew. Groggily, she climbed out of bed, squinting at the bright light, pondering who dared to disturb her rest. Observing the unidentified number, she answered, only to be met with a woman's voice. Miss Mu, what an imposing demeanor you have. I've called numerous times, yet you refuse to answer. Do you not regard your elder? The woman's voice was sharp, her tone biting, and Mu Ji, still somewhat dazed, lazily inquired, who are you? The caller paused before retorting, I am Mrs. Jingshin, your future mother-in-law. It appears you are indeed a false heiress, lacking in manners. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation regarding the trending news, your engagement to a shun will be terminated post-haste. Oh, so you're Mrs. Jing. In the original story, she harbored disdain for the lofty Mu Ji, yet failed to intimidate her. Mu Ji remained indifferent towards her, their relationship neither warm nor cold. Mu Ling, adept at flattery, had charmed Mrs. Jing into a favorable disposition, almost convincing her to adopt Mu Ling as her daughter-in-law. What is there to explain? The Mu family has already issued a statement, and this matter hardly concerns you, does it? Are you worried I might tarnish the Jing family's reputation? You overestimate your importance. Mu Ji replied defiantly, unwilling to be bullied. As Jingshin's fiancé, your actions undoubtedly affect the Jing family's reputation. I've seen the trending news. Since you are not a biological child of the Mu family, your marriage to a shun should be reconsidered. Mrs. Jing relished discussing Mu Ji's background, reveling in her perceived superiority. Mu Ji's lips twitched in disdain. Whether the marriage would even transpire remained uncertain. To think that a mere fiancé title could bind her was laughable. She had far too high a standard. The likes of Jing Shen, a mere scoundrel, did not even warrant a glance from her. She would eventually call off the engagement. Mrs. Jing, I too wish to annul this engagement. However, it is not solely my decision. If you are dissatisfied, I suggest you speak to Grandfather Jing. As long as both the Mu and Jing families agree to dissolve the engagement, I shall applaud the decision. Her standards were indeed lofty. In her previous life, men of all sorts had flocked to her, none of whom had caught her eye. Jing Shen's looks were simply not enough to pique her interest. Mrs. Jing was left speechless by Mu Ji's words. Her son was exceptional, brimming with talent. How could a false heiress ever match him? The audacity of Mu Ji was infuriating, as she displayed utter disregard for Mrs. Jing. Just as Mrs. Jing was about to unleash a torrent of insults, the line went dead. How dare Mu Ji hang up on her? Did she truly believe she was a genuine heiress now? With a soft sigh, Mu Ji reflected on the long-standing ties between the Mu and Jing families. This engagement was not something she could simply dissolve with a word. Grandfather Jing had already expressed dissatisfaction with the original protagonist, and as she was not a biological child of the Mu family, her attempt to annul the engagement would be seen as a provocation towards the Jing family, potentially damaging relations between the two families. Thus, if she could uncover evidence of Jing Shen's entanglements with Mu Ling, she could legitimately call off the engagement while preserving the Mu family's reputation. Mu Ling had a penchant for Jing Shen and had flirted with him in the original plot, leading to a murky relationship that even crossed boundaries before the marriage was annulled. Therefore, all she needed was to bide her time. As for Mrs. Jing, let her cause a scene. After all, her unreasonable outbursts would only serve Mu Ji's interests. Mu Ji stepped onto the balcony to tend to her flowers, only to spot Mu Mian poised to leap off the balcony, her hands resting on the railing. Their eyes met, and for a moment Mu Mian froze. You could simply walk out the front door. No one would stop you. Mu Ji hesitated, finding the older girl's penchant for acrobatics both amusing and endearing. Jumping from the balcony is much cooler. Mu Mian lifted her chin, showcasing her agility as she leapt off the balcony, landing gracefully on the ground below. Mu Ji stood with an elegant posture, gazing down at the people below. The ivy on the wall flourished, casting shadows upon Mu Mian's figure. Their eyes met, and a smile graced Mu Ji's lips. Come back soon, or else mother will nag. I know, you're such a chatterbox, Mu Mian huffed lightly, turning on her heel to leave. Mu Ji chuckled softly, truly a proud and aloof enigma. As she admired the diverse array of flowers, inhaling their fragrance lifted her spirits. And she began to hum a cheerful melody, only to be confronted by an unwelcome sight. Madame Jing, closely accompanied by Mu Ling. With poise and grace, Mu Ji descended the stairs. Ji, it has been far too long since you greeted your esteemed aunt. Come say hello, Lin Shui, seated across from them, urged. Followed by Zhang Ma, please prepare tea for our guests. Of course, madam, Zhang Ma replied, casting a wary glance at the imposing figure of Madame Jing. The revelation of Miss Mu Ji's true identity had not gone unnoticed, and it seemed the visitor had come with ill intentions, likely seeking trouble. Madame Jing's expression hardened as she beheld Mu Ji, her mood soured by the phone call that had been abruptly terminated that morning. She regarded Mu Ji with a disdainful haughtiness, determined to annul her son's engagement, seeking a more advantageous match for him. How could the noble lineage of the Jing family be tarnished by a mere pretender? As for Mu Mian, her lack of merit was undeniable. She could only produce offspring of questionable intellect. The family's prestige and genetic legacy must remain unparalleled. Good day, Madame Jing, Mu Ji greeted with impeccable grace, leaving no room for criticism, while Madame Jing merely huffed in response. Lin Shui felt a twinge of displeasure at the attitude displayed by Ling Zi, as they had once been close friends. Though marriage had swept them into separate lives, they had maintained contact, especially since their families had become entwined through an engagement. Yet, Lin Shui's cordiality towards Mu Ji was now tempered with a hint of distance. Did they truly believe the Mu family was so easily trifled with? Now that Ji was no longer a blood relative? Cousin, please do not let yesterday's events weigh on your heart. Although you are not of our blood, you remain my cousin in spirit. I can see you are not quite well. You must have had a restless night, Mu Ling feigned concern, intentionally broaching a sensitive topic. Mu Ji cast a sidelong glance at Mu Ling, whose eyes were tinged with dark circles, effortlessly lying through her teeth. In truth, Mu Ji had enjoyed a restful night, her complexion radiant, unlike Mu Ling, who had squandered a fortune on hired support, only to find her efforts in vain. Is that so? My dear cousin, your bags under your eyes seem a bit pronounced. It appears you are worried about my late nights. How thoughtful of you. I have a plethora of cosmetics that effectively reduce such concerns. You should give them a try, Mu Ji remarked, settling beside Lin Shui, her lips curling in a playful smirk, showcasing a purity of character that would leave them all in awe. Mu Ling brushed her fingers against her eyes, hastily retracting her hand. She had certainly concealed them with powder that morning, and Mu Ji's words were nothing but fabrications. Her beauty was unmatched. And how could she possibly have dark circles? There's no need for that. I am in perfect condition and can manage quite well without your help, Mu Ling retorted, her voice taut. Zhang Ma placed the tea upon the table and discreetly withdrew to the kitchen. Lin Shui shot a cold glance at Mu Ling, her dissatisfaction palpable. When Mu Ji had been the cherished princess of the Mu family, she had been all too eager to curry favor, but now that her fortunes had changed, her true nature was laid bare, revealing a duplicitous character. Ah Mei, as we sip tea, let's reflect on how long it has been since our last meeting. It is truly regrettable that you missed the last banquet, Lin Shui lamented, feigning sympathy. She was no fool. The motives behind Ling Mei's visit to the Mu family were hardly benign. Ling Mei smiled politely, maintaining a distance. Indeed, it is lamentable. My absence was due to pressing matters at home. Today, I wish to discuss something of great importance. Ah Shen's engagement. Since Ji bears no blood relation to the Mu family, should not the engagement be annulled? As a parent, it is only natural to be concerned for my son. While your family may acknowledge her status, the nobility places utmost importance on lineage. I trust you understand my perspective, Shui. Ling Mei sipped delicately from her teacup. The derision in her eyes, unmistakable. Lin Shui's expression faltered, her disagreement with Ling Mei's sentiments evident. While Gigi may lack the Mu bloodline, she remained a member of their household. If Gigi were to err, an annulment might be justified. But to come forth so brazenly to dissolve the engagement placed the Mu family in an untenable position. This union had been arranged by their patriarchs. And it was audacious for the Jing family to presume upon the Mu family's goodwill. Of course, as fellow mothers, we all desire our children's happiness. But is this truly Shin's intention? As far as I know, he is deeply enamored with Gigi. The world knows of their betrothal. And it was only a matter of time before marriage followed. To annul the engagement without Shin's clear stance is a sign of cowardice. Should Gigi be cast aside, it would invite scandal upon her name, Lin Shui asserted, her tone unwavering. My perspective is merely a reflection of Shen's wishes, Ling Mei stated. Fully aware of her son's character and his lingering affections for Muji. Should he learn of her intentions, it would undoubtedly create friction. Muji observed the unfolding drama with amusement, unperturbed by the tension. Glancing at Mu Ling's triumphant expression, she found it rather entertaining. She plucked a honey tangerine from the fruit platter, bemused by the notion that Madame Jing believed her influence would successfully annul the engagement. The Mu and Jing families shared a cordial relationship, but their ties were largely rooted in commercial interests. Furthermore, the details of this affair were no secret. Everyone was aware of the engagement, and Mu Ji had committed no wrongdoing. To sever ties simply because she was not a biological member of the Mu family would be an egregious breach of integrity, a taboo in business circles. To abandon principles for trivial gains would certainly tarnish the Jing family's reputation. Regrettably, Madame Jing's understanding was superficial. She believed herself unworthy, assuming her son was at a disadvantage. As for Mu Ling, her ambition to ascend the social ladder by any means necessary was evident. Muji savored another succulent segment of the tangerine, its sweetness delightful. Lin Shui, upon reflecting on her impressions of Jing Shin, felt her esteem plummet. Once viewing him as charming and responsible, she now recognized her misjudgment. The Jing family seemed to believe they could take advantage of the Mu family, mistaking their patience for weakness. Madame Jing, this marriage was arranged by our elders. Should you wish to annul it, I must insist that old Master Jing come personally. You do not represent the Jing family, Lin Shui declared firmly, offering no concession to Ling Mei. At this, Ling Mei's composure faltered. She had indeed not consulted old Master Jing regarding this matter. She had assumed the Mu family would concede gracefully, believing it would be mutually beneficial to dissolve the engagement. She was taken aback by Lin Shui's audacity.
Excuse.
I approached you amicably. Why this hostility? Surely, it is your family's fault. The Jing family will not marry a false heiress, subjecting ourselves to ridicule. As for that Mu Mian, she is merely a country bumpkin, and the Jing family would never consider her. I advise you to accept this annulment gracefully. It would serve everyone well. Ling Mei discarded her pretense, determined to see the engagement terminated. Lin Shui, incensed by Ling Mei's denigration of Mu Mian, rose abruptly. Madame Jing.
What do you mean by that?
What is wrong with being from the countryside? Mian may hail from humble beginnings, but she is a lady of the Mu family. You have no right to belittle her here. Zhang Ma, please escort our guests out. The Mu family does not entertain such cowardly dealings, and should this annulment be pursued, let old Master Jing come forth. We will not be intimidated by such pitiful men. A jest, an engagement can be annulled, and it is indeed the Mu family that has called off the engagement. This truly infuriated her, as she lamented her past blindness in befriending such a person. Witnessing Lin Shui's fury left Ling Mei somewhat incredulous. How could she dare to call her son a good-for-nothing? Her son was, after all, a scion of a prestigious family in the capital, brimming with talent, and there were countless women eager to marry him. If they wished to part ways, so be it. Ling Mei seized her handbag and turned on her heel, her steps slightly disordered by her anger. In her heart, Mu Ling was secretly pleased. While the engagement had not been successfully annulled, a rift had emerged between the two families, and it was only a matter of time before the engagement would be dissolved. Becoming the wife of Jing Shin was now within her grasp. Aunt, I shall not intrude further. Please do not be upset. Madame Jing is merely a mother concerned for her child. With so many suitors vying for my cousin's affection, she has no reason to worry about finding a husband. Mu Ling fanned the flames from the sidelines. Lin Shui snorted coldly, you, with your elbows pointing outward. Should go comfort your dear Madam Jing, and see if she would allow you to be her daughter-in-law. Mu Ling's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. She intended to marry Jing Shen, having stolen the man meant for Mu Ji. Just wait and see. With her high heels clicking against the ground, Mu Ling departed from the Mu residence, determined to have a heartfelt conversation with Aunt Ling, hoping to leave a favorable impression in her mind. Once the two women left, the Mu household finally fell into silence. Mu Ji observed her still fuming mother and offered her freshly peeled honey tangerine. Mom, please do not be angry. You were magnificent just now, exuding such authority, especially when you defended Mu Mian. It truly moved me. And it seems my efforts to instill certain ideas in you have borne fruit. The bonds between the protagonist and the antagonist's mother have drawn closer. Lin Shue's eyes brightened. Really? I worry for your well-being, as the Jing family has been quite oppressive. The world is not solely comprised of Jing Shen. Should he prove unworthy, another will surely come along, one far superior. If he cannot marry Gigi, it is he who is blind to her virtues. I will not be wronged. Rest assured on that front. Do not interfere. The Jing family will not withdraw from the engagement for the time being. Lin Shui, half convinced, replied, Is that so? Announcing the annulment would not bode well for you. I wonder if I have been too impulsive. Indeed, I would not deceive you. Now, have another tangerine. And then let's arrange a spa day with my dear friends. Anger brings forth wrinkles. Lin Shui felt deeply touched. The former Mu Ji would never have been so gentle and considerate. Now, she seemed like an angel, softening Lin Shui's heart. She caressed her smooth face, reminding herself not to harbor anger, for she aspired to be a beautiful and graceful lady. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes and accompany you. As you have become less inclined to socialize lately. Unable to refuse her mother's insistence, Mu Ji relented and agreed to go. Chapter 31. A Captivating Beauty.
Ling Mei.
Having listened to Mu Ling's embellished account, seethed with indignation and returned to the Jing family to speak with old Master Jing. Father, I must discuss something with you. I implore you to intervene in the matter of Shen's engagement to the Mu family. How can he marry a woman without Mu blood? Ling Mei blurted out, her emotions running high. Old Master Jing, leaning on his cane, approached with an imposing presence. A former soldier, he exuded an air of authority, his graying hair adding to his intimidating demeanor. You went to annul the engagement with the Mu family? His voice boomed, leaving one uncertain whether he was angry or pleased. Yes, father. I spoke with Madame Mu about this matter. The marriage must be called off. Ling Mei reveled in her own self-satisfaction regarding her decision. To her surprise, instead of praise, she received a resounding slap from old Master Jing, leaving her momentarily stunned, her cheek marked with a red imprint. Ling Mei clutched her swollen face, confusion and tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not protest. Father, I did this for the good of the Jing family. Do you wish to see us ridiculed by high society? Is it acceptable for Shen to bring home a counterfeit heiress? Ling Mei struggled to comprehend what she had done wrong. Foolish woman. Do you think a marriage of love between two families is so simple? Do you believe the Mu family is some third-rate clan that you can simply annul the engagement? What right do you have to represent the Jing family in such a manner? Did you approach old Master Mu or Madame Mu? Old Master Jing glared, his brows furrowed in disapproval. I sought out Lin Shui, not old Master Mu. Ling Mei longed to explain to her father that old Master Mu held no affection for Mu Ji, and perhaps the annulment could indeed succeed. It was the Mu family that had wronged the Jing family. Arrange a time to formally apologize to Madame Mu. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Your actions will only cast the Jing family into a position of immorality. We have business dealings with the Mu family. Do you wish to jeopardize our interests? Old Master Jing's disdainful snort left no room for rebuttal. Unlike old Master Mu, who was indecisive, old Master Jing was decisive and resolute. Yet this concerns Shen's happiness. How can I stand idly by? It is the Mu family that has muddied the bloodline. They are at fault. Why should I be the one to apologize? She, the esteemed matriarch of the Jing family, could not humiliate herself by offering an apology to Lin Shui. That would be a slap in her own face. Such arrogance. Are you questioning my decision? Xiao Shan is my grandson, and I have high hopes for him. I certainly have my own plans. If you continue to meddle and tarnish the Jing family's reputation, I will not hesitate to allow another woman to enter our family. Old Master Jing's words silenced Ling Mei. He glanced at his silent son, frowning as he waved his hand dismissively. Take your wife and leave. If there is a next time, I will not be lenient. Yes, father. The man led Ling Mei away, casting a cold warning glance. In the future, consult me before making decisions. Today's events have greatly angered father. His expression was grim. Ling Mei shrugged off his hand and shouted, "Ah Shan is my son. You do not care for my feelings. You are just as spineless. You watched as I was struck and said nothing. I will not allow my son to marry Muji. You are pleased to marry Lin Shue's daughter, are you not? Since you could not marry Lin Shue, becoming her in-law must be quite satisfactory for you. I assure you, I will not let you have your way." Neither Muji nor Mu Mian would ever cross the threshold of the Jing family. The man's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the hysterical Ling Mei, unable to comprehend how the once elegant and composed woman had transformed into this. It only served to increase his irritation. "You are being unreasonable. What does Lin Shue have to do with this? Do not forget what father said. Also, there is nothing between Lin Shue and me. Must you always be so suspicious? Take care of yourself." The man, weary of further explanation, left with a cold demeanor. Ling Mei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suspicious? If she had nothing to hide, why was he unwilling to annul the engagement? It was clear he could not let go of Lin Shue. Accompanying Lin Shue to the spa, which had been funded by Ling Mei, Muji felt a sense of discomfort at the thought of her former friend. She had often visited this establishment to support Ling Mei's business, yet now, reflecting on her overstepping actions, she felt uneasy. Why should she continue to contribute to someone who had trampled on her dignity? What's wrong? Muji perceptively noted Lin Shue's discontent. "It's nothing really. It's just that this beauty clinic is run by Ling Mei, and I'm still upset with her. I don't want to go." Lin Shue sighed slightly, no longer able to view Ling Mei with the same untroubled perspective as before. Understanding her sentiment, Muji reassured her, "Then let us choose another place. The capital is not devoid of spas. However, I am not familiar with other establishments. Skincare cannot be taken lightly. If the products harm my skin, that would be disastrous." Ladies of high society were extremely particular about their skin, only using the finest products. Ordinary items were never applied to their faces.
Muzehe sorvet her sorundings.
Recalling that the protagonist's beauty spa was situated near the Jing family's renowned spa, which offered a relaxing treatment but delivered only mediocre results in terms of beauty. Nevertheless, affluent ladies were enamored with such an ambience. On the contrary, Mu Mian's establishment specialized in Chinese medicine aesthetics, employing both topical and internal applications. The facial treatments consisted of fragrant balms crafted from precious herbs, effective in treating acne and blackheads while improving skin smoothness. Consequently, this spa swiftly captured the clientele of the Jing family. Reflecting on the narrative of the original text, Muji glanced around, trying to remember the name of the establishment. She spotted the distinctly styled Qing Cheng Jiaoren. Indeed, that was it, Qing Cheng Jiaoren, perfectly aligning with the protagonist's naming style. She tugged at Lin Shue's sleeve and whispered, "Mom, let us visit that Qing Cheng Jiaoren. It should be quite good." Mu Mian's Qing Cheng Jiaoren had nearly driven the Jing family's spa to bankruptcy, so the quality was undoubtedly beyond reproach. Rather than squander money elsewhere, it was wiser to spend on one's own family. "Madam Mu, why have you stopped? Hurry over. This is your first visit, right? The deep-water spa is incredibly soothing. You must experience it thoroughly," a woman said, smiling at Mu Ji and Lin Shue. Lin Shue smirked, addressing them. "Going to deep water all the time is rather dull. How about we try the nearby Qing Cheng Jiaoren? I'll treat." The other ladies exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion and disbelief at Lin Shue's suggestion. "What is this Qing Cheng Jiaoren? I haven't even heard of it. Are you being duped? Shue, you mustn't frequent some random establishment. What if it ruins your complexion?" Chapter 32. The Mu family lacks nothing. Lin Shue, having never heard of Qing Cheng Jiaoren either, was swayed by Ji's recommendation. She thought it might be worth a try, especially since she had no desire to visit Ling Mei's shop. Previously unfamiliar with it due to a lack of new experiences, she reasoned they could explore it first. If the results were satisfactory, they could return. Lin Shue continued, having already committed to treating, aware that beauty treatments could be quite costly. The ladies scoffed, naturally skeptical of an unnamed establishment. They would never risk their appearances on a whim. Encountering a fraudulent business would not only waste money, but also jeopardize their looks. Such obscure places were likely scams, they reasoned, and they preferred to stick with deep water, where they were established patrons and felt secure. Most importantly, maintaining ties with Madame Jing could yield valuable information among the elite. Indeed, you never used to go, did you? Have you had a falling out with Madame Jing? You are both to be in-laws. Shouldn't you support her business? A nearby woman jested, prompting muffled laughter among the group. I heard that a few days ago, the wife of the Li family almost ruined her face during a beauty treatment. Let us not take that risk. All were reluctant, uniformly declining Lin Shue's suggestion, who was evidently swayed by their arguments. After all, their appearances were paramount. If something went awry, it would be disastrous. She herself was already married, but Gigi was in her prime, an acclaimed star reliant on her looks. Any misstep could be catastrophic. Muji turned to the ladies and said, "Then I'll go ahead with Mom. I'm quite curious about this Qing Qing Jiaoren. It might yield remarkable results." With a polite smile, she disregarded their warnings and headed toward Qing Qing Jiaoren. The ladies watched the two depart, some pitying them for ignoring advice concerning such a significant matter. Could it possibly compare to the comfort of deep water? Clearly, the naive girl had little experience. "Let them be. We'll proceed inside," Muji said, leading the way into Qing Qing Jiaoren. The establishment's decor was unlike that of any typical beauty salon. It was a veritable paradise, luxurious enough to rival an elegant inn. The establishment boasted 3 floors, the first for beauty services, the second for herbal baths, and the third exclusively for privileged clients, where mere money could not guarantee access. This marketing strategy mirrored Mu Mian's approach, hunger marketing aimed at the wealthy ladies of the capital. However, it was also accessible to the average person, albeit with less refined services. Many simply purchased beauty products for home application, which proved effective as well. As Lin Shui surveyed the surroundings, she found the decor refreshing, indicative of a wealthy enterprise. She wondered who in the capital had opened such a place, having not heard a whisper about it. "How may I assist you? Here is our price list. Please take a look. Please have a seat. May I offer you something to drink?" the attendant asked, her gaze fixed curiously on Muji, as if she recognized her. As Muji removed her mask, she noticed the attendant's astonished expression. With a gentle blink and a finger to her lips, she whispered, "Let us keep this discreet. I'm merely here for a treatment." The girl inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement at encountering her idol. Gigi was charming and approachable, devoid of the aloofness often associated with stars. "Mom, you should take a look at the packages. Choose whichever you prefer," Muji said, handing Lin Shui the iPad, which detailed each package and its benefits. However, upon seeing the prices, Lin Shui nearly lost her composure. Are they really this expensive? Am I about to fall into a scam? The higher the price, the more extravagant the name. It seems to be traditional Chinese medical aesthetics. I've tried such treatments before with little effect. Yet having come this far, she felt compelled to spend. Otherwise, she would lose face. News of her indecision could lead to ridicule. "Don't worry. All the products here are reliable. I'll cover the bill today. You just need to enjoy yourself." Muji reassured her, prioritizing Lin Shui's happiness and relaxation. "Indeed, madam. While our establishment may be newly opened, our products are top-notch and absolutely worth the investment," the attendant affirmed. Lin Shui selected a package, and service was promptly rendered. Muji offered her an encouraging look as Lin Shui followed the attendant away. "What package do you need, Gigi?" the attendant inquired cautiously. "I want to require much. Just a facial mask will suffice. My skin is quite good," Muji replied. "Certainly. Which type of mask would you prefer?" "A hydrating one, please," Muji replied casually, contemplating the possibility of purchasing some beauty products to take home. The protagonist's offerings were always of the highest quality, and perhaps they could contribute to the success of her endeavors. She mused on the potential for investment, hoping to reap rewards in return. As Muji reclined in a rocking chair, a mask applied to her face, she perused a magazine, the coolness of the mask lulling her toward slumber. Just as she began to drift off, a shrill voice pierced her tranquility. Slowly opening her eyes, she recognized the voice of Madame Jing. What was she doing at Qing Qing Jiaoren? "Oh, isn't this Muji? Why would you casually enter such an obscure establishment? Ruining your skin would be unwise. Your mother should know better. Being upset with me shouldn't lead to risking your appearance," Madame Jing remarked, entering Qing Qing Jiaoren and spotting Muji, but not noticing Lin Shui. Madame Jing's arrival caused a stir among potential clients, who began to murmur, questioning the legitimacy of Qing Qing Jiaoren's services and whether they might involve cosmetic alterations. Hearing the whispers and noticing a few patrons frequenting her own spa, Madame Jing felt a sense of satisfaction. Her face was slightly swollen. She had intended to undergo a treatment to reduce the swelling but unexpectedly encountered several ladies discussing Lin Shui and her daughter's visit to the nearby Qing Qing Jiaoren. She had heard of it, knowing it had opened recently, yet she hadn't bothered to inquire about deep water or the establishment as owner, seemingly unafraid of potential failure. Madame Jing regards the enchanting beauty with indifference, yet this does not hinder her from playing tricks on her adversary, while concurrently delivering biting sarcasm towards Lin Shui and her daughter. In her reluctance to visit the establishment, she is quite willing to demean herself. I beg your pardon, but the service and products at this shop are commendable. The absence of fame now does not preclude future success. Is Madame Jing truly so idle? After her derision, she seeks to undermine the enchanting beauty, striking two birds with one stone, a clever endeavor indeed. Do not put on airs. If you truly believe in its efficacy, why merely apply a facial mask? Is it not a sign of distrust towards the products of the shop? Madame Jing, observing Mu Ji, with a mask adorning her face, sneered. I expected something novel, yet all I see is a mere mask. How pitiful. Perhaps I should gift you some masks. Our establishment offers the finest spa treatments complimentary. Pardon me, Madame Jing, but the Mu family is not in want of money. Lin Shui appeared refreshed, striding forth with an air of superiority. Madam, unless you intend to make a purchase, I kindly ask that you refrain from disrupting our business, the attendant remarked, eyeing the unwelcoming woman with displeasure. Was she here to create a scene? Madame Jing, momentarily distracted by Lin Shui's flawless complexion, found herself somewhat entranced. Despite their use of exquisite skincare products, age has rendered her skin less than ideal, while Lin Shui's visage seemed to have improved remarkably. Even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes appeared diminished. Could the products here truly be effective? Shall we indulge in some shopping? It is not as if we cannot afford it. Ah Shui, why must you be so hard on your beauty? What if something were to go awry? I would surely be distressed. Madame Jing harbored skepticism towards the existence of such miraculous products capable of genuinely enhancing one's skin. Even her own spa treatments, which employed advanced European technology, lacked such effects. Unable to contain herself, Lin Shui rolled her eyes, caressing her smooth face, her spirits soaring. The products from this establishment are indeed remarkable. My skin feels more taut and has a better texture. Most importantly, after completing the full regimen, I feel utterly invigorated, particularly from the herbal bath, which alleviates fatigue. Mu Ji peeled off the mask, rinsing her face with water. Her already smooth skin glistened, reminiscent of a freshly laid egg. Isn't Madame Jing here to indulge? Is she hesitant to part with her money? Mu Ji teased, drying her face with a tissue. Upon hearing this, Madame Jing displayed a look of disdain. It is merely a beauty treatment. How could I possibly be unable to afford it? Arrange for me your most luxurious package. The extravagant demeanor of Madame Jing almost amused Mu Ji. She was clearly unperturbed by provocation. Sister, I have just secured you a substantial business opportunity. The girl regarded the elegant yet cunning Mu Ji with admiration, marveling at how a single remark had compelled the troublemaker to purchase the most expensive package. When Madame Jing saw the price of the lavish package, she nearly fainted. 500,000. Did she think she could simply snatch money from the air? Ling Mei's expression shifted dramatically. Was it too late for regrets? Mu Ji raised an eyebrow and sighed. If you find it too expensive, we can opt for a more affordable option. Let us pretend we didn't hear anything just now. It dawned on Ling Mei that she had fallen into Mu Ji's trap. If she chose a cheaper option, it would only confirm Mu Ji's insinuation of her inability to spend. As the dignified lady of the Jing family, could she really downgrade due to a trivial sum? The thought of becoming the laughingstock of her circle was unbearable. I shall have the most expensive package. I want to see if this enchanting beauty is truly a fraud. If she is, I will report her to the authorities. Should my skin suffer even a slight blemish, I shall ensure the owner faces ruin. Madam, I notice some imperfections on your face. Our skincare specialists can perform an examination to prevent any slander against us. The attendant cast a cold glance at Madame Jing. Did they believe she would resort to such deceit? Madame Jing was guided aside, while Mu Ji affectionately linked arms with Lin Shui. So, how does it feel? Quite pleasant, I presume? My instincts were right. The results are impressive. I wonder who the owner might be. I would love to make their acquaintance and become a regular here. Lin Shui was indeed satisfied. The identity of the owner, if revealed, would likely astonish you. It's none other than your daughter, Mu Mian. Alas, this secret is known only to her. Mu Ji led Lin Shui to the front desk to settle the bill. At that moment, the manager arrived, relieved to see that nothing had gone awry since taking charge of the enchanting beauty. Do you offer membership cards at your establishment? I would like a black gold card. After signing her name, Muji glanced at the manager, who was about to make an excuse to decline. However, upon seeing her signature, he was taken aback. Recalling the owner's instructions, henceforth, Miss Muji would enjoy all privileges at the shop, receiving whatever she desired. The manager suppressed his words, smiling as he replied, "Of course. Let me quickly arrange a black gold card for Miss Mu. Congratulations, Miss Mu. Your number has drawn our store's lucky digit, granting you a complimentary service." The staff were left bewildered. Their membership program hadn't even officially launched, nor was there any lucky number initiative. Yet, under the manager's directive, they had no choice but to comply. Even Lin Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was the service exceptional, but it also came with such fantastic benefits. Truly, Muji was her lucky charm, bringing good fortune the moment she stepped out. Muji smiled sweetly, aware that her special treatment was likely due to Mu Mian's influence. What kind of establishment was the enchanting beauty? Membership cards typically came with discounts, and any notion of a lottery was merely a facade, one that would only fool her mother. Is this what it feels like to be adored by a powerful individual? It brings a certain thrill. Lin Shui handed the black gold card to Lin Shui, and as they exited the store, they encountered the same group of ladies who had just finished their spa treatments, discussing Lin Shui and the enchanting beauty. Madame Mu visited the enchanting beauty. I hope her face isn't ruined. Just thinking about it is terrifying, one woman exclaimed, patting her chest. As they finished speaking, they spotted Lin Shui and Muji, and the woman felt a pang of anxiety, pretending as if she had said nothing. The group's gaze fell upon Lin Shui's face. Where any sign of fatigue had vanished, her skin appeared smoother, and she radiated vitality, looking far better than they did. Confusion mingled with jealousy among them.
Axu.
Do you feel any discomfort? Perhaps a burning sensation or itchiness? They were skeptical, questioning how a newly opened shop could yield such results. Surely, it was some temporary miracle drug, and in a few days, she would likely break out in blemishes. The thought was chilling. I feel no discomfort whatsoever. The results are exponentially better than any spa treatment I've experienced. I absolutely adore this place. I plan to frequent it. If you wish to try it, do so promptly. I even obtained a black gold card, which will grant discounts in the future. Well, we shan't persuade you any further. If your face ends up ruined, do not lament excessively. We are off to shop. Would you care to join us? No, thank you. I wish to return with Gigi. Enjoy yourselves. Lin Shui declined, unwilling to let their chatter dampen her joyous mood. Linking arms with Muji, the two departed with cheerfulness. The ladies watched Lin Shui's retreating figure, filled with uncertainty yet intrigued. They dared not try it themselves just yet, opting to let Lin Shui serve as a test subject for a while. If her experience proved risk-free, they too might give it a shot. Though they outwardly expressed disdain, they all harbored the same intention within. Lin Shui returned home and eagerly posted on her social media, extolling the beauty of the enchanting lady. Not only did she share her own stunning photographs, but she also promoted the products she had recently purchased, which soon led to private inquiries from others. Lin Shui generously provided her address. Chapter 34. Mu Mian's injury. Muji returned to her room after practicing yoga and subsequently headed to the dance studio. She revisited the dance she had performed with Mu Mian, modifying its complexity from a duet to a solo performance. The variety show Countryside Scenery was approaching its premiere, and each guest was required to prepare a video showcasing their talents to introduce themselves and exhibit their diverse skills. After reviewing her performance, Muji confirmed its quality and sent it to Sister Lan. Sister Lan received the video promptly, but her concerns for Muji lingered. You must exercise caution in this variety show. Your identity is quite sensitive at the moment and could easily be magnified, making you a target for others. If you wish to withdraw, I can arrange that, she advised. Sister Lan felt a twinge of regret. Muji's brilliance was evident, and she deserved a luminous career. However, the ongoing turmoil surrounding the true and false heiresses would undoubtedly impact her. Appearing on the show would subject her to scrutiny, and the unpredictable nature of the entertainment industry loomed over them like a shadow. Though the Mu family publicly acknowledged Muji's identity, privately there was uncertainty. Without the Mu family as a protective haven, Muji's path in the entertainment world would likely be fraught with challenges. Of course, I want to participate. Has the guest list been released?
Muji inquired. Not yet.
We probably won't know until the official announcement day. The director has been quite tight-lipped, Sister Lan replied.
All right.
I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Lan, Muji acknowledged. The director certainly knew how to play the game, announcing the guest list at the last moment. indicating that those invited would likely be individuals already generating buzz. Reflecting on the plot, Muji recognized she was merely a malicious antagonist. The narrative was not centered around her perspective, and her memories were hazy. Nonetheless, it was just a variety show, a minor hurdle. As she rose, she noticed movement on the neighboring balcony. Mu Mian had returned, and upon approaching, Muji caught a whiff of blood. Her brow furrowed. How could someone injure the protagonist in this world? The earlier incarnations of Mu Mian were formidable, unmatched by anyone. Could it be that Rong Hanya had confronted Mu Mian? Surely not. Was he attempting to pursue her to the grave? A sense of unease gripped Mu Ji as she grasped the railing and leaped to the adjacent balcony. Pushing open the glass door, a piercing gaze met her. Upon recognizing Mu Ji, Mu Mian relaxed her guard and continued to tend to her wounds in silence.
Indeed.
She was injured. How could this happen? Mu Ji observed Mu Mian, who resembled a solitary spirit, a beast nursing its wounds in a corner, silent and solitary. She approached, firmly holding Mu Mian's hand. Allow me to tend to your injuries. If it hurts, you need not endure it. I am, after all, your family and will not mock you. Mu Mian was unaccustomed to such interactions. She was the queen of the night, always solitary. Her subordinates respected and cherished her, yet none dared to approach her in such a manner. She was their pillar of strength. Let me see your wounds, Mu Ji said, not probing too deeply. She grasped Mu Mian's arm, where the marks resembled claw scratches, deep and troubling. As she gently applied medicine, confusion washed over her. The earlier Mu Mian would have been impervious to such injuries. What could have possibly harmed her? There's another injury on your shoulder. Turn around. This was abnormal. Although her arrival had altered the storyline, the world of the novel would not easily shift. Mu Mian and Rong Hanya were the apex of power. Even formidable adversaries would be swiftly eliminated. Mu Mian's expression remained impassive as she obediently turned her body, allowing Mu Ji to apply the ointment. The cotton swab, dampened with medicine, touched the bleeding wound, causing a slight sting, yet Mu Mian did not flinch. Does it hurt? Mu Ji felt a pang of sympathy. Unsure of what Mu Mian had endured to become so emotionally detached, her heart seemingly sealed off from others. Rong Hanya had won her over through relentless devotion, slowly earning her acceptance. When she first witnessed their story, it had been moving. Such a love that defied all odds was rare. Alas, despite her lengthy existence, she remained single. It hurts. Blow on it. Mu Mian teased, her eyes sparkling with an unusual warmth. Mu Ji, undeterred by embarrassment, began to gently blow on the wound, playfully chanting, pain. Fly away. Mu Mian's expression faltered slightly before she retorted disdainfully, childish. Are you 3 years old? She turned her face away, treating Mu Ji as if she were a mere child. Yet, she was a formidable figure cloaked in countless identities. With a triumphant grin, Mu Ji replied, Indeed. I am 3 years old. So, dear sister, please keep this a secret. She winked, collecting the bloodied cotton swab and gauze. Promise me, in future fights, do not let yourself get injured. If you are hurt again, I shall have mother restrict your outings. Though she would not interfere with Mu Mian's movements. She wished to shield her from harm. Unexpectedly, I've never lost a fight. I wish to go out. The Mu family cannot contain me, Mu Mian said. Her brow furrowing at the day's events, a sense of foreboding creeping into her thoughts. What was that ominous presence? I know you're formidable. Rest well. I will take care of this. If Aunt sees it, Mother will certainly question it. Next time, I want tea cover for you. Mu Ji did not exit through the front door, but rather climbed back to her own room via the balcony. Once in her room, Mu Ji secured the balcony door and drew the curtains. She gazed at the bloodstains on her clothing, remnants from Mu Mian, and contemplated. Retrieving an incense burner and a stick of incense from her cabinet, she pricked her finger with a silver needle, allowing a drop of blood to stain Mu Mian's bloodied attire. Lighting the incense, she formed a seal with her hands, invoking the soul-chasing spell, which could identify malevolent entities based on a person's garments and bodily fluids. If Mu Mian had merely been harmed by another, she would see nothing. However, if it were an evil spirit, she would sense its presence. Closing her eyes, Mu Ji waited until she opened them again to find the incense extinguished. There was indeed something amiss. A glimmer of excitement flickered in her sharp, cunning eyes. She was eager to uncover what malevolence dared to act so brazenly in her presence. Stowing her items securely, she spritzed perfume around her room until no trace of the scent lingered. Dressed in a sky-blue qipao, She gathered her long hair into an elegant bun secured with a jade hairpin, donned her veil, and took an umbrella before leaving her room. To avoid alarming the Mu family, she refrained from driving and stealthily exited the villa. Once outside the gated community, Muji summoned a car. In the night, her slender silhouette, holding a paper umbrella, appeared ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being, creating a stark contrast with the mundane world around her. The driver, upon catching sight of her, was momentarily startled, mistaking her for a ghost. Only after a closer look did he breathe a sigh of relief as Muji provided the license plate number before entering the vehicle. Observing her attire, the driver noted how the youth of today embraced cosplay, whether in Hanfu or Qipao. He could hardly keep pace with current trends. Watching her through the rear-view mirror, he pondered why she donned a veil. Surely, it wasn't due to unattractiveness. Her otherworldly aura contradicted any notion of her being plain. "Miss, the place you're heading to is rather remote. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone at this hour," the driver kindly cautioned. Chapter 35. You should not hurt my sister. "Do not worry. I fear nothing, not even ghosts," Muji replied with a slight curve of her lips. The driver felt a chill run down his spine. Today's youth truly seemed fearless, emboldened to an extreme. In a world devoid of ghosts, he rationalized, there was nothing to fear. This was a scientific society. As he drove, he bolstered his courage, silently reciting, prosperity, democracy, harmony, and civilization. Muji gazed out the window, murmuring softly, "Is that so?" The driver, unable to discern the precise nature of the conversation, felt a creeping unease. He drove in silence, the atmosphere within the vehicle so still that even the sound of breathing seemed muted. To alleviate his tension, he turned on the radio, the cheerful melodies offering a semblance of comfort. Fortunately, the destination was somewhat remote, and there was no traffic. He swiftly delivered the passenger to her location. "Dear girl, it would be wise to return home promptly. Even if you do not encounter spirits, you may cross paths with unsavory characters. With your beauty, you must be cautious. A young woman alone in such a desolate area is at risk. There are vagrants lurking about, and it's not just lovely maidens who can fall victim to danger. Even men may find themselves in peril." "Thank you, driver," she replied. Even the most roguish of individuals would think twice upon seeing her. Muji arrived at an abandoned apartment building, a site earmarked for redevelopment. Due to its dilapidated state, many had vacated, leaving the area eerily deserted at night. The wind rustled through the stillness, and a few yellowed, worn-out streetlights stood as silent sentinels. Muji, clutching an umbrella, crossed the stone bridge. The river emitted a foul stench from the refuse floating upon its surface, and the surrounding emptiness bore no trace of life.
Museheis kan her surroundings.
Her embroidered bag swaying gently with her movements. As she traversed the bridge, a shadow flitted behind her, a grotesque silhouette trailing her steps. Sensing the anomaly, Muji deftly led her pursuer into the woods, where the dense foliage provided ample concealment, making it easier for her to act. The shadow plunged into the thicket, exhibiting an impatient urgency, emitting strange whimpers akin to a wild beast's cries. Its form moved with the swiftness of a leopard, and as Muji turned with her umbrella, she narrowly evaded the attack. Their eyes locked, and Muji scrutinized the creature before her. It was ragged, with long, sharp nails and murky eyes. Its vitality alarmingly feeble despite its agility. All signs indicated that he was no normal human.
Anoid bimus vs evasion.
The being licked its elongated black claws and lunged forward like a ravenous wolf. In a swift motion, Muji closed her umbrella, recalling that in her previous life, it had served as a weapon capable of dispelling malevolent forces, a commendable tool, albeit this ordinary umbrella sufficed against such a lowly evil. "You should never have harmed my sister. Now you shall pay a price." The moonlight filtered through the veil of her umbrella, casting a soft glow on her face as Muji smiled, forming a flower with the umbrella's tip, which now resembled a lethal blade. With each strike upon the creature, it emitted furious howls. Yet it could not close the distance, only growing more frantic. "Feeling desperate? Worry not. Your release shall come soon." Muji smirked, the umbrella's tip piercing the creature's flesh. With a flourish, she retrieved a talisman from her embroidered bag, deftly inscribing symbols upon it with her blood as vermilion ink. With a final stroke, she pressed the talisman against the creature's body. The creature writhed in agony, its cries echoing through the night as the talisman ignited, engulfing it in flames that seared its very essence. The man's murky eyes gradually regained clarity. "Help me, please.
I don't want to die."
His voice, fragmented and desperate, recalled thoughts of his wife and daughter, tears blurring his vision as pain rendered his voice hoarse. Mu Ji sighed softly. It is too late. If you have any last words, I may yet convey them. The malevolent presence had corroded his being, and as it was consumed by fire, so too would he perish. A fleeting sorrow washed over the man, and he removed a red hair tie from his wrist. I am Wang Deong. This was meant as a gift for my daughter. Should you encounter my wife, tell her I have fled, and encourage her to find a good man and live well. His form began to dissipate, and the once silent woods fell into an eerie hush, the last echo of his words seemingly whisked away by the wind, a hair tie falling to the ground. Mu Ji bent to retrieve the red string, adorned with a simple rabbit charm, an ordinary token imbued with a father's love for his daughter. Without uttering a word, she donned the string upon her wrist, when suddenly a noise piqued her attention. Her eyes flicked toward the sound. Someone was approaching, and she concealed herself in the shadows, waiting for the arrival of the visitors. Moments later, two figures emerged from the woods. To her astonishment, Mu Ji recognized them, Yi Jin and his attendant. Had they become aware of the incident? She crouched in hiding, hoping to glean some useful information from Yi Jin. Qing scratched his head, a frown adorning his face. Young master, didn't you mention sensing something unusual here, possibly the presence of malevolent spirits? Yet, we have encountered nothing thus far. Are you certain? Disappointment etched across his features. He pondered the existence of such entities. After all, he had never witnessed any. Doubt gnawed at him. Was there truly a realm of supernatural forces? Or was it merely a ruse? He did not understand why the young master, despite his status as the heir of the Yi family, was so intent on delving into the arcane. Could this be a wealthy man's folly? Yi Jin produced a compass, his brows furrowing in concentration. Why had everything suddenly vanished? This direction was unmistakable. Both his instincts and the compass pointed to this very spot. Yet, why was there nothing to behold?
Silence, Yevin commanded, Sudanijachin a find.
Fragrant scent mingling with the acrid odor of burnt talismans. He took several steps into a more open area, observing the signs of a struggle. A glimmer of delight flickered in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Qing'an stared at the traces on the ground, his mouth agape, before terror washed over him. Young master, what is this? These footprints do not appear to belong to a normal person. And this smaller one, someone has definitely been here. Yi Jin did not respond, instead kneeling to examine the impressions left behind. The size suggested a woman, likely under 23, and the agility of the steps indicated a skilled fighter. A vivid image of a transcendent figure flashed through his mind. Could it be her? If it was indeed her, then the malevolent spirit must have been vanquished. Yi Jin scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of her, but found nothing. No lingering scent remained. A strong premonition gripped him. The one who had slain the spirit was undoubtedly her, the enigmatic adept of the arcane. Young master, what are you searching for? Qing'an asked, also glancing around the darkened woods, finding no one in sight. Chapter 36. Sisters join a variety show. Yi Jin suppressed the flutter of excitement within, a slight smirk curling his lips. He must have been imagining things. He wondered when he might see her again. Nothing of consequence. The malevolent entity has been taken care of. It seems someone was quicker on the draw. It is merely a pity that I did not witness the spirit's form or behold the prowess of that adept. Yi Jin rose, his tone tinged with regret. Though one question lingered in his mind, why would malevolent spirits manifest in a city where they had never before appeared? That is for the best. I have no desire to encounter such filth. Young master, you should refrain from pursuing these spirits. If anything were to happen, how would I explain it to your father and mother? Besides, you lack the means to exterminate such beings. It would be wiser to leave it to the experts. Qing'an urged, cautioning against the dangers that could lead to grave consequences. Yi Jin raised an eyebrow, clicking his tongue in annoyance, casting a sharp glance at Qing'an. If I feared death, I would abandon my studies in the arcane. My abilities may be rudimentary, yet I wish to protect the innocent. Malevolent spirits bring harm, and if left unchecked, they will slaughter the innocent indiscriminately. Then even you shall not escape. Yi Jin playfully threatened Qing'an, who recoiled in shock, his expression one of alarm. The young master's words held a kernel of truth, but they were mere mortals. Why have malevolent spirits appeared in the capital? We have never seen them before. Qing'an mused, perplexed by the situation, an unsettling feeling gnawing at his insides. The thought of unchecked spirits roaming freely filled him with dread. Perhaps one day, we shall uncover the truth. Yi-jin was deeply curious about the events of the night. Could she possibly be the one to vanquish the malevolent spirit? If so, she would have much to inquire. Qing'an shook his head, expressing his reluctance to encounter any evil entity, fearing it would terrify him to death. Muji observed their departure, and Yi-jin also sensed the presence of the sinister spirit. They too were investigating. Muji had no intention of getting involved and thus left the woods, carefully scaling the balcony. Indeed, there were times when such an ascent was quite necessary. She now understood Mu Mion's fascination. Upon entering her room, just as she was about to change her attire, she heard a commotion from next door. In the stillness of the night, even the faintest sound seemed magnified. Muji, her clothes still half on, hastily removed her shoes, shoving them beneath the bed, and cocooned herself in a quilt. Soon after, she heard a knock on the glass. "Are you asleep?" "Not yet," Muji replied, her demeanor calm as she mentally scanned for any incriminating evidence. The scent in the room had long dissipated. When Mu Mion entered, she found Muji resembling a quail. With only her head peeking out, her bright eyes fixed on her. "Sister, you're still awake? What brings you here at such a late hour?"
Mu Mion inquired, puzzled.
As she leaned closer, "I merely couldn't sleep and thought I might stroll about. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest," Muji replied, blinking. Just as Mu Mion reached out to lift the quilt, Muji seized her wrist with a hand as smooth as jade, sending an electric jolt through Mu Mion. Her eyes darkened slightly. With a playful wink, Muji teased, "Sister, I'm feeling bashful. I prefer to sleep in the nude."
At this,
Mu Mion quickly withdrew her hand. "You should get some rest," she said before exiting the room, her usually composed demeanor betraying a hint of unease in her stride. Muji let out a sigh of relief. After all, she was the one who had been taken advantage of. Yet, to have the cold-hearted protagonist flee in disarray was an accomplishment in itself. She unveiled the quilt, revealing her exquisite qipao, somewhat rumpled. Swiftly, she changed into her nightgown and lay on the bed, reflecting on the thrilling evening and how mortifying it would have been had Mu Mion discovered her in the qipao. She would have had to concoct excuses, but with Mu Mion's intellect, it would have been futile. Thankfully, Mu Mion had noticed nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Yi-jin was the only one unable to sleep, preoccupied with the inexplicable malevolent spirit and the mysterious girl who resembled a celestial being, the one who haunted his thoughts. Who could she possibly be? Would she be the one from tonight? Mu Mion, having been injured by the malevolent spirit, would experience a slow healing process, prompting Muji to personally visit the apothecary. Stretching lazily, she descended the stairs only to find Lin Shui animatedly conversing with Mu Mion, her face aglow with pride. "That enchanting beauty truly is remarkable. It seems you have an eye for talent, Gigi. We must take you for a beauty treatment soon. A girl ought to present herself well. Why haven't you worn the dress we bought you?" Lin Shui chattered on,
Mu Mion nodded absent-mindedly,
allowing Lin Shui's words to drift away without registering. That enchanting beauty referred to her newly launched venture, and she had indeed mentioned having visited. Her sister's discerning eye was commendable. Upon making eye contact with Muji, Lin Shui remarked, "We'll have breakfast shortly. You truly are Mom's little lucky charm. Soon enough, the enchanting beauty will surely thrive, and then Mother 1T have to endure Lady Jing's disdain." Lin Shui mused, feeling a sense of vindication.
Muji replied,
"That is only because the products of the enchanting beauty are exceptional. Mother should visit more often and promote them on social media. After all, it's your daughter's shop. The profits should remain within the family. I can't wait for the day when the truth comes out. Mother will be utterly astonished. Indeed, I've already had many inquiries. By the way, your variety show is set to begin recording soon. Would you like to take Mu Mion along?" Lin Shui casually mentioned the variety show. Zhang Ma placed the breakfast on the table and resumed her own tasks. Muji delicately scooped some porridge, her mind clear. Having Mu Mion accompany her on the show was certainly not Lin Shui's idea. Her intelligence wouldn't conceive such a notion. It was likely a suggestion from her elder brother, who had discussed it with their mother. Though the Mu family had worked tirelessly to clarify her identity, not all netizens were rational and gossip still persisted. Allowing Mu Mion to appear on the show would not only demonstrate the Mu family's regard for their biological daughter, but also dilute the negative commentary surrounding the false heiress with wholesome familial interactions. It was a clever idea, yet Muji was reluctant to exploit Mu Mion's feelings. Participating in the variety show was her own responsibility. There was no need to involve Mu Mion. Furthermore, keyboard warriors could easily be silenced with a few well-placed words. In their world, they absorbed no other opinions, stubbornly clinging to their own beliefs. It was futile to waste energy on them. Mother, you needn't worry about this. Mu Mian has her own matters to attend to. I have something to take care of shortly. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Mu Ji winked at Mu Mian, who seemed oblivious, focused on her breakfast.
Wow.
After last night's fervor, you've already turned cold this morning. Truly, there's no love left, she mused. Chapter 37. Dare you question Master's medical skills? You little rascal, I truly cannot fathom you. Do as you wish. Just be cautious on the variety show and don't let anyone take advantage of you. Lin Shui cautioned, her heart filled with a mix of anticipation and concern for her daughter's first foray into the entertainment industry, a place notorious for its capricious nature. If they discovered Gigi was not the true heiress, she might indeed be bullied. Understood, let us eat breakfast. Muji replied as she enjoyed her seafood congee and savored a few crystal dumplings. She observed Mu Mian, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the area of her injury, silently inquiring about its condition. Receiving the unspoken message, Mu Mian shot her a fleeting glance but offered no verbal response. Their eyes exchanged signals, akin to a silent code. What are you two up to? Gigi, is your arm bothering you? Lin Shui asked, puzzled by Mu Ji's actions, thinking she might be in discomfort. Mu Ji withdrew her gaze. It's nothing. Indeed, it was a challenge to decipher the whims of her elder sister. Lin Shui sensed something was amiss, yet could not articulate what felt off. I'm full, Mu Mian declared, rising to head upstairs. Lin Shui, having grown accustomed to her daughter's aloofness, no longer felt the need to reprimand her, resigned to her ways. Mother, I'm also finished. You enjoy your meal. I'll step out for a while, Mu Ji said before departing the villa. Lin Shui sighed softly. They truly are a handful. One is silent and indifferent, while the other always has her own ideas. Yet, having Mu Mian on the variety show is for her own good. Zhang Ma, observing the conversation, said, Madam, do not fret. Both young ladies are exceptional. Miss Gigi possesses her own thoughts, and even upon learning her true identity, she has never harbored resentment or jealousy towards Miss Mu Mian, displaying a rare grace. Zhang Ma's words struck a chord with Lin Shui, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are my children. Both exude such determination, much like myself. Lin Shui beamed with pride. Mu Ji drove to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Ren Yi Tang, a rare establishment amidst the declining status of traditional Chinese medicine in a world dominated by Western medical practices. Here, she hoped to procure the herbs she required. Ren Yi Tang saw a sparse flow of patrons, mostly elderly individuals seeking herbal remedies, for nowadays, the majority preferred hospitals, seldom opting for traditional Chinese medicine. As Mu Ji stepped inside, she was immediately enveloped by the strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. A few individuals stood before her, swiftly completing their prescriptions. When it was her turn, the young man at the counter was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Hello, are you here for a consultation or to collect medicine? If it's for a consultation, do you have an appointment? He stammered, finally articulating his question. Despite the mask obscuring her features, it could not conceal her unparalleled beauty, particularly her unforgettable eyes, which sparkled with vitality. I'm here to collect medicine. Benzoin, myrrh, white peony root, 9 cold leaves, and Tianhuifan. Please grind them into powder. Mu Ji replied casually, listing the herbs with ease. Do you have a prescription? Let me see it. Without a prescription, I cannot dispense any medicine, the young man insisted. Having studied traditional medicine under his master for many years, he had never encountered such a prescription. Their clinic had strict regulations. Only medications prescribed by their own practitioners or other physicians could be dispensed. Otherwise, if something went awry, they would be held responsible. A precaution taken for the patient's safety. I do not, Mu Ji replied resolutely. Young lady, without a prescription it truly is not possible. Or perhaps you could describe your symptoms. I can assist with minor ailments, the young man offered confidently. Where is your doctor? I wish to speak with him directly, Mu Ji stated. She discerned that this individual was only a novice. Her unique formulation was beyond his comprehension. She was merely there to collect medicine, not for consultation. My master is currently diagnosing a patient. If you wish to see him, you will need to make an appointment, but his schedule is notoriously difficult to secure. It may take you half a month to get a slot, the young man said, pride evident on his face, as if he were boasting about his master's high status. Mu Ji, uninterested in further conversation, walked straight into the consultation room, which was designated for patient assessments. The door was unlocked, and she pushed it open before the young man could voice any objection. Upon entering, she observed a tall, thin elderly man intently checking the pulse of a little girl who appeared to be about 3 or 4 years old, her complexion pale and showing signs of impending unconsciousness. Hearing the door open, the man turned his head towards her, his features partially obscured by a mask and a black baseball cap, revealing only his eyes. Something about those eyes felt familiar to Muji. He merely glanced at Muji before refocusing on the little girl, his gaze earnest as he addressed the doctor. "Sir, what is wrong with my sister?" The man's voice was laced with urgency and a hint of anxiety. The doctor withdrew his hand slightly, furrowing his brow. "What symptoms did she exhibit before losing consciousness?" "This pulse is indeed peculiar. In all my years of practice, I have never encountered such an unusual pulse. She was vomiting and had abdominal pain. I took her to the hospital, but the doctors found nothing amiss, merely prescribing some anti-nausea medication, which had no effect and seemed to worsen her condition," the man replied, cradling the little girl with deep concern. She was his only family, and he could not bear to see her suffer. "Has she ingested anything spoiled or expired?" the doctor inquired, puzzled. The pulse was robust, not characteristic of a weak or sickly individual, yet the child lay unconscious, an anomaly that perplexed him. "This is indeed strange," the doctor mused. "I know your skills are exceptional. Please, you must save her. She is only 4 years old. I am willing to pay any price," the man implored, his voice trembling with emotion. "I will do my utmost. I will attempt acupuncture shortly, though I cannot guarantee success," the doctor replied, uncertainty clouding his mind. The pulse resembled signs of poisoning, and he hoped his assessment was incorrect. "Acupuncture will not suffice. Her time is running out," Muji interjected suddenly. "You little girl, do not speak out of turn. Please leave and do not disturb my master during his consultations. My apologies for not sending you away sooner." I saw him deeply engaged and did not want to interrupt, the young man chastised her. "What do you know at such a young age? How dare you question my master's skill? He is a renowned professor of traditional Chinese medicine in the capital." The young man could no longer contain his frustration. If even the master could do nothing, who else could possibly help? Zhong Zhisheng regarded the girl before him. Even with her mask, her striking beauty and poise suggested she was no ordinary individual. "What insights do you possess, young lady?" he asked, his tone surprisingly gentle. "Your confidence belies your age. You have less experience than I have years," he thought, having practiced medicine longer than she had been alive. The man holding the little girl furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Muji. Time was of the essence. He could not afford any delays regarding his sister's health. "I beseech you, Mr. Zhong, please treat her, regardless of the cost. She has yet to experience the beauty of this world." He was willing to bear all suffering himself. As the little girl's pale face was losing its color, her breathing growing weaker, the man's eyes brimmed with worry, fearing that with a mere blink, he could lose the only family he had left. Although the girl appeared self-assured, she seemed no older than 17 or 18, likely still in high school. He doubted she possessed even a rudimentary understanding of medicine, let alone the expertise to treat his sister. He could not risk delaying her treatment any further.
Muji merely pouted.
While she may not know much about conventional medicine, she was adept at exorcising malevolent spirits. The little girl was not merely unconscious from a stomach ailment, but was afflicted by an evil presence, something insidious consuming her vitality. Acupuncture would prove futile. She has been possessed. No medicine or acupuncture will help. You have already visited the hospital, and even sophisticated instruments could not detect anything. Old Zhong could not ascertain the illness either. He is merely taking a gamble, Muji said calmly. The man frowned, contemplating her words' validity. "Possessed? Young lady, have you read too many novels? Such superstitions are relics of the past. The new century has no room for such beliefs. How audacious for one so young to attempt a seat with such claims. Do you wish for me to call the police to educate you properly?" The young man was bewildered, convinced she considered him a fool. "Perhaps you have escaped from a psychiatric hospital. It would be wise to return," he added dismissively. Muji cast a disdainful glance at the young man, utterly exasperated. Meanwhile, Zhong Zhisheng hastily examined the girl's eyelids. Noticing the previously subtle signs now glaringly evident, her pupils were dark, faintly tinged with red veins, an unsettling sight that clearly strayed from normalcy. Zhong Zhisheng's expression shifted dramatically, his fingers trembling as he withdrew. The man noticed the change and cast a questioning look, while the young apprentice beside Zhong looked equally puzzled and surprised, not anticipating such a reaction from his master. "Master, what is amiss? Is something wrong?" the apprentice inquired, bewildered. I may not understand metaphysics, but I have encountered descriptions of possession in literature. I cannot be certain, however, Zhang Zhixing admitted, aware of his own limitations in this unfamiliar territory. The man's gaze shifted to Muji, his desolate eyes filled with desperate hope, as if she were a lifeline. I implore you, save her, he pleaded, his voice thick with emotion.
Muji sighed softly.
About to respond when the little girl suddenly opened her eyes and lunged at the man, attempting to bite him. He had no time to react. Yet he did not push her away. Instead, he held her tightly, terrified of letting her fall. It seemed as though he had resigned himself to fate, believing that if death were to come, he would face it alongside his sister. Just as he thought he was about to be bitten, the little girl suddenly sank her teeth into a wooden hairpin imbued with the essence of Muji. This aura instilled a deep-seated fear within the malevolent spirit, causing it to go into a frenzy, clawing at the air in a desperate attempt to seize its prey. Release her, Muji commanded, retracting her hand. The man immediately let go of his shrieking sister, who had lost all semblance of sanity, her eyes vacant and unresponsive to his frantic calls. His heart raced with anxiety and confusion, utterly at a loss as to how to restore her to the obedient and gentle sister he once knew. The young apprentice stood frozen in terror, trembling and speechless, doing his utmost to diminish his presence. Master Zhong, having weathered countless storms, felt turmoil within, yet maintained an outwardly stoic demeanor. The little girl spat out the hairpin, hissing as she lunged toward Muji, as if she had spotted a delectable morsel. Filled with excitement. Be careful, the man cautioned, his gaze fixed anxiously on Muji. The hearts of the apprentice and Master Zhong raced, the apprentice gulping nervously, his mind racing to find a way to escape the room, yet his legs felt like jelly, betraying him. Such a diminutive spirit dares to covet me, Muji mused. Her blood could serve as both her weapon and a potent elixir for the spirit. In her past experiences with her fellow disciples, the spirits had relentlessly pursued her, as though she were a coveted delicacy, yet they had all perished by her hand. With a slight snort, Muji transformed her palm into a blade, swiftly incapacitating the feeble spirit, which was evidently linked to the girl's possession. She caught the little girl as the man, now visibly anxious, pondered his next move. How could he expel the malevolent entity from his sister's body? Is my sister all right? He implored. Muji laid the girl gently on the bed, reassuring him. As long as I am here, she shall come to no harm. Rest easy. Lacking talismans, she rose to retrieve the wooden pin from the ground, pricking her finger with a silver needle. In the past, her blood had proven lethal to spirits, and now, having traversed realms, curses had emerged, indicating that her blood's potency remained. Indeed, a drop of her blood fell onto the girl's forehead, igniting with a crackling sound, as if a droplet of water had fallen onto a hot stove. The blood did not evaporate but instead congealed into a bead, with faint black strands visible within. Yet, others could not perceive the black threads. They seemed to possess a will of their own, swirling within the blood bead, striving to break free. However, Muji's blood would not yield so easily. Pressing the wooden pin against the girl's forehead, the blood bead vanished in an instant, seemingly absorbed by the pin. The trio bore witness to this extraordinary scene, their minds racing with astonishment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have believed it was mere sorcery, truly as remarkable as tales from novels. The apprentice felt a mix of fear and exhilaration, as his long-held belief shattered in an instant. Master Zhong gazed at the masked Muji, pondering the identity of this remarkable girl. He had heard of various esteemed figures within the capital S mystical circles, but had never encountered one so formidable at such a tender age. Muji withdrew the pin and gently pinched the girl's smooth cheek, marveling at the velvety softness of childhood skin. After indulging momentarily, she retracted her hand, adopting an air of inscrutability, embodying the essence of a sage. Your sister is safe now. Do take care of her. Her frail constitution renders her susceptible to dark forces. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Ordinary malevolent spirits will no longer approach her. Thank you. Regardless of the form of recompense, I shall oblige, the man responded, his burdened heart finally at ease. A thin sheen of sweat formed on his brow, as if his heart had been sizzling in an oil pan. He never wished to endure such a harrowing experience again. Chapter 39. Joining Mumian on a variety show? Muji replied nonchalantly, no need for that. It was but a trifling effort. As a member of the mystical order, it is my duty, and besides, this little girl is quite adorable. By the way, Master Zhong, I came here for a reason. Young sir, Please assist me with the medicine I previously mentioned. Muji cast a fleeting glance at her apprentice, who looked inquiringly at Master Zhong. What medicine? Master Zhong asked, momentarily perplexed. You see, this young lady was denied medication due to the absence of a prescription. Hence the need to consult the master regarding the herbal remedy, the apprentice explained, turning to Master Zhong. It's best if the master decides. Whatever she desires, procure it for her. Master Zhong instructed. Aware of her distinguished status, it was advantageous to cultivate connections with such individuals. Perhaps in the future, he might require her assistance. Yet, he quickly reprimanded himself for such thoughts, hoping never to encounter such malevolence again. The obedient apprentice dashed to the front desk to collect the herbs, chastising himself for nearly offending a significant figure, and felt relieved that she bore no grudge. I shall cover the cost of the medicine. Please do not decline. You have saved my sister's life, and for that, you are my benefactor. Muji accepted without hesitation, and soon the apprentice returned. Master Zhong, filled with curiosity, inquired, May I see the herbs you collected? Traditional Chinese medicine requires a careful balance. If something goes awry, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. Unlike Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine necessitates precise prescriptions, with exact measurements of each herb. A misstep could have dire consequences. Certainly, the apprentice replied, they are all common herbs, merely facilitating the swift healing of wounds inflicted by malevolent spirits. Nothing extraordinary. To others, they appear as simple remedies. Master Zhong scrutinized the herbs, recognizing them all. Combining them would pose no harm, though he remained unaware of what ailment they addressed. He chose not to delve deeper as long as they posed no danger. The apprentice ground the herbs into powder and respectfully asked, Is there anything else you require? Surely you possess a salve for wound healing? I am not picky about the specifics, Muji replied. We do indeed, the apprentice said, rummaging through the supplies before producing the salve. Muji poured the powdered herbs into a bottle and mixed them thoroughly, ensuring that Mu Mian would not suspect her involvement. She would assume it was merely a purchase from the Rini Hall. A slight smile graced her lips as she noted some powder remaining, opting not to take it back. If discovered, she would struggle to explain, especially since Mu Mian was knowledgeable in medicine. The remainder is for Mr. Zhong. This powder is beneficial for ordinary wounds. Thank you for the salve, Muji said, sealing the container as she departed Rini Hall, leaving Master Zhong with a sense of uncertainty. Once outside, the man continued to follow her. Muji turned, contemplatively regarding him. You need not accompany me. You have settled the medicine's cost, and our accounts are even. I lack neither funds, nor the need for further favors. May I inquire your name? He asked. Your kindness to us siblings is immeasurable. How could it be settled by mere coin? Thank you, sister. It is the sister who healed you. The little girl in the man's arms stirred, her innocent eyes fixed on Muji. Thank you for saving you. What is your name, sister? I can share my snacks and Barbie dolls with you. The child's innocent voice softened Muji's heart. Sister is a little fairy. I saved you because you are so adorable. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply share your name. I will come to you if I require assistance. She was reluctant to disclose too much about her mystical abilities. My name is Zhou Shuren. Understanding her desire for discretion, Zhou Shuren did not press her further. His name was well known. If she sought him, it would be easy enough. He handed her his business card, saying, This is my contact information. Should you have any requests within my capability, I will gladly oblige. Zhou Shuren?
Muji echoed,
Slightly taken aback. It seemed her casual act of kindness had saved the sister of a renowned film star. Her luck was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Shuren observed Muji, who remained as calm as a mountain, and felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. However, he quickly reasoned that it was only natural. Such an impressive individual likely held no interest in the entertainment industry. Muji accepted the business card, turned, and vanished from Zhou Shuren's line of sight, leaving him with a faint sense of melancholy as he watched her graceful silhouette fade away. Does your brother fancy the fairy sister? He is so cold to other girls. Yet he inquired about her name and offered her a business card, Ye remarked, counting on her fingers. No, I merely find her exceptionally unique. Her kindness is immense. And one must always remember to repay kindness, Zhou Shuren replied as he lifted the little girl into the car, feeling a strange familiarity with her. As if he had seen her before. He brushed aside the odd sensation, reassured that he would recognize anyone he earnestly remembered, regardless of whether they wore a mask or had undergone surgery, though he pondered whether he would cross paths with her again. Muji removed her mask and drove home. Upon entering, she found Mu Mian and her mother seated on the sofa. Surely, they were not waiting specifically for her. She had mentioned her outing beforehand. Mu Ji squared her shoulders and approached them. Lin Shui sighed softly upon seeing her daughter return. Mian just told me she wants to participate in a variety show and has discussed it with your brother. Would you like to know your thoughts? If you prefer not to join her, please discuss it with her. Lin Shui cast a glance at Mu Mian, feeling unsettled. She had not anticipated her daughter would suggest participating in a variety show. Goodness, she had only stepped out to buy some medicine. And Mu Mian had taken the opportunity to intrude. Mu Mian maintained her aloof demeanor. Her personality was rather reserved. She would disdain even the thought of appearing on a show, let alone recording one. Now, however, she was expressing interest in a variety program. Mu Ji leaned against the sofa, exasperated. Let's discuss this. Lin Shui felt a bit anxious. Mu Mian obediently followed her upstairs, and Lin Shui couldn't help but wonder, what if they end up in a fight? Whom should I support? Zhang Ma stifled a laugh, assuring her, Madam, rest easy. The two young ladies share a good relationship, so there is no need for concern. Mu Ji led her to the room, her mind swirling with countless unmentionable expletives that ultimately condensed into, come here, I'll tend to your wound. Is this the only thing you've been waiting to say after all that time? You were so fierce just now, Mu Mian retorted. Speaking of her injury, it was indeed peculiar. Her body usually healed swiftly, yet this time the wound had not improved but rather began to fester. What could it possibly be? Was it some sort of malevolent entity? Throughout the years, she had never encountered such a thing. The realm of the supernatural had significantly declined, with many temples now mere tourist attractions, relying on government or community support. Logically, there should be no emergence of evil entities. Mu Mian pondered as she loosened her clothing. Mu Ji delicately unwrapped the gauze with her slender fingers, inspecting Mu Mian's wound and evenly applying ointment. Where did you get this medicine?
Mu Mian inquired,
Catching a whiff of the herbal scent. So, she had gone out to procure medicine for herself. Mu Mian squinted her eyes, feeling quite pleased. You need not involve yourself in the variety show. You aren't doing this just for my sake, are you? She could think of no other reason, as Mu Mian was typically indifferent towards her family and would never settle for such trivial matters. Chapter 40. She is merely here to accompany me. You're overthinking it. It's just a bit of fun, Mu Mian remarked, her expression neutral. Mu Ji observed the faint blush on her ears and the barely noticeable change in her breathing. Despite her stubbornness, her entire being seemed soft, with only her words remaining tough, yet Mu Ji chose not to pierce through her facade. Have you truly made up your mind? She asked, unconcerned about Mu Mian's participation. The director would likely be at his wit's end. What remained uncertain was whether Mu Mian would cooperate. Although there was no script for the show, tasks would be assigned for the sake of entertainment. Nevertheless, with her present, there would always be a safety net. Mu Mian replied haughtily, the ointment exuding a light herbal aroma as she gazed at the person diligently tending to her wound. Where did you acquire this ointment? Mu Mian inquired curiously, finding this an intriguing experience. Her intuition told her that this seemingly cheap sister was far from ordinary. I bought it from Rennie Hall. The doctor said it promotes wound healing well. Consider this ointment a gift. Apply it yourself from now on, Mu Ji said, raising an eyebrow as she tossed the ointment into Mu Mian's lap. Have you never heard the saying about seeing things through to the end?
Mu Mian teased,
caressing the ointment in her hands, a smile playing at her lips, her demeanor lazy yet tinged with a hint of mischief. You must have also heard about self-sufficiency. Since you've decided on the variety show, I will have my brother manage the public discourse. But, do you truly have the time for this? Shouldn't the lead have her own career? It seems you are truly captivating. You're being tedious. Whether I have time depends entirely on my mood. If I'm not interested, not even an exorbitant price would entice me to come out of retirement. I'm being tedious for your sake. Just remember not to get your wound wet, Mu Ji cautioned. After leaving the room, Mu Mian discussed participating in the variety show with her brother. Considering the timeline, the show would soon be officially announced, and since her brother was the primary investor, there was little to fear regarding any antics from the production team. The following evening, after finishing dinner, Mu Ji practiced dancing in the studio when the production team of Rural Scenery officially announced the show, causing a surge of online discussions that quickly surpassed 100 million views. Rural Scenery. Break free from the mundane, fast-paced urban life. Let us look forward to the charm of pastoral landscapes. We embark with humble beginnings, collecting joyful memories along the way, cherishing the fragments of time they bring. Zhou Shuren.
Mu Ji, Miss Sisters, Mu Link, Zhang Xingxing, Wei Jihan.
After keeping it under wraps for so long, the production team finally made the announcement, and the show is already generating substantial buzz, having amassed a considerable fan base. Many fans were eager for their respective favorites to join, and the fan clubs of major celebrities like Zhou Shiren and Wei Zi had long been aware of the news, with several marketing accounts sharing updates daily. What a twist! The Mu family's true daughter? The production team is stirring things up. How awkward. Could this be a ploy to redeem themselves? Let us just hope they don't bring in a comparison group, making the internet feel sympathy for the fake daughter Mu Ji while vilifying the real one. You're all overthinking it. Unlike me, I'm already invested. Are you out of your mind? You can ship this? Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth? My precious Zhou Shiren, I'm here for you. Countless stars shining, illuminating the countryside. Following the announcement, the trending topics were abuzz, maintaining high visibility. This time, the lineup was extravagant, featuring the rising star Mu Ji, who had recently garnered immense attention, alongside Zhou Shiren's debut in a variety show, guaranteeing a hefty influx of viewers. The other participants also possessed considerable popularity, making it evident that this program would surpass the previous two installments, and the Mu sisters were destined to reach new heights. The director, with a keen sense for opportunity, smiled broadly at the climbing view counts, unaware of the true challenges that lay ahead. Mu Ji retweeted the official announcement with the caption, "Looking forward to a new journey." After Mu Ling retweeted it, she glanced at Mu Ji's fans, feeling a surge of jealousy. She had been studying design under renowned masters since childhood, participated in numerous design competitions, and won various awards. She had early on opened a Weibo account to showcase her beautiful photos and trophies. Yet she could not compete with Mu Ji. She relished in the spotlight and the thrill of being adored by many. Now Mu Ji's current success only fueled her disdain, making her feel even more threatened. Ever since the incident of falling into the water, it seemed like Mu Ji had transformed into a different person. Their previous discreet rivalry had shifted. Now Mu Ji was inscrutable and increasingly exceptional, leaving Mu Ling feeling anxious. She was determined to devise a plan to create discord between Mu Ji and Mu Mian on the show, ideally ensuring that they would be vilified across the internet. Mu Ji scrolled through the comments from her fans, her heart swelling with gratitude as many offered encouragement. She chose to ignore the negative remarks and responded to her fans' inquiries in the comments section. Jiang Yuxing, upon seeing Mu Ji trending, clicked on it and, after reading, was left utterly perplexed. Their leader was actually going to participate in a variety show? This was akin to a thunderstorm on a clear day, truly terrifying. Was this still their leader? Little curly hair hung his head, his expression one of utter desolation. Could it be that the elder brother was going to great lengths for little White Lotus? What charm did this little White Lotus possess? Was it merely her pitiful appearance that captivated him? Did he truly regard her as innocent and unpretentious? How disappointing! Had he known that this persona could be adopted, he too could have donned the guise of a White Lotus. Little curly hair silently turned off the trending news. He still had arduous tasks to complete. The two daughters were to participate in a variety show, and Lin Shui was deeply worried, fearing they would not fare well outside. Longing to send the household staff to attend to them. Sunscreen and cosmetics. What more did they need? Zhang Ma, please think of something. The food will surely not be as good as at home. It's truly vexing, Lin Shui lamented. Mu Ji observed Lin Shui's anxious pacing. Unsure of what to say, she linked her arm with Lin Shui's, exuding a sense of helplessness. Mom, you needn't fret about me and my sister. Everything necessary has already been prepared. The production team will take care of our accommodation and meals. How can I not worry? Every move you make will be under scrutiny. Mian Mian is not from your circle, and besides, you will be working while participating in the show. You have no prior experience with such matters, and if any controversy arises, you must fend for yourselves. Rest assured, with our elder brother around, nothing will go awry. My sister and I are not that fragile, trust me. If you miss us, you can always watch the live broadcast. Take good care of yourself until we return. Lin Shui embraced Mu Ji and then turned to the silently observant Mu Mian, who merely nodded in response. Lin Shui smiled with satisfaction. The production team had arranged transportation, and once on board, they were greeted by a cameraman and an assistant driver. Mu Ji politely acknowledged them. The journey was dull, and the production team seized the opportunity to initiate a casual interview. As you two sisters participate in the variety show together, what are your expectations? Is it to enhance the bond between sisters? Mu Ji smiled. Of course, I have expectations. This is a lifestyle variety show, and the most important thing is to have fun. As for her, she is simply accompanying me out of boredom. Chapter 41. Jumping into the river. The production team had already begun the live stream, and from the moment they boarded the vehicle, the broadcast commenced, a segment that had not been included in previous iterations, where introductions were typically made and travel segments were edited out. The fervor of online spectators remained undiminished. Others showed little interest, instead crowding into Muji's live stream, eager to witness the dramatic confrontations between the genuine heiress and the imposter. The production team's first question was laced with traps, insinuating that their participation was merely to cultivate a sisterly bond for the audience. Muji, however, was not naive. Engaging in light-hearted conversation with the assistant, she remained unaware of the ongoing live stream and did not take the interview too seriously. Understanding that the production team would pose some controversial queries for the sake of viewership. Could it be that Mumion is on the show solely to accompany Muji?
How sweet.
Can Muji as fans not be so brazen? A fake heiress occupying the spotlight, and the real one is already gracious enough not to harbor resentment, yet they still seek to embellish her image. The genuine heiress appears somewhat aloof, her gaze fierce and unapproachable. Does anyone know her background? Let the drama unfold. I relish watching these plastic sisters tear each other apart. The assistant, glancing at the seemingly distant Mumion, could not help but inquire, Mumion as a newcomer? It must have taken great resolve for you to accompany your sister on this variety show. What is your private dynamic like? The assistant directed the question toward Mumion, knowing that Muji was too astute to handle such inquiries. Mumion lazily lifted her eyelids, her demeanor cold, and her expression laced with a hint of mischief. Are you that idle? Have you consumed a few pounds of salt? The atmosphere in the vehicle immediately froze. As the assistant had not anticipated such a direct rebuke from Mumion, Muji coughed lightly, nearly breaking her composure. This is how we are privately. I'm not referring to you, so don't take it to heart. Muji attempted to smooth things over, while the assistant offered an awkward chuckle. Very humorous. So it is indeed a love-hate dynamic, rather unexpected. The barrage of comments from viewers erupted in laughter, with a flurry of ha-ha-ha flooding the screen. Mom. I'm truly shipping this. The lack of denial is a form of acknowledgement, and Mumion's retort to the assistant was too satisfying, thinking it was a trap. Yet she completely ignored it. Muji's frantic attempts to salvage the situation are utterly adorable. What else with that mournful yet affectionate gaze? If Muji wishes to laugh, let her. Her uncle dotes on her, after all. The love-hate dynamic is real. Does Mumion only spar with Muji? Unlike me, I can only empathize with Muji. The assistant bears all the brunt. I want to see Mumion's sharp tongue take on Muji. The ensuing interview flowed effortlessly, with Muji answering most questions while Mumion reclined against her seat, eyes narrowed in rest. Muji discreetly retrieved an eye mask from her bag and slipped it into Mumion's hands, believing her actions to be inconspicuous, unaware that they were captured on camera. With practiced ease, Mumion donned the eye mask and turned her head to sleep, their unspoken understanding leaving the viewers in awe. The subtlety of their gestures was utterly charming. I'm going to lose it. Does Muji truly think her actions are flawless? Her little expressions have captured my heart, my dear wife. This is delightful. I adore the girl-love-girl dynamic. The lilies of my hometown are blooming. Nonsense. If Mumion were truly kidnapped, she would blink twice. This is merely for show. The Mu family is skilled at acting, ensuring the audience believes in the bond between the genuine and fake heiresses. Can we not think so cynically? Perhaps they genuinely share a close relationship. Mumion doesn't seem to mind, so why are you all so indignant? It's not like you're losing your identity, just keyboard warriors lamenting their own misfortunes. Occasionally, some negative comments were swiftly overshadowed, with only Muji's stream maintaining the highest level of engagement, while responses from others remained quite standard.
Mulink.
Accustomed to luxury vehicles, felt somewhat averse to the production team's car and, upon boarding, sprayed perfume, a move that sparked heated debate among viewers. Some called it pretentious, but fans quickly defended her, explaining that she was merely sensitive to scents and was not being disdainful. Muji, listening to music through her headphones, suddenly felt the car jolt. She steadied herself, glancing ahead, and Mumion slowly opened her eyes. The assistant jumped, regaining composure and asking the driver, "What is happening up front?" "I don't know. The cars ahead have all stopped. There might have been an accident." The driver wore a perplexed expression. This road was not known for accidents. Had they perhaps ventured out without consulting the calendar? Let us take a look. We cannot delay the live stream. The assistant frowned slightly, lamenting her luck, dealing with these troublesome sisters and now facing a stalled vehicle. Please, let it not be a real accident. May we be spared from calamity. Countless messages of safety flooded the screen as viewers grew curious about the unfolding situation. Vehicles behind them honked incessantly, and the air was filled with a cacophony of frustrated voices, some exiting their cars to investigate. Mu Mian remained unfazed, as though everything were of no concern to her. Mu Ji's heart raced. She opened the car door and stepped out, followed by the cameraman, with Mu Mian trailing behind. It was not an accident. An agitated crowd was leaping into the river, as if entranced, with police struggling to intervene. The driver had never witnessed such chaos. It was utterly frightening. The surrounding area was teeming with people, some murmuring while others snapped photos, creating a scene of utter disorder. Mu Ji gazed towards the edge of the bridge, where individuals appeared to have lost their sanity, heedlessly plunging into the water below. Boats were dispatched to rescue them, yet the police's electric batons proved ineffective. They could neither incapacitate nor restrain the desperate souls, who clung tenaciously to their intent. It seemed as though these individuals possessed boundless energy, while the officers grew increasingly fatigued. What was happening? Were they possessed? Uncertain, Mu Ji decided to observe, reassured by the presence of law enforcement, who would surely find a resolution. Listening to the murmurs around her, she recognized the truth of the matter. They were indeed under a sinister spell, specifically the soul loss curse. Those afflicted by such malevolent forces would unconditionally obey the command to leap, whether from a building or into a river, persisting until death. Upon their demise, these malevolent entities would draw upon the resulting anguish to empower themselves. Captain, what should we do? We cannot stop them. Our resources are inadequate. We cannot merely stand by and watch as they seek their own demise. Immediately request backup from the precinct and discreetly contact those versed in exorcism. This situation is too bizarre. Who lines up to jump into a river? It is utterly unfathomable. No matter how we shout, they remain unresponsive, as if trapped in a nightmare. Understood. The man designated as the captain furrowed his brow, his expression laden with concern. After issuing his orders, he joined the rescue efforts. At that moment, the live stream's chat exploded with frantic comments as countless viewers flooded in. What's going on? Gigi, stay back. Don't get too close. It's terrifying. This is truly ghostly. Is this some cult's mass suicide? I've never witnessed anything like this in a century. Help. Someone wake them up. There are lives at stake. With so many people around, anyone helping? Gigi, what are you doing? Stop. It's dangerous ahead. Chapter 42. Approaching with grace, a vision in red. What's wrong with Gigi? Has she lost her mind? Don't go any closer. She vanished for a moment. What was she doing? The barrage of comments reflected rising anxiety as fans and netizens typed fervently, their keyboards nearly smoking. Yet, Mu Ji crossed the police barricade and walked towards the bridge. Gasps erupted from the crowd. That girl must be crazy. The police can't stop her. She'll be dragged into the river. She's seeking death. Come back. Don't go to your doom. The driver and assistant, witnessing Mu Ji's perilous advance, trembled in fear. Here stood a beloved rising star, the daughter of the Mu family, with millions of fans. If anything befell her, their show would be doomed, and their careers would come to an abrupt end. Mu Ji, come back. What purpose does your approach serve? Don't move forward. The assistant implored, frantic. That's the celebrity Mu Ji. She's incredibly reckless. Doesn't she fear for her life? Someone recognized her. Is she trying to gain attention? Surely. She doesn't think she's a savior? How absurd. The assistant's head throbbed with worry. With so many people present, cutting the live stream would only exacerbate the chaos, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Draped in a flowing red dress, her hair cascading like seaweed, Mu Ji resembled a blooming Mansashawa in the underworld, breathtakingly beautiful. She remained unafraid, her steps composed, indifferent to the specter of life and death. The police noticed someone approaching, yet their attention was too divided to intervene. These individuals were simply too tenacious, and the officers were nearing their limits. Once their strength waned, they could only watch as the desperate leaped to their fates. At the bridge's edge stood a graceful figure, who began to play a ceramic flute. The enchanting melody wafted through the air, soothing the restless hearts of those around. The tune, a summoning song, resonated with a calming cadence, gradually dispelling the soul loss curse. Indeed, as the haunting notes filled the air, the frenzied movements of the crowd began to slow, all eyes fixed upon this miraculous scene. What magic lay within that melody, capable of halting the madness? It was truly astonishing. The throng suddenly altered their course, abandoning their suicidal intent, and began rushing toward Muji, seemingly intent on confronting her. "Stop them. Don't let them near that young lady. Ensure her safety," commanded the captain, and the officers sprang into action, using all their strength to create a barrier. That young girl appeared so fragile, a single punch could easily incapacitate her. It was perilous. If she were pushed into the river, the consequences would be dire. She indeed possesses remarkable courage. Youth is often synonymous with recklessness. Does anyone know what she is playing? I've never heard this piece before. It resembles a requiem, though I'm not entirely sure. It has a soothing effect. Muji stood resolutely, unfazed, as one person lunged towards her. The crowd collectively held its breath. Some averted their gaze, unable to bear witness to the potential tragedy about to unfold. However, before the assailant could reach Muji, he was sent flying by a powerful kick from Mumian, her expression as cold as ice. "Continue playing. I want to allow them to come near you." A smile graced Muji's lips, her clear eyes sparkling with joy. As she smiled, the world around her seemed to lose its color, and the crowd, along with the vast online audience, erupted into a frenzy. The enchanting beauty in red, with her delicate lips pursed, stood tall, exuding an ethereal grace. Her smile was nothing short of captivating, leaving an indelible impression in the minds of all who beheld her. "I'm in tears. The woman I admire is simply the best. I'm filled with passion and tears. Gigi deserves this. I could support her for a lifetime. I'm genuinely moved. We must save them and protect ourselves. Shall we fight?" With the most delicate of forms, I stand amidst the darkness, embodying the cries and roars of despair, standing in the light, a true hero. Look, while everyone else stayed back, only Mumian stepped forward. Their sisterly bond is genuine. Anyone who claims they are merely acting is mistaken. But Mumian fights fiercely. She clearly has experience. And I can already envision a tale of a scholarly hero and a school bully. Has anyone written fanfiction about this? As Muji continued to play the summoning song, Mumian and the police worked to fend off the attackers, allowing Muji to focus on her melody. The red dress swirled as she evaded a charging figure. And gradually, the assailants ceased their aggression, standing in a daze. As the final note faded, a cacophony of wails erupted. What just happened? My face is swollen. Where am I? I feel so exhausted and achy. Why are there so many police officers? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Some collapsed, and as the malevolent presence dissipated, they regained their senses, only to be overwhelmed by the pain coursing through their bodies, each one crying out in despair. In the distance, a figure collapsed, blood spilling from his lips, his body trembling like a dying ember. How could someone break his soul-loss curse? Who was responsible? He would not let this go unpunished. "Take them to the hospital," the captain instructed as he approached Muji. This ordeal had finally reached its conclusion. Without her intervention, this incident would have incited widespread societal unrest. Thankfully, she had stepped forward. "Hello, I am Captain Zhou Ziming of the police force. Do you have a moment? There are some matters I would like to discuss with you. I hope it is not too much trouble."
Zhou Zimian scrutinized Muji.
Since she could lift the curse, she must possess insight into its origins. "I'm sorry, Officer Zhou, but we're pressed for time. We need to record a program." The assistant arrived late, realizing they had already delayed far too long. "We can inquire with the exorcists. I merely played a lullaby. I never anticipated it would truly work. We have other matters to attend to, so we mustn't detain you further." Zhou Ziming remarked, "This seems rather casual, but she has indeed rendered invaluable assistance. It would be inappropriate to impose further. Just a casual tune, and it worked. Gigi, you truly are remarkable." That was utterly thrilling. I was terrified just now. But thankfully, Gigi is unharmed. Could it be that this thing is genuinely possessed? The thought sends shivers down my spine. We must thoroughly investigate what it truly is. Muji stepped into the vehicle, her assistant's complexion rather pallid. However, in front of the cameras, she dared not reproach Muji. The earlier scare had already left her shaken. It was a relief that no one was injured. She composed herself. In the future, do not act impulsively in such situations. The scene was perilous. There are professionals to rescue people. If that flute sound had been ineffective, you could have been hurt. Muji replied nonchalantly, "I am well aware." Although she maintained a composed exterior, her mind was tumultuous. She had encountered malevolent forces 3 times already. What conspiracy lay behind this? The original narrative was one of gratification through retribution, devoid of any supernatural elements. Had her presence begun to alter the very fabric of this world, giving rise to phenomena that ought not to exist? Or had those entities always been present, merely attributing their emergence to her arrival, as if she had triggered a butterfly effect? Chapter 43: The Stoic Bodyguard and Her Young Lady. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, everyone had gradually arrived. The director glanced at his phone and, noting the time, wondered why they had not yet shown up. Director. Could they have encountered an accident on the road? Zhang Xingxing, a popular idol known for his handsome looks and charming persona, inquired. My assistant mentioned there was an issue on the way. We should wait a bit longer. Surely, in peacetime, they wouldn't run into robbers, the director joked. No one else spoke up, as they were not very familiar with Muji. Being late on the first day of their gathering did not leave a favorable impression. Mu Ling, always punctual, suggested it might be due to traffic congestion, which was understandable. However, deep down, she was secretly amused. Arriving late on the first day meant the film emperor and the director would be left waiting, providing fodder for the online trolls to claim she was being temperamental. In the live broadcast, Muji's detractors and bewildered netizens began to explode with comments. Being late is just being late. Has Muji become so arrogant now that she's famous, arriving solo while everyone else is on time? Does she think she can intimidate the director and the film emperor? How shameless. Muji is occupying the spotlight, disrespecting her elders, and acting like a diva. How can someone like this still be a star? The standards are truly low. What garbage. Muji, get out of the production team, out of the entertainment industry. Having powerful connections is wonderful. This is the courtesy of a wealthy heiress. What an eye-opener. In stark contrast, there were fans of Muji and witnesses of her heroic act, who could not bear to see her being slandered in the live chat. The director noticed the barrage of comments and frowned, sensing that the tide was turning against them. Just as he contemplated having someone address the comments, an influx of people surged into the live chat. Please check the trending topics. Stop living in your delusions. Muji was late because she was saving someone. What are you all whining about? Videos online are going viral. Muji has even received commendation from the police. Having her on the show is a blessing for you all. Just look at how much of the buzz in this chat is thanks to her. The collective heat of all your topics doesn't even come close to hers. I just want to ask, does it hurt to face the truth? She is a hero who risked everything to save someone, while you are mere keyboard warriors hiding in the shadows. My face hurts from embarrassment. From today onward, I will never speak ill of her again. She has earned my admiration. The video of Muji rescuing someone spread like wildfire online, silencing the live chat. Being late paled in comparison to the gravity of saving lives. The director was utterly perplexed. He had assumed it was just a simple traffic jam, not realizing they had been embroiled in such a significant event. Muji's actions had skyrocketed the show's popularity, breaking previous records, truly absurd. The filming location for pastoral scenery was in Baiyun Village, surrounded by lush forests, cascading waterfalls, and vibrant summer blooms. The air was sweet and refreshing, and Muji felt elated, affirming it was indeed a place of exceptional beauty. Muji and Mu Mian wheeled their luggage to the Joy House. We've finally arrived. Thank you for your hard work, dear. I wonder how the director has arranged things. The stoic bodyguard and her young lady, I can already envision it. Mu Mian, you were so impressive helping your sister with her luggage just now. I didn't notice how beautiful my wife looked earlier. I'll have to check the replay. I truly believe she's here accompanying her sister for the show. Her demeanor may seem cold, but her body is quite honest, constantly stealing glances at her. You're finally here. If you hadn't arrived soon, the director would have come looking for you. The assistant sighed with relief upon their arrival. The camera operator, feeling dejected, finally had the chance to rest. You two are the last to arrive. Everyone else has already met. Please settle your belongings in your room and then watch the preview of your recording before resting. The director's voice resonated. Understood, director. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances on the road, and I apologize for keeping you waiting, Muji replied politely, surprising the director. He had heard that this popular young flower was rather haughty due to her status as a heiress and had never expected her to be so gracious. The director chuckled heartily. It's no matter. In the face of life, such trivialities are inconsequential. You and Mu Mian are brave heroes, go on. After all, you've received accolades from official media highlighting the magnitude of your contribution. They were the last to arrive, and the rooms left for them were the least desirable, though still adequate. The structural layout of the houses was uniform, just differing in location. After placing their belongings, Mu Ji and Mu Mian headed to the hall where several others sat on a long bench, with a computer placed in the center. Upon hearing the noise, they all turned to look. Mu Ji, clad in a striking red dress, accentuated her fair complexion and exquisite beauty, her eyes shimmering. The moment Zhou Shuren laid eyes on Mu Ji, his heart seemed to stop. How could it be her? The one who saved his sister? As someone within the industry, he had heard tales of this Mu family heiress, known for being rather difficult to please. They had never collaborated, and were only acquainted through occasional events. Always surrounded by throngs of admirers, truly the epitome of a heiress. Zhou Shuren stared at Mu Ji, momentarily lost in thought, paralyzed by the realization. Wei Zihan, seated beside Zhou Shuren, couldn't help but glance at Mu Ji, a surge of jealousy flooding her. Everyone knew that Zhou, the film emperor, was typically aloof. Outside of work, he was often indifferent to others. She had long harbored feelings for Zhou Shuren, but her countless gestures of affection had not garnered even a glance from him. And now, he was staring intently at Mu Ji. Mu Mian shot Zhou Shuren a frosty glare, her eyes brimming with caution and disdain. Zhou Shuren quickly recognized his lapse in composure, lowering his gaze to avoid further embarrassment in front of the cameras. Mu Ji's heart raced. Could Zhou Shuren have recognized her? Surely not. She had been wearing a mask during their last encounter. Nonetheless, it wouldn't matter if he did. Zhou Shuren was not one to meddle in others' affairs, and he was tight-lipped. So there was no concern about her identity being revealed. Could it be that the film emperor has taken an interest in Mu Ji? If I'm not mistaken, there is a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Can we not intrude upon my brother's affairs? Just because he's looking a bit longer doesn't mean he's interested. Mu Mian's gaze could cut. Zhou Shuren, prepare for the storm ahead. Honestly, Mu Mian is fiercely protective. It feels like a sweet treat waiting to be savored. What storm? This is a reality show, not a dating show. Can't you CP fans tone it down? The fans of each camp equally derided one another, a vivid display of their respective loyalties. Mu Ji nodded obediently as she sat on the stool, while Mu Mian stood behind her like a knight to a princess. Prior to everyone's arrival, recordings had already been made, so let us delve deeply into the introductions of our esteemed guests for this episode. Chapter 44. He Calls Her Sister. The first video featured the illustrious Zhou Yingdi, who introduced his career by summarizing his works, ultimately revealing his latest painting, a woman clad in white dancing amidst the clouds, resembling a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm. How fortunate to see my brother's artwork. It's truly stunning. Can you do more live streams in the future? I wish to become the muse in my brother's paintings. I would gladly be his model for life. Enough with the noise. Or brother will have to comfort me in bed tonight. This painting was inspired by the moment they first met, when his emotions were in turmoil. She appeared in his life like a fairy, rescuing his sister and providing him with hope. Next was Wei Zihan's introduction. Wei Zihan is a talented actress who has played many classic supporting roles, earning several Best Supporting Actress awards, yet she lacks the fortune of leading roles, with her attempts at main characters often failing. Her showcase talent was a piano performance, albeit non-professional, which failed to capture the audience's interest beyond the effusive praise from her fans. Mu Ling had put considerable effort into her introduction, flaunting her accolades before concluding with an original dance that drew admiration from her followers. Sister is amazing. Ling Bao, a mere amateur, could outshine the idols of girl groups. Hurry and debut in the entertainment industry. It's clear she has a dance background. It's beautiful. Zhang Xingxing, the captain of the popular TC boy band, with his golden hair and blue earrings, is adored by netizens as a charming young boy. A song dedicated to his fans left the viewers in tears and shouts of joy. My darling is truly impressive. I'm thrilled with this introduction. Xingzai's voice is so sweet and moving. It's meant for us. He must include it in the album for the concert. When it was Mu Ji's turn, her video showcased her in a dance studio. After a brief introduction, she began to dance, her talent coinciding with Mu Ling's. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Mu Ji resembled a regal swan, filling the room with an enchanting stillness where only the sound of breaths could be heard. Viewers were captivated by her exquisite movements, many forgetting to comment. Mu Ji's grace and poise overshadowed Mu Ling's performance, with the comment section ablaze with awestruck praise. Wife's waist is so supple. This is the dance that could outshine any girl group. Everyone should come learn. A fairy descended from heaven. Her beauty eclipses all female stars in the entertainment industry. So breathtaking, I could easily become dizzy just watching her. Mu Ling seethed with jealousy. feeling as though Muji was born to rival her, stealing her spotlight at every turn. She was determined to outshine her sister. Finally, it was Mu Mion's turn for her introduction video, which was succinct yet powerful. Mu Mion. This was undeniably the hallmark of a leading lady, Muji mused internally. How pretentious does an introduction need to be so dismissive? Is this the quality of a true heiress? Meanwhile, my sister Muji remains polite. Even a phoenix can be an uncultured chicken. Those above do not pretend to be fans of Gigi while belittling her. This person is just a troll. Ignore them and report accordingly. With numerous fans supporting Muji, there were also many envious detractors, and with someone stirring the pot, the comments became chaotic. Muji shot a sidelong glance, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she spoke with a hint of disdain. My sister Mu Mion has this temperament. It's just an introduction. How is that lacking in decorum? While she was saving lives on the bridge with me, you were busy surfing the internet and typing away. Muji smirked slightly. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased. Do you now think you're capable? Just because you've stuck a feather on your head. Do you truly believe it grants you authority? Go back and read some books. Haha, this is too satisfying. I love how the main character directly confronts the trolls. The online haters are just lost souls without mothers. However, most stars lack the energy to deal with them, as the cost is too high. If they provoke the trolls, who knows what could happen at the airport? Gigi fiercely protects her sister. The bond between sisters is truly touching. The director concluded the screening, beaming with delight as he observed the show as real-time viewership and trending status. This variety show was destined to become a pinnacle in the entertainment industry. Director Liang wore a sly smile. This program is meant for relaxation here. There are no senior rankings. Now let us move on to today's task. You will enter the Joy House, and you cannot use your own money. The initial fund is 200. Thereafter, you can only spend using points. Do you understand? Director Liang's grin was cunning. His variety shows were not so easily navigated. In a lifestyle program, it was clear that mere eating and drinking would not suffice for entertainment value. Where would the ratings come from? The group lamented. Their faces filled with concern as they contemplated what 200 could possibly cover, barely enough for a single meal. Director, 200 is far too little. Can we have a bit more? Haha, I knew Director Liang was sly. Last season, he lured everyone in with grand promises, only for them to find themselves on the verge of collapse from having to do everything themselves. 200 should suffice for basic needs here, and the ability to exchange points is quite generous. Be grateful. I want to see the stars in dramatic situations. Let us get moving.
Now.
You must choose a leader. The financial management and overall coordination will rest on their shoulders. Who do you envision for this role? Of course, it has to be Zhou Yingdi. His experience is unparalleled, being an award-winning actor, making him the most capable candidate. Not necessarily. Xingzai could also be up to the task. Your answers are rather dull. I bet it's Muji. Let us not forget Sister Han, who says the leader must be male. The other three are simply too young. Being the leader is no easy feat. Managing expenditures and personnel allocation is the core of team dynamics. The group exchanged glances, and Muji remained unfazed. After all, according to seniority, the role was not meant for her. She was content to play her part and fulfill her responsibilities. Sister Gigi, who do you vote for? Zhang Xingxing leaned closer to Muji, tilting his head playfully. Zhou Yingdi, as he is responsible and would do anything for his sister. He would certainly be invested in the team, making him quite reliable. Zhang Xingxing fluttered his long eyelashes, clutching his chest in mock despair. Sister Gigi, am I not reliable? Choose me. I am also very responsible. At this moment, the live audience went wild. Xingzai, don't be coy. I can't handle it. Xingzai, be sensible. You're still young and shouldn't be in love. Don't be entranced by Muji's beauty. She is my wife. I don't want to ship this, but he calls her sister. Zhang Xingxing known for having a bad temper? He suddenly all sweet when faced with a wealthy heiress? A man without a hint of masculinity. How effeminate. Get lost. Who says men can't be adorable? Don't be so jealous. My Xingzai is both sweet and salty, loved by all. You must be too ugly to be seen. However, I've already said Zhou Yingdi, and it's unwise to backtrack. I'll make sure to choose differently next time.
Mujiru assured.
Finding the role of a mediator quite challenging in the current climate. Zhou Xian's eyes flickered, his lips curling into a smile, clad in a white shirt. He resembled the serene moonlight, exuding an aura of cool solitude. Chapter 45. Choosing the leader. Mu Mion cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yingdi, noting the subtle curve of his lips, and recalled that Muji had chosen him. stirring a slight discontent within her. Yet, that feeling dissipated swiftly. Wei Zihan spoke up. I choose Emperor Zhou. He is truly a remarkable person, and I have faith that he will excel. Her eyes glistened as she gazed at Zhou Shuren, her expression laden with unspoken sentiments. Her words sparked vivid imaginings, and the comment section erupted with fans shipping the couple. However, Zhou Shuren appeared unperturbed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, offering no further response. I choose my cousin, Mu Ling chimed in, her hair playfully tousled, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In my eyes, my cousin is exceptionally talented, and I believe she can perform admirably. The audience sensed her underlying sarcasm. The role of the leader was thankless, and Mu Ji certainly lacked the capability. Mu Ling intended to elevate Mu Ji only to witness a disastrous fall, waiting for the opportune moment to swoop in and rescue her, showcasing to the online community that Mu Ji was merely a dancer with little else to offer.
Ah.
How thrilling!
Mu Ling actually chose Mu Ji.
It feels like Mu Ling harbors ill intentions. She is too young and inexperienced, bound to overlook crucial details. This is no child's play, deliberately pushing Mu Ji into a pitfall. If Mu Ji falters, the backlash will surely be severe. Our Ling Bao is beautiful and kind-hearted. Can we refrain from malicious speculation? She is Mu Ji's cousin, and their relationship is quite cordial. Zhang Xingxing cast a disdainful glance at Mu Ling, viewing her as a scheming green tea bitch, while Mu Ji seemed far more entertaining. How had she not noticed this before? What a pity. Although Ji chose Emperor Zhou, in my heart, Sister Ji is trustworthy. You maintain your composure even in crisis, and I choose you. Zhang Xingxing's wink sent fans into a frenzy.
Mu Ji lightly coughed.
Thank you. Invited, she merely wished to relax. Xingzai, what's come over you today? You resemble a peacock displaying its plumage. Even through the screen, one can sense Mu Ji's disdain, her toes curled in discomfort. Xingzai's adorably pretentious demeanor is quite charming. Zhou Shuren observed Mu Ji's reluctance to take on the leader's role, which was understandable given the immense pressure and the risk of blame. Thus, he opted for the bold Zhang Xingxing. The comments section erupted with laughter. Are you all playing a game of nesting dolls? Self-recommendation? Now Mu Ji and Emperor Zhou are tied. The pressure shifts to Mu Mian. Let us watch. Mu Mian stood aside, her gaze fixed on Mu Ji, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she declared, I choose Mu Ji. Mu Ji shot her a look full of resentment. This was clearly intentional. Director Liang's eyes sparkled. This season's leader was the youngest ever, sure to capture viewers' attention. He was pleased with this outcome, waving his hand. Well, since everyone has made their choices, let us burden Mu Ji with the role of our cheerful house leader. Here is a budget of 200. You must manage it prudently, for if mismanaged, you will be left with naught but the wind. There was a small supermarket in town for supplies. Please plan your expenditures wisely and avoid waste. As Mu Ji accepted the envelope containing 2 crisp bills, she noted the meagerness of the budget. The production team was indeed frugal. She hoped they had at least provided cooking utensils. I've checked, the cheerful house has cooking tools, but no cooking area or seasonings, she remarked. Zhou Shuren was the first to arrive, surveying the surroundings, and confirmed the absence of a stove. Ha ha ha, I almost laughed out loud at work. The director is stirring the pot. I'm starting to feel anxious. Will we be left without food? It might be instant noodles for us.
No worries.
I love watching them flounder in chaos. It's a wonderful opportunity that couldn't be witnessed before. It seemed they would have to take matters into their own hands. By the way, does anyone know how to build a stove? We need to create one outside for convenience in cooking. Mu Ji looked at the group, well aware that as celebrities, they likely had never encountered such tasks. Everyone shook their heads. None of them cooked, and the idea of constructing a stove was daunting. Mu Ling secretly reveled in their predicament. What will we do, cousin? We won't end up starving, will we? You're the leader. You must come up with a solution. Mu Ji raised an eyebrow with interest, having anticipated her cousin's ulterior motives, but resolved to disappoint her. I never said I couldn't do it. So don't fret too much. Patience is key. Emperor Zhou, could you and Xing Ji fetch water? The rest can gather bricks and stones. I noticed some piled in the corner. Any objections? Having spent years honing survival skills alongside her peers in the wilderness, Mu Ji found the task of building a stove trivial. Moving bricks. Mu Ling's expression soured at the sight of the dusty, cobweb-covered bricks. Are you suggesting my delicate hands should be used for such labor? This must be deliberate. Can I opt for a different task? Lifting bricks would ruin my freshly done nails. I'm not shirking responsibility. I trust my cousin will understand, Mu Ling lamented, employing her most innocent rhetoric to evade manual labor. Mu Ji replied nonchalantly, of course, that's not an issue. You can mix the sand and cement instead. I trust you can manage that. If not, feel free to sit aside and cheer us on. If you have something to say, just say it. I sense Mu Ling is being disingenuous. Mu Ji is quite adept at delegating. The boys can fetch water, and the girls can handle the bricks. Anyone can manage this. I'm curious how Mu Ji plans to build the stove. But can a wealthy heiress truly do it? Surely they wouldn't pull a fast one on us.
Would they?
Impossible, unless the show's reputation is at stake. Countryside Scenery employs live broadcasting and editing, with millions of viewers watching. I have no particular affection for her. I'm just waiting for Mu Ji to stumble. I'm here to witness that. The cooking location also needed to be chosen. And Mu Ji selected the constructed wooden pavilion, aware that rain would make outdoor cooking a challenge. The pavilion was spacious, with a large wooden table nearby that could serve as a dining area. The well in the yard was quite ancient, and after some effort, Zhou Shiren and Zhang Xingxing successfully drew water, pouring it into the water tank to ensure a sufficient supply for future cooking. Chapter 46, Mu Ji Skills. Mu Ji headed to the storage area for tools while Mu Mian observed Wei Zihan's labor, feeling compelled to comment, "Are you a fool?" Indeed, apart from Mu Ji, everyone else seemed inept. With that method, Wei Zihan might as well be trying to work until sunset. What a painful sight. Oh my. I caught a glimpse of the Emperor's muscular arms. Being held by him must feel incredibly secure. Those upstairs, please contain your excitement. You're embarrassing us, sisters. The Emperor has such strength. He could surely embrace me in a deep kiss. Xingzai, don't overexert yourself. While your figure is impressive, there's no need to flaunt it continuously. This damned competitive spirit. Fans in the comments section began to lose their minds, expressing gratitude to Mu Ji for allowing them to witness such a scene. She was truly a living bodhisattva. Mu Mian found a basket and filled it with bricks, and Wei Zihan watched in astonishment, wondering if she could truly carry such a load. I heard you were taken back by the Mu family. Are they treating you well? If you encounter any difficulties, please feel free to confide in me. I too feel a deep sense of sorrow regarding the matter of the misplaced child. Being separated from one's family for over a decade is an unbearable cruelty. Wei Zihan, seemingly unintentionally, spoke up. For this was a secluded corner where the camera did not follow, and she seized the opportunity to share her thoughts with Mu Mian. Mu Mian regarded Wei Zihan with a frigid stare, her deep-set pupils harboring both warning and displeasure, the penetrating chill emanating from her sent a shiver down Wei Zihan's spine. In that fleeting moment, she sensed danger, a primal instinct that all beings possess. Wei Zihan's throat felt parched, momentarily forgetting her actions. Her gaze could not waver. As her words were meant to advocate for Mu Mian, and she ought to harbor some fondness for her, Wei Zihan reassured herself inwardly. It is best to refrain from prying into others' affairs. After all, curiosity can lead to one's downfall. Mu Mian's silent scoff, devoid of sound yet imbued with an inexplicable terror, reverberated in the air. Mu Mian returned with a full basket of bricks, seemingly inviting envy upon her less fortunate sister. Aside from the foolish Mu Ling, there was also the deeply concealed Wei Zihan, not to mention her formidable allure that attracted romantic attention. Goodness, Mu Mian possesses extraordinary strength. Lifting such a heavy load without even the need to carry it on her back, she would surely earn a fortune at a construction site. It is reasonable to suspect that Mu Mian has previously engaged in bricklaying. Her strength surpasses that of most men. While the false Mu Ji enjoys a life of luxury, the true heiress is relegated to manual labor. How utterly shameless. And she still has so many fans. Everything Mu Ji possesses should be returned to the rightful heiress. Has the hater gone mad again? The comments are ridiculous. Some people are simply born with extraordinary strength. Can we not indulge in petty sarcasm? What kind of filth has infiltrated the live stream? Mindless criticism abounds. Wei Zihan approached with trembling legs, attempting to mimic Mu Mian's method, though most of the bricks had been moved by Mu Mian. Reflecting on their earlier dialogue, an unease settled within her. Do you require assistance? I can help you, Zhou Shiren offered, his shirt sleeves rolled up at the wrists, a cool demeanor softened by a hint of warmth. Zhang Xingxing also joined in, cheerfully stating, "Yes, Sister Ji, I can assist as well. Although I lack experience, I can learn and guarantee your satisfaction." Each individual bore their own tasks, yet I appreciate your goodwill. You may indulge yourselves or perhaps tidy up the yard while I handle the rest, Mu Ji concluded. Glancing at Mu Ling, "It is your turn. Be mindful not to add too much water." Understood, cousin Mu Ling replied, choking on the cement and soil. If not for the desire for attention and followers, who would engage in such menial labor? As she poured water, it cascaded messily onto the ground. Dig a pit in the middle, pour in the water, and mix. Mu Ji could no longer bear to watch and interjected. Watching her work is truly nerve-wracking. Can she manage? Ling Bao is a young lady. It is entirely normal for her not to know how to do this, so let us not be too harsh. Indeed, our Ling Bao is doing splendidly. Her hands are meant for design, not for laborious tasks. Though both are star heiresses. Why is it that only Mu Ling shies away from hard work? Can't the fans refrain from making excuses? This is a reality show, not an opportunity to showcase a fairy as a mere ornament. She is not a being untouched by the mundane world. The barrage of comments erupted into a heated debate, though it was swiftly overwhelmed by the fans' outpouring. Mu Ji felt a headache coming on. She should not have held any expectations for Mu Ling. That's enough. You may take a break. Mu Ling immediately handed the small shovel to Mu Ji, her hands aching. Mu Ji added more cement. The rudimentary stove was actually quite simple, having crafted one in the mountains before. She worked the mud and laid the bricks as though she were a skilled artisan. Stunned. I can hardly believe it. She truly knows how to do this. What a celestial beauty. I'm smitten. Pray tell, what else can you do, dear expert? Without comparison, there is no harm. Indeed, I speak of you, the noble princess Mu Ling. Why is there such a stark disparity between the two of you? A treasure of a girl. I am enchanted. I hope Sister Ji will showcase her talents more often. The entertainment industry lacks vibrant individuals like her. Zhou Shiren and Zhang Xingxing exchanged amused glances. One filled with admiration, the other with intrigue. Zhou Shiren was curious about the Mu family that could raise such an exceptional individual, one so accomplished that he felt a pang of inadequacy. Contemplating this, his lonely heart raced. Zhang Xingxing, having stumbled upon something amusing, had entered the entertainment industry out of boredom. He found it a realm rife with hypocrisy and artifice, where everyone wore masks, presenting a facade of glamour while concealing the dirt beneath. He had presumed Mu Ji to be the conceited daughter of the Mu family, participating in the reality show merely for the drama, but the authentic Mu Ji was even more captivating than the rumors suggested. Indeed, rumors can mislead. Sister Ji, you are remarkable. You are truly one of a kind. May I adopt you as my younger sister? My family desperately needs someone as beautiful and skilled as you. Zhang Xingxing gushed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Mu Ji, his youthful face soft and delicate, resembling a porcelain doll, as if he wished to bestow the world upon her. Zhou Shiren felt a twinge of frustration. He was not particularly eloquent and struggled to find words of praise, his inner turmoil mounting. Mu Mian coldly curved her lips, casting a glance at Zhang Xingxing. She belongs to the Mu family. Dreaming of having her as your sister is futile. Mu Ji looked at Mu Mian with mild confusion, her sparkling eyes blinking. Was this the possessiveness of a protagonist? Zhang Xingxing's face fell in despair. Where did this Mu Mian come from? To dismiss him as a daydreamer? He was determined to make Mu Ji his sister, regardless of her family name. After all, she might even be the illegitimate daughter of his wandering father. Chapter 47. Sister Ji, take me along. Zhang Xingxing was left dumbfounded. How infuriating! The comments section erupted in laughter. Zhang Xingxing, with his charming looks and sweet tongue, was not only the captain of the team, but also the darling of the group. No one had ever managed to put him in such a position of vulnerability, much to the delight of the fans. Star, you're faltering. Stand firm. Mu Mian's ire is palpable, and she casts a cold glance at those who dare to covet her sister. Oh my, the sisterly bond is simply delightful. I'm utterly charmed. Mu Mian's possessiveness is so pronounced. Their interactions are minimal, without any physical contact, yet it is so sweet. Mu Ji trusts Mu Mian enough to entrust her safety on the bridge. Though Mu Mian appears cold, she is bursting with possessiveness. Who understands? Who will write fanfiction about this? I notice that Mu Mian hardly cares about anything, yet she is attentive to matters concerning Mu Ji, her gaze fixed upon her. With a sister as exquisite and capable as Mu Ji, I too wish to boast about her daily. Unlike my own sister, who only squabbles with me, tears my posters and loses my signed merchandise. Can one exchange a sister? None can compare to Mu Ji. At the very least, be obedient. There is nothing wrong with dreaming. Everyone ought to have aspirations, for who knows when they may come to fruition. Zhang Xingxing was not intimidated by Mu Mian, a mere girl whom he did not regard highly. Regardless, he had set his sights on Mu Ji and was determined to claim her as his sister. Mu Ling stood to the side, biting her lip as she watched Mu Ji draw attention, observing her adept techniques, a fire igniting within her. How could she not know what kind of person Mu Ji was? From a young age, the two had engaged in a relentless rivalry, both overtly and covertly. Mu Ji had never lifted a finger to engage in household chores, and how could she possibly construct a stove? Since Mu Ji's incident in the water, her personality had undergone a dramatic transformation, leaving one to wonder if she had suffered a blow to her intellect, or if she had merely acquired these skills for the sake of a variety show, truly a schemer. She could hardly believe that Mu Ji could maintain this facade for long. When her true self was finally revealed, she would not let her escape unscathed. Why was it that all the admiration and accolades were bestowed upon Mu Ji? Even the aloof film emperor and the popular young heartthrob gravitated around her. What was so special about her?
Mu Ling seeded inwardly,
questioning why all the glory belonged solely to Mu Ji. Despite being a counterfeit heiress, everyone adored her, and rather than suffering any repercussions, she continued to attract even more admirers, exacerbating her own sense of crisis. With Mu Ji's presence, she could only play the role of an unappealing supporting character. She was the true protagonist, and everyone else should merely serve as her backdrop. All should find favor with her. At last, Mu Ji succeeded in assembling the stove, perfectly rectangular and impeccably aligned. She set the pot in place, dusted off her hands, and declared the task complete. Impressive! The speed and efficiency of your collaboration for a first-time effort is quite astonishing, Director Liang marveled. He recalled the challenging first season when they had almost gone hungry due to the absence of a stove, spending hours in chaos to set it up. Yet here was Mu Ji, a mere girl, not only adept at task delegation but also possessing such skillful craftsmanship. It seemed she had diligently studied the procedures from the previous season, unaware that these were skills she had naturally acquired. Alright, that's a wrap for today's live stream. For more exciting content, please follow our Weibo and tune into our Countryside Live room for more surprises. This was merely the beginning. The most intriguing moments lay ahead. He had a premonition that Mu Ji would unveil unexpected delights. The barrage of comments reflected a reluctance among viewers to conclude the live session, yet it was swiftly cut off. Although the live room had closed, the cameras remained active for future edited versions. To maintain an aura of mystery and enhance viewership, certain edited segments would feature content absent from the live broadcast. After all, many individuals could not afford to stay glued to the live stream. Director, do we have any tasks ahead? Zhang Xingxing inquired. There are no tasks for the first day. Feel free to make arrangements among yourselves. Director Liang replied before reclining in his rocking chair, engrossed in entertainment news. As the eyes of the group settled on Mu Ji, she raised her hands, stating, "Although the director mentioned there are no tasks, we still need to buy groceries and seasoning. Would anyone like to accompany me for shopping? I can join you." Zhou Shuren eagerly volunteered, hoping for more opportunities to bond with Mu Ji. "Sister Ji, take me along. With my charming looks, the supermarket aunties might offer discounts just for my face." Zhang Xingxing laughed heartily, her doll-like visage exuding charm. "Buying groceries hardly requires such a grand affair. I'll accompany her. Let us go," Mu Mian asserted, positioning herself next to Mu Ji, observing the two with firm resolve to close the distance with Mu Ji. Awaiting her response. "You all can take a break. Mu Mian and I will go," Mu Ji decided, departing the small courtyard with Mu Mian. The two turned to watch Mu Ji's retreating figure as Wei Zihan felt a twinge of unease. Despite the fact that Mu Ji had no prior acquaintance with the film Emperor Zhou, she sensed a familiarity, especially in Shuren's amicable demeanor toward Mu Ji. A warmth she had never shown towards another woman. "Sister Zihan, let us rest. It's too hot, and my makeup is starting to wear off," Mu Ling remarked, particularly concerned about her appearance as she returned to the room with Wei Zihan. The Happy House was essentially a quaint guest house, nestled deep within the village. Lush green mountains surrounded it, with a variety of fruit trees and flowering vines adorning the entrance. The paths were cobblestone, dappled in sunlight, creating a unique charm. Far removed from the frenetic pace of the capital, Mu Ji relished this atmosphere, reminiscent of the Lingwu Mountain, an existence she might never reclaim. Surely, her master and fellow disciples would forget her, and that heartless Xiao Lihua would certainly do so as well. What transpired on the bridge today cannot happen again. If it does, I will not intervene. As Mu Mian recalled how recklessly she had rushed to help, she shuddered, knowing that without the influence of that melody, she could have been pushed into the river. Muji interlaced her fingers, her brown eyes brimming with indulgence, gently patting Mu Mion's shoulder. Are you worried? There is truly no danger. I am well aware of my surroundings. Those people cannot harm me. However, your fighting skills are impressive. Have you trained? Perhaps you could teach me. Mu Mion suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance emanating from Muji, an aroma distinctly different from when they first met. An indescribable scent she had never encountered before. Does the heiress take an interest in combat? If the Mu family were to find out, they would blame me for leading you astray. Mu Mion's feelings were complex. Muji felt like a stranger to her, an unrelated individual shrouded in mystery. Then I shall learn in secret, without letting them know, Muji replied playfully, her radiant eyes shimmering with intrigue. She had mastered the ancient martial arts of the Shura clan, distinct from Mu Mion's combat techniques. If ancient martial arts were to emerge in this world, chaos would inevitably ensue, drawing unwanted attention and making her a target. Thus, she had never utilized them. However, if it were the fighting techniques taught by Mu Mion, she would have no qualms about employing them. There is also the matter of the mystical arts. All trending topics regarding the bridge have been thoroughly scrubbed. Even many videos have been harmonized. The official narrative denies any supernatural interference, attributing it instead to a case of food-induced disorientation. For a fleeting moment, Mu Mion felt captivated by Muji's gaze, her lips curving into a slow smile. Are you certain you wish to learn combat from me? I was merely speaking casually. If you prefer, I need not teach you. I could ask my mother to hire a judo master. Muji appeared languid. Yet her eyes remained observant as she gauged Mu Mion's reaction. No, what use are their techniques? One cannot be fickle. Mu Mion immediately dismissed the suggestion. Aware that the moment had come to her, she could not falter for even a moment, and she had not declared herself unwilling to teach. A smile played upon Muji's lips. She had begun to understand Mu Mion's character, appearing aloof and proud on the surface, yet with a little encouragement. She would readily acquiesce to her requests. As long as she did not tread upon her sensitive topics, she could frolic within that range. Then, I shall rely on you. Please teach me when you have the chance. Muji felt elated, as if a small pact had been formed between her and Mu Mion. Despite their myriad secrets, Mu Mion refrained from questioning why her melody had such an effect on those individuals, demonstrating a sense of discretion.
All right, Mu Mion replied coldly.
Sensing an inexplicable feeling of being ensnared, the cameraman, bearing his camera, observed the two of them standing so close yet regrettably unable to catch their conversation. As they both removed their microphones. Following the navigation, Muji arrived at a small supermarket. With noon approaching, and the sun high in the sky, the supermarket was well air-conditioned, and the proprietress dozed at the counter. As Muji pushed a small cart past her, the proprietress was suddenly roused by the fleeting vision of a stunning figure, as if a fairy had graced her presence. Hello, we are here to film a program. I hope we're not intruding. The production team quietly informed the proprietress, who suddenly realized the truth, that they were celebrities. No wonder one of them looked like a celestial being. Would her supermarket appear on television? The thought sent a thrill through her. Please don't mention it. We're not a bother. Which show are you from? Which celebrity was just here? Do I know them? The proprietress became animated, engaging in lively conversation with her assistant. Though the supermarket was not particularly large, it was well-stocked and neatly categorized. Muji led Mu Mion to the vegetable section, where a considerable number of people were present. The moment they entered, they captured the attention of everyone around. Whispers filled the air. When had Bayun village produced such a beauty? Mom, that sister is so beautiful. But the one behind her looks fierce. A little girl tugged at her mother's skirt, her voice tinged with awe. Mu Mion glanced at the girl, who promptly burst into tears, crying, "Mommy, mommy." Mu Mion remarked, "Is she really that clumsy?" The mother hurried to comfort her child, while Muji, reaching into her pocket, retrieved a piece of candy. She bent down to the little girl's level and said, "If you stop crying, I'll give you this colorful candy. A brave child doesn't he cry? Do you want it?" Muji's smile was gentle, disarming the thorns of her rose-like beauty, radiating elegance. The little girl blinked her tearful eyes at the colorful wrapper and said, "I want it." "Then stop crying. The candy is yours, and that sister isn't fierce. She just looks very reassuring." Muji ruffled the girl's hair affectionately. "I'm sorry, my child is a bit timid. How much is that candy?" "I can pay for it," the mother said, sensing the candy's expensive nature and unwilling to take advantage. "It's nothing, just a piece of candy." "It's no trouble to comfort such a lovely little girl," Muji replied, rising gracefully, her radiant red dress failing to conceal her captivating allure. "What would you like for lunch?" She turned to the silent Mu Mian. The men in the supermarket's vicinity couldn't help but steal glances at Muji, only averting their eyes when Mu Mian shot them a cold warning. With a stoic expression, Mu Mian asked, "Can you cook?" "Just a little." Muji raised an eyebrow, confident that her culinary skills were adequate. Otherwise, her mentor wouldn't pester her daily for her dishes. "Can you make sweet and sour pork?" Mu Mian found herself asking unexpectedly. She owned hotels and restaurants where they served delicious sweet and sour pork, yet it would never match the taste of that person from her memories. She was uncertain of what she was truly hoping for. "Of course. Just you wait and see."
Muzeyi replied playfully. Her pride evident.
"What's so difficult about sweet and sour pork? Do you doubt my abilities?" After purchasing the vegetables, Muji picked up some common condiments, with Mu Mian trailing behind, observing her as she selected various items. The earlier scene of her comforting the child replayed in Mu Mian's mind, and she couldn't help but feel a certain affinity towards her. She was entirely different from Mu Mian, who exuded an air of coldness and detachment, making even her subordinates find her existence dull. In contrast, Muji embodied kindness and a divine presence, making interactions with her feel remarkably pleasant. As they navigated the aisle, a man approached, his gaze lingering on Muji. He darted glances, inching closer, and feigned a stumble, extending a hand inappropriately. Just as Mu Mian was about to intervene, Muji deftly sidestepped, causing the man to miss and collide headfirst into the shelf, sending instant noodles cascading down. Mu Mian was slightly taken aback, retracting her hand silently. The man, dazed from the impact, had a bump forming on his forehead. "Be more careful. What if you hurt someone?" Muji exclaimed, her voice calm yet commanding, transforming her demeanor from gentle to fiercely authoritative, as if an icy chill had settled in the air around her. Onlookers murmured, and the man, clearly panicking, scrambled to gather the fallen noodles. Unfortunately, a small black shoe inadvertently stepped on his fingers, eliciting a sharp scream that drew attention from the crowd. "What's happening?" "Oh my, that little girl just stepped on someone. He deserves it." Chunjun is always harassing women. He has finally met his match. "Oh, it's Chunjun? Well, it serves him right. A leopard doesn't change its spots." Did anyone witness what happened? This is Bayun Village, and you outsiders can't just cause a ruckus here. Chapter 49. Punishing the Scoundrel. Several bewildered middle-aged men berated Muji, and upon noticing support for Chunjun, he seized the moment to cry out, "You're bullying me. You stepped on me for no reason. Let me go, or I'll call the police and sue for emotional damages." Muji's eyes darkened, but she didn't relent, pressing down harder. This scoundrel, a typical lecherous man, would have taken advantage of her had she not been alert and quick-witted. "Go ahead and call the police," Muji retorted disdainfully. "Let us see who gets taken in. What's going on? Who's causing a scene in my supermarket?" The shopkeeper approached, casually stretching her arms. Upon seeing the disheveled Chunjun on the floor and the imposing Muji, she raised an eyebrow. Muji clicked her tongue and withdrew her foot, only to witness Mu Mian suddenly crouching down, one hand gripping Muji's ankle, while the other diligently wiped her shoes with a handkerchief. Muji blinked, her earlier fierceness replaced by a look of bewilderment. Her sparkling, mesmerizing eyes darted around, not quite knowing where to focus. No one had ever deigned to clean her shoes before. It was Mu Mian, the protagonist. And the thought felt surreal. Was she dreaming? Who was Mu Mian? Not to mention bending down. Even those who merely greeted her were of significant stature, making this moment utterly perplexing. As Mu Mian stood up, she caught the dazed expression on Muji's face and felt an inexplicable tenderness. She usually despised soft, crying girls, yet everything Muji did seemed fascinating. "I don't want any dirt to soil your shoes," Mu Mian said, her words sharp as needles, a chill emanating from her like thin ice. The man, referred to as Dirt, writhed in pain, his fingers feeling shattered as he clutched them. His eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Muji, vowing to make her pay. "Shopkeeper, I was assaulted in your supermarket. If you don't take action, I'll call the police." The man cowered in a corner, clearly afraid of Muji's retaliation. Muji raised her chin defiantly, her brilliant eyes glinting with cold light. "You attempted to harass me. The fact that I haven't called the police is already a generous opportunity for you. If it happens again, I'll make sure you're locked up. Who harassed you? What proof do you have?" "I merely tripped. You think you can slander me just because you're pretty?" The man's confidence swelled, having assessed that he was in a blind spot of the cameras, ensuring he wouldn't be caught, with no witnesses to corroborate his story. People familiar with Chinjun began to chime in. Who are you to accuse us? We're not going to let you malign Bayun villagers, without evidence. We will call the police if you do. There are cameras here. You must be acting. Trying to stage a scene to gain attention online. How malicious. What a shame for someone so young, with so many witnesses, who would harass you.
Muji scoffed. Is that so?
Let him show me another fall, or is there a pit in the supermarket? The shopkeeper couldn't contain her laughter. My supermarket is flat and free of pits. Any normal person wouldn't trip here. Observing Mu Ji and Mu Mian, the shopkeeper noted their attire and demeanor didn't resemble ordinary folk, yet she hadn't paid attention to the outside world during her years in Bayun village. Assault requires evidence. Do you think you're the law? Just because you have money and power doesn't mean you can act recklessly. I'm not afraid of you. The man boasted, believing Mu Ji lacked proof, puffing up like an inflated frog. Mu Ji's delicate lips curled into a mischievous smile, radiating an alluring audacity. I apologize. But the advantage of wealth allows one to act freely. However, we do have our limits, unlike you, who will remain a scoundrel your entire life. The man, struck at the heart of his pride, was incensed. Being labeled a scoundrel and a coward was his utmost disdain. He retorted, almost jumping, very well. If you have the audacity, present your evidence to prove that I fell intentionally. Otherwise, I will report you for intentional injury. My finger hurts terribly. It must be broken. The proprietress shrugged. I'm sorry, little miss, but your corner happens to be a blind spot for the surveillance cameras. Perhaps you might inquire with the photographer behind you to see if they captured anything. The photographer shook his head. The footage they had only showed Mu Ji and Mu Mian, and the angle was rather tricky. He felt a pang of anxiety over the unexpected incident, contemplating whether to call the director to handle the situation, as it could potentially impact Mu Ji. Chun Jun's face twisted in malicious glee. He was experienced in such matters. And without surveillance, how could they refute him? He was determined to make them regret crossing him. Was he a filthy creature?
Ha!
A mere girl in his grasp would be thoroughly tormented to sate his fury. To slander someone without evidence? They would face the law. And the men of Bayun village would not be trifled with. Indeed, do not think you can tarnish the reputation of our village's men, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of our displeasure. Several men, brimming with indignation, appeared as if they had been personally insulted, their words sharp and fierce. The young woman would not jest with her own integrity. It was not the first time Chinjun had taken advantage, and until now, no one had dared to reprimand him. Chinjun glared furiously, his face a tempest of red and white. No matter the rumors, what good was it without evidence? Do you have any proof? Without evidence, it is mere slander. Proprietress, I'm going to report this, Chinjun drawled, his voice elongated. He had been stepped on without consequence, and would not allow this girl to escape unscathed. Mu Ji glanced back at Mu Mian, suddenly adopting a pitiable demeanor that tugged at one's heartstrings, akin to a newborn cub, soft and vulnerable. Mu Mian's lips curled slightly, as if a gentle breeze had passed without leaving a trace. All right, don't you want evidence? I shall show you. Proprietress, do you have a computer? May I borrow it? The proprietress, eager to discover what evidence was at hand, replied, Of course, I have one right at the front desk. Please come and use it. Chun Jun's heart sank. Could she possibly possess surveillance footage? Unthinkable.
Absolutely impossible.
The cameras, even the proprietress was unaware of, and even if she used a phone, it would be too late. He was convinced she was merely bluffing. Chun Jun's heart sank into despair, certain that these two girls were conspiring to deceive him. He was not so easily fooled. The crowd was puzzled about what evidence might exist, if indeed it proved he had acted with malice. Then Chinjun would certainly be deserving of his fate. Mu Ji cast a glance at the brooch adorning Mu Mian's chest. This recording device was essentially a surveillance camera. It had been employed to expose Mu Mian when she was wrongfully accused of drowning, and fortunately, Mu Mian's position allowed a clear view of the events, ensuring that Chinjun's every underhanded move would be captured. Chapter 50. The opportunity for a free meal. Mu Mian removed the brooch-like ornament, appearing at first as a mere accessory, but in truth, it was a high-tech device. As she toyed with it in her hand, her gaze turned coldly towards Chinjun. The computer is here. You may operate it yourself. Everyone is welcome to view the evidence, the proprietress announced as she pushed the computer forward. If you truly possess evidence, present it. If not, don't blame us for being unyielding. We are not to be trifled with. The men pressed forward, fueled by anger, determined to extract an explanation from Muji. Mu Mian synchronized her phone with the computer, accessing the relevant video files. Electronic devices could indeed document what transpired. Muji was slightly taken aback. This technology was remarkably effective, a mobile camera. With a decisive click, Mu Mian played the footage, and the video materialized before them. It depicted Chen Jun fixating on Muji, advancing towards her direction, halting in the aisle under the pretense of inspecting the shelves, before reaching out with malicious intent. Every action and expression was a testament to his premeditated scheme. Even the sinister gleam in his eyes was unmistakable, akin to a public execution. The clarity of this recording surpassed that of any surveillance footage. The men who had previously clamored for justice fell silent, heads bowed in contemplation, while the women beside them seethed with rage, their eyes fixed on Chen Jun, loathing the very essence of such unscrupulous men. Men of his ilk, lacking integrity, posed a threat to their daughters, and the thought sent chills of fear and revulsion coursing through them. It was no wonder he held a tarnished reputation. Were it not for that young girl's timely response, he would have deserved to be punished. Even the proprietress's face revealed a flicker of anger. How could someone take advantage of her establishment's surveillance blind spots so brazenly? Chen Jun, do you have anything to say? You owe the young lady an explanation. Or I will take this video directly to the authorities, the proprietress threatened, hands on her hips, teeth clenched. The crowd's accusatory gazes bore down on Chen Jun, whose complexion turned ashen. He had never anticipated that she would possess such evidence. His mind was a tumult of confusion. Each time he had engaged in such misconduct, he had been meticulous, leaving no trace. Those women would swallow their indignation, unwilling to tarnish their own reputations. Yet here he was caught off guard by two young girls, and the suggestion of involving the police sent him into a panic. It was my fault. I harbored improper thoughts and acted wrongly. She injured my finger, so I too have suffered. Before I committed any substantial wrongdoing, please forgive me. He could not simply be let off the hook. He might be a habitual offender who needed thorough investigation. Indeed, such behavior is intolerable. We are all parents here. How can we condone such actions? The crowd was aflame with righteous indignation, all of them parents who detested such misdeeds. Chen Jun, feigning calmness, awkwardly declared, I have only done this once. And it ended poorly for me. I truly understand my mistake. I apologize. Please forgive me, and I shall never dare to do so again. His gaze fixated desperately on Muji, who stood impassively, her expression unreadable. Mu Mian's face was a mask of indifference. What would you like to do? It is your choice. Muji, maintaining her cool demeanor, replied, Since you have apologized, I will not pursue this further. I hope there will never be a next time. Remember your words, for the law will not spare you otherwise. Chen Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as she did not report him, he would face no consequences. His confidence surged. Even if they did report him, he had achieved nothing, and thus he felt no threat from others' accusations. Enough. Let's disperse. I will ensure the supermarket's surveillance is upgraded to prevent such incidents from occurring again. Chen Jun, remember what you said today, the proprietress warned with a glare. Tianyun, relieved that the matter had concluded, hastily paid and departed. The others returned to their own affairs, while the proprietress turned her curious gaze towards the two sisters, suddenly intrigued about the device Mu Mian had just used. Young lady, what if we strike a deal? Where did you acquire that gadget? I find this quite useful. Perhaps you could introduce it to me, and I could offer you a complimentary experience. It truly is remarkable, exhibiting a high degree of discretion, and can even double as a decorative item. In the future, if she carries it with her, should any rogue dare to take advantage of her, she could swiftly break their hand and present irrefutable evidence to the authorities. Upon hearing the offer of a complimentary experience, Muji became intrigued. Their budget was somewhat limited. Yet the thought that it was crafted by Mu Mian herself, rather than for sale, left her with a bittersweet feeling. It's not for sale, Mu Mian confessed, explaining that it was merely a playful endeavor. Creating one for fun was manageable, but mass production would indeed be financially burdensome. What a pity, the proprietress lamented, her curiosity piqued by the duo's fearless demeanor and the high-tech nature of their products. Casting a glance at Muji, Mu Mian suddenly recalled that the family had only had a modest budget of 200. It was rather disheartening. Noticing Muji's slight expression of regret, she suggested, I can recommend a store. Their surveillance quality is commendable. If you find it suitable, I can jot down the details for you. The proprietress's eyes sparkled with interest. Even without this, the other offerings were quite appealing, and she eagerly responded, "Of course, let me fetch some paper and a pen." Soon enough, the proprietress returned with the requested materials, and Mu Mian diligently wrote down the contact information and address. "Thank you so much. Rest assured, everything you purchased today is on the house. I truly appreciate your patronage," the proprietress expressed warmly,
Muji smiled faintly.
feeling as though today's expenditures had become a delightful windfall. She cast a grateful glance at Mu Mian, acknowledging her role in conserving their funds. Hearing her name, Mu Mian averted her gaze, her tone slightly uncomfortable. "Yes, and we owe thanks to the proprietress as well."
Muji chuckled softly.
Appreciating that Mu Mian's proud demeanor was unwavering, yet it was this very essence that defined her. "Wait for me a moment. I'll be over once I finish selecting the items. It won't take long." She was interrupted, as her shopping was still incomplete. Although Mu Mian had secured a complimentary opportunity, Muji was not one to be greedy. She only took what she intended to purchase, which totaled to a little over 50. The Joy House possessed a refrigerator, but during summer, vegetables would not remain fresh for long, and as pampered celebrities, they were used to the finest in food and drink. Muji approached with her items, and the proprietress provided a shopping bag. "Thank you for this opportunity. I hope you can visit the Joy House sometime," Muji said with a smile. The proprietress seemed to recall some rumors about the nearby guest house, having heard it had been renovated and rented out for several months. Indeed, Muji nodded slightly. The proprietress's interest was piqued. "That sounds wonderful. I shall visit when I have the chance." What a polite child. I appreciate that. Chapter 51. Do not recklessly claim sisterhood. After exiting the supermarket, Muji and Mu Mian caught the attention of the photographers, who were both startled yet relieved that the two had resolved the situation. Without their intervention, they would have had to prioritize the individual's safety, even if it meant halting the recording. "Are you truly going to let him go so easily?" Mu Mian generally did not allow such transgressions to pass without consequence. Were it not for the constraints of filming, she would have sought a secluded spot to deliver a thorough thrashing. Considering his actions towards her, the most he would receive would be a reprimand from the police, ensuring he would not repeat his mistakes, yet this would inflict no real harm upon him and would rather disrupt the filming. Muji understood this was merely a lesson for him, but she had no intention of letting him off lightly. Some individuals could change, while others were incorrigibly malevolent. For instance, Chunjun appeared to be a habitual offender. Without punishment, such individuals would only escalate their misdeeds.
Mu Mian responded coolly,
turning her penetrating gaze toward a specific spot, and Muji, sensing an ominous stare, refrained from looking back. "What's wrong?"
Muji inquired.
But the area was now empty. "Nothing, it was probably just something unsavory. Let us head back. You ought to rest." She had expended considerable energy today, especially with that one piece of music that had felt somewhat off. She was uncertain if it might affect her health. "You're not so fragile, don't worry. I'll still prepare your favorite sweet and sour pork." The Joy House was tranquil, with Wei Zihan and Mu Ling having retreated to rest. Zhou Xian, characterized by his aloof demeanor, sat quietly, glancing at his watch, noting that Mu Ji had yet to return. Could she have gotten lost? A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Zhang Xingxing, bored and counting ants, pouted. "Where is Gigi? It's so dull without her, especially with this wooden Zhou Xian." Upon their return, the exterior had been tidied up. As soon as Zhang Xingxing spotted Muji, her eyes sparkled, and she leapt up from the ground. Zhou Xian approached, glancing at the items in Muji's hands. "Allow me, you've been busy. Take a moment to rest." Though they were the youngest, the two had been bustling about. "Can Gigi cook?" she wondered aloud, feeling downcast. "I can't cook, but for Gigi I could learn." Zhang Xingxing buzzed around Muji like a little bee, her face barely tolerable enough to avoid a slap. "You're quite bothersome," Mu Mian remarked coldly, fixing her gaze on Zhang Xingxing, finding her more irritating than Jiang Yuxing. "And stop recklessly claiming sisterhood." Zhang Xingxing bristled at the warning, her expression shifting to one of indignation. "You're not even related. You could be her sister. And I could be her brother, right?" she retorted defiantly, as if to assert that without blood ties, rank was inconsequential. Mu Mian scoffed derisively, her gaze drifting toward Muji. Muji observed the boisterous Zhang Xingxing and the cold, menacing Mu Mian, perceiving a childishness in their quarrel. "Gigi, why not let me be your brother for free? It's quite a deal. Wouldn't you consider it?" Zhang Xingxing pleaded with her enchanting eyes, tinged with a hint of temptation. You are Xinge, my senior. Mu Mian is my sister, Mu Ji clarified as she took the shopping bag from Mu Mian. I'll place the meat and vegetables in the refrigerator. You two can set aside the condiments for now, and we'll discuss dinner shortly. With that, Mu Ji entered the house. Zhang Xingxing and Mu Mian exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with animosity. Mu Mian smirked slightly, senior. At least Mu Ji had discernment. Mu Mian's lips curled upwards, albeit only slightly. As she organized the condiments, Zhou Xian remained silent, relieved that he often cooked for his sister and possessed enough culinary skills not to embarrass himself in her presence. He pondered whether she would appreciate a boy who could cook. Zhang Xingxing puffed her cheeks in frustration, irked that Mu Mian seemed to vie for Mu Ji's affection. Now as a senior but destined to become a brother. He was a heartthrob in the entertainment industry, known as the sweetheart slayer, adored by women and girls alike. Surely Mu Ji would appreciate him as well. Mu Ji knocked on the doors of the two ladies, broaching the topic of dinner. It wasn't long before Wei Zihan emerged, with Mu Ling also following after putting her phone away. The wooden table was filled with people. All eyes on Mu Ji as she cleared her throat. I would like to disclose today as expenses. Here is the receipt, but the proprietress did not charge us. So our current balance remains at 200. As the steward of their finances, Mu Ji felt it was her responsibility to clarify the expenditure.
Zhang Xingxing gasped, Mu Mian.
You wouldn't be engaging in illegal transactions with your sister and the proprietress, would you? Zhou Xian coughed lightly. Is she your fan? Some fans might not charge their idols, or even give gifts. Feigning surprise, Mu Ling added, though I'm a fan of my cousin. That doesn't seem appropriate. It's not easy for the supermarket proprietress to make a living. Relying on fans would undermine the program's integrity, and as a celebrity, one must be mindful of their conduct. Zhou Shiren furrowed her brows slightly. It seemed perplexing that Mu Ling, who was not Mu Ji's cousin, harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Mu Ji. Although there was nothing overtly objectionable in her words, they nonetheless evoked a sense of discomfort. Wei Zihan, shaking her hair, remarked that she could understand Mu Ji's good intentions, aimed at saving costs, yet lamented that such an attitude was detrimental. Mu Mian observed the two women as they tacitly criticized Mu Ji, and she couldn't help but press her thin lips together in displeasure. However, Mu Ji remained unperturbed, her gaze shifting slightly. I have never accepted extravagant gifts from fans. Moreover, the proprietress is not my admirer. It is merely a token of gratitude for a small favor my sister rendered. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling's expression soured somewhat. You should have mentioned this sooner. It led to our misunderstanding. I thought a cousin from a wealthy family would not exploit her celebrity status for such a trivial sum. Mu Ling attempted to justify herself while also subtly belittling Mu Ji's status as a false heiress. Next time, it would be wise to ascertain the facts beforehand. Jumping to conclusions can appear rather ignorant. Sometimes, misunderstandings can be clarified, but if they lead to significant harm, it is oneself who suffers the most. Mu Ji had grown accustomed to Mu Ling's malicious targeting. She could only indulge in verbal retaliation, knowing she could do little to change the situation. The archetype of a venomous antagonist truly was relentless. Indeed, but with someone like Sister Ji, I would gladly let her enjoy the benefits, Zhang Xingxing smirked. Casting a deep glance at Mu Ling, a woman whose scheming foolishness seemed to harbor a profound prejudice against a Sister Ji. TSK Mu Mian isn't exactly innocent either. And Zhou Shiren, who is typically aloof and courteous towards everyone, displays a hint of tenderness towards Mu Ji. Truly, Mu Ji is a remarkable individual. Chapter 52. The Big Shot Cannot Cook. In her heart, Mu Ling scorned Zhang Xingxing fiercely. How could a top-tier idol be so attentive to Mu Ji without fearing backlash from his fans? She simply could not fathom why everyone seemed to gravitate towards Mu Ji, who was the center of attention. As time drew near, Zhou Shiren suggested that they organize the cooking arrangements, emphasizing the importance of participation as a team. Those who can cook, please step forward. Those who cannot will handle the washing of dishes and pots. I trust there are no objections? The crowd shook their heads in agreement, as doing nothing would likely invite scorn from netizens. Even if they were not inclined to cook, they needed to find tasks to occupy themselves. Zhang Xingxing was the first to speak up. I cannot cook, so I shall wash the dishes. Sister Ji, can you cook?
Mu Ji nodded faintly.
Zhang Xingxing's mouth dropped open in surprise. Do wealthy heiresses really cook these days? The ladies I know would never lift a finger in the kitchen. Mu Ling was incredulous. When had Mu Ji learned to cook? She recalled that Mu Ji had scoffed at culinary classes back in the day. Although she had no desire to learn, her mother had insisted that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. After studying under a five-star chef for a time, Muji couldn't possibly be putting on a facade, could she? Casting a glance at Mu Mian, Muji noted that the novel never mentioned her culinary skills, though the protagonist was expected to be proficient in all areas. Mu Mian felt a tad embarrassed. I can only manage kitchen disasters. Muji replied, so the big shot cannot cook. The mere thought of Mu Mian with a cold expression, donned in an apron amidst a chaotic kitchen, struck her as somewhat adorable. My cooking skills are not quite up to par, but I shall endeavor to learn. We can take turns later, Wei Zihan stated humbly. Let us first check the refrigerator for the ingredients we purchased. Each person can prepare a dish. One dish per person should suffice to avoid wastage. Several of us are celebrities, and we must maintain strict dietary regimens. Zhou Shiren concurred. Muji had already inquired about Mu Mian's preferences and procured fresh pork tenderloin, planning to prepare sweet and sour pork later. Setting the rice cooker timer, she gathered her necessary ingredients and left the room. Zhou Shiren took tomatoes and eggs, while Mu Ling grabbed some ribs. Noticing that the two were preparing meat dishes, Zhou Shiren tactfully suggested, "You two may start first. My scrambled eggs with tomatoes are quite simple and will be ready in no time." Upon seeing the ingredients in Muji's hands, Mu Ling felt a surge of confidence. She was quite self-assured in her culinary abilities, even if they paled in comparison to those of a five-star chef. Surely, she could outshine Muji. She aimed to demonstrate to the assembled men that she was not only talented but also capable in the kitchen, truly the epitome of a virtuous heiress. Shall we begin then? It would be wonderful if Zhou Yingdi could whip up a cucumber salad. It would be refreshing in this heat. This was also something she craved. Zhou Shiren's typically indifferent demeanor softened slightly as he replied, "You are quite thoughtful. I will take care of it." Mu Ling ground her teeth in irritation, as if no one else had thought of a cucumber salad. Was Zhou Shiren truly enchanted by Muji? Everything she said and did was met with excessive praise. "Cousin, what will you be cooking? I have never tasted your dishes before. Today I shall finally have the opportunity to see you in action," Mu Ling asked curiously.
Feigning surprise.
Muji replied, "Sweet and sour pork. It is not unusual for you not to have witnessed it. I am not spying on you after all." Mu Ling smirked. "Well, today you must savor my culinary skills. My garlic ribs are quite distinctive." "Is that so?" Muji felt a flicker of anticipation for what this distinctive flavor might entail. Although she had not sampled the world's cuisines, she had experienced many exquisite dishes, and few could impress her after her exposure to gourmet delicacies. The director sat in a rocking chair, ordering takeout for the crew, as it was nearly time for a meal. He held a teapot in one hand while someone beside him fanned him. Director Liang poured himself a cup of tea and inquired of the person next to him, "Do you think their cooking will go smoothly? If it does, it might be rather dull. The audience might suspect I hired actors and edited the footage." A variety show thrives on its dramatic moments. The executive took a glance at the busy celebrities and pondered before responding, "It likely won't be easy. They are all stars. And this homely cooking lifestyle is entirely foreign to them. Knowing how to cook does not guarantee success here." Director Liang smiled slyly. Casting a satisfied glance at the stage manager, "You make a valid point. I initially believed the highlight of this show would be Zhou Yingdi, but someone has caught me by surprise." The stage manager felt confused. If it's not Zhou Yingdi, then who could it be? Surely it isn't the false heiress Muji. Her recent popularity rivals Zhou Yingdi's. Moreover, the topics surrounding her are even more captivating. Director Liang simply smiled, his expression a cunning one, remaining silent. To cook, one must first ignite the fire. This stove did not run on gas and required manual labor. Muji gathered some wheat straw and scavenged for dry twigs. Observing Muji's actions with downcast eyes, Mu Ling suddenly realized a harsh truth. She had never used a stove before, making it an unfamiliar task for her. She could only mimic Muji's techniques. Muji ignited the straw and stuffed it inside, adding some dry leaves once the flames caught, and as the fire grew, she began to add wooden pieces. Mu Ling followed Muji's sequence, yet her fire refused to ignite, secretly learning the craft. Mu Ling watched as Muji blew gently at the flames and imitated her. Unfortunately, the fire flared up unexpectedly, startling Mu Ling and nearly singeing her hair. Mu Ling brushed the dirt off her hands, feeling a chill run down her spine. It was evident that Muji had done this deliberately, knowing she was emulating her, with the malicious intent of ruining her appearance. Muji glanced at Mu Ling, at a loss for words. "When blowing, do not get too close. And avoid adding too many dry leaves at once, or you will extinguish the flame. The wood cannot be placed too far back or too far forward."
Muji explained leisurely.
Mu Ling nodded silently, yet she dared not ignite the fire again, fearing for her hair and face. It felt perilously dangerous. She cast a pleading glance toward Mu Ji, but hesitated to lower her face in desperation. Mu Ji ignored her. One must adopt a humbling attitude when seeking assistance. You are not Mu Mian. Thinking a single glance filled with ill intentions could compel me to help you. How naive. As Mu Ling observed her indifference, frustration bubbled within her, prompting her to soften her tone. A cousin, could you help me start the fire? I fear it will delay everyone's meal. Having reached this point, Mu Ji could hardly refuse. She had no desire to let Mu Ling's incompetence disrupt the meal. Mu Ji rekindled the fire for her. But the rest was up to Mu Ling, as their dishes were distinct. Chapter 53. The curse persists. As Mu Ling beheld the rising flames, she envisioned the delectable dish she would create, one that would leave the others salivating. What was so remarkable about starting a fire? Meanwhile, Mu Ji focused intently on her cooking. The pork tenderloin had been marinated in advance, and she added a splash of green plum wine that she had fortuitously discovered in the inn. Upon seeing this addition, Mu Mian's expression subtly shifted. There was someone who also enjoyed using a hint of green plum wine when preparing meat. She hadn't anticipated that Mu Ji would employ it as well. You enjoy green plum wine?
Mu Mian inquired, feigning casualness.
I occasionally use it in cooking. I prefer stronger spirits, Mu Ji replied, a hint of regret creeping in. What noble lady would admit to enjoying strong alcohol? How careless of me. Strong spirits? Your taste is rather unique. Minors are prohibited from consuming such beverages. Mu Mian's thoughts drifted back, her memories of a certain figure becoming somewhat blurred, clad in striking red, fond of strong liquor. It had been a long time since she had thought of her. A flicker of irritation washed over Mu Mian. Every recollection of that person pierced her heart like a dagger. Noticing Mu Mian's lost expression and the pallor on her delicate face, Mu Ji felt a surge of concern. Had she misspoken? Are you alright? I have never consumed strong spirits. I merely find them to be rather cool. Rest assured. She reassured Mu Mian. Although she had genuinely not touched strong liquor since arriving here, and the alcohol available was far from authentic, tasting rather off. It's nothing. Just be mindful of your fire, Mu Mian replied, turning to exit. By the time Mu Ji ensured the fire was well tended, Mu Mian had already vanished from the courtyard. This behavior struck Mu Ji as peculiar, yet she could not discern the reason. While she had some knowledge of the plot, she remained oblivious to all matters concerning Mu Mian. With her presence, the storyline had veered off course. Could it truly be due to the strong spirits and green plum wine, invoking bittersweet memories? Mu Ji immersed herself in her culinary endeavors, expertly controlling the stove's flames. With her experience, she ensured the pork tenderloin was evenly cooked, and before it even left the pan, the aroma of sweet and sour pork wafted through the courtyard. On the other hand, Mu Ling struggled to manage the heat, causing her ribs to emit a burnt odor. Why was the temperature fluctuating so erratically? When her ribs finally emerged from the stove, they bore an unmistakable charred scent. A sense of grievance washed over Mu Ling as she beheld Mu Ji's glossy sweet and sour pork, intensifying her frustration. I've never used a stove before, and I'm struggling to control the heat. I apologize. Her expression was one of pitiful innocence, conveying her distress. It's all right. Practice makes perfect, Zhou Shuren reassured her.
Expressing no discontent.
Everyone lacked experience. There was no need for apologies. Not everyone possessed Mu Ji's exceptional skills to execute each task flawlessly. Zhang Xingxing bore a smile, internally reveling in the humor of the situation. No one is blaming you. There's no need to be so sensitive as long as we can eat. We have no picky eaters here. Mu Ji's sweet and sour pork was soon plated, and Zhou Shuren washed the pot, feeling apprehensive about controlling the heat. He requested Mu Ji to supervise. Zhou Shuren's signature dish, tomato scrambled eggs, was prepared swiftly, ready to be served within 10 minutes. Director Liang glanced at the takeout box he had just received, then at the enticing dishes Mu Ji had prepared. The aroma instantly ignited his appetite, making his own chicken noodles seem unappealing in comparison. Mu Mian hasn't he returned yet? I'll go find her. You all start eating without worrying about us. Mu Ji announced as she rose and exited the courtyard, following a narrow path until she spotted a figure standing amidst the peach blossom grove, petals fluttering down onto her shoulders. In that moment, Mu Ji recalled a line from a poem, "The face of a person is unknown, yet the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze." Why are you hiding here to enjoy the flowers? Come back for dinner. Aren't you the one who ordered sweet and sour pork? Be careful, Or they might finish it all. She felt a pang of concern seeing Mu Mion's desolate silhouette. Do even those who are immensely wealthy and powerful experience loneliness and heartache?
Muji pondered.
Feeling an unexpected urge to comfort Mu Mion, to pat her head and reassure her that she was the protagonist of this world, destined to possess all power and love. Mu Mion turned, reverting to her cold, indifferent self. Muji, why do you live? Since you arrived in this world, do you have any regrets in life? Muji tugged at the corners of her mouth, her radiant smile unapologetically bright. Now that is indeed an age-old question. To live is to simply exist. Each person has their own reasons for living, yet all paths converge upon death. Why overthink it? After all, I shall not live beyond 23. I thought that transmigrating into a novel would grant me a chance to change my fate, but alas, the curse remains. So why fear life or death? Cherish each day of existence, treasure those we love. That is sufficient. Thus, she would not allow anyone to harm the Mu family or Mu Mion. In these years, she would strive to foster harmony between Mu Mion and the Mu family, forging them into a true family. Surely, that would leave her without regrets. After all, with Mu Mion's strength, she could protect the Mu family for a long time, and she would have Rong Hanya by her side. What are you thinking about? Mu Mion asked, noticing Mu Ji's sudden contemplative demeanor, finding it inexplicably melancholic. I was wondering if eating the ribs Mu Ling made would upset my stomach. Let us go. If my pork tenderloin is finished off, I'll make you prepare another batch. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Mu Mion regained her composure. Is that fair? Shouldn't you be compensating me? I came looking for you. How can you treat me like a servant? Mu Ji complained playfully from behind, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Surely, Mu Mion's mood had improved enough for them to exchange jokes. If not, she would cease her efforts to cheer her up. Upon their return, dinner had yet to commence. As the head of the household and the culinary maestro, it was only fitting that Mu Ji preside over the meal. Sister Gigi, come sit here. This spot is reserved for you. The perfect center stage, Zhang Xingxing remarked, curious about what they had discussed while away. Did girls truly have so many secrets to share? Thank you, but the center stage is better suited for Emperor Zhou, Mu Ji replied, shaking her head. In the entertainment industry, I am the elder and mentor. In the happy house, you are the head and we all follow your lead. Emperor Zhou is correct. Do not decline. I am quite eager to taste your pork tenderloin. Zhang Xingxing said sweetly. Mu Ji felt somewhat uncomfortable, who had spoken to her in such a manner in her previous life. She instinctively retaliated with a playful slap. Mu Ji did not hold back, taking a seat beside Mu Mion. Zhou Shuren found it perplexing how a noble lady possessed so many skills, particularly having saved his sister at the Rennie Hall and even able to exorcise evil spirits, yet this was knowledge only he possessed. The guest house boasts an array of homemade fruit wines, all of which are delectable. Mu Ji poured herself and the nearby Mu Mion some plum wine, a delightful appetizer that invigorates the palate. May I inquire, teacher Mu Ji, how have you mastered such a plethora of skills? Zhang Xingxing gazed at Mu Ji, his expression brimming with curiosity.
Chapter 54. Mumanes retorts.
Mu Ji appeared perplexed, her small eyes reflecting confusion. Is this really so difficult? The fundamental rules of outdoor survival should be known by anyone who has ever practiced them. Zhang Xingxing responded. Really? Please don't deceive me. I'm quite naive. Zhou Shuren cast a glance at Mu Ji, quietly sipping his fruit tea, without disputing her words. Although he occasionally cooked and managed household chores, he felt woefully unprepared for the rigors of rural life, recognizing there was much to learn. Cousin, your familiarity with rural living must stem from having farmer parents. Granting you such innate talent, Mu Ling suddenly blurted out, her voice soft and seemingly devoid of malice. The underlying implication was clear. She was mocking Mu Ji, insinuating that she was destined for a life of farming. The others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, while Mu Mion's gaze remained cold and downcast. Zhang Xingxing found himself admiring Mu Ji for her candidness, noting that she spoke without a filter. Zhou Shuren furrowed his brow, contemplating how to defuse the situation, as it was decidedly unfriendly towards Mu Ji. Mu Ling, realizing her faux pas, averted her eyes and looked at Mu Ji with a look of contrition. Cousin, that wasn't my intention. Please don't misunderstand. I know you harbor no disdain for farmers. Mu Ji, her fingers delicately pinching a piece of tenderloin, smiled with her crimson lips curling. Food is the foundation of life. Regardless of my parents' station, I am eternally grateful for the gift of life they bestowed upon me. How could I ever look down upon them? Even beggars deserve respect. In my eyes, they are human beings, and I treat all individuals equally, with only beasts as exceptions. With such eloquence, she effortlessly sidestepped any verbal traps, far too astute for Mu Ling's juvenile antics. Mu Ling's expression shifted slightly, her embarrassment compelling her to focus intently on her food. She had no profound insights to offer, and Mu Ji had never looked down upon those of lower status, always maintaining an air of superiority at school. Now, feigning high-mindedness, she would have once lashed out, seizing any misstep to wield against Mu Ling, who would then become the target of public ire. Disdain for farmers or those of humble origins was enough to incite a wave of backlash from netizens. What did Mu Ji mean by implying that she considered others less than human? Zhou Shern was astonished that such sentiments could emanate from a mere adolescent girl. Indeed, she spoke truthfully. No matter one's social standing, it is imperative to remember one's responsibilities. Zhang Xingxing's eyes sparkled with admiration. What should I do? I believe I have become infatuated with Sister Ji. Having an idol like you will surely inspire me to strive upwards, unwavering as a rock. He gazed at Mu Ji with a look of enraptured devotion, only to be met with the icy countenance of Mu Mian, which jolted him back to reality. What? Is it not permissible to admire her? Does my affection for Sister Ji infringe upon you in any way? The more she rebuffed his advances, the more he felt compelled to draw near. He was determined that one day, he would become the brother officially endorsed by Sister Ji. What my cousin said is true. I only lament my lack of eloquence compared to you, and I shall strive to learn from you. Mu Ling encouraged herself, her tone sincere. Yet, a soft scoff broke the table's tranquility. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, perhaps it would be wise to remain silent. I suggest you read the art of language more frequently. Mu Mian, uninterested in the entertainment industry and lacking any fanfare, felt no need to uphold any facade of decorum. If someone irked her, she would not hesitate to make them uncomfortable. Zhang Xingxing coughed lightly, stifling laughter as his lips curved into a polite smile. Mu Mian's words resonated deeply with him. Had she not dissuaded Mu Ji from accepting him as her brother, he might have been charmed. Mu Ling found herself speechless, retreating into silence. These two sisters were formidable allies, both her greatest adversaries. Since Mu Mian's return, nothing had gone her way. Wei Zihan felt a sense of relief for not having tested Mu Ji, though she appeared youthful. Her thoughts were as deep and intricate as those of someone seasoned in the entertainment industry. It seemed that to stand out in this variety show, she would not only need to leverage Mu Ling but also remain vigilant against Mu Ji, who was her most significant competitor. Although Mu Mian was the true heiress of the Mu family, she was not part of the entertainment sphere, making her less impactful in terms of undermining Mu Ling. Similarly, while Mu Ling had fans, her popularity and clout could not compare to Mu Ji's. Contemplating this, Wei Zihan felt a surge of determination. She was resolute in seizing this opportunity to regain her former glory and become a sought-after star once more. How is the flavor? Does it suit your palate? Mu Ji leaned closer to Mu Mian, inquiring. Acceptable, yet there is room for improvement, Mu Mian replied coolly, adding a piece of tenderloin to her bowl. Mu Ji smiled gently, aware that most of the tenderloin had been consumed by Mu Mian. You're rather obstinate. I've seen through you. The remainder of the meal passed quietly, with Wei Zihan and Zhang Xingxing occasionally enlivening the atmosphere, creating a harmonious dining experience. That's my last piece, Zhang Xingxing exclaimed as he stretched out his chopsticks to claim the final piece of tenderloin. However, to his dismay, another pair of chopsticks swooped in and snatched it away, leaving him wide-eyed as the delectable morsel vanished. The culprit was none other than Mu Mian, the greatest obstacle in his quest to claim her as his sister.
Mu Mian.
You've eaten more than enough tenderloin, Zhang Xingxing gritted his teeth. Unfazed, Mu Mian leisurely savored the last piece, all the while under Zhang Xingxing's watchful, envious gaze. Oh, have I? My apologies, I have quite the appetite. Zhang Xingxing was beside himself, questioning how someone could be so infuriating. She seemed to be his nemesis, as he had made the first move to seize the tenderloin. Girls tend to gain weight if they overindulge, he noted.
Mu Mian merely smirked, apologies.
But I have a physique that does not gain weight. Zhang Xingxing. Why do you two always seem to clash, like children squabbling? Wei Zihan remarked with a gentle smile as she rose to clear the table. Mu Ling harbored disdain in her heart, thinking that Mu Mian was simply a crude child from an orphanage. Apart from her fighting prowess, what else did she possess? Was Mu Ji blind to forsake such an exceptional ally in favor of Mu Mian, especially when their parents felt little affection for her. Once attachments formed, it would be hard to believe that they wouldn't feel a twinge of discomfort regarding Mu-mian. Director Liang observed the group finishing their meal. Well done. Your inaugural culinary efforts have exceeded my expectations, and I hope your future performances will be equally smooth. Once you've tidied up, you'll be free to engage in activities of your choosing. Do conserve your energy for tomorrow's challenges. His commanding voice stirred excitement in everyone. Upon returning to her room, Mu-ji organized her belongings. After removing her makeup and cleansing her face, she revealed her unadorned complexion, captivating the nearby cameraman. Was such smooth and delicate skin truly a gift of humanity? Women in the entertainment industry expend countless efforts to look flawless on camera. From the perfect hairstyle to top-tier cosmetics and makeup artists, even the angles for filming must be meticulously chosen for optimal effect. Yet, with Mu-ji's face, there were no angles that could diminish her beauty. It was stunning from every perspective. Mu-ji opened the window, applying a facial mask she had purchased from a beauty store, cleverly using the show to promote Mu-mian's shop. She wondered if the director would edit this out. Lying on her bed, she closed her eyes, feeling a hint of exhaustion. The disparity between this body and her former one is quite apparent. Even a mere summoning ritual leaves her fatigued. Chapter 55. The Dream of Hibiscus. Once the cameraman adjusted the lens, he exited the room, allowing the guests a modicum of privacy during the show. Mu-ji, adorned with a facial mask, felt a gentle breeze waft in, lulling her into a state of drowsiness. Director Liang observed Mu-ji, who had closed her eyes, somewhat astonished. She has fallen asleep already, and I had hoped to capture some thrilling moments. With a mask on, even Mu-ji's exquisite beauty was obscured. What is the director so anxious about? It's only the first day. The footage recorded today is ample for editing. A variety show requires a gimmick to create buzz, although some production teams might deliberately edit footage to create conflict. Some celebrities inadvertently find themselves trending for all the wrong reasons due to careless editing. Such occurrences are commonplace in the entertainment industry. However, certain stars reveal their true selves on variety shows, inviting criticism that they have brought upon themselves. Director Liang has always maintained an excellent reputation in the variety show realm, ensuring that haphazard editing would not occur. Moreover, some segments are broadcast live, allowing viewers to gain a deeper understanding of the show. Indeed, the personalities involved are quite distinctive, and I believe their future interactions will be nothing short of captivating. Having immersed himself in the entertainment industry for many years, Director Liang has developed a discerning eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved such remarkable success with his variety shows. The younger generation is quite intriguing. The three daughters of the Mu family possess exceptional abilities, particularly Mu-ji, who has garnered admiration for her impressive skills. Tasks that I would struggle with, she manages with remarkable organization, displaying an innate leadership quality. Initially, I assumed that a wealthy heiress like her could only serve as a pretty ornament, contributing mere amusement to the program. What a delightful surprise it is to discover that the chemistry between the two heiresses has sparked a sensational partnership. Director Liang chuckled heartily. The nature of female friendship is indeed wondrous, oscillating between warmth and coldness, movement and stillness, a delightful contrast, is it not? The crew member wholeheartedly agreed. For the appeal of a ship lies in its contrasts, especially when the sisters' stunning appearances together are a feast for the eyes, compelling one to indulge in another helping. As the director conversed with the production staff, a figure suddenly entered the frame of Mu-ji's room. With the door ajar, Mu-mian stepped inside, finding Mu-ji asleep, with a facial mask adorning her face. It was a brand she was familiar with. It seems she has a fondness for the beautiful lady's skincare products. If she enjoys them so much, perhaps I should send her a few boxes of various types for her to rotate through. Supporting herself against the bed, Mu-mian's gaze fell upon Mu-ji's face, where the mask was nearly dry, and she remained blissfully unaware. She must be utterly exhausted. A gentle breeze stirred Mu-mian's dark hair, casting a shadow over Mu-ji's face. Director Liang watched the scene, momentarily breathless. Such a beautiful tableau must be included in the editing. He could practically taste the sweetness of the moment, and surely the audience would relish it even more. Mu-mian's fingers twitched slightly, moving with a delicate slowness as she peeled the mask from Mu-ji's face. Observing her serene visage stirred something within her, and she retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, a flicker of tenderness softening her otherwise indifferent expression. Gently, she wiped the moisture from Mu-ji's face, the handkerchief embroidered with a crimson hibiscus flower, vibrant as blood. Memories flooded back to Mu-mian, transporting her to a time of illness and discomfort. When someone held her hand, gently wiping away her sweat with a handkerchief. Thoughts surged like a tide, causing Mu Mion's fingers to tremble slightly. She withdrew her hand, her once cold heart now devoid of warmth, and turned to leave the room. Like a fleeting shadow, she left no trace behind, the atmosphere swiftly returning to tranquility. Standing under the scorching sun, Mu Mion shielded her eyes, pondering why. Despite having passed away, thoughts of Muji would sometimes evoke memories of that person, dredging up buried recollections that gnawed at her core. Director Liang, brimming with excitement, grasped the crew member's thigh. "Did you see that? Did you see? This scene is utterly captivating. The two of them together exudes a narrative richness." The crew member, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Director, your excitement shouldn't translate to physicality. As a mere worker, life is truly challenging." Director Liang swiftly released his grip. "I have a feeling that once the show airs, countless brands and directors will seek them out." Comparing them to the tales of the green snake and the white snake, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, yet felt the essence of an enchanting story. The crew member nodded, pondering why a grown man like him would become so invested. Perhaps he was losing his composure. Muji, in a state of half-sleep, experienced a lengthy dream filled with blooming hibiscus flowers, their brilliance almost blinding. Upon awakening, however, her mind was a haze, the dream fragmented and impossible to piece together. The mask on her face had vanished, leaving her skin feeling refreshed. Aside from Mu Mion, it was unlikely anyone else had entered her room, let alone kindly removed her mask. Stretching languidly, she caressed her smooth cheeks, feeling like a benevolent benefactor who sought no recognition. Muji knocked on Mu Mion's door, but silence greeted her. Perhaps she had gone out for a breath of fresh air? How peculiar. Today Mu Mion's emotional fluctuations seemed pronounced, truly baffling. Never mind. When she feels ready, she will eventually share her thoughts. Humanity is inherently complex, and someone like her is not easily understood. In a sense, they are akin to opposing ends of a scale, testing one another while inching closer, occasionally exuding a sense of mutual repulsion. They both strive to find a common ground. With her thoughts collected, it was time to attend to serious matters. Muji retrieved her brother's WeChat contact, recalling Chun Jun's misdeeds. He needed a lesson so profound that he would never learn to behave otherwise. He is a habitual offender, and I hope my brother can uncover his vulnerabilities and teach him a lesson he deserves. Z. Elder brother, please investigate Chen Jun's information from Baiyun village, preferably with evidence of his sexual harassment of women. If none is found, please gather some. Ordinary person, what is going on? Were you bullied on the variety show? How is Director Liang handling this? Far away at the Mu Corporation, Mu Weiyun held his phone with a stern expression. He had entrusted the production team with his sister's safety and invested a significant sum, not for her to fall victim to harassment. He didn't succeed, but I suspect he has a history of such behavior, which is why I want you to help. I don't want any other innocent girls to be harmed. Upon hearing that nothing had transpired, Mu Weiyun felt a wave of relief, though his expression remained grave. Ordinary person. Understood. I will have someone investigate. Rest assured, the law will not spare such scum. Suddenly, Mu Weiyun thought of Mu Mion, a flicker of concern igniting within him. Gigi had said he must learn to be a responsible older brother. Ordinary person. Is Mion doing well there? Is she adapting to the variety show? Don't take it to heart. You are both my sisters and I care for you both. Mu Weiyun, somewhat at a loss for words, bore a serious demeanor, wanting to express concern for Mu Mion while also preventing any rift from growing between her and Muji. Upon seeing Mu Weiyun's message, Muji's lips curled into a smile. It seemed her brother had taken her advice to heart. Chapter 56. Muji searches for someone, fishing for justice. Z. Elder brother. Please don't overthink it. Seeing your relationship grow closer brings me joy, and I have no ulterior motives. She is doing well here. We will support one another and ensure no one bullies us. Thinking of Mu Mion, Mu Weiyun felt somewhat flustered. She was so cold, and he was unsure how to unlock her heart. His thoughts shifted to the trending topic, still lingering in his mind. Ordinary person, what was going on with the trending topic today? You have no idea how dangerous it was at that moment. You both were involved. If something went wrong, our family would worry. Wrong. The cat is shedding tears. Z's parents are likely unaware of the situation. The trending topic has been swiftly retracted, and the videos circulating online have nearly all been deleted. It is presumed that the director has intervened. As Muji contemplated the malevolent entities she had vanquished, Coupled with a throng of manipulated individuals at the bridge, it became evident that a puppeteer lurked behind the scenes. Were the previous two incidents the result of human malice or mere coincidence? A shiver coursed through Muji's brow. It appeared that the authorities were also concealing the truth, opting not to disclose the actual circumstances. Most discourse online consisted of mere conjectures. Ordinary individuals. No, it won't reach their ears. Such capers must not recur. The police are here to maintain order. Z. Understood, I will comply. While she acknowledged this, should such events transpire again, it would be beyond the control of ordinary folk to thwart the lurking malevolence. Her inaction would result in the loss of innocent lives. As a practitioner of the mystic arts, it was inconceivable for her to forsake her nature and refrain from offering assistance. Who could be behind this turmoil?
Muji mused.
Retrieving her phone to conduct a search, only to find the entries had vanished, and even related topics were elusive. She had hoped that after her transmigration, she could simply lounge in idleness. Must she once again resume her former endeavors? Tossing her phone aside with a sigh, her delicate visage was wrought with inner turmoil. She rummaged through her suitcase and retrieved a book titled In Hidden, seeking to comprehend the current state of metaphysics in this world, which she needed to gradually unravel. If it were indeed the case that someone was orchestrating these events, the capital would likely be thrown into disarray, and she could not remain passive. Muji immersed herself in her studies throughout the afternoon, yet as dinner approached, there was no sign of Mu Mian. Where could she have wandered off to? Given Mu Mian's adeptness, she should not be in any danger. Surely, a leisurely outing would not require such an extended absence. Leaving her room to descend the stairs, Muji encountered Zhou Shuren, who was boiling water. Upon seeing Muji, Zhou Shuren's eyes brightened with joy. Are you feeling well? I noticed you had not left your room for quite some time, and I was a bit concerned for your welfare. I'm fine. I was reading in my room. Have you seen Mu Mian? Mu Ling emerged from her room, casting a glance at Mu Mian. She is not a toddler. She has probably gone off to play somewhere. She is not from an orphanage, so she likely feels a sense of nostalgia towards Baiyun village. Feeling a slight discomfort in her stomach, Mu Ling's expression shifted upon noticing Zhou Shuren preparing water. Zhouingdi, how considerate of you to boil water. I happen to need some hot water. Zhou Shuren was momentarily speechless, feeling unable to chastise her for her indifference. Whatever. Unaware of Mu Ji's icy gaze, Mu Ling stood beside Zhou Shuren like a pet seeking affection. Though she harbored no fondness for Zhou Shuren, his status as a film emperor, coupled with his superior looks, satisfied her vanity. Thank you, Zhouingdi. You are truly wonderful. Perhaps we could exchange contact information, so I may express my gratitude in person. No need. It is merely a trivial matter. Zhou Shuren, possessing a reclusive demeanor, was not fond of socializing. I observe that you appear rather haggard. It seems misfortune may befall you soon. Do take care of yourself, Muji remarked, her gaze fixed on Mu Ling with a hint of amusement. Mu Ling's mood soured at her words. Already feeling unwell, hearing Muji's implied curse only further irked her. Cousin, how can you wish ill upon someone? I have not spoken wrongly. This is not an uncivilized land. I know you two share a deep sisterly bond, but there is no need for concern. In her heart, Mu Ling scoffed, wishing for Mu Mian to encounter misfortune, thus allowing her to vent her grievances. Zhou Shuren frowned. Shall I accompany you to search for her? I could inform the director as well. Where to? How could I go out with my dear sister without you? Zhang Xingxing approached, feeling irked that he had almost let Zhou Shuren seize the opportunity. No need to trouble the production team. I will find her myself. You all can eat dinner without waiting for us. There are still vegetables in the fridge. Zhou Shuren was uneasy about letting Mu Ji venture out alone, while Zhang Xingxing relished the chance to monopolize Mu Ji's attention without Mu Mian's presence. This simply cannot be. How could I, as a man, permit you, a girl, to go out alone? What if you get lost? What if you encounter someone with ill intentions? He was deeply troubled by the thought of allowing his dear Mu Ji to venture out alone. It won't be far. If something happens, I will call. You need not worry. Should the director inquire, they would simply say not to fret. A sudden idea struck Mu Ji. Incredulous yet plausible, Mu Mian was likely in search of Qin Jun. If the production team were to discover Mu Mian's altercation, it would spell trouble. They had clashed during the day, and should Qin Jun be injured, it would prompt an extensive search. This would inevitably implicate everyone involved with the production team, making it difficult to clarify matters. If possible, she hoped to return with Mu Mian without incident. Disregarding the protests of the two, Mu Ji stepped out alone. Zhang Xingxing glanced at Zhou Shuren, feeling a sense of camaraderie in their mutual concern. Would he be so worried if she were not missing? He had always been adept at winning others' affection. Even the most obstinate father would heed his words. Garnering anyone's favor was a trivial task for him. Yet, Muji remained a challenge, leaving him eager to see if he would achieve his desires by the end of the show. Zhou Shun returned to his room. Aware that Muji was a resolute individual, interfering with her decisions would only breed resentment. Mu Ling ascended the stairs with her hot water, feeling elated at the prospect of both sisters encountering misfortune, which would bring her joy. In the secluded woods, bathed in hues of pink, Mu Mian sauntered with her hands in her pockets, her black hair swaying gently beneath a white baseball cap. On the deserted path, Chen Jun stumbled unsteadily, intoxicated. Mu Mian had been trailing him for some time, like a specter, leaving him with no escape. Unaware of her presence, Chen Jun was inebriated, his mind swirling with anger over the humiliation he had suffered earlier. As Mu Mian lowered her head and swiftly passed by him, she slipped into the woods. Chen Jun blinked, his blurry vision catching a glimpse of a graceful figure drifting past, long legs and flowing hair snapping him back to sobriety. His eyes sharpened. This must be a stunning beauty. Chen Jun's heart raced, and all reason abandoned him. After all, there was no one around, no surveillance in the woods. Whatever he did would remain undiscovered. Fueled by liquid courage, he followed Mu Mian into the thicket. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. May the new year bring joy and happiness, and may my beloved ones have their wishes fulfilled and live freely. Chapter 57. You Seek Death.
Mu Mian,
With her hat pulled low, quickened her pace, resembling a startled cat, innocent and timid. Yet her eyes betrayed a cold indifference and a thirst for blood. So easily ensnared, she would show no mercy should the need arise. Chen Jun trailed her into the woods, his heart lightened by her apparent distress, perceiving this as a fortuitous opportunity, a recompense for his wounded pride. He touched his flushed face, hastening to catch up. Little sister, are you alone? Have you lost your way? Would you like your big brother to escort you out? Chen Jun's eagerness was palpable. The girl's slender form and long legs were irresistible, though hidden beneath her hat. He was certain she must be a breathtaking beauty. The alcohol amplified his basest desires, his gaze filled with unrestrained lust. Mu Mian feigned fear, her voice trembling slightly.
what do you want from me?
I don't know you. Stay away. She retreated, her small shoulders quaking with apparent terror. If one were to disregard the bloodthirsty and cruel smile lurking beneath the surface. It matters not if you are unfamiliar. Soon enough, we shall become acquainted. Come here. Allow your elder brother to embrace you. Chen Jun, inebriated and disoriented, stumbled forward in an attempt to grasp the beautiful maiden. However, Mu Mian was swift, and with Chen Jun's slight intoxication, he failed to even graze the hem of her garment. Undeterred, Chen Jun found the little girl's quick reflexes amusing. He was captivated by her figure and fair skin, which stirred a sense of desire within him. If you dare to make any advances or attempt to come closer, I shall call for help, Mu Mian stated coolly, her voice transforming from one of panic to an icy indifference. Yet, Chen Jun was too consumed by visions of beauty to notice the ominous undertone. He was lost in his own fantasies. Ha ha ha, there is no one here. This forest is seldom traversed. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come, he said with a grin. Do not be anxious. Your elder brother merely wishes to converse. I am not a bad man. Elder brother? Mu Mian scoffed at the audacity of a mere wastrel to be so brazen before her. Were it not for the rule of law, she would have long sent him to meet the king of hell. Mu Mian donned a pair of gloves, black with golden hibiscus flowers embroidered upon them. An odd sight indeed. Chen Jun, befuddled, watched her actions with perplexity. At such a critical moment, she chose to wear gloves. Was this some new form of flirtation? Chen Jun's heart raced. Regardless of the novelty, he was intrigued. Do not be shy, little sister. Remove your cap and allow your elder brother a glimpse. The day is nearly done, and I shall escort you home. Impatiently, he advanced, eager to embrace her and savor her beauty. To his astonishment, Mu Mian abruptly removed her baseball cap, revealing a pale, ethereal face devoid of fear or trepidation. Her cold, piercing eyes, filled with venom, resembled a serpent lurking in the shadows. Upon seeing her countenance, Chen Jun was struck with terror.
What?
How could it be her, the girl accompanying that little vixen? He could not forget the two of them. Had it not been for them, he would not have faced ridicule from the villagers. Why are you here?
He stammered. Surprised?
Or did you think it was someone else? Mu Mion's lips curled into a slight smile. It is a true waste of air for scum like you to exist. A prey delivered to my doorstep. You truly possess audacity, little girl. Where is your sister? Call her to join us. She appears far more appealing. With a delicate charm that is simply enchanting. I have yet to encounter a beauty so innocent, yet so desirous. Compared to a frozen beauty, such a lure is undeniably more tempting. Upon hearing his words, Mu Mion's eyes glinted with frost. You seek death. Like a wraith. She seized his wrist before he could react, the gloves crafted from golden silk as cold as her heart. An abrupt cracking sound echoed through the silent woods.
Ah!
Chunjun screamed in agony, his hand feeling as though it would shatter. How can this be? Who is this woman? In a desperate attempt, he swung his other hand at Mu Mion, only for her to capture it as well, another sharp crack resounding, swift and decisive. Chunjun's face strained of color, his throat emitting a gurgling sound. Truly bothersome. Your cries are quite unpleasant, Mu Mion remarked disdainfully. Release me. I shall call for help. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will report you for attempted assault. With both wrists immobilized, the pain jolted Chunjun's senses awake. His mind raced, frantically searching for a means of escape. Mu Mion, as if amused by some jest, let out a chilling laugh. Go ahead and scream. Even if you shatter your vocal cords, no one will hear you. A shiver ran down Chunjun's spine. Those words struck a familiar chord, dripping with sarcasm. Then came her icy voice, however. I advise you to conserve your strength. The game has only just begun, and I shall grant you an exquisite experience. Chunjun's heart raced. He realized he had indeed provoked a venomous serpent. With a swift motion, Mu Mion spun him around, delivering a kick to his inner thigh, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He writhed, attempting to rise, but Mu Mion pressed her foot against his leg. Her voice cold as ice. I suggest you remain still, or you shall become a cripple. Fear gripped Chunjun as he regretted his reckless actions. Why had he pursued her, without understanding who she was? She was clearly luring him into a trap. Previously, he engaged in petty mischief, taking advantage of others, and though he felt anger, he typically overlooked it to protect his reputation. He was cunning and knew when to bide his time. Yet he never anticipated that a mere girl could wield such power over him, a grown man rendered utterly defenseless. Please spare me. I truly see my mistakes. I shall never dare again. I beg you, let me go. I swear to mend my ways and become a better person. Tears streamed down Chunjun's face. His expression twisted in agony. You should never have crossed her, especially not twice. Regret? Excuses? I'm afraid she has no need for such. In a moment of clarity, Chunjun seized on the key point. I was wrong. I should not have harbored inappropriate thoughts about your sister. I should not have spoken so arrogantly. I apologize. I can offer my possessions as compensation. Please spare me, esteemed one. I can make amends. His words tumbled out in a frantic rush, desperate for any opportunity. Yet Mu Mion offered him no chance to apologize. With swift precision, she delivered blows that left him howling in pain. Murder is against the law. Should I face consequences? You shall not fare well either. Mu Mion scoffed, for she was a paragon of virtue. How could she ever resort to murder? At most, she would merely teach a lesson to a scoundrel. Chapter 58. It must be someone else's fault. Chunjun was filled with regret, wishing he had never crossed paths with her. In his lifetime, not even his mother had struck him, let alone being so thoroughly bested by a young girl. Each of her movements filled him with despair. He could not fathom where she had acquired such skills. The excruciating pain coursing through him was unbearable. And the most demoralizing aspect was his utter inability to resist. Please spare me. I shall prostrate myself before you. I implore you to let me go. Mu Mion remained unperturbed by his piteous pleas. Should fate grant him another chance to encounter the two sisters, he would undoubtedly take a different path. As dusk approached, Chunjun's screams startled the resting sparrows in the woods, sending them fluttering into the sky. Mu Ji observed the commotion among the birds, confirming her suspicions. Mu Mion had indeed sought out Chunjun. This secluded forest, rarely traversed, was an ideal location for such actions. With the earlier disturbance, it was clear that their voices had startled the birds. Mu Ji followed the path the birds had taken. Mu Mion had not ventured deep into the woods, so Mu Ji quickly found the correct direction. Upon hearing a noise, Mu Mion's instincts kicked in, and she furrowed her brow. Someone was approaching. She paused her movements and cast a cold glance at Chunjun, her voice devoid of warmth. Leave. Upon hearing her command, Chun-jun felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Clutching his injured leg, he stumbled away from the woods in a desperate crawl. Mu-mian concealed herself, eager to ascertain who had arrived. Muji navigated through the thicket, puzzled. She had clearly heard a sound, yet it had vanished. Had the encounter concluded? Muji arrived at the place where the earlier confrontation had occurred. Observing the faint imprints on the ground, two shallow depressions resembling those made by a person kneeling. There were also traces akin to those left by a dog, indicating that this was indeed where Mu-mian had taken action. "Come out, I know you are here." Mu-mian had concealed her presence, but Muji was aware that she had not departed. Upon seeing Muji, Mu-mian felt a slight surprise, however. It was entirely reasonable that her clever younger sister could locate this spot. Slowly emerging from behind a tree, Mu-mian regarded Muji gently, hoping her previous fierce demeanor had gone unnoticed. It would be unfortunate if she frightened her. She too wished to engage in reasoning, for she considered herself a civilized person, if only not for her unrefined tongue. Being out for so long without a word, not even having dinner. "You really ought to amend your headstrong ways," Muji thought, refraining from mentioning Chun-jun or questioning her purpose for being there. Mu-mian had already prepared a response to deflect any inquiries, yet here they were. "Am I merely concerned for you? I just came out for a breath of fresh air." "I'm not hungry," Mu-mian declared, yet amidst the stillness, a distinct rumble from her stomach broke the silence. A crack appeared in Mu-mian's otherwise stoic facade. "What on earth is this?" "Be quiet," she exclaimed, but the rebellious stomach growled again, much to Muji's embarrassment, who felt as if she could excavate an entire apartment from the awkwardness. "I'm hungry. Why don't we eat something before heading back?" Mu-mian suggested, once again distancing herself from the request. "Yes, you're right. It is I who desires to eat. You merely have a growling stomach," Muji retorted. "Why don't you catch a rabbit? I will roast it for you." The thought of wild game evoked fond memories of her time on Lingwu Mountain, a time of carefree abandon. "Just wait," Mu-mian replied, turning to leave. Finding a nearby spot, Muji set up a makeshift wooden frame, the conditions rudimentary but serviceable. It appeared that Chun-jun was not in mortal danger. Mu-mian had been judicious in her actions, and no calamity would ensue. As long as it wasn't an egregious offense, Mu-mian could do as she pleased, and Muji felt she had no right to interfere. A part of her sensed that Mu-mian's lesson for Chun-jun was partly due to herself. It was not vanity, but rather her instinct and educated conjecture. Her intuition had always been quite accurate. Before long, Mu-mian returned, a rabbit in her grasp, its ears erect but lifeless. With practiced ease, she unsheathed a dagger and skillfully skinned the rabbit. Casting a sidelong glance at Muji, she noted her calm demeanor, devoid of terror. Quite commendable. She exhibited some bravery. "Aren't you curious whether I can wield a dagger? If it were anyone else, they would hardly remain so composed." "Curiosity kills the cat. Besides, with your fighting prowess, what's so surprising about knowing how to handle a dagger? Do I seem so inexperienced?"
Muji retorted.
Having lived 2 lifetimes and adapted well to her circumstances, facing malevolent forces without flinching, Mu-mian clicked her tongue in mild disappointment. She presented the rabbit to Muji and settled across from her, intrigued. While she hadn't piqued anyone else's curiosity, Muji had certainly ignited her own. However, it was clear that she was not the original Muji. After several trials, her character had transformed, and she was shrouded in secrets. The former Muji had been a quintessential socialite. A person's nature could not change overnight. She would eventually discover who she truly was. But Mu-mian felt no inclination to inquire. Secrets were best uncovered gradually. "Did you spend your entire time before returning to the Mu family in an orphanage?" Muji asked, as they kindled a fire, its glow illuminating their faces against the encroaching darkness, the flickering light dancing among the trees. "Yes," Mu-mian replied. "Did you frequently engage in brawls?" Muji probed, curious whether the younger Mu-mian had been a leader among children. "Do you only remember me as a fighter?" Mu-mian frowned slightly, questioning whether she truly embodied such a violent and combative nature. Someone who generally marched to the beat of her own drum began to doubt herself. "Not at all. If you fought others, it was certainly their fault," Muji assured, knowing well that Mu-mian had never been one to instigate trouble. If left undisturbed, she wouldn't even spare you a glance. This sentiment pleased Mu-mian. Indeed, it was always others who were at fault. "You ventured out alone, without your gallant protectors accompanying you." Mu-mian thought of those 2 individuals, finding it somewhat amusing. Gallant protectors?
Muji blinked.
puzzled as to how the illustrious Zhou and a top-tier celebrity could be deemed her guardians. It wouldn't be appropriate. I am not a child. If I brought them along, how could we enjoy roasted rabbit? Mu Mian mused, her mood slightly souring, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. If Zhang Xingxing were present, she would undoubtedly explode in indignation. Mu Ji, flipping the rabbit, was grateful for her foresight in bringing some seasoning, sprinkling it over the meat, which sizzled enticingly. Your life as a wealthy heiress seems quite colorful. You even know how to roast rabbits. Mu Ji's demeanor remained unyielding, her sparkling eyes blinking innocently. Of course. Do you harbor any misconceptions about wealthy young ladies? You are one now, and you should adapt to your new identity. Their gazes locked. Mu Ji's unwavering determination shone brightly, captivating in its intensity. Mu Mian remained silent, merely stirring the fire with a stick. Stealing a glance at Mu Mian, Mu Ji pondered what thoughts occupied her mind, continuing her task to avoid burning the rabbit. The aroma wafted through the air, igniting her appetite. Such delicacies were scarce at the Mu family home. The rabbit meat was firm and succulent, and the added spices created a mouth-watering fragrance. How much do you want? Mu Ji queried, feeling a twinge of guilt for secretly indulging with Mu Mian. Yet, the thought of inviting them next time eased her conscience. 1/2 each, Mu Mian declared, expertly slicing the roasted rabbit in two. Mu Ji admired the precision of the cut, noting how adeptly she wielded the knife. Such a tool would surely sever heads with equal finesse. Deliciously, they finished the roasted rabbit, and Mu Ji extinguished the fire. We should return, otherwise we will be missed for too long. The dark sky was adorned with stars, and a gentle night breeze wafted through the air. Mu Mian merely acknowledged her with a soft The two departed the woods, making their way back to the joyous house. The abode was aglow with light, and Zhou Shiren, still awake, awaited Mu Ji's return, having contemplated several times about venturing out to find her. Yet he suppressed the urge, aware that Mu Ji had her own plans and that he was unfamiliar with the terrain of Baiyun village. Searching for her would be akin to a headless fly flailing about. If he were to get lost, it would disrupt the filming for the entire crew. Finally, when he caught sight of a vibrant figure emerging at the entrance of the joyful house, the weight on his heart lifted. Mu Ji, Zhou Shiren exclaimed, his tone laced with unmasked delight. Zhou, you're still awake so late. I apologize for worrying you, Mu Ji responded politely, nodding. The rumors of Zhou Shiren's aloofness and lack of warmth seemed to warrant reevaluation. A person who cherishes his sister enough to give up everything cannot be entirely indifferent. Perhaps some individuals are simply born with such a disposition, yet it is fortunate that he is a celebrated actor. Otherwise, a lesser-known individual would likely face scorn from the entire internet. You two young ladies, I must admit, I was somewhat concerned, but I am relieved that you both returned safely. Now, do take some time to rest. Zhou Shiren nodded silently. Just as the trio reached the threshold when they spotted Wei Zihan descending in a state of panic. It's bad. Mu Ling seems to be unwell. She's been crying out in pain. We must contact the director and get her to the hospital immediately. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xingxing also arrived, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Mu Ji. What happened? Zhou Shiren was the first to inquire. I don't know. She may have eaten something bad. She felt a bit off this afternoon, but I thought she would be fine after a short rest. I had no idea it would worsen by nightfall.
Zhou,
could you please reach out to the director? Mu Mian, and I will go check on her, Mu Ji said with a calm demeanor. She had warned her before they left. Mu Ji and Wei Zihan ascended the stairs together, finding Mu Ling tossing and turning in pain, clutching her abdomen. The moment she saw Mu Ji, her feelings of grievance and suffering magnified 100-fold. It's all your fault for cursing me, Mu Ji. How could your heart be so cruel? Mu Ling cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, resembling a pitiful little flower.
Mu Ji?
Are you all right? When did I curse you? Mu Mian regarded the writhing Mu Ling with an icy gaze. I apologize, but I lack such powers. I had merely offered you a kind warning, and yet you choose to lash out at me. It is truly disheartening.
What?
You think your weakness justifies your actions? Mu Ling was infuriated, blaming Mu Ji for her misfortune. You've truly brought bad luck upon yourself. Wei Zihan gently supported Mu Ling, offering comfort.
Mu Ji,
don't be angry. She is in pain. Surely you won't hold it against a sick person. Mu Ji, uninterested in their underlying motives, responded graciously, of course not. I never stoop to arguing with foolish individuals. Rest assured, the director will arrive shortly to take her to the hospital. Mu Mian was indeed a skilled physician, yet she would not intervene lightly. Simply refraining from poisoning Mu Ling was already a generous act. Mu Ling felt like she could spew blood in frustration. And once she recovered, she vowed she would not let Mu Ji off easily. Soon, the director arrived, assessing Mu Ling's condition with a pained expression. This is troublesome. Why is she suddenly suffering from gastric pain? Let us get her to the hospital. We must endure for now. Zhou, you and Xingxing stay here. The rest of us will go to the hospital. It will be easier for the girls to care for her. Understood, director. Zhang Xingxing replied obediently. Knowing it wasn't Mu Ji who was ill, so it didn't matter how things turned out. Although Baiyun village was small, it did possess a hospital. The drive was swift, but upon arriving, Mu Ling looked at the tiny, dingy hospital with a furrowed brow. I want to switch hospitals. I refuse to stay here. Mu Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. She had never stayed in such a shabby place in her entire life. She demanded a luxurious VIP room. Director Liang felt an inner turmoil, yet maintained a cheerful facade. The conditions are modest, but you must endure for now. Let's allow the doctor to examine you. Your health is far more important than the hospital's amenities. Doctor, please take a look at her, Mu Ji instructed the examining physician. Don't worry. I'll check her first, the doctor replied before commencing the examination. Suddenly, Mu Ji heard a man in the adjacent room wailing in agony. Nurse, take it easy. It hurts so much. The voice sounded eerily familiar, reminiscent of Qinjun, though his tone was now hoarse. Mu Ji was intrigued. She wondered what Mu Mian had done to him that caused such a strong, visceral reaction from a grown man. Curiosity piqued. She swiftly pulled aside the curtain separating their rooms, and upon seeing her face, Chen Jun fell silent, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Oh no! A patient has passed out. The nurse exclaimed. Mu Ji felt exasperated. Was she truly that terrifying? The mere sight of her caused him to faint, suggesting that Mu Mian had indeed left him with a profound psychological scar. Bored, Mu Ji drew the curtain back into place. Mu Mian was not in the ward. She was outside, and Mu Ji pretended not to have encountered Qin Jun. Director Liang grew increasingly concerned about Mu Ling's condition, fearing that any incident could delay filming, which would be difficult to explain to the fans. Doctor, how is she? Nothing serious. It appears she has gastritis, due to something she ate. I will prescribe medication and administer in 4. Once she is finished with the fluids, she should be fine. It seems she consumed quite a bit of spare ribs. Wei Zihan suddenly recalled from their lunch, realizing that most of the ribs had ended up in Mu Ling's stomach. Thank goodness, but next time, please be cautious. Also, make sure to list any foods you're allergic to. We cannot allow this to happen again. Director, I demand a VIP room. I refuse to stay in this place. Mu Ling felt utterly wronged. It was all Mu Ji's fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in the hospital. It was all because her cooking had garnered everyone's admiration. The nurse entered, apologizing. I'm sorry, but our VIP rooms are fully booked. We have no other options available. You are only experiencing mild symptoms and can leave once the 4 is complete. Upon seeing Wei Zihan's delighted expression, the nurse added, Sister Zihan, I'm your fan. Could you please sign something for me? Wei Zihan was taken aback, surprised to meet a fan in such a setting. Of course. Where would you like me to sign? She replied graciously. Mu Ling felt even more infuriated. Everyone treated her like this. As the esteemed daughter of the Mu family, when had she ever endured such humiliation? She knew she could not lash out. If her outburst were to be posted online, it would ruin her hard-earned reputation. I understand, Director. I apologize for the trouble. I didn't anticipate that I would end up unwell, Mu Ling said weakly. Please rest well. The director, a straightforward man, failed to grasp Mu Ling's delicate, almost ethereal nature. Glancing at her phone, Mu Ji noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. The 4 would take about an hour. While Wei Zihan stayed with Mu Ling, Mu Ji stepped out to find Mu Mian, as she was not fond of the smell of disinfectant in the hospital. As soon as Mu Ji exited, her phone rang. Noticing the caller ID was her mother, she answered. Gigi, have you been bullied in the program? Tell Mom, and I'll have your brother teach them a lesson. Lin Shui's gentle voice echoed. Don't worry, Mom, no one has bullied me. And, how is Mu Mian? She has been coddled since she was little. How can she endure hardship? Lin Shui looked around the empty house, feeling a bit disoriented without her 2 daughters present. Mom, don't worry. Both Mu Mian and I are adapting just fine. Would you like to have a chat with her? Lin Shui felt a bit awkward. The thought of Mu Mian's cold demeanor made her uncertain of how to start a conversation. I don't know how to communicate with her. She doesn't seem to be close to me at all. Hearing the commotion, Mu Ji turned to see Mu Mian standing behind her, having appeared without her knowing. As Muji caught sight of her, she raised an eyebrow and silently mouthed, "You come." Mu Mian stood there, indifferent, not making any move. Knowing her nature, Mu Ji directly shoved the phone into her hands. Mu Mian's eyes widened slightly as Lin Shue's voice came through the phone. "Why is there no sound? Gigi?" Under Mu Ji's eager gaze, Mu Mian slowly replied, "It's me."
Ah.
"It is Mian Mian, and you and Gigi must take care of each other. Mother will cheer for you both at home." Lin Shui was momentarily at a loss for words. Mu Ji listened to this suffocating conversation, realizing that the big shot could indeed engage in conversation, but had managed to kill the mood entirely. Mu Mian tossed her phone to Mu Ji, signaling her to take over. "Mama, you should rest early. Mian Mian understands everything you've said and will remember it. Then you both should get some rest. Mama is hanging up." The next day, the eagerly anticipated first episode of the variety show was released, instantly skyrocketing in popularity, nearly reaching the top of trending topics. At Chunguang Entertainment, Sister Lan observed the rising discussions and trending topics surrounding Mu Ji and Mu Mian, her heart brimming with excitement. The current Mu Ji was obedient and had her own ideas. With her looks and talent, she was a standout in the entertainment industry. Sister Lan believed that under her guidance, Mu Ji would undoubtedly blossom into a rising star in the entertainment realm. She had a premonition that Mu Ji would become a legend, an indelible myth within the industry. Observing the prevailing positive sentiment online, she knew to remain vigilant, ensuring that no other teams would have the opportunity to tarnish the sister's reputation. In the director's office of the hospital, Rome Hanya's beautiful peach blossom eyes were fixated on his tablet, sparkling with intrigue. To his surprise, both sisters had ventured into the world of variety shows. Jiang Fan, having just completed surgery, swaggered into the director's office and was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a man in his room, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Rome Hanya, twirling a pen with his long fingers, remarked, "It seems you've been doing quite well in my absence, even finding time to watch live streams. It appears the head of cardiothoracic surgery isn't as busy as one might think." His smile was as sly as a fox, making Jiang Fan feel slightly uneasy. "I'm not just keeping tabs on their news. The background of that little girl, Mu Mian, is deeply concealed. I'm infiltrating the enemy lines." Carefully observing to discover any flaws, Jiang Fan retorted, pulling at the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong with a worker taking a breather? Can't the head of cardiothoracic surgery have a bit of personal space?"
Oh.
"So, what have you uncovered?" Rome Hanya's gaze sharpened, fixating on Jiang Fan. Adjusting his glasses, Jiang Fan replied earnestly, "I've discovered that both sisters are quite remarkable. Of course, Mu Mian is exceptional. After such extensive investigation, I've only scratched the surface. I'm beginning to doubt the efficacy of my intelligence network." Reflecting on that aloof little girl, Rome Hanya was filled with curiosity. As for Mu Ji, her life trajectory seemed straightforward, merely the daughter of the Mu family. He hadn't discerned anything particularly special about her. Indeed, our research indicates that she appears rather ordinary. But during the live stream, I noticed a peculiar ability. My intuition tells me something is amiss. Jiang Fan, who had watched the live stream, still found it incomprehensible. A special ability? Rome Hanya's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. The entire internet deleted it afterward, but I managed to save it through special means. Come see for yourself. Jiang Fan approached the desk and opened a folder. Inside was footage of Mu Ji playing the sun, and after Rome Hanya viewed the video, he realized she was indeed extraordinary. "What do you think is happening with those people? They appeared possessed," Jiang Fan stated. As a doctor who believed in science, he found himself questioning if it was merely coincidence. Rome Hanya pressed his lips together lightly. "You needn't concern yourself with this matter. I understand." He gently closed his laptop. "The legendary doctor has yet to make an appearance. You've done your best all these years. If it proves too difficult, perhaps it's time to let go. Don't push yourself too hard." Jiang Fan felt a pang of sorrow seeing his brother like this. Their mother's mental state was deteriorating. She no longer recognized him, and her moments of clarity were dwindling. As her son, how could he bear to witness her descent into madness? He was determined to uncover the truth behind what had happened back then to drive her to insanity, and he would find the legendary doctor. "Do you think Madame might also be possessed? Otherwise, why would seeing so many doctors yield no results? I'm a renowned psychiatrist, and after years of research, there has been no progress." Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. Since Mu Ji's son playing can awaken those people, perhaps it could help Madame as well. A wild thought surged through his mind. Perhaps Mu Ji truly could help. Chapter 61. The brother's affection for his sister. "Can you discern the melody she plays?" Rome Hanya stroked his chin in contemplation, seemingly unfamiliar with the piece. If you've never heard it, how could I possibly identify it? So, once the variety show concludes, I'll help you inquire about Muji. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Though Jiang Fan held no interest in idolizing celebrities, he found himself unexpectedly captivated by Muji. Don't think I'm unaware of your true intentions. I will personally attend. Rong Hanya's deep gaze exuded charm. Under his imposing stare, Jiang Fan could only inwardly curse. Damn it. You think you're so exceptional. Do you not have your own selfish motives? You go to meet Mu Mian while I meet Muji. Perfect. Rome Hanya turned and left the director's office, while Jiang Fan watched him depart, removing his glasses and opening his tablet to catch up on the variety show. Determined to support his sister. In the internal messaging group of the Mu Corporation, the Human Resources Department released explosive news early in the morning. Upon receiving the announcement, employees were astounded, questioning whether their exhaustion had caused them to misread. Watching pastoral scenery and taking screenshots could earn each member a bonus of 2,000 from the HR department. The company group erupted with excitement, everyone thrilled at the prospect of a bonus, remembering that both daughters of the Mu family participated in the show. The president truly dotes on his sister. How enviable. Mu Weiyun, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, immediately tuned into the variety show upon its launch. The show quickly garnered immense popularity among netizens. Contrary to the anticipated disasters, viewers were pleasantly surprised to discover just how incredible Muji truly was. Muji, the matriarch. Muji, the culinary expert. Zhang Xingxing is online, seeking to acknowledge his sister. Is the matriarch Muji? Can she really handle it? I have my doubts. This is too amusing. What a chaotic scene. Actor Zhou seems like a forgotten grass in the cracks, while Xingzai wishes to court Gigi. And Mu Mian is a protective wolf. Absolutely thrilling. Haha, Xingzai is truly obsessed. I bet he won to win her over by the end of the show. Muji is so formidable. I adore such powerful beauties. Why can't girls be matriarchs? So what if they're young? Talent reigns supreme. Muji has completely reshaped my perception of a wealthy heiress. I eagerly anticipate her future performances. Did Director Liang accept ill-gotten gains? It's evident that with capital investment comes privilege. One can easily tell who the princess is. Someone upstairs seems to be quite jealous. Why the sourness? The reason Muji gets more screen time is that she is the focal point. Without topics or talent, one cannot expect the limelight. We love watching powerful beauties dominate. Indeed. Should we be watching a delicate flower vase that can't do anything? The discussions on Weibo as trending topics became heated, with casual observers and fans clashing. Whenever Black fans dared to emerge, they were swiftly suppressed by the overwhelming support of casual fans and admirers. Muji's remarkable performance garnered her numerous new fans. And those who had watched her could not harbor any malice toward her. How could one dislike such a lively, captivating, and beautiful young woman? The director gazed at the discussions trending online, pondering the allure of audience appeal and personal charisma. Some individuals are simply born to be darlings of the camera, destined for stardom. Muji is indeed a gem. How could he have overlooked her before? When Chun Guang Entertainment invested in her, he outwardly acquiesced, yet inwardly harbored reservations. Were it not for the financial backing, he would never have capitulated to the pressures of capital. Little did he anticipate that his greatest asset would turn out to be Muji herself. With the premiere of Pastoral Scenery, unprecedented attention surged, and its real-time viewership soared, maintaining a vigorous momentum. As long as future actions do not lead to self-sabotage, it is destined to be a blockbuster of the year. Chi Mo watched the fervor with bloodshot eyes. This opportunity was rightfully hers, only to be snatched away by the daughter of the Mu family. If it weren't for Muji insisting on bringing her so-called true-born sister onto the variety show, this chance would undoubtedly have been hers. Muji must witness her own downfall. How could a false daughter enjoy such popularity and continue to receive the Mu family's favoritism? Meanwhile, in the Joy house, Muji opened the curtains to a perfect wash of sunlight and began her morning routine. Gigi looks stunning without makeup. How does she maintain such beauty? I wish I could know her secrets. Upon entering, I witnessed such a spectacle. The skin on her neck is so fair, her collarbones alluring. Hooray. Mom, there's a creep. Get out of here, you pervert. Darling, put on more clothes. There's a creep here. Come to me. I'll protect you. Muji glanced at the comments in the live stream, bemused by the exuberance of the online audience.
Sure.
Everyone, let us keep it restrained. We might get shut down. And then Director Liang will come to me, and I'd be embarrassed to explain that my lovely fans are all little perverts. She cautioned the chat to maintain decorum. After finishing her morning routine, Muji retrieved a comfortable sports outfit from her suitcase and headed to the bathroom to change.
Ah.
I don't want to be a pervert, but she called me cute. I must show Gigi what true cuteness is. Little pervert, I like it. The smile is becoming increasingly bizarre. We're all friends here. Feel free to change clothes without shyness. The person above is so transparent. It's embarrassing. On the other side, in Mu Ling's live stream, she greeted her fans warmly. No, everyone is quite nice to me. My pale complexion is due to my hospitalization last night. Mu Ling wore a heart-wrenching smile. Ling Bao, what happened? Why were you hospitalized? Did the production team mistreat you? Don't worry, Ling Bao, we are your solid support. If you suffer unfair treatment, we will stand by you. The barrage of comments flooded in, all expressing concern for Mu Ling. She felt a surge of satisfaction. There was nothing wrong, just a case of food poisoning, likely due to her poor digestion. I apologize for the trouble. It was my cooking. Not as good as my cousin's, and I ate too much to avoid wasting my efforts. Please don't overthink it, she explained innocently, shaking her head. Ling Bao is just too kind, always considering others. Her culinary skills are superb, they simply lack taste. Next time, don't be so honest. Indeed. Our Ling Bao is just too naive. Feeling sorry for Ling Bao. As Mu Ling observed her fans' overwhelming sympathy, her heart swelled with pride. Realizing her emotional manipulation had been successful, it would be simple to use their sentiments against Mu Ji in the future. Even the slightest hint would be magnified infinitely. Chapter 62. The Lament of Mu Mian. Zhang Xingxing's livestream was buzzing with energy. His fans were playful, engaging in banter, and expressing their desire for affection. You ask about Sister Gigi, just thinking about it makes me sad. Xingzai, don't forget you're a top idol. Stop the adoration. Ha ha ha, help. Xingzai, how did you crash? Your charm has diminished by 10,086 points. Don't be sad, come here for comfort. Xingzai, can you handle it? If not, let us fans take over. It's just acknowledging a sister. How unambitious. Zhang Xingxing wore a look of defiance. A man never admits he can't handle things. Just watch. I've set my sights on this sister. He beamed with youthful exuberance, his fair skin and two little canine teeth making him irresistible to fans of all ages, instantly garnering a multitude of mom fans. However, this was merely the surface. His fans knew of his arrogance and how he could be harsh even towards them. In the entertainment industry, he acted as he pleased, confronting anyone who displeased him. His identity remained a mystery, despite extensive online sleuthing. In contrast, Zhou Shiren and Wei Zihan's live stream was quite serious. Zhou Shiren, being reclusive, interacted little with fans, selectively answering questions. He introduced Baiyun Village and the Joy House, and the fans listened intently. Wei Zihan shared her experiences, maintaining a sense of closeness with her fans, most of whom were career supporters hoping for her breakout moment. Attention! Residents of Joy House, please gather in the courtyard. A messenger pigeon approaches. The director's voice echoed through the courtyard. Everyone exited their rooms, and Muji approached Mu Mian, who regarded her attire. This was the first time she had seen her in sportswear, and it looked rather appealing. Only Mu Ling stood out in a dress, starkly contrasting with the rest of the group. The director raised an eyebrow at her outfit. Just a reminder. You are here to experience rural life. While everyone appreciates beauty, it may hinder your mobility here. Mu Ling bit her lips slightly. I apologize, director. I didn't prepare any other clothes, but rest assured, I won't hold anyone back. She had no intention of wearing the unflattering sportswear like Muji. Director Liang said nothing further. After all, clothing freedom was paramount, and it was best to avoid any mishaps. Mu Ling must be here for vacation. Who would wear a suit to farm? Can we refrain from being so harsh? There's nothing wrong with wearing a dress. Laughing to death. No one is stopping her from wearing a dress. Just don't blame others if something goes awry. Everyone remember, a day's plan starts in the morning. Cherish your time. Today we have task cards prepared for you. Each person will draw a corresponding task. As per tradition, there will be penalties for failure. Director Liang proclaimed passionately. What about those who finish first?
Muji inquired.
Liang smiled mysteriously. Of course, nothing for them. Muji, I knew it. It's all a trap. There are no further questions. You may draw your cards now. Good luck. Director, we're not familiar with this place. What if we can't find our way? Mu Ling asked, perplexed, as she had been coddled since childhood and had never been tasked with such laborious chores. Don't worry. There will be designated personnel to guide you. Once you're familiar, you can handle things independently. Muji casually drew a card. Glancing at her task, the bayberries are ripe. Proceed to field number 1 for harvesting. A basket of bayberries can be exchanged for 10 points. Good luck. Sister Gigi. What is your task? I am accompanying them to cultivate vegetables. Zhang Xingxing approached. Muji opened the card for him to examine closely. And Zhang Xingxing's expression immediately fell. Whoa, even the heavens deny me the chance to be with you. Director, I protest. Director Liang waved his hand dismissively. Protests are futile. Accept your fate, young man. Laughing so hard, Xingzai, you must learn the art of subtlety. Being overly clingy will not serve you well. Gigi is going to pick bayberries. That's not too bad, as it's relatively simple work. Unbelievable. Emperor Zhou is actually plowing the fields. The production team truly knows how to entertain. Muji quietly approached Mu Mian, gently nudging her arm. What about you? Guess, Mu Mian replied, raising an eyebrow slightly. Haha, is sister teasing Gigi? Just look at her proud face. Surely her task cannot be as trivial. Oh, never mind. I don't want to know anymore. Muji feigned disinterest, turning to inspect her task card. Mu Mian, feeling somewhat irritated, rummaged through her pocket and tossed a card to Muji. Look for yourself. Couldn't you just endure a bit longer? I thought you were being deliberately obstinate to encourage Muji to converse more with you. It's somewhat akin to a kindergarten bully tugging at braids for attention, but unfortunately, Gigi doesn't play by the usual rules. The dynamic of their interaction is amusing, you guess, but let us leave it at that. Muji reluctantly opened the card. And upon seeing the task of herding ducks, she nearly burst into laughter. Entrusting such a task to a big shot, the production team certainly has a flair for humor. That scene will undoubtedly be hilarious. We too are also picking bayberries. It's fortunate that the three of us can keep each other company. Wei Zihan sighed in relief upon receiving her task card. Thankfully, it was something she could handle. Mu Ling was equally satisfied, as picking bayberries is a task anyone can manage. This time, she would surely outshine Muji, showcasing her true prowess to the netizens. Mu Mian's expression turned frosty. Nearly cold enough to freeze. What dreadful luck. One can sense Mu Mian's resentment even through the screen. So, what did she draw? Did any sisters catch a glimpse? Didn't he see it? Anyway, it's certainly not picking bayberries. Quick fingers, I snapped a screenshot. It's herding ducks. The barrage of comments erupted with laughter. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity seldom intersect. Zhang Xingxing bid farewell with tears, followed closely by Zhou Shiren. Muji trailed behind the group to the bayberry orchard, with Mu Mian following closely, herding a flock of ducks. Baiyun village is renowned for its bayberries, which not only sell well outside but also produce a famous bayberry wine, serving as a significant economic resource for the village. During this season, numerous individuals arrive to pick bayberries. Wow, what a beautiful young lady. Aunt Zhou, which family does she belong to? She doesn't look like someone here to work. The village has no girls as lovely as her. She resembles a big star. They're just here to help. Everyone need not mind. The woman referred to as Aunt Zhou finished greeting the crowd and began explaining the nuances of picking bayberries to Muji and the others. I've prepared gloves for everyone. Please remember to wear them. When picking, grasp gently with 3 fingers and twist lightly. Scissors may also be used. Be careful not to bruise the flesh of the bayberries, or you won't be able to sell them at a good price. Aunt Zhou noticed Mu Ling still wearing a skirt and sighed. Little girl, there are many bugs on the mountain. Wearing a skirt is quite impractical. And mosquito bites can be uncomfortable. This skirt looks expensive and can easily get snagged on branches. It's fine, Auntie, I brought mosquito repellent. I'll be picking from the ground and one tea climb the trees, Mu Ling replied with a sweet smile. Chapter 63. If you don't court death, you one tea die. Typically, bayberry trees reach 12 meters in height, and the orchard has specialized ladders for picking from the taller trees. Mu Ling could pick from the ground, but with limited ladders, her skirt would be a hindrance. Alright, to distinguish your picking quantities, we need to tie colored ribbons on the baskets, each person with a different color tied to their fruit basket, Aunt Zhou explained as per the production team's requirements. Muji nodded. Indeed, the production team had a backup plan. This way, it would prevent any confusion. The 3 of them received their ribbons. Muji got blue, Mu Ling pink, and Wei Zihan purple. Alright ladies, please be cautious. Don't damage the fruit while picking. Someone will come to select them later. If you need anything, just call for me. I'll be in the bayberry orchard. Aunt Zhou finished and departed.
What is so difficult about this?
I'm sure I can manage it, right, cousin? Once we've picked enough, I can help you, Mu Ling said confidently.
Is that so?
Mu Ji slightly curled her lips in skepticism. How could she trust her? My dear Ling Bao is both beautiful and kind-hearted. What expression is Mu Ji making? She asks, offering to help, and remains unfazed. Speechless, did Gigi ask her for help? Since arriving at the happy house, it's been nothing but a hindrance. Just your own thing. Is a few words of praise really deserving of such gratitude? It seems they truly resemble plastic cousins. Mu Ji doesn't even acknowledge Mu Ling. Those in high society understand. Yet the interactions between true and false heiresses are surprisingly unexpected. Mu Ji was infuriated by Mu Ling's dismissive attitude, feeling insulted, as if she were disregarding her entirely. Mu Mian herded the ducks into the bayberry orchard, found a tree, and climbed it, lying down to take a nap. So impressive. I'm dying of laughter. This is living life on one's own terms. Poor little ducks. Since I can't pick bayberries alongside my sister, I might as well be utterly lazy. I've hit a new low. Mu Ling, noticing Mu Mian's laziness, began to nitpick. Cousin, we are here to work. Isn't it inappropriate for Mu Mian to be so idle? Why should a pampered young lady like her be working while someone from an orphanage can just lounge around? Mu Ji stood on the ladder, looking down at Mu Ling, a delicate blush tinting her fair face. If you had drawn this task, you could also choose to be lazy and live your own life. Don't criticize others' ways of living. Mu Ling was left speechless, her quick wit failing her. She had never found Mu Ji so irritating. Why does Mu Ji always target my Ling Bao? As the head of the family, shouldn't she be encouraging her members to work hard? My Ling Bao isn't wrong, so why is Mu Ji being so harsh? It's just because my darling has a good temperament. Fans of Mu Ling really have a talent for twisting facts. Wasn't it Mu Ling who instigated first? Disliking Mu Ling, she has such a White Lotus vibe, and her fans are going mad. Their essay saying, the one who stirs the pot is the one who suffers, and it fits perfectly. They've really reached new heights. Mu Ji hung the fruit basket on the ladder, making picking remarkably convenient. Wei Zihan observed Mu Ji's method and began to mimic her, starting her own picking. Below, Mu Ling struggled, finding it cumbersome to hold the basket while picking. Setting it down to move back and forth was slow. The orchard was swarming with mosquitoes. And while others were dressed appropriately, she was the only one exposing her fair arms. If the mosquitoes weren't biting her, whom were they targeting? Before long, Mu Ling could no longer bear it. Her arms had turned red, and despite spraying repellent, it was ineffective. The mosquitoes here seemed to have grown resistant to it. And they targeted Mu Ling relentlessly. Feeling hot and itchy, she could hardly concentrate on picking. In contrast, Mu Ji remained composed and at ease, quickly filling her basket. Those who come here have learned that if you don't court death, you won't die. I warned you, yet you stubbornly refuse to listen. Your Ling Bao getting bitten is simply a consequence of ignoring advice, so don't blame my Gigi. As Mu Ling's fans contemplated shifting blame, they soon realized that Mu Ji's supporters had anticipated their every move, leaving them at a loss for whom to scapegoat. Ling Bao couldn't have foreseen this. Surely the production team should have implemented safety measures. It's utterly unprofessional, one fan remarked. Indeed. Isn't it the responsibility of the production team to ensure the safety of the participants? Such a disgraceful crew, another chimed in. And to think someone claimed Director Liang's team was lacking in professionalism? This is quite the revelation, commented a third. Word has it that Mu Ling invested considerable effort to secure this variety show, daring to confront Director Liang and the production team. Do you believe they'll expel you from the show? Upon reading these comments, the fans finally quieted down, realizing they dared not confront the production team. Creating discord with them would serve no benefit to Mu Ling. With tears glistening in her eyes, Mu Ling pitifully appealed to the crew, and at last, a jacket was brought to her. As she surveyed the unattractive, cheap garment, she suppressed her discomfort and put it on. Wei Zihan was astonished by Mu Ji's remarkable speed, outpacing even the professional pickers. Among the trio, Mu Ling was the slowest. Watching Mu Ji fill basket after basket made her envious to the point of bleeding green. That young girl was truly impressive, picking with an admirable finesse. Youth indeed breeds diligence. Her beauty was ethereal, akin to a fairy. If I could bear such a lovely and capable daughter, I would wake from dreams grinning ear to ear. If she cannot be my daughter, perhaps she could consider being my daughter-in-law. Young lady, would you ponder my son? We possess a grand orchard, and my son is quite exceptional. Ha ha ha, how naive. Do you honestly think she would fancy your son? The crowd teased, filling the orchard with laughter. As Muji heard this, she deliberately slowed her pace, glancing at the quantity they had gathered, which had far exceeded her own. TSK, I got a bit too caught up earlier. Now it's time for me to slack off. She mused, competing with so many for a wife. Unless you have wealth to rival nations, don't even think about marriage, one joked. However, I've heard that Muji has an engagement with the young master of the Jing family, another interjected. Is that true? Is this gossip credible? Came the curious response. But isn't Muji not the true heiress? Would that engagement then fall to Mu Mian? Speculated another netizen, as the comments flowed in from a multitude of onlookers. Mu Ling felt a knot of frustration in her chest. She had persevered through insect bites while continuing to pick, yet should she not be lauded for her efforts? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the Yangmei in her grasp suffered the consequences as she crushed several in her grip. The sweltering heat also affected Muji. She moved the latter to a shaded area beneath a large tree, seeking respite from the sun. Suddenly, an unidentified white object hurtled toward her. With quick reflexes, Muji seized it. Was someone attempting to ambush her? She glanced at the white baseball cap in her hand and realized it belonged to Mu Mian.
Muji stood momentarily stunned,
Disbelief flooding her as she looked at the large tree several meters away. Truly, what an impressive throw. Was this a gesture for her to wear it? Wearing the hat of a prominent figure left her feeling both flattered and bewildered. In the live chat, excitement erupted. Aw, help. This is so sweet, it warms my heart. So, dashing. Gigi catching the hat was incredibly cool. That moment when she turned back was breathtaking. I almost mistook her for an extraordinary heroine. Mu Ling is probably green with envy. After all, isn't Mu Mian her actual cousin? Gigi's transition from alertness to bewilderment is utterly adorable. She's just a tad bit too cute. Wife, I'm head over heels. My love letters are borrowed, my tactics learned, but my affection for you is genuine. Another one has lost their mind. Take them away. Don't embarrass yourself. Oh, my destined wife, how could I survive without you? Hey, cameraman, can you focus on Mu Mian's perspective? I suspect she hasn't been sleeping and is secretly watching Gigi. Now that you mention it, I'm getting anxious. This is a bit creepy. Muji deftly placed the cap atop her head and resumed picking the Yangmei with a cheerful demeanor.
Mu Ling, consumed jealousy,
Felt her insides twist. How could Mu Mian bestow her hat upon Muji? Standing beneath the tree, Mu Ling squinted against the bright sun and decided to take a break, feeling lightheaded. She crouched in the shade, while Wei Zihan paused her own work, her gaze fixed on Muji. Indeed, Muji was a formidable opponent. However, with Mu Ling as her foolish teammate acting as a control group, she was confident not to make mistakes. In the battle between the clam and the heron, the fisherman reaps the rewards. She intended to watch them both exhaust themselves, and then she would make her move. Mu Ling's eyes were fixated on Muji's ladder, hoping it would break and cause Muji to fall and ruin her appearance, ensuring that she would no longer be a rival. Once this thought took root in her mind, it festered, and she silently cursed Muji's misfortune. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, feeling dizzy and disoriented. In that moment, Mu Ling deliberately lunged toward Muji's ladder. In a flash, the ladder creaked ominously. Viewers in the live stream gasped, their hearts racing as they watched, some even crying out in alarm. The director, witnessing this scene, felt his heart plummet, his eyes glued to the screen in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Mu Ling, what are you doing? One viewer exclaimed. If anything happens to Gigi today, I swear I'll obliterate Mu Ling's social media. Why would you collide with her ladder of all places? What were you thinking? Another added. Ling Bao didn't he mean to. She clearly stood up too abruptly due to dizziness, as everyone can see. In the blink of an eye, Muji reacted swiftly, leveraging the momentum to kick the ladder, performing a flawless somersault and landing gracefully on her feet. She glared icily at Mu Ling, permitting her to be disrespectful. But such trivial insults were beneath her. However, should Mu Ling dare to cross a line, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Conversely, she held a deep disdain for those who resorted to underhanded tactics, merely scheming behind the scenes. Such behavior was utterly repulsive. Mu Mian leapt down from the tree, her expression frosty, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in her eyes as she regarded Mu Ling overcome with fear. Mu Ling collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I didn't mean it. I truly didn't. Cousin, how could I ever wish you harm? The heat made me unsteady, and I accidentally crashed into your ladder. Boo-hoo. I swear it was not intentional. If you wish to hit or scold me, please do. I won't utter a single word. with tears streaming down her face. Mu Ling resembled a delicate flower quivering in the wind. Mu Ling must be a harbinger of misfortune. I believe she acted with intent. If anything happens, Mu Ji might be disfigured, one viewer commented. I just want to know how Mu Ji managed that. Am I watching a martial arts drama, or am I seeing things? Another mused. Where did Mu Ji learn such skills? Incredible. Perhaps Ji has been practicing dance since childhood, granting her flexibility and agility. This was far too perilous. I nearly suffocated with fear. Thank goodness, Ji is unharmed. This cannot simply be brushed aside with a few tears, someone declared. The director soon arrived, visibly relieved to see Mu Ji unscathed. What on earth transpired? Mu Ling, you better explain yourself, Director Liang demanded, irritation evident in his tone. His annoyance grew as he observed her tear-streaked face. If not for the contract, he would have kicked her out of the production team. I was wrong. It was too hot. I felt dizzy and lost my balance, crashing into my cousin's ladder, Mu Ling stammered. You have a knack for colliding, don't you? Of all places. You chose to crash into hers, Mu Mian scoffed, her disdain palpable. I truly had no control over it. My cousin is my family. Why would I wish her harm? Director, if you don't believe me, just watch the live stream. The director remained silent, his expression a mixture of disbelief and frustration. During the live broadcast, she appeared to be on the verge of fainting, unsteady on her feet, a demeanor that seemed genuine rather than feigned. She has vomited. Now she resorts to playing the emotional card. What else can she do but stir up trouble? Ling Bao has already apologized. What more do you want? It was merely an unfortunate incident. Can we not dwell on it incessantly? The one truly harmed is Mu Ji, and yet she has not been treated poorly. Yet is she the one feeling wronged? Is Ji not aggrieved? I can hardly endure Mu Ling. Her crying gives me a headache.
Mu Ji.
What do you think we should do? The director is at his wit's end. Why does this program encounter so many accidents? We ought to consult the parties involved. Mu Ji approached Mu Ling, her fair fingers gently brushing away her tears, her expression one of pity. Were you scared enough to cry? Since it was unintentional, I shall forgive you. Ji is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. She must prioritize her safety and keep her distance from Mu Ling in the future. Only she knows if it was deliberate. If it indeed was, she should be wary of ghosts knocking at her door at midnight. Ji's agility is remarkable. She would shine in both fantasy and martial arts films. Director, you must come and see. Do not overlook a promising talent. It feels surreal. I could watch the replay multiple times. My wife is extraordinary. A wave of terror engulfed Mu Ling, especially when Mu Ji's fingers caressed her face, sending shivers down her spine. Forget it. If you feel unwell, you should go rest. Mu Ling bit her lip. Director, I apologize. I am not in a good state. The outcome is already decided. No matter how hard she tries, she cannot catch up to Mu Ji, and after being startled, she has no desire to remain here. Be mindful in the future. Were it not for Mu Ji's magnanimity, you should return. Fortunately, no one was harmed. Had anything happened to the Mu family's heiress on his program, his career would likely face an early demise. Mu Ji remained unfazed, tying the last basket with her ribbon. Director, I have completed my task. Excellent. Without a doubt the best. You are free to use the remaining time as you wish. Feel free to rest. The director said kindly. Mu Ji nodded, her interest piqued by the fluffy ducks, and she immediately went to play with them. Upon seeing her, all the ducks rushed towards her, quacking excitedly. You are not mistaking me for a duck mother, are you? It is indeed peculiar. She possesses an innate charm that draws animals to her. Whether fierce or gentle, they are invariably affectionate towards her. After Mu Mian arrived, several ducks scurried away. The barrage of comments flooded with laughter. Chapter 65. You are overthinking it. Mu Mian exudes an aura that even the ducks find off-putting. My dear, with such a disposition, it seems you attract the oddballs. Help, the ducks are so adorable. How can you label them as odd? I see no oddity in the ducks. Rather, it is you who seem quite peculiar. We are not odd. We simply wish for Ji to be our wife. Jiang Fan observed the frenzied comments about wives, astonished at the wildness of modern fandom. He silently watched, hesitant to speak, yet Ji Bao truly shone. Master Rong mentioned that Mu Ji might possess ancient martial arts skills, but could that really be true? Jiang Fan frowned. Recalling Mu Ji's strength, the comment suggested it was due to her dance training, which was plausible, though he had never encountered ancient martial arts before. How could a young girl like Ji Bao possibly practice such skills? Surely, Master Rong must have been mistaken. Even he was uncertain.
Oh.
How he longed to see Ji Bao again. Dr. Jiang, there's an issue with the patient in room 23. Could you come over? Certainly, I will be there shortly. Jiang Fan reluctantly shut off the live stream, whispering to Ji Bao to wait for his return. Mu Ji chased after the little ducks, removing her hat and handing it to Mu Mian. Thank you for your hat. Without it, I would surely have been sunburned. No need for thanks, Mu Mian replied. Arms crossed, watching Mu Ji frolic, her mood seemingly lightened. It felt as though Mu Ji possessed a certain magic, an innate ability to evoke warmth in others. They seem to adore you. This was a statement, contrasting her own aura, which naturally repelled animals, leaving her disinterested in keeping pets. Perhaps, they are quite endearing. Like little Pear Blossom, she's a wild cat that will eat food offered by others, yet never allows anyone to touch her belly. Every time I approach, she reveals her soft belly for me to pet. Isn't that cute? Mu Mian glanced at the noisy ducks, finding them rather bothersome, but begrudgingly acknowledged their cuteness. Wei Zihan observed them chatting in the shade, feeling a pang of envy as she hastened to complete her tasks. Director, I am done. That foolish Mu Ling fell from the ladder, yet emerged unscathed. Mu Ji's abilities are indeed remarkable. She wondered how Mu Ji achieved such feats, aside from wirework. She had never seen anyone accomplish such stunts. Very well, once the inspection is complete, we can wrap up. After Aunt Zhou assessed Mu Ji's harvested bayberries, she was astonished. The quality is exceptional, nearly flawless. The young lady has quite the method. After examining the others, especially the pink basket, which held fewer fruits and many were damaged, it seemed those could not be sold.
Mu Ji humbly smiled,
expressing gratitude for the praise. I merely have a bit of experience by chance. After all, she often accompanied her seniors to the mountains to pick fruit, and experience is built over time. It is truly rare. Had last season's guests possessed even half your cleverness, they would not have provided so much amusement. The director chuckled at the memory of those individuals being driven to despair by their tasks. Is that so? It is also possible that Director Liang is fond of pranks. But reality shows must be authentic to be engaging. Merely eating and drinking would be less entertaining than a travel program. You, my dear, let us return. Gigi. Until next time, I will miss you. Help. I beseech Director Liang not to end the live stream. I rely on Gigi for my sustenance. Popularity. Do you understand? With Gigi, there is no fear of lacking attention. Let me adore her beauty if need be. Despite the fans' fervent pleas, Director Liang severed the live stream. Mu Ji, having counted the ducks, returned home with a basket of bayberries gifted by Aunt Zhou. Mu Ji, you are quite popular. It seems they all adore you. Wei Zihan felt a tinge of envy. Unlike Mu Ji, she lacked the vibrancy of youth, the illustrious family background, and the charm that others naturally bestowed upon her, qualities she could never attain despite her efforts. Sincerity is an eternal trump card. While some adore me, many also dislike me. I do not have many haters. Mu Ji was unfazed by others' opinions. To her, everything was ephemeral, and she did not seek fame or fortune. Her master often remarked that while she appeared carefree and possessed everything, her heart was empty, akin to drifting duckweed, swaying with the current. Mu Ji found some truth in her master's words. Not being a practitioner of the mystical arts, perhaps she could become a monk and pursue a path of enlightenment. You, so beautiful, also have haters? Get used to it. Most stars emerge from fierce struggles. However, Emperor Zhou is quite exceptional, possessing both reputation and skill. He seems to have few detractors. Mu Ji suddenly thought of Emperor Zhou, who had no scandals, did not engage in constant marketing, and had solid acting skills. Having won numerous awards, he truly stood out in the industry. Emperor Zhou is wonderful. I truly admire him. He is an outstanding individual. Wei Zihan blushed at the mention of Zhou Xian, resembling a love-struck girl. Mu Ji glanced at Wei Zihan, pondering whether she harbored feelings for Zhou Xian. Wei Zihan gave off a composed and reserved aura, seemingly uninterested in competition. Unexpectedly, I find myself harboring a secret admiration for Zhou Xian. Though she has never truly experienced romantic entanglements, she has certainly encountered them. The younger disciples at the mountain gate, caught in the throes of youthful infatuation, reflect this sentiment. Upon returning to the Joy House, I exchanged my points for cash with the director. Has the esteemed Zhou yet to return? Mu Ji placed the basket down and surveyed her surroundings. How disheartening it is that my dear sister, she only has eyes for the illustrious Zhou. Neglecting to inquire after me. Zhang Xingxing, just out of the shower with droplets still cascading from her hair, exuded a hint of mischief. A true actress.
Mu Ji assessed inwardly.
I see you.
Muji lazily explained.
Zhang Xingxing's eyes sparkled. Her face, radiant and dewy, broke into a smile. I knew Sister Ji was paying attention to me. Was picking mulberries enjoyable? Mu Mian, utterly speechless, replied, You're overthinking it. It would be strange not to notice someone so prominent standing there. Muji tugged at the corners of her mouth, stifling a laugh. Zhang Xingxing, vexed, bared her teeth in frustration but decided against quarreling with the lady. Indeed, Sister Ji is endearing, and it is fortunate she does not share that temperament. Otherwise, she might incite fury. Does Sister Ji yearn to find her biological parents? I could assist, you know, my connections are extensive. Zhang Xingxing winked, envisioning herself as the hero if she were to reunite Sister Ji with her birth parents. It would make claiming her as a sister a breeze. How clever I am. Upon hearing the mention of biological parents, Mu Mian's expression turned cold, followed by a sardonic smile within. I have no leads. Honestly, it matters little to me. But I appreciate your goodwill. Muji indeed had no interest in the original family's biological parents. She cared not for what transpired in the past, as she cherished her current life. Yet they are, after all, your biological parents. Perhaps they are searching for you as well. Wouldn't it be a tad unwise to disregard that? The unspoken words lingered in Wei Zihan's throat. Muji cast a lingering glance at Wei Zihan, replying, Let them find me first. Chapter 66. Perhaps ranked first. I do not intend to criticize you. I merely believe the debt of childbirth surpasses all else. A parent's love is boundless. Wei Zihan articulated this sentiment, though her heart may not entirely align. Muji's reluctance to seek her biological parents likely stemmed from her desire to retain the privileges afforded by being the Mu family's heiress. Remaining with the Mu family ensures she will always be their child. Had she possessed such an identity, or had the mix-up been hers, she would not have endured the indignities within the entertainment industry. Her path to stardom would undoubtedly be resplendent. She would bask in the limelight, with all the finest resources at her disposal. Wei Zihan noticed Muji's silence and felt a tinge of awkwardness. This seemingly simple girl exuded an undeniable air of perfection. Muji suddenly found the people of the entertainment industry quite intriguing, each individual possessing countless ulterior motives. In contrast, Mu Mian was more straightforward and genuine, openly expressing her displeasure. Such veiled conversations lacked any semblance of candor. I shall wash the mulberries. They will be ready for lunch. As for the remainder, I plan to make mulberry wine. Chilled mulberries are also an option. You can discuss it among yourselves. Muji smiled, her face glowing with vitality. Naturally, Sister Ji's idea received unanimous approval. Zhang Xingxing was the first to silently raise her hand, not forgetting to cast a provocative glance at Mu Mian. Mu Mian clicked her tongue, deeming the behavior rather childish. As Mu Ling descended the stairs, she spotted Muji busy in the kitchen, her heart racing. Cousin, I apologize. My health is too frail. It is entirely my fault. Muji, with her back turned to Mu Ling, sprinkled salt over the mulberries, gently stirring. With her lips slightly parted and a distant look in her eyes as she toyed with her hair, she remarked, There are no cameras here. Is it not exhausting to put on an act before me? Mu Ling's face paled. She understood all too well. Impossible. How could that be? She had deceived both the audience and the director. It was merely an accident. Muji must be feigning ignorance. She absolutely could not admit this, lest she be recorded. My cousin seems to harbor a significant misunderstanding of me. I will strive to alter her perception. Mu Ling wore a sincere expression. As long as you are happy. Why must one put on such a facade? It is rather exhausting. Muji turned to leave, leaving Mu Ling standing alone, seething at the retreating figure, wishing desperately for Muji to vanish from this world. When the esteemed Zhou returned, he was covered in dirt, looking rather disheveled, with unclean hands. He appeared somewhat surprised to see everyone back, having toiled for nearly the entire morning. Had it not been for his robust stamina, he might have truly struggled. Zhou Xian, you have worked hard. Plowing the fields is no small feat. Director Liang expressed his appreciation, commending Zhou Xian for his diligence and commendable performance. Director Liang, you are too kind. I merely did what I ought to do, and learning from you all is immensely beneficial to me. Zhou Xian had previously engaged in physical training to immerse himself in his roles. You should drink some water, Zhou Xian. Wei Zihan offered a bottle of mineral water with eager hospitality. I am not thirsty. I must first clean myself up. Zhou Xian glanced at his soiled clothing, feeling somewhat constrained. Very well, but we shall gather shortly. The punishment has yet to be administered. Such a beloved segment must not be overlooked. Zhang Xingxing blinked. So,
Who came in last?
unaware of the unfolding circumstances, Zhang Xingxing's task was to cultivate vegetables, a relatively simple endeavor. As for Sister Ji, it is unlikely she would be the last. Sister Ji, what is your ranking? Zhang Xingxing inquired with curiosity. Perhaps first? Isn't that right, Director Liang?
Muji teased.
Playfully winking. Chapter 67. No tenderness for the fragile. First, to achieve first place and remain so composed, it is truly commendable of you. What should I do? It seems I am growing more fond of Muji. I wish I could take her home and adopt her as my sister. After a quick shower and donning clean clothes, Zhou Xian stood tall, his dark hair appearing irresistibly alluring. Congratulations, you did wonderfully. Zhou Xian praised. Muji nodded slightly. It was merely average. I was quick because I grasped the method. Upon hearing Zhou Xian's compliment, Wei Zihan's hands clenched tightly, her heart ablaze with jealousy. I feel utterly inadequate before Muji. I am so much older and should be taking care of her. Wei Zihan spoke earnestly, a hint of self-reproach shadowing her features. In the Joy House, everyone is like family, mutually caring for one another. Zhou Xian felt a genuine sense of disappointment. He had initially intended to look after Muji during the variety show to repay her for saving his sister. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that Muji required no one's care, even guiding a young girl instead. This realization instilled a profound sense of defeat within Zhou Xian. Mu Mian sat to the side, appearing somewhat out of place, struggling to fit in. She regarded the hypocritical Wei Zihan and felt a wave of disinterest. I am pleased to see your awareness. It can be troublesome to acclimate to unfamiliar faces, often resulting in discord. Director Liang found it peculiar that this time everyone seemed to heed Muji's words, with no conflicts arising. Except for the ever-errant Mu Ling, sharing the same surname. How could the disparity be so vast? The thought of punishment sent a chill down Mu Ling's spine. She was certain it would involve dirty, laborious tasks, which were unbecoming of a young lady of her status. Hesitantly, she made her way out, and upon seeing her, Director Liang waved her over. You performed the worst this time. You must accept the punishment. I trust there are no objections. Director Liang stated. I can accept that. I am willing to face the consequences. I have no objections. Mu Ling replied with a stiff neck, determined not to concede. Very well. Then you shall clean the chicken coop of its waste. Director Liang stated calmly. Mu Ling's face fell into a state of shock.
What?
She is to clean the chicken droppings? How could she bring herself to clean such revolting things? The mere thought of it was enough to induce nausea. Muji maintained an air of calm, clearly having anticipated such a punishment. She had reviewed the materials from the previous season and had to admit that Director Liang's peculiar sense of humor was at times quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, such occurrences were commonplace in variety shows. Be mindful of your safety and just clean it up. The tools are right beside the chicken coop, Director Liang said, ever considerate. Mu Ling cast a glance at the chicken coop, feeling a wave of despair wash over her. Wei Zihan gently reminded her. The smell from the chicken coop can be quite overpowering. You might want to find something to cover your nose. Mu Ling shot a glance back at Wei Zihan, her expression one of annoyance. Did he think she was unaware? Mu Ling's eyes, filled with a sense of helplessness, turned to Zhang Xingxing and Zhou Shiren for assistance. I'm not feeling very well. Mu Ling's implication was clear. She was not suggesting mutual care, as both were men, and surely they would lend her a hand. In the past, whenever she adopted a frail and pitiable demeanor, countless boys would rush to assist her. Unfortunately, she had overestimated her allure. After all, they were both a film emperor and a top idol, not her usual admirers. Miss Mu Ling, cleaning the chicken coop won't take much time. I noticed you returned early and have been resting in your room. Surely you don't lack the strength for this?
Zhang Xingxing feigned surprise.
Clearly Muji had finished first, proving she was the quickest. Was Mu Ling not simply attempting to cut corners? Did she truly consider herself a celestial being, above such mundane tasks?
Mu Ling stammered,
hesitating to speak. Miss Mu, I believe it is better to handle some simple tasks personally. Since you have already accepted the punishment, it would be wise not to seek excuses. I never said I wouldn't do it, Mu Ling thought, feeling a surge of grievance as she realized no one was willing to help her. Were it not for the need for popularity and fame, who would willingly endure such indignities on this wretched program? She had never faced such humiliation in her life. Reluctantly, Mu Ling tied a scarf around her head and entered the chicken coop. Meanwhile, Muji began to boil the washed bayberries. listening to the sounds of retching emanating from the coop, which suddenly struck her as somewhat poetic. The odor wafting towards Mu Ling was suffocating, overwhelming her senses to the point of faintness. Seeing Mu Ling in such a pitiful state, Zhang Xingxing couldn't help but find it amusing. A delightful spectacle to witness the once pampered flower receiving her comeuppance. If it weren't for the cameras, he would have stood up to applaud. How unfortunate, he thought. Yet, he was not one to coddle the delicate. It seems she may genuinely be unwell. After all, she is a girl and quite young. Wei Zihan observed with a hint of sympathy. Zhou Shiren raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Mu Ji placed the cleaned bayberries into the pot, added rock sugar, and simmered them gently, tossing in slices of lemon. Are we making it chilled? I do miss that taste, Zhou Shiren remarked, ever mindful of maintaining his physique as an actor, seldom indulging in carbonated drinks. I've experimented with some fruit juices. May I give it a try? Zhou Shiren asked politely. Of course, feel free. We have plenty of bayberries, just don't waste any, Mu Ji replied generously, noting that each person's creation would have its own unique flavor. Zhang Xingxing shot a sidelong glance at Zhou Shiren. TSK. Is he trying to win over Mu Ji? The film emperor was known for his aloofness and indifference. Mu Ji, your charm is undeniable, but it also invites jealousy. He mused. Would you like to give it a try? Mu Ji inquired, glancing at the silent Mu Mian, who seemed to be merely along for the ride, perpetually wearing a cold expression. What about me? Zhang Xingxing interjected, his eyes wide with enthusiasm. Mu Mian expressed her disdain. Do you even know how? Zhang Xingxing retorted. Are you discriminating against me? How dare you? Of course I can. Such a trivial task could never stump me. Zhang Xingxing. Just watch. I will craft a drink that will astonish you. How tiresome, Mu Mian dismissed him, showing little interest. Sister, please give it a try. It would be so boring for you to be alone, Mu Ji said, tugging at her clothing with a sparkling gaze, suddenly adopting a playful demeanor. Very well. Mu Mian relented, her mood lifting slightly upon hearing her sister's words. Seeing everyone engaged, Wei Zihan joined in as well. When Mu Ling emerged from the chicken coop, her face pale, she was dismayed to see everyone happily concocting drinks. Would you like to join us? Wei Zihan extended an invitation. Mu Ling had no desire to make any drinks. She was overwhelmed by the smell and merely wanted to shower. I'm sorry, I need to wash up first. I'll grab some drinks from the fridge. I'll accompany you, Wei Zihan insisted, unwilling to miss the chance to be alone with Zhou Shiren. No need. I can manage on my own, Zhou Shiren politely declined. Wei Zihan felt a twinge of disappointment but refrained from pressing further. Surely if it were Mu Ji, he would have greeted her with a warm smile. Chapter 68. The first cup of fruit wine. The group busied themselves with mixing drinks and creating simple concoctions, quickly filling the table with an array of beverages. I must take a photo to post on Weibo. This is my first masterpiece, Zhang Xingxing exclaimed, striking poses as he snapped several pictures. Once he finished, he turned to Mu Ji. Sister Ji, may I taste the first cup of fruit wine you made? In exchange, I will treat you to my debut creation. Mu Ji shrugged, while Mu Mian lightly swirled her cup, a teasing glint in her eyes as she took a sip in front of Zhang Xingxing. It tastes quite delightful, she quipped, her playful tone adding to his frustration. Unfair. This is utterly outrageous, Zhang Xingxing thought, feeling a deep-seated rivalry with Mu Mian. His beautiful, puppy-like eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed imploringly at Mu Ji. Heiress the second cup. You may have it, she said, not intending to bully him. Zhang Xingxing let out a soft huff as he accepted Mu Ji's fruit wine. In the spirit of reciprocity, you must try mine, he insisted, beaming with anticipation, his eyes sparkling as he awaited her praise. Mu Ji took a sip and nearly choked. She turned her head to spit it out. Is it really that bad? Zhang Xingxing asked, looking crestfallen. He hastily took a sip of another cup, finding it overwhelmingly sweet, bordering on cloying. Yours is a bit bitter. I'm not fond of overly bitter drinks. For the first time, Zhang Xingxing felt a hint of defeat, slightly discouraged. He had hoped to impress her with his culinary skills. This is my first attempt, and it's not so bad. At least it's visually appealing, he reassured himself, noting Mu Ji's kind words as she comforted him. Isn't that akin to being merely a pretty vase? Not bad. Can we share some with them? Director Liang interjected, feeling slightly embarrassed. Sure, the camera crew and staff have worked hard. However, could we ease up on the punishments next time? All right, that's no issue. Consider it a small favor, Director Liang readily agreed. The group found themselves in a pavilion, enjoying the breeze and sipping their drinks, creating a lovely atmosphere. After finishing their meal, Mu Ling remained secluded in her room. This afternoon, there's a charity event. Anyone interested can sign up. It's not a task, but it may be edited for broadcast. It's quite simple, just teaching children to sing and dance. This variety show aims not only to offer viewers a glimpse into life, but also to convey positive values, as director Liang hoped. Singing and dancing are my strong suits. Sister Ji, have you seen my performances? They're explosive. Zhang Xingxing declared confidently, certain there would be no mishaps this time. Given his status as a top idol with exceptional skills. Quite impressive, Mu Ji acknowledged, recognizing that a top position in the entertainment industry is not solely reliant on looks. Zhang Xingxing possessed undeniable talent. I can craft handmade items too. I want to contribute. Wei Zihan chimed in eagerly, aware that charitable activities could help build goodwill. Then let's all go together. We'll inform Mu Ling later. All right, it's settled then. We'll meet up after our afternoon break at Baiyun Village Primary School. Director Liang departed with a sense of satisfaction after making all the arrangements. A commendable director indeed. Zhang Xingxing waved her hand and danced gracefully, exuding an air of contentment. Upon returning to her room, Mu Ji received a message from her elder brother. The ordinary person, Chen Jun's matter has been resolved, although it is somewhat peculiar. It is said that he turned himself in, candidly confessing to his past transgressions. Given the circumstances were not particularly severe, he was fined and made to write a letter of guarantee, and after a brief period of detention, he will be released. Thank you, elder brother. Everything is well on my end. After enduring a beating, it seems I have learned my lesson. Mu Mion's deterrent effect is indeed formidable. Chapter 69. Sinister Thoughts. Baiyun Village Primary School celebrated its centennial, serving the children of the vicinity. With the advancement of the economy, many areas of the school have been renovated. Last year, a kind-hearted individual donated a library, alleviating the children's reading difficulties. This place boasts a simple, unpretentious culture, allowing you to truly immerse yourselves. The azure sky was dotted with fluffy white clouds, surrounded by verdant trees, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Mu Ji embraced the pure atmosphere, feeling rejuvenated. It was indeed an excellent locale for self-cultivation. Upon arrival, the group stood outside the school. Having communicated in advance, the principal personally came out to greet them. Realizing that a celebrity was conducting a charitable event, an endeavor worth their utmost attention, as it could potentially attract investments for the primary school. This could facilitate better construction and the hiring of outstanding teachers, thereby improving the children's circumstances. Good day, principal, they greeted. Hello. Thank you for your efforts. Would you like to rest for a moment, perhaps enjoy some tea and learn about the history of the school? The principal responded with a beaming smile. You are too kind, principal. We are merely here to teach the children and observe their conditions, Zhou Shern remarked, genuinely fond of philanthropy. Most stars in the entertainment industry engage in charitable work, with some even dedicating their lives to it. For him, philanthropy was not a mere performance. He would participate in offline activities whenever possible. Indeed, principal, we are not fatigued. We simply wish to spend time with the children and contribute modestly to the school's development. Wei Zihan added. Mu Ling silently scorned this, irritated that her lines had been usurped, blaming Mu Ji for her unease today. Very well, a teacher will escort you. I shall take my leave for now. Wow, what a beautiful sister. She resembles a fairy from a tale. A young boy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. She looks so lovely and gentle. If only our teacher were as beautiful. Can I marry her when I grow up? The boy's innocent curiosity was evident.
Daju.
What nonsense are you spouting? You're far too young to be thinking about marriage. Mu Ling listened to the children's effusive praises, feeling her ego buoyed. She knew her beauty was striking, and she had made an effort to present herself well today. That pretty sister's companion seems a bit fierce, like an English teacher.
What?
Mu Ling's expression soured instantly. All the compliments were directed at Mu Ji's beauty. Were these children blind? Surely, she was the one who outshone them all. Mu Ji's gaze fell upon the children's innocent eyes. Some were starstruck, while others shyly covered their faces.
Transmigrates musvees lips.
This afternoon, you will be accompanied by your older brothers and sisters. Is that agreeable? The teacher asked gently. Yes. The children gazed at them with wonder, some recognizing their celebrity status. Bombarding them with questions, their minds seemingly brimming with curiosity. Mu Ji gathered a class and began telling stories in the classroom. Pretty sister, we're tired of these stories. We want to hear something different. Yes, yes, we've already heard them all. Muji raised an eyebrow. Very well, then I'll share something novel. But you must promise not to cry in fright. Sitting comfortably, her brilliant eyes sparkling with joy, she began narrating tales of the mystical realms. The children were enraptured, captivated by stories they had never heard before, finding them intriguing. Pretty sister, do evil spirits really exist in this world? Why have I never seen one?
Indeed.
Do they really enter people's bodies at night to consume them? I do not know. These are merely stories. I hope you never encounter such things, she replied. Though the existence of evil spirits was not merely a tale, Muji felt an ominous premonition stir within her. As she pondered this, her smile faded, and suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. It must be Yangmi's father again. He is truly vile, no doubt here to punish Yang and I. Poor girl, Muji thought, her beautiful eyes narrowing with concern. Exiting the classroom, she witnessed a man dragging a girl, his unkempt beard and bloodshot eyes radiating fury. Stay back. I am disciplining my daughter. What business is it of yours? Get lost. I warn you, anyone who dares to interfere will regret it. Everyone was taken aback. The teachers attempting to calm the situation. Yang Mi's parent, let us discuss this reasonably. Please release the child. We can come to an understanding. Understanding? My daughter does not need to attend school. Can't you comprehend that? The man twisted the girl's ear as he spoke. Yang Mi's face turned pale with pain. She dared not utter a sound, biting her lip tightly, knowing that if she cried out, her father would retaliate more fiercely. The scene was chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Muling spoke up. Sir, blood is thicker than water. How can you lay a hand on your own child? Look how adorable she is, how heartbroken she is. Do you not feel a twinge of compassion? Muling chastised the man, who turned his gaze to her, his eyes filled with shadows, bloodshot and frightening. Muling's heart raced as she met his gaze. Meanwhile, Muji discreetly drew a symbol with her finger behind her back. Hey, look over here. Muji lifted her delicate face slightly. As the man regained his focus, Muji's storybook struck him squarely on the head, the dark energy that had enveloped him bursting forth, rampaging outside before vanishing from Muji's sight. None but she saw its presence. Muji approached and picked up the storybook, while the man, now devoid of vitality, collapsed to the ground. The children's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, that was amazing. Is that the legendary finishing move? So cool. Even the teachers were left dumbfounded. He just fainted. This was a man who had lost all reason. Yang and I stared at Muji in terror, glancing at her father lying on the ground, her legs trembling in fear. He would surely beat her when he awoke. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she began to sob, prompting the nearby teachers to rush to comfort her. Miss Mu, is he all right? He just fainted out of nowhere. How did this seemingly delicate girl manage that? He will be fine. He just requires a bit of rest. In a few hours, he will awaken. The evil spirit that had left its host would undoubtedly return. Having been injured by her talisman, it would seek refuge in its original vessel to recuperate. Thank you so much, Miss Mu. We are truly grateful to you today. However, even though we have stopped him this time, Yang and I will still face punishment when she returns home. The teacher wore a pained expression, lamenting the child's suffering. Is there truly no way to resolve this? The teacher sighed. Such matters are delicate. We have approached the parents multiple times without effect. Calling the authorities only provides a temporary solution. Muji watched the tear-streaked face of the girl in the teacher's embrace. Her heart ached with empathy. Even if the evil spirit was dealt with, the abusive man would still harm her. A wicked thought surged in her mind. Chapter 70. The Night Falls. Zhou Xian and Zhang Xingxing hurried over upon hearing the commotion, only to find the scene in utter disarray. A wave of relief washed over them upon confirming that Muji was unharmed. Are you alright? Zhou Xian inquired, his tone laced with tension. Despite being aware of her remarkable abilities, the thought of her confronting an uncontrollable, burly man still filled him with concern. Little Ji, in the future, steer clear of such situations. If anything were to happen to you, it would break my heart. Leave the dangers to us men. Unaware of Muji's true prowess, Zhang Xingxing perceived her as a delicate flower in need of protection.
I'm fine.
Just a fainting spell, Muji replied, pouting slightly as she comforted the frightened Yang and I, who clung to her arm as if grasping the last lifeline. Thanks to Miss Muji for stepping in, otherwise we would have been at a loss for how to resolve this. We will do our utmost to communicate with the parents, though our capabilities are limited, the teacher lamented, their helplessness evident. They hoped Yang Mi's father would come to his senses. Zhang Xingxing stood in disbelief, realizing that the man had been subdued by her. He regretted missing out on a thrilling confrontation. How could someone so petite bring down a grown man? Was it truly the case that she was merely a pretty face with no substance? Such a pity, indeed. I see Yang and I has taken quite a liking to you. Perhaps Miss Muji could look after her, the teacher noted, observing Yang and I's attachment to Muji. Yang and I, being introverted and having long suffered abuse, was usually cautious around others. This was her first experience of closeness, possibly due to the fact that Muji had saved her. Wei Zihan interjected, I adore children. I can help take care of her. Your name is Yang and I, right? You can call me Sister Zihan. Shall we play together? She bent down, her face adorned with a warm smile. This was her opportunity to cultivate an image of beauty and kindness, and caring for a child was trivial for her. Yang and I stepped back, hiding her tear-streaked face behind Muji, her anxiety evident. Muji gently patted her head, soothingly saying, It's all right. Seeing Yang Ni's rejection, Wei Zihan felt a twinge of displeasure, but maintained her smile. Don't be afraid. I mean you no harm.
Yang Mi remained silent,
Her sensitive instincts causing her to shy away from this new sister figure. She preferred Muji, whose hand felt warm and gave her a sense of security. The teacher awkwardly attempted to smooth things over. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Wei, but Yang and I is closer to Miss Muji. She has been quite traumatized, and it is only natural for her to rely on someone who saved her. Wei Zihan nodded slightly, saying it's fine. They are all the same. This little girl is so unfortunate. I hope to help her. Concealing her ulterior motives, Wei Zihan pondered what extraordinary talents Muji possessed that drew everyone to her. Even a mere child. After Yang Ni's father was taken home, Muji escorted Yang and I and the other students back to the classroom. The harrowing incident had been deftly resolved by her, and she led Yang and I to the infirmary to tend to her wounds. Observing the old scars on her arms and legs, a flicker of determination crossed her gaze. During the treatment, Yang and I remained silent, seemingly accustomed to such pain. The doctor, feeling a pang of sympathy, was aware of the gossip surrounding Yang and I. As a doctor, he could only heal her wounds, but could not rescue her from her plight. Muji pinched Yang Ni's chin gently. Don't bite yourself. If it hurts, you can cry. Upon hearing Muji's words, Yang and I burst into tears. Her small face smeared with dirt, gasping for breath as the doctor finished applying the medication. Have you ever considered what her situation will be like once you leave here? Your momentary intervention may plunge her into an abyss of despair, the doctor remarked, observing Muji. The school was small, and information spread rapidly. The lofty star would depart after filming her show, taking her fame and fortune with her, leaving Yang and I with only deeper fear and despair. Muji raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing her lips. Since I have intervened, I shall ensure she has a bright and radiant future. The doctor was taken aback by her words. A bright future?
How could that be?
Yang Ni's father was still alive, and as her guardian, he would keep her trapped in that quagmire. Yang and I glanced at Muji, pondering the notion of a radiant future. Since her mother's departure, she had lived daily under her father's abuse, the pain having long since numbed her. Would she truly have a brilliant future? Don't be afraid. Tell me, do you wish to leave that home?
Yang Mi nodded earnestly.
That was not her home. A home should be warm and beautiful. She looked at Muji cautiously. Are you going to take me away? That's impossible. My father won't let me leave. A shadow crossed Muji's clear eyes. No, she wanted him dead. Returning to the classroom, she was surrounded by a group of children, clearly having become a hero in their eyes. Mu Ling, however, recalled the pair of blood-red eyes, feeling unsettled. While dancing, she lost her focus and fell, injuring her arm, forcing her to abandon her practice. Muji observed Yang and I playing with the children and then rose to leave the classroom. The office door was ajar, and upon seeing Muji, someone quickly stood up. Miss Mu, has something happened to Yang and I? Her emotions are temporarily stable. I came to inquire about her condition, Muji replied graciously. Listening to the teacher's account, she noted Yang Ni's home address before bidding farewell. The group gathered and left the school. Wei Zihan feigned concern as she observed Mu Ling's disheveled state. Are you feeling unwell? Mu Ling forced a smile. I'm fine. I just got a bit startled. Back at the Joy House, everyone retreated to their rooms to recuperate. The night was deep, occasionally punctuated by the chirping of cicadas, as the Joy House fell into slumber. Muji changed into a white dress, donned a veil, and filled an embroidered pouch with her own drawn talismans. Approaching Mu Mion's door, she dipped her fingers in water and drew a talisman on the door. Just in case Mu Mion noticed her absence, It was best to let her sleep a little longer. Passing by Mu Ling's room, her lips curled slightly beneath the veil. She had a grand gift to bestow upon her. The yellow talisman burned in the darkness until it was consumed entirely, and only then did Mu Ji depart. Wishing you a wonderful night. May your dreams come true. The night breeze carried a slight chill, and the stars twinkled faintly in the sky as Mu Ji stood beneath a tree, gazing into the distance. Yang Ni's father finally regained consciousness, rubbing his forehead. Feeling a bit of pain. What on earth happened? Why can't I remember? His breath quickened, his heart raced, and his eyes felt dry, yearning for water. You little brat. Get up and boil me some water, or I'll beat you to death. Chapter 71. What a handsome man. The man staggered towards his room, his unsteady form illuminated by the dim light of the moon filtering through the trees. Yang and I locked her room door, overwhelmed by fear as her father's voice echoed in her mind. She covered her mouth, trying to stifle any sound and avoid provoking him. The man pounded on the door, the noise echoing ominously in the silence. After a while, Yang and I heard nothing further, yet she dared not open the door, fearing he would strike her if she did. The man outside wore a malevolent expression, and at that moment, dark mist seeped into his body. From a distance, Mu Ji smirked, an aura of coldness radiating from her. The fish had taken the bait. Mu Ji closed her eyes, and the talisman in her hand seemed to possess a will of its own, soaring directly towards the man. Long before, she had already marked the malevolent spirit, leaving it no avenue of escape. She surmised that the spirit would seek out Yang Ni's father, its vessel, as it required the man's body for sustenance. The spirit, sensing imminent danger, manipulated the man's body to flee the room. The previously agitated man vanished in an instant, causing Yang Ni's heart to race uncontrollably. With silence enveloping her, she peeked through the crack of the door, finding nothing outside. A wave of fear washed over her. Had her father departed? She turned on the light, and the living room was devoid of her father's presence. Strange. Why had he left so abruptly, uncaring of anything else? Yang and I released her anxious heart, locked the door anew, extinguished the light, and lay beneath her bed, yet sleep eluded her. What would she do tomorrow? Her father would surely not relent. He might very well return, brimming with fury directed at her. The talisman struck the man's body, a searing force continuously tormenting him. He emitted a series of anguished howls, while Mu Ji observed coldly, quietly witnessing the unfolding scene. In unbearable pain, the man stumbled and fell, entangled by branches, rolling down the mountainside, forcing the malevolent spirit out of his body. His head struck a rock, and he gradually lost consciousness, rendering him devoid of any utility to the spirit, which fled into the shadows. You think you can escape from my grasp? Dream on, Mu Ji scoffed coldly, her exquisite face serious, eyes alight with determination. Confident and alluring, she radiated an undeniable brilliance. The dark mist fled, yet Mu Ji followed unhurriedly, as if toying with a cat. Unbeknownst to her, they entered a peach orchard, piquing her curiosity. This place was rich in spiritual energy. How could such a serene spot exist within a small village? It seemed ideal for cultivation. Observing that no one resided here, she surmised it was a secluded area yet to be developed, perhaps one day to be purchased to build a retreat. Not far away, a man slowly opened his eyes in a hot spring. With white hair and golden pupils, his gaze held a chilling depth, his complexion pale, and his thin lips tinged with a hint of red. As he moved his fingers slightly, the fleeing spirit succumbed instantaneously, the dark mist incinerated to nothingness. Mu Ji was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Well-versed in various schools of thought and adept in the arcane arts, she had never witnessed such an exorcism. What kind of fire was that? Could it be that there existed a different kind of flame in this world? Lost in thought, she was suddenly drawn toward a powerful force. In her flowing white dress, Mu Ji resembled a butterfly as she fell into the spring, her veil drifting gently in the water. Emerging from the warm, misty water, which exuded a fragrant aroma, she opened her eyes to meet those golden orbs reminiscent of an eternal cold lake. Her heart raced. What a beautiful man. Chapter 72. An initial encounter and teasing. Mu Ji had encountered countless handsome men, surrounded by beauty, long since immune to their charms. Even the male protagonist of this world seemed merely striking in her eyes. However, the man before her was the most extraordinary she had ever seen, with his white hair and golden irises, like a celestial being stepped out of a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. He emanated mystery and power, yet she sensed no danger from him, only a peculiar familiarity. Fixated on him, She watched as his pupils turned black and his white hair darkened. Was this some form of magic? Could it be that she had truly encountered a deity? Muji contemplated how confident she would be in facing him. The man's expression remained impassive, yet a flicker of complex emotions crossed his face. Joy?
Surprise?
Pain? Perhaps all of the above. She could not decipher his thoughts nor gauge his strength. Truly troublesome. This exquisite beauty. I merely happened to wander here at night and unintentionally interrupted your bath. Let us pretend we have not met. Muji smiled sweetly, her lips curving in an innocent feline manner, easily disarming one's guard. As she turned away, she was suddenly ensnared by a powerful force. Could this man be a seductress, intent on silencing her? With her back to him, Muji raised an eyebrow, the leaves in her hand poised to strike. If he dared to move, she would not hesitate to incapacitate him. You can't possibly be infatuated with me, wishing to share a night of passion? Though I am not one to be easily swayed. I could consider it, given your stunning looks. A hint of mischief danced in her eyes, despite the underlying threat. Realizing his rudeness, the cold man's demeanor dimmed slightly, and he withdrew his spiritual energy, momentarily lost in thought. As his white garments billowed, a green shadow darted toward his forehead, prompting him to tilt his head. A single strand of hair falling. Master. The man's eyes flashed with a hint of grievance, his voice low and frosty. The timbre hoarse, as if he had not spoken in ages. Muji's murderous intent faltered, her confusion palpable. What master? This fellow, with his alluring exterior and aloof demeanor, is quite the enigma. Turning back, she asked sweetly, "Did you just call me master?" Her youthful curves were fully revealed, her fair skin captivating beneath the moonlight's glow. The cold man's enchanting gaze averted, as if fearing that even a moment's glance would be sacrilege. Muji smirked inwardly. He called her master, yet remained so innocent. A wicked thrill surged within her, as the misty spring enveloped them, their clothes soaked, the sound of water rippling clearly audible with her movements. "Why won't you look at me? Am I not appealing?" Muji's voice was a lazy, sultry whisper, enticing and alluring. The water splashed, sending droplets flying, and a hint of warmth crossed the cold man's face as he felt the soft touch of her hand, imbued with a familiar fragrance, filling the void in his heart. He yearned to grasp her hand, yet it slipped away, and she vanished from sight. As the water settled, the turmoil in his heart remained unresolved. His fingers brushed the spot she had teased, his gaze entranced. "Master, we have finally met. Master, it is my oversight. I failed to notice someone intruding here." A newcomer, clad in black, regarded the cold man with a hint of reverence in his eyes. "You would not have perceived it." The man coughed lightly, a trace of a smile flickering across his pale face. Song-woo's expression reflected confusion, sensing a hint of pride in his master's tone. He cautiously inquired, "I shall resolve this matter immediately, ensuring that your identity remains concealed." "Song-woo, she slipped away from me. You are no match for her." Cold Che emerged from the spring, donning clean garments, a faint blush visible beneath his pallid skin. "What?" Song-woo's face contorted in surprise. Who could escape from his master? Did the master intend to take matters into his own hands? "She is the one I seek. Investigate if any strangers have recently appeared in Bayun village." Cold Che's handsome visage was as pale as snow. Song-woo's heart stirred. The master had finally awaited this person. Despite his reclusive nature and lack of worldly desires, he had mobilized all his resources to find someone, a person whose name he did not know, not even possessing a portrait. It seemed almost fantastical, as though the master were entranced. Then why not keep her? "She no longer remembers me." Cold Che gazed at the night sky, his expression filled with loneliness. This time, he would protect her, regardless of the cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Muji returned to her room and changed into a fresh nightgown before lying down on her bed. She touched her flushed cheeks, tossing and turning restlessly. After all, she had merely teased a man. Yet, the memory of his cold, smooth face and the faint scent of medicine lingering around him made her chastise herself.
Muji.
Do not be so unseemly, she thought. It was unlikely they would meet again. She would consider tonight as if nothing had transpired. Who exactly was that man? He was neither a member of the Xianmen nor a specter. Was there still power in this world that she was unaware of? Muji silently recited a calming incantation and soon drifted into slumber. In another room, Mu Ling was ensnared in a nightmare, where she found herself pushing a vague woman down a ladder, the woman crashing to the ground, bloodied and bruised. "Ha ha ha, ruin your beauty. Once you lose your lovely face, the audience will favor me. Brother Jingshen will be mine, and everything will belong to me. Mu Ji, you wretched creature. In her dream, Mu Ling laughed with glee. While the bloodied figure on the ground crawled up, her face a ghastly sight, the corners of her mouth twisted upward in a horrifying grin.
Terrified,
Mu Ling could not awaken, trapped in the gruesome cycle of the dream. The bloody images replayed incessantly, sending chills down her spine, no matter how she called out. No one responded, only that chilling laughter echoed around her. Go away, don't come near me. Within the clutches of her nightmare, she remained unable to awaken, the repetitive visions numbing her senses until she finally fainted. Chapter 73, A Storm Brews During the Live Broadcast. The following day, Mu Ji rose early. With her bare face, she activated the camera, instantly attracting a flood of fans. On time to support my wife. Her bare face is truly stunning. It has awakened me this early.
Ah.
Finally, I can see Gigi again. The days without her live streams felt like years. I want to wake up every day with her as my first sight. Gigi, what brand of face mask do you use? I've searched everywhere, but can't find it. Jibao, my family owns a cosmetic store. I warmly invite you to come try it out. It's free. Sisters ahead, your intentions are showing through the screen. I also want Jibao's face mask. I've seen her using it lately, and it seems quite effective. Though Jibao is naturally beautiful, is it sponsored by a brand? Hehehe, it's an unbranded product. Truly, a fake heiress is just that. For a bit of money, she is selling products on the show, not even fearing a damaged complexion. Haters, please leave. It's truly bad luck this early in the morning. Seeing the fans inquire about the face masks brand, Mu Ji felt compelled to clarify. It was not her intention to mislead them. She simply enjoyed using this particular mask, which provided long-lasting hydration and made her skin appear smoother and more radiant. Its herbal ingredients were beneficial for skincare, and having learned about pharmacology from her master, she believed that a product free from chemical additives, like the one from Qingqing Jiaoren, was undoubtedly the best choice. Mu Ji showed the fans the mask's packaging and earnestly stated, I purchased this mask from Qingqing Jiaoren, a newly opened store. It has multiple functions, though it is a bit pricey, so please don't rush to buy. Perhaps try a small amount first. I found it, but is it really unbranded? I'm a bit hesitant to use it. I'll place an order to try it. Since Gigi is using it, I trust her. I ordered Gigi's product. This company seems quite mysterious. I couldn't find any negative news online, so it's likely a small, niche brand from a big name. I'll wait for the feedback from the sisters.
If it works well, I'll buy it.
The fans in the live stream did not blindly purchase. Gigi encouraged them to try it first instead of pushing them to buy, earning goodwill not just from her fans but also from bystanders. Nowadays, the toxicity of celebrity livestream promotions had made fans and bystanders alike weary of the ugly faces of those who were eager to place numerous orders. The celebrity aura was beginning to crack. In another room, Mu Mian had stealthily entered Mu Ji's live stream the moment it began. Using her initial username and avatar, she never spoke but quietly observed. With earnest enthusiasm for promoting Qingqing Jiaoren's products, she was aware that Mu Ji had no knowledge of her being the owner. However, treated with such sincerity, she found herself mistakenly believing that Mu Ji's affection for the products reflected a fondness for her. Confused, Mu Mian pondered why she was so drawn to Mu Ji, a behavior previously foreign to her. Why did she feel compelled to watch, searching for traces of that person in Mu Ji? She even indulged in matters related to her. Observing Mu Ji's radiant smile and the reflection of herself in her clear eyes softened her heart, despite not being a person prone to such softness.
Well,
the mask is done. I wonder what arrangements the director has for today. The show's tasks are rather manageable. Mu Mian noted the enthusiasm in the comments, her voice gentle as she attentively answered the fans' questions.
Gigi, how is my Xingzai?
Isn't he adorable? I'm eager to learn how you managed to earn his special attention and share some tips with the Xing fans. Who is Zhang Xingxing? In the entertainment circle, he shows no favoritism, relying solely on his looks to gain fame, with countless fans enamored by him. Beyond his good looks, his talent eclipses other idols. Exuding a sunny charm like a little puppy, yet he remains indifferent to all. Yet, this seemingly arrogant youth seems to care deeply for Mu Ji. And the Xing fans know this is no scripted act, hence their eagerness to seek guidance on how to win Xingzai's favor. Perhaps I'm a bit cuter. Your Xingzai differ somewhat from the rumors, appearing quite approachable. Mu Ji recalled that even top idols can possess a good temperament.
Ha ha ha.
If you want a top idol to be approachable, they must at least have a face as beautiful as Gigi's, coupled with exceptional talent. Gigi is the cutest. My heart races, left hook, right hook, secretly taking her home. Let us take a look at Mu Mion's live stream and see what she's doing. Mu Ji said as she clicked into Mu Mion's stream, only to find it shrouded in darkness. The camera had yet to be turned on. Mu Ji blinked, realizing that Mu Mion was fully embracing her indifference. However, it was in line with her character. She had little interest in showing her face for views, participating in the show purely due to family suggestions, and was there for herself. A wave of laughter flooded the comments. I'm dying of laughter. While other streams are buzzing with interaction, Mu Mion remains absent. Sisters, I have a bold guess. Could she be hiding in her room, secretly watching Gigi's stream? The bolder the person, the greater the yield. There's nothing unimaginable. Mu Ji quietly closed the stream, initially considering a surprise visit. Mu Mion, observing the fans in her stream, found their assumptions amusingly accurate. Mu Mion is both cold and charismatic, and she is quite beautiful. Has she considered entering the entertainment industry? Beauty is meant to be admired. I'm also curious who is more arrogant between her and Xingzai. Their pairing would certainly be spectacular. My Ling Bao, hasn't he started her live stream yet? Has something happened? Why is there concern for someone you've known for only a short time, yet you show no care for your cousin of over a decade? How hypocritical. Were you not marketing a deep sisterly bond before? Are you afraid the Mu family might cast you out? My Ling Bao still praises you. I never expected you to care so little for her. Unquestionably, she is the darling of the entertainment industry, and we, poor Ling Bao, cannot compete. My heart aches for Ling Bao. Please refrain from purchasing trending topics that highlight our deep sisterly bond, as they are truly nauseating to witness. The fans of Mu Ling, unable to catch sight of their idol, began to lose their composure in Mu Ji's live stream, and with the arrival of haters, the atmosphere became utterly chaotic. Observing the barrage of comments, Mu Ji found amusement in the situation. Although the original persona was a venomous white-lotus, she possessed a greater fanbase than Mu Ling in the entertainment sphere. Does she truly lack self-awareness regarding whose fame she is riding on? Accusations roll off her tongue with ease, devoid of any rational thought, as if she were a mindless follower, allowing her to feign humility while making several attempts to ruin her. Apologies, but Mu Ji has always lived according to her true self, never yielding to the consciousness of others. Chapter 74. Of course, I don't mind. Mu Ji toyed with her hair, a smile illuminating her face as she gazed at the live chat, her crimson lips parting. Do you take me for a kindergarten? Is it so difficult to learn to walk independently, or are you merely a soft-bodied creature, only capable of crawling? What does that mean? I can't comprehend such childishness. The one above, Gigi, implies that some individuals are still like babies, not weaned yet. That is quite the insult to the baby. This is Gigi's live stream. Can some fans refrain from being so bothersome? Indeed, Gigi isn't obligated to babysit your baby. She is her own darling as well. So, why must she cater to you? What a nuisance early in the morning. If your baby isn't broadcasting, go find the production team. It's as if they have a persecution complex. Focus on your own. I just want to admire Gigi's stunning beauty and converse with her. Irrelevant people need not intrude. Before long, Mu Ling's fans vanished from the stream, leaving only a few haters lingering.
A faint smell graced Mu's lips.
It was time for her to awaken. Last night merely served as a lesson. Those with malicious intent must experience the taste of terror, lest they unknowingly provoke her in the future. She had never relished dealing with such dark thoughts, and in the days to come, she wished to live freely as herself, regardless of the inevitable end. Just as Mu Ji contemplated this, she heard a commotion from next door where Mu Ling was making quite the ruckus. Rising, she exited her room to find Mu Ling disheveled, her eyes swollen and red with dark circles beneath. The girl was mumbling incessantly. Don't come near. Don't come near. Mu Ji, I was wrong. It was an accident. I'm sorry. Standing at the doorway, Mu Ji maintained a relaxed posture, her gaze serene as she observed Mu Ling's unraveling. The director, taken aback by Mu Ling's ramblings, felt a pang of concern. What was happening with her? How could there be a mishap time and again? If this continued, how could they proceed with the reality show? The director was filled with regret, eyeing the dazed Mu Ling. What transpired? If you're feeling unwell, you can take a break. Wei Zihan approached, gently supporting Mu Ling and offering soothing words. It's all right. This incident is not your fault. You were merely careless, and Gigi has long since forgiven you.
Mu Ling,
Fearful of closing her eyes, lest the terrifying images from last night resurface, lifted her gaze slightly to behold the radiant, graceful Muji. Her heart swelled with even greater hatred. Surely, this wretched girl had cursed her, compelling her to endure endless nightmares. Otherwise, why could she not awaken? Zhou Shuren furrowed his brow, puzzled. He had caught a glimmer of jealousy in Mu Ling's eyes, and coupled with the previous incident, it was hard not to overthink. Having been immersed in the entertainment industry for years, he was aware of instances where artists were betrayed by their own kin. After all, Mu Ling and Mu Ji were not biological siblings. He typically refrained from harboring malevolent suspicions against others, especially a young girl. To him, little girls were innocent and kind-hearted, much like his sister, the brave and altruistic Mu Ji. Zhang Xingxing scoffed, her beautiful doe eyes narrowing, showing no sympathy. I see you're feeling guilty. You must have something to hide. An apology to Ji is warranted, and pretending to be pitiful is simply disingenuous. Zhang Xingxing turned her attention to Mu Ji, unable to suppress a raised brow. His sister was charming and delightful, and despite the previous incident, she had not pursued accountability. Rather, it seemed Mu Ling was merely frightening herself. Was she truly haunted by midnight knocks? Or had she gone mad? Wei Zihan appeared conflicted. Ling Ling is young. She harbors no ill intent. Perhaps she was merely startled. After all, they're sisters. Once the misunderstanding is resolved, Ji won't mind, right? Wei Zihan's generous and considerate words aimed to cultivate a gentle persona for the viewers, while simultaneously inciting Mu Ji's ire, creating the impression that she was petty. All the while aiding Mu Ling, a twofold benefit. Zihan is indeed magnanimous and forgiving, a true veteran of the entertainment industry. How admirable. My heart aches for Ling Bao. How could the production team neglect her? Allowing Mu Ji to bully her? Didn't she apologize last time? Why persist? The production team has clarified it was an accident. Ling Bao is too kind-hearted, constantly blaming herself. What do you want from Mu Ji? 666. Your ability to distort the truth is truly eye-opening. Ji has said nothing. Yet you label her a bully. We cannot even aspire to her level. Really? Selling pity equates to kindness? Mu Ling nearly sent Ji tumbling from a ladder. Who knows if it was intentional or accidental? Ji has not held any grudges. It seems Xingxing has a point. If it were deliberate, then she would indeed be malicious, intending to harm Ji. If unintentional, why the panic? If you allege bullying, present your evidence. Your own idol has apologized. Why continue to besmirch another? Is this not the epitome of victim blaming? The barrage of comments became a cacophony of discord, yet Mu Ling's fans were on the losing side. Mu Ji discerned the underlying meaning in Wei Zihan's words. Should she truly become enraged and nitpick, it would only serve his purpose. Of course, I don't mind, but I notice she appears unwell. Perhaps we should call a doctor to check on her? Mu Ji remarked, a gentle smile gracing her features. Following the previous incident, the director, fearing further mishaps, promptly summoned a doctor to be on standby for emergencies. Mu Ling, what truly transpired? Speak up, and we can resolve this together. If you feel unwell, let the doctor examine you. The director maintained his composure, having signed a contract. He couldn't simply dismiss her. What a troublesome situation. My apologies. Director, it's entirely my fault. I merely had a nightmare, and I was frightened. I've caused you all trouble, and it has nothing to do with my cousin. Mu Ling bowed her head in apology to Mu Ji, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, portraying an utterly pitiful image. She expertly played the role of the delicate, innocent flower, captivating the audience with her performance. I accept your apology. A pure heart will naturally not be disturbed by nightmares. I possess charms that aid sleep. Should you need them, I can offer you one. Mu Ji's eyes sparkled with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling shook her head vigorously, fear evident in her gaze. That little vixen Mu Ji surely harbored ill intentions. She would not be deceived. No, I trust in science, not superstition. Cousin, please refrain from indulging in these dubious practices. They are merely deceptive. Mu Ling's dismissive tone reflected her fatigue, lacking the usual bravado. Internally, Mu Ji felt exasperated. Since she didn't require assistance, there was no need to press the matter. All is well. However, your mental state appears unstable. Let the doctor come and check on you. There are still tasks to complete today, so we shall discuss it once you feel better. The director instructed someone nearby to summon the doctor. He had no intention of making things difficult for a young girl. Since she was part of his program, her mental well-being must be ensured. He certainly did not wish for the recording to conclude with her tarnishing her own reputation. Thank you, director. Mu Ling currently had no desire to behold Mu Ji's exquisitely captivating face and promptly retreated into her room.
Mu Ji.
Having exchanged pleasantries with the esteemed actor Zhou and Zhang Xingxing, was suddenly seized by Mu Mian, who grasped her wrist and pulled her into her chamber. The door shut tightly, obscuring the interior, and the live chat erupted in fervor. Where is my Gigi? My beloved Gigi?
Damn.
Gigi has been dragged into the little black room, the room. Is there something my esteemed VIP members cannot witness? I command you to swiftly activate the camera. Help, dear ones who understands, the sexual tension is palpable. My cotton-weaving CP is utterly intoxicating. Chapter 75. Live broadcast paused. Must we resort to imagination for such scenes? Boo-hoo, the child is famished. Do not make me kneel, and beg you. Mu Ji's beautiful eyes reflected a clear, bewildered confusion. What was the matter with Mu Mian? Was she in a foul mood? Mu Mian felt a twinge of irritation. Gently releasing Mu Ji's wrist, the anger in her gaze dissipating entirely. Are you going to bestow a sleep charm upon someone else? Mu Mian's icy demeanor uttered words of grievance, which seemed rather incongruent with her character. She had presumed it was her exclusive privilege, only to discover that it could also be given to others. Mu Ji's eyes sparkled with realization. So this was the reason behind Mu Mian's vexation. She was irked because Mu Ling was to receive the sleep charm. A sly smile crept across Mu Ji's lips as she continued. That was a ruse of mine. I had long suspected she would not dare use my belongings. I had no intention of gifting her a sleep charm. That charm was sought solely for you. Mu Mian's gaze faltered momentarily, feeling a hint of discomfort as she regarded Mu Ji. When had she become so petty? Even if Mu Ji were to gift it to another, it was ultimately her own affair. In the end, Mu Mian attributed the entire incident to her own possessiveness. Upon hearing that the charm had been sought only for her, a flicker of delight coursed through her heart. Mu Ji patted Mu Mian's shoulder, stating, "There is nothing else. I shall take my leave for now. If I wish to avoid Mu Ling, I can devise a way to make her exit the production team. No need. Mu Ling's petty tricks cannot affect me. I suspect she harbors a psychological shadow from seeing me these past few days." Mu Ji returned to her room and gazed at the barrage of excited comments flooding the screen, momentarily questioning whether she had entered the wrong live stream. Marveling at the fans' fervor for their CP. The time is so short, I am curious about what was discussed. Although unseen, the output from the fanfiction writers is truly delightful. I am now reclining in the pit. Sisters, I have a friend gravely ill. It is quite urgent. Everyone, please be mindful of the comments. Take care in my live stream. Mu Ji was taken aback by the multitude of CP fans surrounding her and Mu Mian, an unexpected revelation. Upon entering her room, Mu Ling received a call from her mother. Ling Ling, is that little wretch Mu Ji making things difficult for you in the production team? Why do you appear so haggard? Chun Fian expressed her heartfelt concern, seeing her beloved daughter, whom she cherished dearly, suffer indignities. Wishing she could tear Mu Ji's face apart at the production team. The mere mention of Mu Ji sent shivers down Mu Ling's spine.
Mom.
I suspect Mu Ji possesses some kind of dark sorcery. What should I do? She's become quite formidable, cunning, and not easily fooled. The thought of her own hidden misfortunes left Mu Ling feeling disgruntled. Chun Fian suppressed her anger, softly reassuring, "It's all right. Why not withdraw from the production team and come home? We need not participate in this wretched program." "No, I absolutely cannot withdraw. If I do, I would only be granting Mu Ji the satisfaction of victory. Mom, I must outshine Mu Ji. I, too, wish to be a grand star." She was not content with merely being a rising star in the design world. She aspired to become a glittering celebrity, the darling of the limelight. Determined to seize everything from Mu Ji and trample her into the mud, ensuring she would never rise again. Chun Fian felt a pang of sympathy for her precious daughter, but was taken aback by the depth of Mu Ji's cunning for one so young.
For now,
you should maintain a cordial relationship with her. When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. Some matters need not involve your direct intervention. I understand, Mom. I will not be headstrong. Mu Ling was perplexed, unable to discern where the problem lay. In her room, Mu Ji was chatting with fans when her phone buzzed with messages. "Mom, did Mu Ling bully you? Gigi, do not feel too wronged. Whatever you do, the Mu family will support you. Z, I am not wronged. Thank you, Mom."
Please do not worry about me.
Having reassured her fans, Mu Ji reflected on how the Mu family adored the original character, though the original character had only ever utilized them for her own gain, ultimately leading to the demise of the Mu family. After receiving a message from the director, Muji learned of the discovery of Yang Ni's father's body. "I am truly sorry. The live broadcast may need to be temporarily suspended," Muji informed her viewers. "No worries. We will wait for you." I saw the director explain that there has been an unexpected incident. Muji closed the live stream and collided with Mu Mian upon exiting. Mu Mian did not inquire further, simply following silently behind Muji. In front of the happy house, the crowd gathered, and the director was engaged in conversation with a police officer. "Officer, what has transpired? These individuals were past volunteers. Is there an issue?" The director was internally anxious, praying that nothing serious had occurred, fearing that the wildly popular variety show might meet an untimely end. The director's gaze swept over the approaching figures, landing on Muji. The young girl was stunning, an indescribable allure emanating from her. Her aura was pure, her eyes vibrant, radiating an otherworldly charm that felt like a refreshing spring in the sweltering summer, instilling a sense of tranquility. "This is just a routine inquiry. Do not be alarmed. When you were in elementary school, did you happen to see Yang Ni's father?" "Yes, at that time, the little girl's father lost control." "Officer, is there a problem?" The director was terrified deep down, fearing that Muji's intervention had led to complications, yet he believed the police would not misjudge the situation. "He is deceased." Upon the officer's declaration, everyone present, except for Muji and Mu Mian, turned pale. How could this be? The director's heart raced, praying that this incident had no connection to Muji.
Who is Muji?
The officer inquired, glancing at the reactions of those present. The group turned anxious gazes towards Muji. Zhou Shiren observed Muji's calm demeanor and felt reassured, fearing only unnecessary trouble. Zhang Xingxing remained vigilant. Should anyone dare to harm his Jiji, he would not hesitate to take action. Wei Zihan inwardly reveled at the thought that Muji had knocked someone unconscious. Perhaps that man would meet his end, making Muji an unwitting accomplice to murder. He eagerly anticipated how she would extricate herself from this predicament. Mu Ling's haggard face flashed with a hint of delight. It seemed Muji had landed in a considerable mess, and she was convinced the Mu family could not protect a murderer. Muji stepped forward. "Was it you who knocked Yang Jianzhong unconscious when he went berserk?" "Yes," Muji replied nonchalantly. "Aside from that day, have you met him again?" "I have no acquaintance with him." "Understood. Have you considered becoming a police officer in the future?" "I see you possess strong psychological resilience and exceptional skills. I have high hopes for you. If you become a police officer, you could become a pillar of the nation." Everyone was bewildered by this sudden shift in conversation, questioning the nature of this unforeseen development. Mu Ling seethed with rage. What was it about Muji that allowed her to evade accountability? The director sighed in relief. Thankfully, he was not frightened to death, after all. He was getting on in years, and was no longer one to be easily startled. Chapter 76. A little demon from hell. Muji remained remarkably composed, gently shaking her head in refusal. "I apologize for the disturbance. Should any further issues arise, I hope you will cooperate," the police officer stated with a professional demeanor. "Thank you for your hard work, officers. Please take care," the director thought, wishing fervently not to witness any more mishaps with the show he had painstakingly produced. "Officers, what exactly has happened?" "My cousin knocked Yang Jianzhong unconscious. There won't be any problems, will there?" Mu Ling asked, concern etched across her face. The director shot a disapproving glance at Mu Ling, irritated that she would speak so recklessly in front of the police. Anyone who heard her might mistakenly believe that Muji was the cause of the trouble, which was no joking matter. It could very well involve a life. Was Mu Ling's mind muddled? The police officer noted the scribbled notes and glanced at the bystanders, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with what appeared to be genuine concern. "There is no need to inform you of the specifics of the case. You are merely required to assist with our inquiries. You need not worry about matters beyond that," he concluded before leading his team away. Mu Ling felt a surge of indignation, her face shifting from green to pale. Never before had anyone treated her with such disrespect. It infuriated her. The director observed Mu Ling, contemplating how two individuals with the same surname could possess such vastly differing levels of intelligence and emotional acuity. It was exhausting. "In the future, be mindful of your words and the context," he advised. "Look at how disheveled you appear. How will we continue filming like this? You should rest well." Mu Ling pouted, feeling slighted not only by the police but also scolded by the director. With a heart full of pent-up frustration, she stormed back to her room. Zhou Shiren felt a twinge of unease. The man involved might be linked to a homicide. His gaze shifted to Muji, recalling Yang Jianzhong's demeanor that day, strange and ominous, reminiscent of a possession. Muji had mystical abilities, and the circumstances surrounding Yang Jianzhong's death could lead to two possible conclusions. He was harmed by malevolent forces, or it was highly likely that Muji was involved. Zhou Shuren yearned to understand the nature of these entities that had so profoundly altered his perceptions after more than 2 decades of life. Zhang Xingxing remained indifferent to others. Whether Yang Jianzhong was alive or dead was of no concern to him, as long as his dear Muji was unharmed. The director wished to offer Muji some reassurance, not to be affected by the police's words, only to find her in a languid state, basking in the sun with half-closed eyes, exuding a refreshing aura of youth and vitality that dispelled any lingering shadows in his heart. Well then, there was no need for him to intervene. The director resolved to investigate the matter further, as it was surely significant enough to warrant police involvement.
Why are you staring at me?
Muji queried, her enchanting eyes glinting in confusion at the three who gazed her way. Nothing, Zhou Shuren replied, burdened by many unanswered questions. Was it she who had saved his sister? Was she connected to Yang Jianzhong's incident? Yet he could not voice these inquiries, sensing she was concealing her identity. Let this matter remain a secret, known only to him, and he would protect her. Perhaps one day, they would face each other without barriers. Gigi, do you harbor any secrets from us? Zhang Xingxing approached with a teasing smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief. At that moment, a cold, pale hand swiftly covered his face, and before he could react, Mu Mian had slapped him away. Zhang Xingxing nearly lost his balance. His damp eyes fixated on Muji, silently accusing Mu Mian of her roughness. Men and women should maintain a distance. Should there be a next time? It won't be merely a slap. Mu Mian shot a cold glance at Zhang Xingxing, finding him exceedingly bothersome. Gigi, she bullies others. You should discard this sister. She is so crude. What if she hits you again? Mu Mian mused, pondering the nature of this Zhang Xingxing, who seemed utterly unlikable, unlike her gentle and lovely sister.
Muji.
She would not strike someone without cause. Even in a fight, she was unlikely to be defeated. Few could inflict harm upon her. Perhaps that foolish heavenly Tao could be counted among them. Damn it. Zhang Xingxing glared at Mu Mian, inwardly cursing her, vowing that one day he would reveal his true self to Muji. He let out a cold huff and strutted away with an air of pride. Mu Mian observed Zhang Xingxing's departing figure, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. He appeared innocent and harmless. Yet she sensed a depth to him that was not so simple. His ability to suppress hostility and revert to a cheerful demeanor after her provocations was that of a cunning fox. Once Zhang Xingxing turned away, his smile vanished, his eyes now veiling disdain and amusement. Devoid of any adorableness, he was unmistakably a little demon from hell. Mu Mian cast a glance at Muji before turning to leave. Muji sighed softly. Why did these two clash so vehemently? It seemed they were forever at odds. And she hoped that after the variety show concluded, they would not cross paths again. Without the constraints of the program, she feared they might come to blows. The director quickly learned the news, and, upon hearing it, was taken aback. Last night, Yang Jianzhong had fallen off a mountain, discovered this morning by villagers. He had long since passed. This incident was truly uncanny. How could a person vanish so abruptly? The director felt a sense of relief. It was likely an accident. Poor boy. Left an orphan at such a young age. Muji reclined on a rattan chair soaking in the sunlight while Mu Mian sat on a stool engrossed in her phone. Zhang Xingxing and Zhou Shuren occasionally stole glances in Muji's direction. Wei Zihan remained inscrutable, pondering what had transpired, confident that the director would soon clarify. Why did Zhou Shuren's gaze linger on Muji? Was it merely a superficial attraction, especially towards a girl so young? She believed he was not so shallow. When the director returned, he was greeted by a scene of harmony. Recalling how he had mercilessly toyed with the previous season's guests, he felt that this time, he was the one feeling anxious. I've gathered information. Yang Jianzhong has died from an accidental fall. Everyone need not worry. This matter does not concern us. We shall proceed with filming as planned, but please refrain from disclosing this to fans to avoid unnecessary complications, Director Liang cautioned repeatedly. Recalling how his heart nearly stopped upon first encountering the police that morning, Muji was not surprised and merely nodded in understanding. The director stroked his chin, pondering how this young girl, despite her tender years, seemed to embody a calmness and wisdom that belied her age. Thinking of his own rebellious daughter, Director Liang felt a pang of envy. How fortunate he would be to have such a capable and clever daughter, which would surely keep his hair thick and healthy. Wei Zihan contemplated for a moment before speaking. Director, with Yang Jianzhong's passing, his daughter is now all alone. I wish to offer her support. It is truly pitiful for a girl to be left to fend for herself. Chapter 77. The Task Lottery. Are you satisfied? Mu Ji's gaze sparkled with a gentle smile as she looked over, causing Wei Zihan to awkwardly avert her gaze. Feeling as if Mu Ji could see through her innermost thoughts, exposing the sordid ideas she had kept hidden. The director raised an eyebrow in surprise, clicking his tongue. I cannot make such a decision. It must be discussed with the child. We can talk about it once her father has been laid to rest. I have no ties to that child and cannot act unilaterally. Wei Zihan nodded, her voice soft. I will certainly strive for it. I have previously supported children in impoverished areas, so I am somewhat familiar with this process. As she spoke, she gazed at Zhou Shuren with longing. However, Zhou Shuren displayed no reaction, offering her no extra attention. Wei Zihan gritted her teeth, perplexed by what type of woman he favored, unsure of how to proceed. Mu Ji gently clapped her hands and rose to her feet. The falling blossoms bore intention, while the flowing water remained indifferent. The lovesick and the heartbroken, Mu Ji had never tasted the essence of love. She merely gleaned its nuances from plays and the tapestry of life around her. Her parents shared a profound affection, and due to a curse, they bestowed upon her all the love they could muster in this lifetime. Apart from the fate that eluded her grasp, she reigned as a queen in her world. Gifted from birth, she learned swiftly, earning the adoration of her masters and establishing herself as an unassailable presence in the mystical realm. She had never even held a man's hand, let alone shared a kiss. It seemed her destiny was to face solitude in her twilight years. At times, she pondered whether her exceptional nature and abundance were the very reasons she bore a curse. Her life as fleeting as a flower in bloom. She suddenly recalled that enigmatic, frail beauty she encountered one fateful night, a surreal apparition that left her bewildered. Wei Zihan glanced at Mu Ji, cautiously probing. Sister Mu Ji, you wouldn't entertain thoughts of sponsorship, would you? Wei Zihan's greatest fear was that Mu Ji might share such intentions. It seemed she possessed an enchanting allure, effortlessly captivating hearts. Mu Ji's pristine visage bore little expression. Her laughter soft. Indeed, I happen to have such thoughts as well. The corners of her lips curled slightly, her eyes glinting with playful mockery. Wei Zihan's countenance stiffened. Accustomed to the superficialities of the entertainment industry, she believed Mu Ji harbored reservations, especially considering her status as a senior. Having decided to sponsor, she felt it was disrespectful for a newcomer like Mu Ji to intrude. Director Liang had intended to depart and prepare for upcoming tasks, but he was taken aback by this electrifying exchange. This spirited girl, Mu Ji, was genuinely authentic. Such matters could have been handled with a simple gesture of goodwill. Yet she had boldly challenged Wei Zihan. As a mere observer, Director Liang was keen to witness the unfolding drama, already contemplating how to edit this into the broadcast. After all, controversy breeds interest. Mu Ji, you're still a student. Sponsorship isn't merely about monetary support. I understand you lack for nothing, but that child has no family. It entails not just financial assistance, but also a commitment to her emotional and physical well-being. It's not so simple. I have experience in sponsorship. Allow me to handle this one to you? Wei Zihan coaxed, determined not to miss this opportunity. Mu Ji had garnered considerable attention through her own merits, and now she was quarreling over such a trivial matter. How insatiable. Mu Ji replied with a slight smile. The director has indicated that the choice lies with the concerned parties. One should never impose excessively. Many impoverished individuals require support, not just her. I trust Miss Wei, with your passion for charitable endeavors. You wouldn't mind if there were to be more beneficiaries. Wei Zihan was momentarily at a loss for words. After years in the entertainment industry, she found herself outmaneuvered by this young girl, which ignited her frustration. With a bright laugh, Wei Zihan conceded, of course I wouldn't mind. You make a valid point. Let the involved parties decide for themselves. I just feel for that child, sensing a connection with her. After a brief intermission, the live broadcast resumed, with fans and viewers eager as fledglings awaiting their feed. The group exchanged greetings while awaiting the director's instructions. Finally, they are in the same frame. Edited videos never suffice. Nothing compares to the thrill of live action. Handsome men and beautiful women, a veritable feast for the eyes, a paradise for shippers. Who's enjoying this? Here we go. Let us see Director Liang's flair for entertainment. Show us your prowess. Create some excitement. Do not fret. Trust in Director Liang's skills. The first season was a nightmare for many celebrities. In his show, only the truly talented can shine. As it stands, Director Liang's capabilities seem dwarfed by Mu Ji's brilliance. She appears to possess an extraordinary aura. Can Mu Ji's fans refrain from boasting here? Establishing a persona at this moment is premature. The show has just begun, and the director is merely testing the waters. Let us not faceplant later. Standing alongside Mu Mian, Mu Ling appeared vibrant after her makeup, standing close to Wei Zihan, who maintained a warm smile, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Mu Ji. It seemed she intended to stir the dynamics between Mu Ji and Mu Ling, using Mu Ling as a pawn against Mu Ji. Mu Ling, however, was in less than stellar condition. Mu Mian posed no threat, but Mu Ji remained her sole rival. Zhang Xingxing stifled a yawn from boredom. The only motivation for him in this show was Mu Ji. She was simply fascinating. Director Liang finally arrived, appearing in high spirits, holding a megaphone, flanked by crew members. What a beautiful day, perfect for fishing. Your task today is to fish at Xishan. The losing team will face a penalty. So heed my warning, figure out how to get there on your own, and draw lots for your teams. The lottery drawing was a familiar process. Mu Ji was the first to draw and received blue. Those who drew the same color would form a team. Zhang Xingxing drew white, Zhou Shiren red, while Mu Mian hesitated before the box, stifling her urge to act. It's hilarious. Mu Mian's desire to team up with Ji is all too apparent. If she doesn't end up with Mu Ji, will Mu Mian storm off in a huff? Let us not jinx it. Mu Mian merely wishes to team up with Ji. What if she loses her temper? Wei Zihan silently prayed for a red draw. A chance to foster her relationship with Zhou Shiren. She could not afford to miss this opportunity. Mu Mian stepped forward, her fingers delicately stirring the contents within, while Mu Ji watched with curiosity, eager to fish alongside her. Anticipation surged within her. She was talented and surely adept at fishing. She could effortlessly bask in victory. Mu Ji gazed intently at Mu Mian, her lips curving into a charming smile, exuding an air of innocence. Their eyes met, and Mu Mian felt a flicker of annoyance. Was this an invitation to join forces? If so, she would oblige Mu Ji's desires. Mu Ji's fingers brushed the surface of the balls, and with a gleam of fortune, she exclaimed, "Wow, what incredible luck. It truly is a blue ball. Ha ha ha." Mu Ji's incredulous expression is simply adorable. Give her a kiss, Mom. Mu Mian's expression remained impassive. Yet a trace of satisfaction flickered at the corners of her mouth as she tossed the ball to a nearby participant and stepped closer to Mu Ji. Are you satisfied? Chapter 78. Welcome to my team. Mu Ji's sparkling eyes brimmed with confusion. Was her luck truly this extraordinary? Did Mu Mian employ some method to discern the ball's markings? Yet, was Mu Mian not the embodiment of youthful exuberance, albeit slightly overly dramatic? Ahem. Modesty, modesty. Not being in the same team as Mu Ji brought mixed feelings, especially for Zhang Xingxing, who found himself paired with Mu Ling, a daunting prospect given her cunning nature. He cast a sideways glance at Mu Mian, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Did you perhaps employ some trickery? He refused to believe her luck could be this fortuitous. It felt almost toxic. Unconvinced? Draw first next time. Mu Mian raised an eyebrow, dismissing Zhang Xingxing's words entirely. It was mere skill, not cheating. Zhang Xingxing was left feeling defeated, his once bright demeanor dimmed, his eyes wide and innocent as he turned to Mu Ji, seeking her consolation.
Mu Ji smiled gently.
Try harder next time. Zhang Xingxing's heart shattered. Was his acting truly so poor? Or was his image not pitiable enough to inspire Mu Ji's sympathy? The lottery concluded, and the groups were instructed to proceed to Xishan for fishing. Each team received a map, and the warning not to get lost was echoing in the air. I will await your arrival at Xishan. Zhou Shiren held the map in his hands. Glancing at the location of the creek and mountains, it wasn't too far. However, he wondered why they lacked fishing equipment. Director, what about the fishing tools? Wei Zihan promptly echoed his thoughts, voicing her own confusion. Fishing surely requires equipment. They can't possibly go empty-handed, can they? The director chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. This is something you must figure out on your own. It will test your resourcefulness and creativity. If I provided fishing gear, how would the excitement unfold? I relish the thought of you floundering helplessly and begging the production team for assistance. As expected of Director Liang. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. This is truly devious. Director Liang, you're exhausting every resource. How can we manage without tools?
Ha!
I do love a mischievous director. One cannot miss the fun. The online comments brimmed with ideas, sharing fishing techniques, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhou Shuren knew how to fish, albeit not exceptionally well. He had learned from some seasoned actors over the years. But that was under the condition of having the proper tools. Zhang Xingxing had no inclination towards fishing at all, in his mind. It was an activity for old men. How could a lively, cheerful youth like him possess such patience? Wei Zihan felt a flicker of joy, knowing she could fish. Yet the significant issue at hand was the lack of fishing tools. Muji, do you have any ideas? Wei Zihan glanced at Muji, who was known for her flair. Perhaps she could devise a solution. Mu Mian shot an icy glare at Wei Zihan, finding her irritating. This was a team competition. Even if she had a plan, she was under no obligation to share it. Is your brain filled with water? The group gasped. Only Mu Mian dared to speak so boldly in a variety show, her sharp tongue truly formidable. Muji smirked. The big shot was quite straightforward in her rebukes. And Mu Mian paid no mind to the barrage of comments. Everyone can look up tutorials online. While complete gear might be lacking, we can create something rudimentary as long as it catches fish. I've checked the creek and mountains. It's a popular fishing spot, and with a bit of luck, we might be able to borrow some equipment. Muji's words acted like a calming balm, settling the group's anxiety. All right, let us give it a try. If all else fails, we can think of something when we arrive at the creek and mountains. Zhou Shuren felt reassured, slightly ashamed that a younger girl remained so composed. Yet he reminded himself that Muji was no ordinary person. She wasn't a pampered young lady, detached from the practicalities of life. The group began pulling out their phones to search for tutorials. There were plenty online regarding how to make simple fishing rods or tools.
Mumian.
Do you prefer a fishing rod or a net? Fishing can be accomplished with either. Nets are often more efficient since they don't require bait. Whichever.
Mumian replied.
Departing the courtyard. I wonder what Ji will concoct. Time is of the essence. Why is Mu Mian leaving her to handle it alone? Let us entertain a conspiracy theory. Perhaps Mu Mian joined the variety show to siphon off Muji as spotlight, preparing for her own debut. Is the person upstairs asking for a reprimand? Muji has already stated Mu Mian's character. They are sisters, so don't bring negativity. Exactly. Those with sinister thoughts find malice in everything. These two clearly support each other. Our sisterhood is devoid of such convoluted schemes. Muji ventured into the storage room, which housed grains and miscellaneous items. She rummaged through and found some wire and a netting. Is Gigi planning to make a fishing net? Impressive. Can a net really be made? It's not an easy task. While simple for professionals, Muji is a young lady. How could she possibly know how? Given her adept hands, I can't help but wonder what she cannot do. Muji had previously accompanied her juniors to catch birds and fish. Skills honed through extensive practice. She wove the net at an astonishing speed, leaving viewers in awe. Goodness, I've been shallow. I didn't realize it could be done like this. Clearly experienced. I've done something similar for my child. This young lady is quite clever. I never noticed before. Muji seemed so unapproachable, but now she appears so down-to-earth and endearing. Wei Zihan and Zhou Shuren worked well together, crafting a fishing rod, though its effectiveness remained uncertain. Zhang Xingxing watched the clumsy Mu Ling, ultimately letting her hold the phone while he worked solo. The dainty young lady was quite bothersome. Mu Ling silently resented him, unable to comprehend why Muji had become so strangely distant after that incident. She was just like her, so how could she possibly possess such skills? It felt almost supernatural, fueling her frustration. Once the group was prepared, they set off. Zhang Xingxing, noticing Mu Mian's absence, couldn't resist chiming in. Your teammate isn't afraid of being left behind, is she? Gigi, you're welcome to join my team. She won't.
Muji replied confidently.
Wei Zihan observed the fishing net in Muji's hands, a wave of unease washing over him. The net offered an advantage over the rod. Would Muji outshine everyone again? As they stepped outside, they spotted Mu Mian leaning casually against a motorcycle, her legs crossed. Muji's eyes sparkled. Mu Mian had managed to acquire a motorcycle. Zhang Xingxing grimaced, feeling his spotlight was once again stolen. Chapter 79. Mu Mian's exclusive motorcycle ride. Hop on, I'll take you. Mu Mian effortlessly swung her long legs over the bike. Muji felt a twinge of excitement. A big shot's motorcycle was bound to be thrilling. She glanced at the others, her smile tempered with restraint. I'll be leaving with Mu Mian now. Stay safe. Zhou Shuren cautioned with concern. Wei Zihan smiled and nodded, while Mu Ling remained silent, inwardly wishing Muji would fall off the bike. hoping the two loathed individuals would meet an unfortunate fate. Mumian, do you truly know how to ride? If an accident occurs, your safety is of little consequence. But if something were to happen to Gigi's delicate frame, it would be a serious matter.
Mumians koffet, lazily lifting Heiress.
Dismissing the doubts regarding her riding skills. Apologies, but collectively, you all wouldn't stand a chance against me. Muji stifled a laugh internally. Mumian was a racing deity, an elite F1 driver. How could she possibly fall? Reflecting on this, Muji realized she was likely the first to sit behind Mumian, as only the male lead had experienced that in the original story. Excuse me, male lead, better luck next time. Muji gracefully settled onto the back seat, leaving the others with a striking silhouette. Hold on tight. Mumian's gaze remained fixed ahead, a faint smile gracing her otherwise stern expression. The motorcycle roared to life, leaving a trail of exhaust in its wake. The bike sped away like the wind, leaving the livestream audience wide-eyed. The camera crew struggled to keep up. In the blink of an eye, they vanished, the fleeting figure disappearing from the broadcast. Can someone tell me who this Mumian is? Clearly, she's a seasoned rider. What's so surprising? We have riders like her zipping through the streets of my hometown every day. Help. I can't see the live stream anymore. I'm so worried for Gigi's safety. One dares to ride, and the other dares to sit. What a perfect match. You CP fans really find the most peculiar angles. It could very well be a matter of life and death. If anything happens to Gigi, we fans will not take it lightly. No worries, don't fret. Although the screen has gone dark, the microphone remains on, allowing us to hear the sounds. If anything happens, we will immediately call for emergency assistance. Trusting someone enough to entrust one's life to them is a profound commitment. The way Muji unhesitatingly entered the car truly captivated my heart. The stunning silhouette has been captured. Mumian specifically sought out a vehicle. She has never been one for empty sweet talk, instead proving her care for Gigi through her actions. Gigi, in turn, repeatedly places her faith in her, resolutely defending Mumian against other skepticism. Who understands the unwavering mutual pursuit between them? It is the most touching of connections. Zhou Shuren glanced at his watch and remarked, "We cannot afford to delay. Reaching Shishan will take time. It would be prudent to find a mode of transportation for convenience." No one opposed Zhou Shuren's suggestion. Usually they would travel in luxury vehicles, but here, such opulence was out of the question. The production team had not provided them with a car, leaving them to seek assistance from the villagers. Fortunately, the local inhabitants were warm and hospitable, and the group quickly flagged down a rickshaw. Mu Ling looked at the dirty, dilapidated vehicle with disdain. Having never ridden in such a cheap contraption in her life, Zhang Xingxing scowled, wishing he had simply hailed a cab. He vowed never to participate in Director Liang's shows again. "Hey, little girl, hurry up, I'm in a rush." The uncle glanced at the hesitant Mu Ling. "City girls are so spoiled. If you don't want to ride, just say so. Don't make it seem like I'm forcing you." Mu Ling suppressed her queasy feeling. For the sake of the fire, she had to endure. Why was Mu Ji so fortunate? A battered motorcycle would be preferable to this. What is that smell? It's unbearable. Mu Ling's expression is filled with so many points of contention that I don't know what to say. She's a young lady who can't handle hardship, clearly needing something from others, yet her brows are furrowed as if she could crush flies. Can we refrain from disparaging remarks? My Lingbao hasn't he said anything, and who knows what has been on that vehicle? Any sensible person would find it unpleasant. The comments erupted into a lively debate, yet this bore no relation to Muji. With one arm around Mu Mian's waist, Muji felt the wind howling past her ears. Closing her eyes, she reveled in the exhilarating experience. This was the essence of racing. If only the vehicle's specifications were higher and the rural concrete roads transformed into a racetrack. Extending one hand with a smile of pure delight on her face, she felt utterly liberated. Isn't it fun? All her worries faded away. At that moment, she was a free little bird, unburdened by thought. Mu Mian remained silent, focused intently on riding, and soon they arrived at Shishan. The director, startled by the sight of Mu Mian racing towards him, nearly choked on the dust kicked up. Relieved, she landed safely. What are today's youth chasing? Thrills? The comments erupted in screams. So cool. Mu Mian and Mu Ji together are a visual delight. Finally, we see them on camera. This vehicle hardly deserves Mu Mian's riding skills. Although we couldn't see her riding in full glory, her movements were undeniably impressive. Gentle Gigi, let me pet you. You all are quite fast. Catching up to us. The director felt a pang of disappointment. He had envisioned the production team arriving first, watching the dust-covered group ascend the mountain. Naturally, director. Mumion's motorcycle is no slower than your vehicle, Muji replied casually while admiring the beautiful scenery of Shishan. So, will you two accompany us up the mountain? Or wait for them? The director inquired. I'm indifferent. I wish to see the introduction to Shishan. The fishing details must be understood, Muji stated. There is indeed an introduction, but acquiring it won't be straightforward. If you want the brochure, you'll need to barter, the director said cryptically.
What?
As long as it's not a deliberate challenge, I can manage. Ahem, today's lunch will be grilled fish. So the fish you catch must not only sustain yourselves but also cater to the production team. What do you think? The director looked at Mu Ji with mischief, clearly anticipating her culinary skills. Mu Ji responded, I thought it would be a difficult task. It's nothing of the sort. This is simple, though we lack a grill. The distinctive feature of Shishan is that the fishing spot has dedicated grilling stalls. Grilling can be done at any time. How could I possibly be unprepared? Director Liang stroked his chin. Mu Ji clicked her tongue. Truly, he was a playful director. She began to suspect he was merely interested in enjoying grilled fish, leaving the fishing effort to them, so he wouldn't have to lift a finger and could still savor her cooking. That plan was quite audacious. Here's the brochure. Good luck, I'll be watching you closely. Haha, help, the director is too funny. How dare he trick Shiji like that? For the sake of grilled fish. The director is going all out. Director, I despise you. I've started drooling already. Muji meticulously flipped through the brochure, which contained detailed information about Shishan. It wasn't a national tourist area. Could it be a private mountain? Chapter 80, Mumion catches fish. The mountain is abundant with treasures. It seems to truly be a feng shui haven. Perhaps they will catch something interesting. Shishan is indeed a splendid place. What we see is merely a fraction, as some areas are not open to outsiders, adding an air of mystery. The director leisurely remarked that fortunately, this didn't affect the filming. Otherwise, communication would have been challenging. As the production team rested, they prepared their equipment, knowing it would not be an easy task. Soon, the sound of a tractor approached.
We've arrived.
I must get to work. Enjoy yourselves. The uncle tipped his straw hat and walked away. Mu Ling, jolted along the bumpy ride, felt nauseous, while Wei Zihan appeared pale. The two gentlemen fared slightly better, having not anticipated the uncle's wild driving. They thought he was an experienced driver. But he nearly tossed them out of the vehicle. Ha, forgive me for laughing so loudly. Their expressions are utterly hilarious. I've ridden before. Bumpy roads are just part of the experience. You'll get used to it. However, this uncle's driving skills are truly lacking. Mu Ling nearly fell out. In contrast, Mu Ji and Mu Mian remained tidy and composed, showing no signs of disturbance. All right, since everyone has arrived, let us set off to our destination. Your task is not simple. Mu Ji handed the brochure to the director. Wei Zihan observed the brochure in Mu Ji's hands. It bore no special insignia, just a simple green cover with the introduction to Shishan. A flicker of contemplation crossed Wei Zihan's eyes. The director had shown such an important item to Mu Ji, stirring feelings of imbalance within her. Mu Ling noticed as well but chose to remain silent this time. Seeing Mu Ling unresponsive, Wei Zihan assumed she was still out of sorts. If it were any other time, she would have confronted her. Truly foolish, merely relying on her background. Were she in such a position, she would not be so passive. With no other option, Wei Zihan resolved to take matters into her hands, ensuring Mu Ji wouldn't monopolize the advantage. There might be crucial information regarding fishing within. Director, may I see that brochure? I wish to find some useful information. Wei Zihan requested sweetly, her tone laced with respect and politeness. The director chuckled, of course, but there are conditions. Any fish you catch must be shared with the production team. It's wise not to put all your eggs in one basket. If Mu Ji and Mu Mian don't catch enough fish, casting a wider net could be beneficial, given the production team's numbers. He could find a way around it. Upon hearing this, Wei Zihan's face subtly brightened with a hint of a smile. After all, fishing was a task she was confident in. Of course, director, I have no qualms about it. She readily agreed, unwilling to let Mu Ji monopolize the crucial information. Zihan is simply remarkable. This will surely yield valuable insights. What a clever approach. Sister Zihan truly exemplifies a role model in the entertainment industry. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the intellectual linchpin. She has previously shared photos of her fishing endeavors on Weibo, so she is bound to excel this time. We eagerly anticipate Sister Zihan's splendid performance. Wei Zihan's fans erupted in enthusiastic cheers. looking forward to their idol shining brightly in the fishing competition. However, after successfully obtaining the booklet, Wei Zihan found no useful information within. She had anticipated a fishing guide, only to discover it merely contained an introduction to Shishan, rather mundane mountain, rendering the opportunity squandered. She had foolishly acquiesced to the director's request. Having to share the catch with the director implied a loss for their group, a scenario that seemed utterly disadvantageous. Even if they discerned the types of fish present, it would not lead to any substantial gain. Wei Zihan felt as though she had been duped. Muji had not anticipated that Shishan harbored numerous valuable ornamental fish, rarely seen and almost mythical in nature. She hoped for a stroke of luck to encounter them, envisioning bringing one back for her father, who delighted in raising fish, cultivating flowers, and practicing calligraphy and painting. The group soon ascended the mountain, arriving at their destination, a verdant stream adjacent to an outdoor barbecue stall and a small convenience store. Some individuals were already fishing at the platform, casting curious glances at the newcomers. Muji stood there, her fair and delicate skin seemingly capable of dripping water, drawing the attention of onlookers, harmonizing beautifully with the lush backdrop of mountains and streams. They began to whisper among themselves, captivated by the sight of such striking figures. Are they big stars? Bait was available for purchase at the site. After allocating the funds, Muji led the group to the shore to acquire bait. She selected a spot for fishing, mindful that a tranquil environment was essential to avoid startling the fish, ensuring ample distance between them. Sister, have you ever fished before? Why not give it a try? Muji observed Mu Mian with delight, confident that her efforts would yield fruitful results and the task would soon be accomplished. Mu Mian frowned slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her fair face. She did not elaborate, merely responding with a subdued affirmative, as though relieved to accept Muji's fishing net. Muji's eyes sparkled with encouragement as she stood silently to the side, wary of disrupting Mu Mian's concentration. Why do I have an ominous premonition? I feel Mu Mian won't succeed. Actually, I share that sentiment. It's quite amusing. And Mu Mian is bravely facing the challenge. Let's not get too attached. Other groups have already begun fishing. Can Mu Mian really manage? Not to worry. With Gigi backing her, I see Gigi brimming with confidence in Mu Mian. Perhaps she truly can. In due course, the netizens' anticipations proved premature. Mu Mian seemed to be at odds with the fish in the stream, consistently coming up empty-handed. Her first catch was a toy Ultraman, followed by a plastic bottle on her second attempt. Frowning, her brows knitted tightly, she glared at the small fish swimming past her, a hint of frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Ha! This is hilarious. Mu Mian seems rather clumsy, thinking she is aloof and untouchable, yet the reality is, she's just exasperated. Her icy stare betrays a simmering confusion. It seems she is beginning to question her existence. It's only been a couple of tries, with more attempts. She'll surely find her rhythm. Yet, as she attempted again and again 3, 4, 5, 6 times, Mu Mian continued to haul in bizarre items, but not a single fish. Rome Hanyue and Jiang Fan sat together, watching the live broadcast. Jiang Fan could not stifle a chuckle, coughing up his coffee. What on earth is wrong with this young lady? Not a single fish to show for her efforts. Rome Hanyue's narrowed eyes glinted with a chill as he cast a cold glance at Jiang Fan, his white shirt slightly unbuttoned, his long black legs exuding an air of restrained allure. Jiang Fan cleared his throat. I wasn't laughing at Miss Mu. Truly. I just couldn't help it. It's too amusing, isn't it? Chapter 81. The fishing fiasco. Rome Hanyue shot a dispassionate glance at Jiang Fan. You've sullied my floor. Clean it up. Jiang Fan blinked, incredulous. Surely you can't be serious? Is it really necessary to be so petty? A man shouldn't be this stingy. With gritted teeth, Jiang Fan retorted. Doesn't your family have a maid? His hands are skilled in surgery. Asking him to clean is simply absurd. Rome Hanyue's elegant eyebrows arched slightly, his lips parting. Indeed, but I pay the maid's salary. Should you have an issue with it, then perhaps you should refrain from coming here in the future. Jiang Fan clenched his jaw, cursing Rome Hanyue inwardly. You treat your good friends this way? Heartbreaking. With no choice but to comply, Jiang Fan picked up a tissue to clean the spilled coffee, contemplating how to deal with this troublesome individual. Lin Shui and Mu Xiaotian watched anxiously as Mu Mian repeatedly came up empty in the broadcast. What should we do? Has Gigi ever fished before? There are penalties for losing. Mu Mian's technique seemed lacking, and her luck appeared dismal. Mu Xiaotian reassured his wife. It's still early. There are plenty of opportunities. Besides, Gigi hasn't learned fishing from Dad, As you know, their relationship has been strained since her entry into the entertainment industry. If only I had known fishing would be involved, I would have encouraged Gigi to learn from Dad. His skills are exceptional. Often spending time fishing with other older gentlemen, enjoying their simple and leisurely pastime. As Elder Moo sipped tea, he too tuned in to the live stream, feeling a pang of guilt towards his granddaughter. Despite her lackluster academic performance, he believed there was still time for her to learn and potentially serve the nation in the military. This girl's demeanor is a bit cold. Perhaps a few setbacks will help refine her character. As Elder Moo watched, his frown deepened, wishing he could leap into the video and assist Moo Mian in her fishing endeavors. It was indeed tormenting to witness a fishing expert watch this unfold.
Mulink.
Observing the scene, felt a surge of satisfaction. At last, she's hit a snag. Let us see how they handle it now. I've spent time learning some techniques from Grandpa. They'll be in for a surprise. Cousin, would you like me to teach you? I've learned a bit from Grandpa and can share some tricks. I assume this is your first time, and it's alright if you don't catch anything. Mu Ling smiled slightly, her confident demeanor radiating pride, as if the humiliation of the past had been washed away in this moment. Wow, Ling Bao is truly kind-hearted. Even in this situation, she thinks of Gigi, unlike Gigi, who constantly seeks to please Mu Mian. Ling Bao is quite impressive. She has already caught a fish. Let us not downplay her success, and focus on our own. Can your fans please refrain from going wild here? The competition is far from over, and Gigi hasn't even had her turn yet. Muji cast a subtle glance at Mu Mian, a comforting smile gracing her lips. Let me give it a try. Your towering presence is likely scaring the fish away. High emotional intelligence, a presence that towers at 2 meters 8. Low emotional intelligence, poor fishing skills.
Ha.
Muji's emotional intelligence is impressive. Her words not only alleviate the awkwardness, but also soothe Mu Mian. Oh, how I adore Gigi's character. I previously misjudged her, thinking her aloof and indifferent towards her fans, until this recent variety show revealed her delightful charm. Mu Ling scoffed inwardly, feeling dismissed as her words went unacknowledged. She thought to herself if she couldn't catch a single fish, she shouldn't blame her. Mu Mian cast a cold glance at Mu Ling, causing her heart to tremble, the smile fading from her lips as she began to focus on fishing. A country girl, wrapped in her own detachment. Why was she so intent on defending Muji? It baffled her, considering that Muji had usurped her prestigious status and all the wealth and glory accumulated over the years, only to ultimately claim everything for herself, leaving her to weep in despair. Unbeknownst to Muji, the formidable presence she exuded likely deterred the fish in the stream, sensing an innate danger from her bloodthirsty aura. This was not something to hold against Mu Mian, as self-preservation is a fundamental instinct of all creatures. Zhou Shiren and Zhang Xingxing occasionally glanced at Muji, curious about her fishing technique. They observed as Muji gracefully lowered her fishing net into the water, patiently awaiting the catch.
Mulink inyardli moketer.
Thinking it was a futile dream to expect fish to be lured in this manner. After clearing the mess, it was finally Muji's turn. Jiang Fan internally squealed, "Ah. My goddess has such flawless skin, radiant and smooth under the sun, simply breathtaking. Was the previous Miss Mu truly this beautiful? I have no recollection. Having seen her a few times at banquets, she always appeared so unapproachable, leaving Jiang Fan with little fondness. Young Master Rong, do you think Muji will catch any fish?" Jiang Fan asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. Let us leave it to chance. With such mediocre equipment, if she manages to catch something, it would indeed be a feat. The fish in the stream are mostly wild and wary, quite different from farmed ones. Rong Hanyi explained casually, his gaze lingering on Mu Mian's icy countenance, elegantly adjusting his cuff. He longed to witness a different expression grace her face, one filled with warmth, as her cold, emotionless eyes transformed into something astonishingly tender when gazing upon another. Jiang Fan nodded in understanding, acknowledging the validity of his words. Muji exhibited remarkable patience, waiting for the fish to approach, a virtue she had honed over the years, often pushing her masters to the brink of despair during 3-day-long talisman drawing sessions. Since catching a single fish, Mu Ling had grown smug, believing she had mastered the art of fishing, only to face failure in subsequent attempts. Her peripheral vision frequently darted towards Muji, resolute that if she couldn't catch anything, neither should Muji. Suddenly, Muji sprang into action, swiftly reeling in a lively carp.
Ah.
Gigi really caught one, and it's a carp. How wonderful. I knew Gigi wouldn't disappoint us. You're amazing, my idol. But let us not speak too soon. One should never boast too much, or they might end up with a slap of reality. I'm certain Ji will secure the top spot in the end. A flicker of amusement crossed Zhang Xingxing's eyes, knowing only she could make his heart flutter. Zhou Shuren, initially tense, finally relaxed, realizing her brilliance remained undeniable, prompting him to strive to showcase his own excellence. Wei Zihan felt a pang of unease, wondering if this time, Mu Ji would once again steal the spotlight, which she was not willing to accept. Taking a deep breath, she put down her fishing rod. Look, I caught one, Mu Ji exclaimed, holding the wriggling fish with joy. Quite impressive, Mu Mian replied, her tone flat. To unfamiliar ears, she might seem distant and cold, but only she knew the discomfort lurking beneath her composed exterior. Chapter 82. If you like Miss Mu, then pursue her. Mu Ji, could you teach me some fishing techniques? There are aspects I don't quite grasp, and I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Wei Zihan approached her earnestly. Mu Ji nodded slightly, willing to teach as they were part of the same team. I truly appreciate your help. Wei Zihan nervously fiddled with her wrist bracelet. As Mu Ji explained her fishing techniques, she shared insights based on personal experience rather than online expertise, which suited the less sophisticated tools used in wild fishing, making it easier to catch fish. However, Wei Zihan's focus was elsewhere. Her bracelet's small hooks swayed subtly, undetected by the live stream audience. In their view, Mu Ji and Wei Zihan were standing close together, with Wei Zihan's hands constantly in motion. The elder Mu could never have anticipated such insights from Mu Ji in his lifetime, which surprised him. Their relationship had never been particularly close, possibly due to her not being a blood relative of the Mu family, compounded by her involvement in the entertainment industry, which he held in disdain. Clearly, he had underestimated his granddaughter, and he hoped for an opportunity to engage in a technical exchange. Mu Ji remained unaware of Wei Zihan's motives for approaching her. Yet she noticed the girl's averted gaze, her demeanor fidgety and anxious, her entire body betraying her nervousness. Did you understand? My methods aren't necessarily foolproof. I'm just sharing casually. If you have a better approach, feel free to follow that, Mu Ji said with a gentle smile, though the warmth did not quite reach her eyes. As Wei Zihan's little hook finally snagged the fishing net. As Wei Zihan prepared to retract her arm, Mu Ji suddenly seized her arm with surprising strength, immobilizing her. A sharp pain surged through Wei Zihan's limbs, both painful and numbing. Mu Ji, what are you doing? Why are you gripping my arms so tightly? It hurts, she exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Mu Ji in confusion, her gaze silently accusing. Mu Ji internally scoffed, truly a performer at heart. While her act might deceive others, it was rather transparent to her. With a pout, Mu Ji feigned innocence, her doe-like eyes brimming with confusion, her voice deliberately elongated. Huh? Sister Zihan, what do you mean? I can't quite grasp it. I was merely concerned your bracelet might snag my fishing net.
Look.
She dragged Wei Zihan towards the camera, revealing the hook on her bracelet had indeed caught the net. With a simple tug, the net could easily tear apart.
Wow.
Gigi's reflexes are incredible. Thank goodness, nothing happened. Losing the fishing gear would have been disastrous. Is it just me? Or does it seem like Gigi is constantly being targeted? Could all these incidents really be mere coincidences? It's truly infuriating. People criticize Gigi without understanding the situation. It was clearly Wei Zihan's carelessness. Why should Gigi be at fault for merely holding her arm? The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically, leaving Wei Zihan feeling awkward, akin to a student caught cheating. I'm so sorry, truly. I was too focused on listening and didn't pay attention. Thankfully, your quick reflexes saved me. Otherwise, I would have been the culprit, Wei Zihan apologized. Extracting the hook and addressing Mu Ji. With a calm smile, Mu Ji replied, no worries, do you still need my guidance? No, I've memorized everything you've said. Wei Zihan thought only of escaping Mu Ji's presence, feeling overwhelmed by her oppressive aura, making it difficult to breathe despite her smile, which sent chills down her spine. Returning to her own area, Wei Zihan was confident her actions had gone unnoticed. Even if Mu Ji had seen, a normal person would not react in time. It was clear Mu Ji had been wary of her all along. The live stream audience's excitement continued to rise, eagerly anticipating Mu Ji's next move. Let us continue with the net. I have something fun planned for you. Mu Ji turned around and tossed the fishing net to Mu Mian, who effortlessly raised her arm to catch it. How amusing. What is Gigi planning? Is she going into the water to catch fish? Why does Gigi's mind teem with such peculiar ideas? Lend me some of that imagination. I too wish to play, ha ha ha. In the distance, At a cool pavilion, Tsang-woo wore a bewildered expression, staring blankly at his master's back. Ever since he had asked him to investigate that Miss Mu from the Mu family, his master had exhibited notably abnormal behavior. The master, who had long lived in seclusion, had unexpectedly ventured out, an occurrence rarer than red rain from the heavens. His master was a veritable relic, never using a mobile phone, indifferent to entertainment news, and utterly detached from the outside world. Despite wielding immense power, he lived a life devoid of desires, regarding wealth and beauty as mere fleeting illusions.
Master.
If you fancy Miss Mu, pursue her boldly. With your charm and fortune, surely you could win over a mere daughter of the Mu family. No, wait. She's merely a false daughter. How noisy. Lung Che, clad in white, was strikingly beautiful, his pale face adorned with a hint of color, amidst the verdant mountains, his long hair cascading elegantly behind him. Tsang-woo silently refrained from speaking. His master seemed to possess everything, yet harbored a deep solitude. Over the years, he had never witnessed his master smile. That expressionless face was indeed a tragic waste. Mu Ji's smile faded as her gaze wandered afar, sensing someone observing her, though she could see nothing. An illusion? Casting aside her doubts, Mu Ji ventured into the thicket to retrieve a stick. In a moment, I shall stun the fish, and you can scoop them up with a net. Mu Mian momentarily stood astonished, but, maintaining her usual stoic demeanor, merely nodded. Stun them? What? This notion is more absurd than Jiang Taigong's. Surely no fish would swim right up for you to strike? This is hilarious. Does Mu Ji think she is playing baseball? The fish are cunning. They can't be caught so easily. Surely she doesn't believe that catching a single fish makes her invincible? Mu Ji's words sent the live stream's excitement soaring, drawing in countless spectators eager to witness her embarrassment. Young lady, fishing requires patience. One must wait for the fish to bite. Attempting to strike fish with a stick is improbable. In other fishing ponds, one might catch a fish, but here in the stream, fishing is already a challenge. What fish would be foolish enough to present themselves for a strike, unless it were a simpleton fish? Mu Ji was perplexed. She merely wished for Mu Mian to experience the joy of fishing. Fishing alone was rather dull. She had played this game with her senior siblings before and often encountered naive fish. Since her curse had crossed over, this ability should have as well. Chapter 83. A School of Fish appears. Mu Ji approached the fishing platform, holding her breath in anticipation for the fish to collide with her. The crowd diverted their attention to her. Some even paused their own fishing to witness her technique, curious about what this young girl might catch. Mu Mian felt a flicker of concern. Should the fish prove uncooperative, she would simply use a sedative to incapacitate them all and see how they would flee. 10 minutes passed, yet no fish appeared, and the crowd began to shake their heads in disappointment. I told you, without bait, they wouldn't come. The fish in this stream are exceptionally clever. Young lady, it's better to use the fishing net. That would be much easier. Even with the net, one might not catch many fish. Mu Ji remained silent, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she gracefully wielded the stick. Her proud and striking figure rendered the surroundings devoid of color.
Mulink, harboring disdain.
Thought smugly, let us see how you fare. Wei Zihan, trembling with fear, felt a lingering pain in her arm. She had underestimated Mu Ji. Her depth was unfathomable. A true heiress raised in luxury. The next time she approached her, it would not be so easy. Old Master Mu furrowed his brows. This was sheer folly. Should she embarrass herself, it would only serve to mock the Mu family. Just as patience waned and everyone returned to their own affairs, a fish leaped from the stream, landing right before Mu Ji. Quick as lightning, she swung the stick, decisively striking the fish, which flopped helplessly on the water as surface. Ah! Is this even possible? Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Could this truly be happening? Was this not a mockery of their fishing skills? Seasoned anglers fell into deep skepticism. Convinced this must be a fluke, luck had merely favored her this time. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, nothing more. Old Master Mu thought he must have misseen. Surely that fish was struck by Mu Ji, not willingly lying down before her. Steward, bring me my reading glasses. The steward handed over the glasses to the old master. Ever since the variety show featuring the two young ladies premiered, he had initially been disinterested. He had always looked down upon Miss Mu Ji and only tuned in to understand the recently found Miss Mu Mian better. A playful smile graced Mu Ji's delicate face, her tone light. Mu Mian, come quickly and catch the fish. Mu Mian, with a cool demeanor, effortlessly scooped the fish into the basket, the dazed creature flipping over. Haraha, this is hilarious. It turns out Gigi was not joking. She is indeed capable. It's just luck. My daughter once stunned a fish while fishing. If she could manage to stun a few more, I would believe in Muji's true talent. TSK, just a moment ago, she claimed it was difficult. Now she's backtracking. June weather is not so fickle. You've all said what you wanted to say. Wow, it actually can be done this way. My grandfather will likely choke on his own blood. He is equipped with the finest bait and might not even catch a single fish all morning. I must try this someday. I want to possess such a skill. This is all about luck. Surely no fish would be foolish enough to swim right in. If fishing were truly this easy, I would wash my hair upside down. Cousin, you should still use the net. Don't waste time. Otherwise, if we lose, the netizens will say we won by unfair means. It doesn't matter if Mu Mian can't help. You're all in this together. Mu Ling, observing her own catch, could not help but smile smugly as she recounted Mu Ji's supposed shortcomings. Focusing on herself, winning or losing mattered little. As a mere pawn, one should have the awareness of a pawn, right? Why not be a salted fish and relax? Why fight for everything, only to end up with a slap in the face? Just as everyone thought Muji's fish catching was a mere coincidence and awaited her failure, a voice rang out in astonishment nearby. What on earth is that? This exclamation captured everyone's attention. Even the leisurely observing director leapt from his chair, wide-eyed with astonishment. Before them, the once tranquil stream was now teeming with fish, all swimming toward Muji. A school of fish. Why were there so many? This was unprecedented. A stroke of extraordinary luck. They were about to reap a bountiful harvest. What is happening? Did you not see the direction the fish were swimming? They're heading toward the young lady. We'll likely only get to watch. With a stroke of luck, we might snag a few. The director strolled over leisurely. This spectacle was truly magnificent, a delightful surprise. Could it be that Muji was some divine being? She appeared like a fairy, exuding an ethereal aura. Even the fish seemed to be drawn to her. What on earth was happening? Muji, have you secretly employed some sort of secret technique? The director, filled with curiosity, reflected on his extensive experience, yet this was the first time he had witnessed such an extraordinary scene. Muji's gaze was profound, her inner astonishment matching that of the onlookers. She too was perplexed by the unfolding events. Though she had a knack for attracting simple-minded fish, she never imagined she could draw in so many. It was indeed a mystery, perhaps a celestial phenomenon. The director wore an enigmatic expression. A flicker of doubt crossed Mu Mian's mind. Who exactly was she? Mu Ling bit her lip, her eyes brimming with disbelief.
How could this be?
So many fish could not possibly be here for Muji. To witness such a spectacle on a variety show is surreal. If my eyes do not deceive me, the school of fish contains many valuable specimens. If I could catch a few, it would be a windfall. I've already started recording. This scene is truly magnificent. How short-sighted I was. It seems Muji is destined to win this round. With so many fish, just a few catches would suffice. But they may not be here for Muji. Perhaps some predator in the water has driven them this way. All the fish had congregated around Muji's fishing spot, some even surfacing to swim playfully in front of her. Muji observed this flock of simple fish, unsure of their intentions. Could it be that they were collectively challenging her? A look of indecision crossed her exquisitely delicate face, her sparkling eyes glimmering like stars. Little foolish fish, are you here to offer yourselves for me to catch? Her voice rang out, melodious and clear, her smile radiant with warmth and tenderness.
Ah!
Please strike me. If I must be caught, I would gladly succumb to such beauty. So, are these fish merely seduced by beauty? Or are they here to provoke Muji? Indeed, we are all willing to be caught. Go ahead. Please ravage us. Upstairs. Please consider the well-being of the fish, haha. Muji felt a tinge of embarrassment, as if she were cheating. Yet it was not her fault, she was simply born with this gift. Well then, I shall begin. You came to me willingly. Chapter 84. A shift in positions. A reversal of fortunes. Muji moved with grace and precision. An observer might mistake her for playing golf on the grass, as the fish exhibited no inclination to escape, allowing her to easily knock them out and into Mu Mian's net. Mu Mian effortlessly gathered numerous fish, a smile gracing her usually indifferent face as she trailed behind Muji. This leisurely enjoyment would surely astonish her followers. Wei Zihan and Mu Ling were not merely envious. Their eyes were nearly bloodshot with jealousy. Ever since the fish had gathered around Muji, they had not caught a single one. Muji, the harbinger of misfortune, seemed to attract every bit of luck. The two women realized that if this continued, Mu Ji would surely claim first place yet again. Perhaps even trending on social media due to this bizarre occurrence, leaving them as mere background figures. They exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts unspoken.
Mu Ji.
May we fish alongside you? We had no idea the feng shui here was so favorable, attracting so many fish. Wei Zihan immediately attributed Mu Ji's good fortune to the area's auspiciousness, denying her the chance to establish a persona. Mu Ling chimed in, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Yes, cousin, you are so gentle and generous. You wouldn't mind, would you? If it's inconvenient. We can manage here, just the same. Though seemingly considerate, their words were laden with implication. If Mu Ji refused, she would appear petty. For the spot did not belong exclusively to her. By placing themselves in a position of vulnerability, they sought to elicit sympathy from the audience. And indeed, comments began to surface in their favor. This request is not unreasonable. It does not violate any rules. It's merely a fishing spot. Mu Ji is merely lucky to be there. I believe if the fish had gathered near Mu Ling and Wei Zihan, they would agree as well. Did they really think that good feng shui alone could attract fish? That spot would have been contested long ago, leaving no room for Mu Ji. If it were me, I'd simply confront them, wanting a piece of the pie, yet lacking any sense of decorum. With a charming smile and a twinkle in her eye, Mu Ji nonchalantly responded, all right, let us switch places. Attracting her fortune was contingent upon their willingness. Upon hearing this, Wei Zihan and Mu Ling felt a stir of excitement. Switching was preferable, and Mu Ji would not catch a single fish. However, they feigned surprise and politeness, insisting, oh, that would be so awkward. Let us all fish together. We wouldn't want to cause you any trouble.
Internally, Mu Ji scoffed.
Wishing they would drop the pretense. Why make things so complicated? No trouble at all. Mu Mian and I have already caught plenty. I am more than happy to assist you in your descent into despair. Cousin, you truly are the kindest.
Mu Ling fine sincerity. Her tone overly sweet.
Sending shivers down Mu Ji's spine. As the positions were swapped, Zhang Xingxing approached, scrutinizing Mu Ji as if searching for some extraordinary quality about her. This was surreal. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Tales of birds flocking to a phoenix or a fragrant beauty attracting butterflies came to mind. What could Mu Ji possess that lured in the fish? Rein in your curiosity. Don't expect to win later. Your teammate is rather lackluster, Mu Mian remarked, standing beside Mu Ji, her dark eyes glinting with coolness. Zhang Xingxing shot Mu Mian a glare, thinking to himself, what are you flaunting? You're no better. The fish you catch are merely those Mu Ji has drawn in for you. Being pampered is not that impressive. As the tension mounted, Zhou Shuren interjected, you need not switch places. The fish will still appear at your fishing spot. Mu Ji gently shook her head, indicating her indifference. For the best was yet to come. As Mu Ling and Wei Zihan cast their bait, the fish scattered in a panic as if frightened by a plague. Yet, the school of fish quickly returned to Mu Ji's direction, seemingly eager and delighted. They are willingly offering themselves to be caught. It appears they are not just foolish fish, but rather those deeply enchanted by Mu Ji. The notion of feng shui is absurd. They are simply drawn to her charming presence. What is the principle at play here? Can someone explain? Do fish also judge by appearances? These individuals are all renowned beauties in the entertainment industry, yet only Mu Ji can attract the school of fish. I know some animals can be trained to respond to commands, but these are wild fish from the creek. They cannot possibly be scripted by the production team. The entire internet buzzed with speculation about Mu Ji's unique allure, while Mu Ling and Wei Zihan simmered with resentment. Why was it that when they switched positions, the fish still flocked to Mu Ji? It seemed she must have employed some sort of sorcery. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Ji's ability to attract fish was indeed a wondrous spectacle. The various fish leaped around her, and Zhou Shuren began to believe Mu Ji might be some celestial being. Having saved her sister and triggered this anomaly, an elderly man fishing nearby observed Mu Ji intently. Having fished in the creek for many years, he had never encountered such a scene. This girl was indeed remarkable. To attract a school of fish was a blessing. Perhaps she was favored by divine spirits. A fortunate soul. Lin Shui, overhearing the old man's words, beamed with pride, her eyes sparkling. See? I told you Mu Ji is our lucky charm, bringing us good fortune. I'm so glad we insisted on letting her stay. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Ever since that fateful incident in the water, Gigi has become remarkably more endearing. It is surprising how harmoniously the sisters interact. Lin Shui shares this sentiment, feeling immense pride in her exceptionally talented daughter. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow! Our goddess is truly extraordinary. Could she be a fairy?" He pondered whether Mu Ji possessed some special power akin to spiritual communication. Rome Hanya lightly drummed his fingers on the table, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his fox-like eyes. While he was preoccupied with investigating Mu Mion's identity, he had not anticipated that his younger sister would also harbor secrets. Isn't this fake daughter of the Mu family rather peculiar? She exhibits traces of ancient martial arts and possesses the ability to attract fish. Jiang Fan dismissed this notion. What ancient martial arts? She simply dances exceptionally well. Mu Ji has been dancing since childhood, with a solid foundation that is beyond reproach. You are overthinking it. She is merely a stunning beauty, raised in the Mu family as a proper lady of society. In my view, it is Mu Mion who is more enigmatic. Her background appears ordinary. Yet surely there is something amiss. Our goddess is a genuine person. Rome Hanya suddenly cast a warning glance at Jiang Fan, who silently mimicked a pulling gesture with his mouth, indicating that Mu Mion might be a person who values beauty over friendship. Is it luck? She certainly does not feel that way. If heaven has eyes and grants blessings from the divine, why must she bear a curse? She can discern the fate of others, yet remains oblivious to her own burdens. Nevertheless, it matters not. Mu Ji does not require the blessings of any deity or heaven. Chapter 85. The Appearance of the King of Fish. Wei Zihan and Mu Ling, having switched positions, felt quite embarrassed. Any further attempts to join Mu Ji would seem shameless, leaving them to silently accept their situation. Mu Mion indulged herself and returned the fishing net to Mu Ji, encouraging her to continue. Mu Ji cast the net once more and soon retrieved a striking red fish, its body reminiscent of being dipped in rouge, captivatingly beautiful. Elated, Mu Ji placed the fish into a separate basket, delighting in the thought of bringing it home. Wow, it's a rouge fish. To think we could encounter such a creature here. It's truly stunning. Its color akin to rouge. Rouge fish are quite rare and command a high price in the market. Gigi is indeed fortunate. I can't wait to see what else Gigi can catch. My anticipation grows ever stronger. Curious herself, Mu Ji wondered what other rare and exotic fish the little creek might harbor. She was uncertain how many she could catch as noted in the manual. With your skills, even seasoned anglers would weep. They would surely retreat into despair. Zhou Shern was not particularly focused on fishing, his gentle countenance adorned with a smile. Indeed, after all my efforts, I only caught 3 crucian carp and a grass carp. Zhang Xingxing shrugged. Could it be that my face repels the fish? Everyone's attention was drawn to Mu Ji, eager to see how many fish she could catch and what rare varieties she would unveil. A leaf fish. My goodness, this fish is quite elusive. What kind of charm does this young lady possess? It's astonishing. The leaf fish, adorned in shades of orange, with fins resembling split-dried leaves and white-veined patterns, typically dwells at the bottom of waters and is even rarer than the rouge fish. The tail fin possesses significant medicinal value. Mu Ji was slightly taken aback, her clear, enchanting eyes sparkling with delight, akin to the thrill of unboxing a surprise. From a distance, Lung Che observed the radiant, inviting smile on Mu Ji's face, and his heart, long dormant, raced like a startled deer, his elongated phoenix eyes ignited with fervor. For that one smile, he would willingly endure any hardship. In this life, I shall protect and cherish you. No one shall tear us apart. Could it be that this young lady has received the blessing of the Creek Mountain deity? I have fished here for many years and have never encountered a leaf fish. Dear girl, do you possess some secret? Please share it with us.
Indeed.
I envy you tremendously. I have never seen such a thing. This is my first time at the Creek Mountain. As for any secrets, I cannot say. Perhaps it is simply good fortune. Mu Ji's seaweed-like hair was tied back, a white bow gently swaying in the breeze. May I fish alongside you? I wish to bask in your good fortune. An elder chuckled. In my many years, I have never witnessed such luck. I would gladly fish for something worth thousands. Mu Ji smiled. Of course, there is plenty of space here. Regrettably, Mu Ling and Wei Zihan wished they had joined Mu Ji from the start. Now, even if they regretted it, they lacked the courage to ask. Although the elder fished beside Mu Ji, he clearly lacked her extraordinary talent. Mu Ji continued to catch several rare and precious fish, leaving the audience in awe. Is this even real? Did the fish leap straight into the net? What kind of constitution is this? Enough already. I want to ride on your coattails. May I be blessed to reach the shore? I wish for success in confessing to my crush. I wish for a daughter in my next life. The live stream room transformed into a wishing pool. with everyone flooding the chat with their desires, creating a scene so grand that passers-by might think they had entered the wrong stream. The director, observing the rising popularity of the live stream, was moved to tears. He sensed that this variety show would undoubtedly become an unprecedented hit. The current popularity had already surpassed that of the first season, and by the end, it might even achieve national acclaim. Muji was undoubtedly his key to success. The fish caught by Muji left the nearby anglers envious, wondering at her incredible fortune. Some locals, relying on their familiarity, approached Muji's fishing spot without asking for her consent, hoping to partake in her bounty. Muji cast a sidelong glance, her beautiful visage momentarily clouded with displeasure. While she did not mind others joining her, she found the rudeness of those who intruded without courtesy rather unappealing. However, she made no move to drive them away. Though the fish had gathered due to her presence, this place did not belong solely to her. Isn't this excessive? These individuals are utterly lacking in civility. The elderly gentleman even sought Muji's permission and confirmed it. The fish are clearly following her position. How can they brazenly encroach? Only Muji is magnanimous enough not to hold a grudge. Let us not bother with a crowd of amateurs. We should just enjoy watching Muji. Muji's fans noticed her indifference and refrained from escalating the situation, merely expressing their grievances in the chat. It's a rare fruit fish. This is the king of fish, nearly extinct. This young lady is performing miracles. The Creek Mountain has never yielded one before, yet she has caught it. Someone exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. What extraordinary luck. Muji gazed at the king of fish within the net. Indeed, the Creek Mountain was a place of great talent and vitality. Yet her fortune seemed almost otherworldly. The original owner of her body had been a vicious female antagonist. Her luck was self-evident, and while her constitution was somewhat exceptional, it surely could not explain the abundance of precious fish that seemed to willingly bite her hook. Could someone be assisting her from the shadows? Muji scanned her surroundings but could not discern anyone. Sister Gigi, it seems you shall once again claim the top spot. If you choose not to pursue a life of luxury, earning a living through fishing would pose no issue. This fish was unlike anything he had ever seen. It appeared that Sister Gigi had many more surprises awaiting her discovery, making the experience all the more enjoyable. With a gentle smile, Muji replied, next time. Such good fortune may not be guaranteed. One must learn to be content. It is rare to encounter such a splendid event in life. She scrutinized the fish she had caught and turned her gaze toward the solitary Mumion, inquiring, is there a particular variety you desire? I could catch one for you. This fish king, I intend to gift to my grandfather. Mumion's cool, clear eyes seemed to glimmer with amusement. Choose the one you like. This is so heartwarming. You like what I like and you like me. Help, who wouldn't ship such a relationship? Filial piety reigns supreme. Had it not been for my grandfather, this fish king would have undoubtedly been gifted to Mumion. Whatever you desire, I would gladly bestow upon you. I wish for such a sister. Indeed, the cotton weaving is simply delightful. It sweetens my heart. With a sister like this, I would willingly indulge her. Zhang Xingxing instantly transformed into a lemon-faced figure, her fair, slender fingers gently poking Muji's arm, her eyes sparkling with canine innocence.
Muji.
A smile dancing at her lips, feigned ignorance and asked, what's wrong, Xingzai? Chapter 86, Love Must Be Voiced. It's nothing, just envious of being your family. Unlike me, who is unloved and uncared for, if I had such a considerate and warm family, I would undoubtedly be very happy. Zhang Xingxing's voice carried a tinge of melancholy, inexplicably evoking sadness. Oh, Xingzai, don't be disheartened. We all love you. I had no idea your background was so pitiable. Wake up. Don't let Xingzai manipulate you. She's likely trying to con Muji out of her fish. The scent of this tea can be sensed even through the screen. A green tea milk dog. How adorable. Given your pitiable state, I shall reluctantly allow you to choose a fish as well. But you must take good care of it, and not let it perish. Zhang Xingxing nodded, her enchanting eyes shimmering with starlight. At last, Gigi had shown him some softness, and he too was now a fish owner. Zhang Xingxing proudly raised his chin toward Mumion, declaring, I am not envious of you at all. I have my own.
Mumion replied softly, Boren.
The others had been unsuccessful in catching any fish for quite some time, yet they observed an elderly man nearby reeling one in, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. A fierce-looking figure approached, glaring menacingly at Muji. Did you tamper with something? Why can't we catch any fish in this school? This stream and mountain do not belong to you. We can fish wherever we please. Mu Ling and Wei Zihan wore expressions of amusement, relishing the spectacle of someone drawing attention and offending the locals. Mu Ling, concerned, interjected. Perhaps you are misunderstanding. Fish do not comprehend Mu Ji's words. Her remarks only stoked the flames. Were they not deliberately targeting them? If that old man could catch fish while they were left empty-handed, it was infuriating. Mu Ji's gentle gaze hardened, showing no fear as she met the troublemaker's eyes. They ought to inquire of the fish. Perhaps even the fish would disdain those of low caliber. With a languid expression, Mu Ji curled her crimson lips. Zhou Shiren chuckled softly. This girl was indeed sharp-tongued, and she was not entirely wrong. You dare to insult us? Little girl, do not think we fear you. This is the Stream Mountain. Have you not heard the saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? As long as you allow us to catch precious fish, I shall overlook your rudeness. Mu Ji's eyes brimmed with disdain, as if she truly believed herself a bandit. What? Do you intend to make a move? Mu Ji raised an eyebrow, her exquisite face radiating derision. A few among them turned red with rage, and one person, quick to act, attempted to rush forward. Mu Mian swiftly seized the assailant's wrist, flipping him around, and with a sharp crack, he had yet to register what happened before being sent sprawling to the ground. Zhang Xingxing and Zhou Shiren instinctively positioned themselves in front of Mu Ji. The delicate flower, sheltered behind them, watched as Mu Mian took action. Truly, she was formidable, dispatching the henchmen with a single move. No need to be so tense. I hardly regard them as threats. Just clear a bit of space. You're obstructing my view. The director, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, hurried over. Call the police. They're about to resort to violence. The production team must protect the guests. What kind of unruly people are these, attempting to assault others in front of the production crew? Is there no law anymore? Low in culture. They only know how to resolve issues with their fists, lacking any legal awareness. I trust the production team will handle this. Mu Mian was so cool just now. I wish I could have such skills, so impressive. If you dare to bully Gigi, you must first ask her sister if she consents. Her sister is quite capable. You dare to strike me? I shall accuse you of intentional injury and ensure you serve time. The man was pulled up by his companions, wincing in pain from his wrist. Indeed, intentional injury is a serious charge. You better allow us to catch fish. Or, do not blame us for being impolite. Observing the aggressive group, Mu Ji's gaze was profound, feigning fear. Oh, how frightening. I'm not afraid that you want to call the police. A bunch of illiterates. We are shooting a variety show. Your actions have already been broadcasted live to millions of viewers. Is it not clear to everyone that your actions constitute intentional injury? My crew acted purely in self-defense. I advise you to think carefully. The director exuded an intimidating aura. Should anyone attempt to harm his crew, he would not hesitate to retaliate. The group whispered among themselves for a while, considering the woman who had acted so decisively. They sensed she was not lying. If this was indeed live-streamed, they had no chance of winning. They could only stubbornly declare, "Consider yourselves lucky this time. We shall let it go." How unfortunate, we're leaving. The group retreated hastily. Mu Ji watched their fleeing figures unperturbed. Mu Mian's strike would likely cause him pain for a month, serving as a lesson to remember. All right, it's all over. Fishing time is nearly up. Everyone can stop now. Shortly, we will tally the catches and proceed to the barbecue. Unless something unexpected occurs. It will undoubtedly be Mu Ji's team in the lead once more. Mu Ji smiled slightly, knowing this was something beyond her control. Winning or losing mattered little. The most important thing was to receive the fish gifted by her sister, priceless in her eyes. She wondered what kind of fish her sister would present to her. Zhang Xingxing's heart soared with excitement. I'll tell you when the time comes. Mu Ji approached the stream and squatted down, turning off her microphone. Though I do not know who is helping me, if you truly possess any spirit, please convey my gratitude to that person. Once Mu Ji finished speaking, the school of fish scattered, vanishing without a trace from the stream's surface. Absurd. This is truly absurd. I am beginning to suspect Ji might be a fairy. So adorable. What did Ji secretly say to the fish? The crowd was once again astonished. Mu Ji was indeed extraordinary. Her magical prowess sufficient to astound in reality. At one end of the stream mountain, the scattered fish regrouped. Lung Che watched as the fish returned, swimming obediently toward him. His long fingers brushed against the fish's head, and Mu Ji's words echoed in his mind. A faint smile graced his breathtaking features, his beauty carrying an air of fragility. Reminiscent of snow on a distant mountain, the moon in the sky, pure and flawless, captivating all who beheld him. Master, You truly do not harbor feelings for that little girl, do you? Song-woo gasped in surprise, rubbing his eyes. If he was not mistaken, that was indeed a smile. Could the master smile? The response was silence, but Song-woo was accustomed to it, for the master was an ice mountain, few words spoken. The master had instructed the fish to assist. Perhaps a confession was in order, such as having the fish form a heart shape. Surely, that would capture a girl's heart. Song-woo recalled how dramas portrayed such romantic gestures. Heart-shaped candles, heart-shaped roses, how enchanting. Vulgar. The master's low, icy voice made Song-woo's heart skip a beat. What is vulgar about it? Master. You have always shunned the world, and do not comprehend the romance of the mundane. Let me tell you, such an attitude will not lead you to find a wife. Song-woo dared only to grumble silently in his heart. So, where to next? Should we return or meet that Miss Moo? He had already investigated this Miss Moo. She was hardly different from any ordinary heiress, yet what enchantment had won the master's favor? It appears that Miss Moo is indeed the person whom the master has been seeking. Kang-woo gazed at the departing figure of the master. Reminiscent of the rare blooming of a millennium-old iron tree, even this ethereal being, untouched by the mundane, felt the stirrings of spring in her heart, hastening to meet her. However, dear master, love must be proclaimed loudly. In your silent endeavors, Miss Moo remains oblivious to your affections. Chapter 87. The fan invitation. The director observed the triumphant return of Muji, contemplating that today's grilled fish was undoubtedly assured. Ever since tasting the delicacies prepared by Muji, all other foods seemed somewhat lackluster. Her culinary creations lingered in one's memory, irresistible and unforgettable. Soon, the staff compiled the final scores, and without a doubt, Muji's team secured the top position, while Zhang Xingxing and Mu Ling languished at the bottom. It was evident that fishing was not Zhang Xingxing's forte, and neither did Mu Ling nor Wei Zihan manage to catch a single fish. Which was truly a matter of embarrassment, as if the fish themselves conspired against them. Finally, the event concluded, allowing everyone to indulge in barbecue delights while admiring the picturesque scenery of the creek and mountains. It was surprising to encounter such exquisite beauty in this quaint locale. In stark contrast to the industrial landscapes of sprawling metropolises, this place was a gift from nature itself. Rolling hills, the melodious songs of birds, and the gentle babbling of streams created an atmosphere of sheer bliss. Compared to the bustling cities, the air was remarkably fresh. Here, one could truly unwind, for upon returning to the demands of work, it would be a relentless grind. Zhou Shiren had not anticipated that this variety show would become the most serene period of his life, particularly with Muji's presence adding a touch of sentimentality. I apologize, but our seating is fully occupied. If you don't mind, you may wait, the boss said, somewhat awkwardly. We can barbecue outside without occupying any space. We only need to use a few extra stools, the director suggested. However, as he observed the boss's evasive demeanor, a sense of foreboding arose within him. Could it be that the boss was reluctant to conduct business with them? We don't have such a policy here. Please do not disrupt our operations, the boss firmly declared, indicating his unwillingness to allow Muji and her companions to barbecue. Muji discreetly scrutinized the boss, realizing that someone must have intervened. Those individuals appeared to be thugs. And perhaps the boss was colluding with them. What should we do? The boss's attitude is so poor. Does he even want to stay in business? This boss looks infuriating. I want to march up and give him a few punches. Is our barbecue going to be thwarted? It seems he is deliberately opposing the production team, likely having offended the local figures, and now he is acting out. The audience in the comment section expressed their concerns, worrying whether the production team could resolve the situation. The thought of turning back was infuriating. The director clenched his teeth in anger. Since they refused to do business, he could not force them. And having to lower himself to beg was beneath his dignity. The boss, noticing the director's fierce glare, felt an unspoken satisfaction. What could they do if he refused their business? This creek and mountain were their territory, and who were these outsiders to act with impunity? The thought of someone in their midst catching an exceptional fish made him envious, wishing to seize every fish in that basket. Even one would secure him wealth for a lifetime. Just as Mu Ji was about to speak, a voice emerged from nearby. Miss Mu, my master invites you to warm abode. The barbecue preparations are already in place. Kangwa's demeanor exuded respect, neither subservient nor overbearing. Mu Ji regarded the unexpectedly appearing young man with suspicion. He was dressed in a modified red hanfu, adorned with intricate golden embroidery, and his deep brown hair was tied back in a small braid. Who was this person? She had no recollection of him. What a handsome young man. This creek and mountain can nurture such a charming individual. Sisters, the key point is that his master has invited Gigi for a barbecue. He speaks with such grandiosity. What pomp can a poor mountain locale possess? Do they really regard Muji as a significant figure? Why the rush to jump to conclusions? Our Gigi is indeed popular. Even in this remote area, someone has come to extend an invitation. What about you? Mu Mian looked at Muji with questioning eyes, pondering the identity of this individual. Muji shook her head obediently. She had no idea either. Perhaps it was someone her grandfather knew who resided in this creek and mountain, unwilling to see his recently recognized granddaughter face adversity, thus sending someone to lend support. If it were her grandfather, wouldn't he directly contact Mu Mian? May I inquire who your master is? Muji's complexion was fair, her eyes akin to pure, wild deer, softening hearts with her gaze. Oh, how beautiful she was. No wonder the master regarded her with special favor. Their encounter during the master's retreat to the creek was indeed a fated meeting. Kangwoo, still marveling, did not forget the matter at hand. My master is your admirer. Miss Mu, there is no need for concern. He merely wishes to win your favor. Master, you lack the words. Allow me to assist you in boosting your appeal before Miss Mu, so she may understand your heart. Otherwise, it may be ages before you speak.
So,
he was a fan. Thank you for the invitation. May I bring my friends along? Muji's voice was gentle, realizing he was merely a fan. Sort of, Kangwoo acknowledged, aware that Miss Mu was a star in the entertainment industry. In industry parlance, that was not incorrect. His task was merely to convey the master's intentions. The director clasped his fists, beaming with gratitude. I sincerely appreciate it. On behalf of the production team, I send my regards to your master. Their fortune was indeed remarkable. To encounter a fan in such a place, yet referring to him as master hinted at someone of considerable age. It was surprising that Muji was not only adored by the youth, but also cherished by the elderly. You're too kind, Kangwoo replied with a smile, acknowledging that all efforts were for the sake of the master's affection. As a subordinate, he must do his utmost to help the master find love. The boss, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young man, was left dumbfounded. Who was this person? How could he be so oblivious? He had never seen him around these parts. Although he had heard of Warm Abode, he knew little of its mysterious owner, unaware of whether anyone even resided there. Was there something remarkable about him? The production team followed Kangwoo, who, despite being a bit chatty, eagerly inquired about Muji's preferences and hobbies, as if he wished to conduct a matchmaking session right there. After a lengthy conversation, Muji remarked, I still do not know your name. Kangwoo selectively replied, omitting his master's name, likely to keep it discreet from her or the audience. Some individuals preferred to remain low-key, and revealing names could lead to excessive scrutiny by online netizens. I am Kangwoo, he introduced himself, smiling shyly. Miss Mu was genuinely gentle and humble. Her ethereal aura matched perfectly with that of his master. Kangwoo? No recollection. Perhaps just another passerby. This is Warm Abode. All barbecue supplies are ready. Should you need anything, feel free to call for me. Kangwoo guided them to the location, a place where the master occasionally resided during his retreats to the creek, undisturbed by others. Chapter 88. Who is the master of Warm Abode? The exterior of Warm Abode was adorned with a bamboo fence, entwined with green vines and flowers, exuding an ancient and tranquil charm, further solidifying the director's belief that this fan was indeed an elegant elder. Upon entering, they were met with a delightful surprise. The space was filled with a variety of blooming flowers, creating a blissful little courtyard. The wooden table was laden with an abundance of provisions, the meticulous preparations standing in stark contrast to the outdoor barbecue stalls. The director inwardly calculated, feeling as if they had struck gold. Aside from the cheerful directing team, the remaining individuals each harbored their own thoughts. Mu Ling and Wei Zihan lamented internally why they lacked such devoted fans. Feeling utterly disgraced as Mu Ji and her admirers basked in the limelight, even while enjoying a barbecue, they found themselves overshadowed by Mu Ji's brilliance, which incited a flurry of frustration. Zhang Xingxing and Mu Mian sensed that the supporters behind this spectacle were not merely enthusiastic fans. They harbored suspicions that there might be ulterior motives at play. The two, who had always been at odds, found themselves united in their intrigue. What kind of fan is this? Truly enviable. How I wish it were me. Otherwise, I could take a photo with Gigi and cherish the moment. Just thinking about it brings me joy. With beautiful scenery, captivating people, and delectable food, what more could one desire? I never imagined I would witness such a scene in a variety show during my lifetime. It's simply splendid, something I could relish repeatedly. As they observed a table that could only accommodate two, Zhang Xingxing took the initiative. I want to sit at the same table as Gigi. However, both Song Wu and Mu Mian immediately voiced their objections. No way. Song Wu felt a touch of awkwardness. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of indifference, secretly determined to keep the charming Miss Mu to himself during the barbecue. This troublesome romantic interest had to be nipped in the bud. Why not? Zhang Xingxing squinted his eyes, understanding Mu Mian's animosity towards him, but Song Wu's opposition took him by surprise. It was all rather peculiar. What could be the reason? As a top male idol, shouldn't he be more mindful of his influence? Did he not realize how many female fans he had? As a devoted admirer of Miss Mu, Song Wu certainly did not want to see them together. He expounded this reasoning with conviction, relieved by his quick thinking. The director sighed in exasperation. If only Mu Ji could be in two places at once, the issue of unfair distribution would vanish.
All right.
Let us proceed according to the teams. Let us not disrupt the atmosphere, he said calmly. Zhang Xingxing had no objections to this arrangement. It was indeed wise for him to maintain a distance from Mu Ji, as not all of his fans were rational, and for the first time, he wished not to be the cause of her disdain. As Mu Ji grilled the fish, she felt a peculiar sensation she could not quite articulate. Do you know him?
Mu Mian suddenly inquired.
After a moment of contemplation, Mu Ji replied, I don't know him, but they know me. I am a star. So it's only natural for them to recognize me. We just happened to cross paths, and I offered a warm gesture. Mu Mian did not press further, continuing to grill fish alongside Mu Ji. The pure waters of Shishan yielded plump fish, and the fragrant blooms of the gardens soon filled the air. Song Wu, inhaling the delightful aroma, suddenly felt ravenous. It was indeed a torturous wait. Observing Song Wu lost in thought, Mu Ji found him somewhat foolish. He seemed oblivious to what a true master looked like. Even she began to wonder about the elegant decor, which clearly reflected a person of refined taste. Why not invite your master to join us for a taste? My culinary skills are quite commendable, and if he is willing, I would like to express my gratitude in person, Mu Ji suggested tentatively as she turned the fish in her hands. No, my master dislikes meeting outsiders, Song Wu replied hastily. His master was notoriously difficult to meet, even for the likes of the Lung family, let alone a gathering of so many. What if it's just me?
Mu Ji whispered enticingly.
Well, my master would certainly wish to meet you, but it's really not convenient at the moment. He believes in fate, Song Wu explained. Understanding dawned on Mu Ji as she nodded. I see. In that case, I shall gift this grilled fish to your master as a token of thanks for his hospitality. The peach blossom wine is exquisite. Your master truly is a good person. Not only had he provided barbecue ingredients, but he had also ensured every seasoning was accounted for. What captivated Mu Ji most was the peach blossom wine. Intoxicating and delightful to her palate. She felt no rush to meet anyone. The allure of remaining somewhat veiled was far more appealing. Very well. Song Wu swiftly departed the courtyard with the grilled fish, knowing his master preferred lighter fare and would not touch such delicacies. The delectable grilled fish was destined for his master's table, where he could indulge his appetite. In the wooden house, Lung Che reclined languidly on a chaise longue, a slender, jade-like finger idly flipping through a book, exuding an air of careless nonchalance. Master, Miss Mu grilled this fish. And she also mentioned her fondness for peach blossom wine. She is deeply grateful to you and considers you a good person, Song Wu reported cheerfully. A good person? Lung Che lifted his eyelids, placing the book on the table. The scent was one he had not encountered in a long time. She had not changed at all. Put it down. Song Wu set the grilled fish down, his eyes wandering. After a moment of silence, noticing his master's lack of response, he cautiously added, Master, the grilled fish will lose its flavor if it cools. Let me take care of it. I have a good appetite.
Leng que responded indifferently.
Casting a cold glance at Song Wu, who shivered internally and quickly retreated. How foolish of him to covet his master's gift, especially one from Miss Mu. Song Wu squatted outside, counting ants, his stomach growling with hunger, yet he felt too embarrassed to approach the grill. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the room, prompting Song Wu to rush in. His gaze landed on the plate of grilled fish. His master had actually finished it. Song Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. His master never indulged in heavy flavors and always consumed very little, leading him to suspect that his master had been nurtured on celestial nectar. Lung Che slid a land deed across the table, causing Song-woo's eyelids to flutter. It was the deed to Shishan. His master intended to gift it to Miss Mu. Song-woo was utterly baffled. Isn't this too extravagant? I can't help but wonder if my master has fallen for her. It's not as if they're discussing marriage, and it's certainly not a dowry. Little did he know, such occurrences would become commonplace, and in time, Song-woo would come to realize how trivial this was. Find a way for her to accept it. The fish and flora of Shishan belonged to her. Song-woo had long believed his master had been lonely for far too long, nearly becoming mute. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. His master was quite adept in matters of the heart. If someone were to gift me this, I would surely marry her. No, wait, as a man, I should be the one to propose. With an empty grill pan and the invaluable land deed in hand, Song-woo left the wooden house, pondering how to present such a gift to Miss Mu. It would seem odd to simply give her a land deed. Despair. I'm losing my hair.